Year 64 of Konoha. The terrifying power of the almighty Shinra Tensei truly destroyed Konoha village. The ninjas and civilians who were once laughing and chatting in the village are now buried under the ruins as mutilated limbs and broken bodies. The smell of blood mixed with dust fills the air, stirring the nerves of the survivors. Under the ruins, a pink-haired girl lowered her eyes, helplessly calling out that name as if trying to dispel the figure radiating overwhelming pressure. Naruto. Naruto was stunned, still not fully recovered from the days of space-time transfer. He looked at the 6 paths of pain in front of him, his expression growing increasingly surprised. A moment ago, he was holding his dying son Boruto Uzumaki, covered in blood, listening to his weakening breaths. He helplessly and numbly tried to cover his son's wound, but only felt the temperature in his arms growing colder. His chest felt as if it had been violently struck. But at this moment, he saw Boruto's clear, illusory, pure eyes burst forth with a cyan-white light. Naruto gradually lost consciousness in the illusory light, and his son's weak voice sounded in his ear. "Dad, if it's you, you can definitely change all this." Tsunade looked at Naruto, feeling that the figure before her was somehow different. She was about to speak when she heard Naruto's voice. "Granny Tsunade, trust me, leave it to me. But don't worry, I stake my name as Hokage and Uzumaki Naruto." At this moment, Tsunade became more convinced of Naruto's difference. However, when she saw the orange face markings and golden frog-like eyes when Naruto turned his head, she convinced herself in her heart. "So it's Sage Mode." She didn't say anything more, just spoke to the Naruto before her. "Take care." Naruto looked at the 6-path puppets in front of him, formed hand seals, and summoned 3 shadow clones. The 3 shadow clones formed different seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Mist Concealment Technique. Thick mist rapidly spread across the battlefield. The fireball, enhanced by the wind, rushed toward the 6 paths of pain on an exaggerated scale, as if to swallow them all at once. Seeing this, the Preta Path of Pain rushed out of the formation, raised his hands to activate the Preta Path ability, while the other 5 paths tried to scatter to avoid the attack. However, Naruto's real body at this moment used a speed that the eye could not catch, and the body could not react to instantly appearing beside the Preta Path. His left hand touched it from behind, and in an instant they disappeared from the spot. At the same time, 5 Naruto clones emerged from beneath the other paths, executing Earth-style heart beheading technique. Far away, Nagato was shocked. What was that teleportation? Shadow clone. Was it when he used the mist concealment technique? Damn, too late, I have to give up these 2. This technique caught the human path and animal path. The 2 paths trapped in the ground could not dodge and were engulfed by terrifying flames, turning to ash, completely scattered in the wind. At the same time, the Preta Path taken away by Naruto was completely destroyed by Naruto's frog-style attack. In an instant, 3 puppets were lost. Nagato muttered in shock, "What is this?" At the same time, he thought anxiously, how is this possible? That mist is not the Hidden Mist Village's secret technique. And the combined fire jutsu and that teleportation, they clearly don't match the intelligence on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Konan looked at Nagato and asked urgently, "What's going on?" Nagato squinted his eyes as if reassuring himself, "Nothing. It's okay. The Tendo Path still needs 1 minute to recover its power. Once the Tendo Path's power is restored, everything will be fine." At this moment, Konoha was completely obscured by the thick mist that could not disperse on the battlefield. "I can't see anything at all. Isn't that a technique of the hidden mist?" "Lady Hinata, can you see inside?" The Byakugan girl Hinata, with veins bulging around her eyes, closed her Byakugan and shook her head apologetically. "Sorry, the chakra dispersed in the thick mist is almost tangible. Even my Byakugan can't see clearly." Naruto's face markings gradually faded, and he turned to look at Fukasaku on his shoulder, saying, "Grandpa Toad Sage, please summon the shadow clone." Fukasaku, who was still immersed in shock at Naruto's performance, quickly snapped back. "Oh well. Okay. Fukasaku jumped off Naruto's shoulder, opened the scroll, and was about to perform the summoning. It seemed that the sound was heard. Several missiles quickly flew out of the thick mist. Naruto formed hand seals, slapped the ground, and several earth walls rose up, protecting the Toad Sage. Earth-style earth flow wall. Amidst the roar of flames, the clone appeared again in his perception. Naruto dispelled it, and the sage face markings reappeared. He drew a kunai, lightning coursing through his body. Lightning released chakra attached to the kunai, emitting a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. He turned toward the Azura Path, turned into a bolt of lightning, and in an instant passed through several missiles. Chidori. This attack, surpassing human reaction speed, left no chance for defense. The Azura Path's vision whirled, and when it stabilized, it only saw its own headless body standing in the thick mist. The missiles fired lost their function due to the death of the controller and fell to the ground. After dealing with the Azura Path, Naruto turned and disappeared in a flash toward another direction sensed. Here the Tendo Path held a black rod which clashed with Naruto's kunai. Terrifying monstrous strength accompanied by natural energy traveled from the black rod to the Tendo Path, causing the black rod to shatter instantly. He quickly turned and changed his stance, striking with the other hand. Naruto parried and countered, his right fist colliding with Pain's right fist. A loud noise and both retreated. Pain looked at Naruto's right fist, trembling, slightly blood dripping. He was slightly relieved, but when he came to his senses he found that Pain's right arm had cracks. Naruto looked at Pain, narrowed his eyes, and they both moved at the same time. Fists and feet clashed, kunai and black rod met. Dull thuds and metallic clangs intertwined, piercing through the thick mist. Somewhere in the thick mist the Hell Path finally found the Preta Path. Just as it was about to revive it, a golden light flashed from the spiral mark on the Preta Path's back skin. The Tendo Path looked at the Naruto before him that had been knocked down and dissipated in a punch, stunned. This was actually a shadow clone. The next moment his body shook and he said absurdly, "Even the Hell Path. The Tendo Path's power has finally recovered. To push me to this point, this is the Nine Tails." Naruto appeared again before the Tendo Path and dispelled the mist concealment technique. The thick mist that blocked Konoha and Pain finally dissipated. He looked at the other's Rinnegan eyes, which showed no emotional fluctuation, and said calmly, "Your ability has recovered. It seems I delayed a bit. You have indeed surprised me, Nine Tails. But from now on, face the pain." This time Naruto made the first move. He condensed a Rasengan in one hand and used the teleportation technique to approach the Tendo Path. Almighty push. The overwhelming repulsive force acted on Naruto, directly dispersing him. Damn shadow clone. When did he do it? The next moment, 5 Narutos burst out of the ground, forming 5 different seals. Sage Art 5 Elements Great Combo Technique. Damn. Pain cursed, inwardly manipulated the force field to quickly fly up from the spot, and at the same time erected a force field shield beneath him. The 5 Elements Great Combo Technique collided, and the interacting 5 chakra natures produced a result of 11,111.5. The astonishing power raised a mushroom cloud, directly blasting the not-too-distant Tendo Path into the sky. Naruto's face markings faded again, and he said in a deep voice, "Grandpa Toad Sage." Quickly summoned the other shadow clone. The Tendo Path did not miss this opportunity. He dove down, his robes completely torn by that attack, revealing a body covered in scars. His black rod clashed with Naruto again. This time Naruto took half a step back. Tendo Path pressed the advantage, fists and feet colliding with Naruto again. The brutal force pulled Naruto into defense, but Tendo could not truly break through Naruto's defense. This kid's blocking and defense are too precise. Is this kind of rhythm control really something a kid can have? Damn, even though my perception can keep up, my body can't react in time. After dealing with Pain, I still need to train. In the gap of their fist and foot clashes, Pain suddenly attacked. Almighty push. The repulsive force knocked Naruto and Fukasaku away. Several black rods were fired along with the force, reaching Naruto and Fukasaku in an instant. Naruto's pupils contracted, but at that moment, he instantly disappeared from his position. The next moment Naruto appeared in front of Fukasaku, blocking the fatal blow with his forearm. "Little Naruto," Fukasaku shouted. But Tendo's expression tightened. "No, aren't there 2 old toads?" Reverse summoning technique. Shima's voice came from afar, and the shadow clone appeared again in his perception. Naruto willed it, dispelled the shadow clones, and Sage Chakra manifested within him. At the same time, he slightly released the restless evil power inside him. Tendo did not want to give Naruto time to change. He instantly teleported to Naruto's front, thrusting the black rod fiercely, intending to pin him down. But Naruto's reaction was faster. He raised his hand and broke the black rod, then brought down an elbow, the natural energy, sending ripples across Pain's face. At the same time, he reversed his grip, grabbed the broken half of the black rod, and brutally stabbed it into the right side of Tendo's abdomen. Almighty push. The repulsive force roared, but Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear before Pain's eyes, just before the impact hit him. Half a second later, Naruto reappeared beside Fukasaku. Tendo looked at Naruto. At this moment, Naruto's body was covered in a layer of bright red, blood-like, transparent, tailed beast cloak. His demonic red eyes with a cross-shaped mark stared at Tendo without any fluctuation. Behind Nagato, through Yahiko, felt the power that was a fusion of violence and tranquility. He actually felt a sense of powerlessness. Impossible. I am a god. How can I fail? I still have that move to use. Naruto casually pulled out the black rod from his forearm, and the wound healed at a visible speed. He charged again, his incomparable speed, even faster than Nagato's vision, forcing him to instinctively use Almighty Push. But this time Naruto did not choose to retreat. The tailed beast cloak released 3 tails that tightly gripped the ground. Naruto withstood the Almighty Push, and 3 chakra claws dug into the ground, leaving 3 dragging marks. That distance is enough. Chibaku Ten. However, the last word "say" was not uttered because a yellow flash suddenly appeared before him. The Rasengan's vortex struck into the Tendo Path's body, completely destroying the last puppet. Before losing consciousness, Nagato saw the spiral mark behind the half-black rod stuck in the right abdomen and heard Naruto's extremely steady voice. "Flying Thunder God second stage? Flying Thunder God second stage." Naruto Uzumaki crouched beside Pain Tendo, gazing at the corpse of his senior brother Yahiko, and pulled out the black rods, controlling his body one by one, then used Sage Mode's sensory ability to locate Nagato's hiding place. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas arrived behind Naruto. Sensing this, Naruto slowly stood up and said, "Granny Tsunade, I've found the real body controlling these guys. I'm going there now." The ninjas behind stirred, but Tsunade silenced them with a gesture. She simply asked, "Do you need our help?" "No need. My conversation with him won't be peaceful. Others following along would only cause more casualties." Sakura couldn't help saying, "Naruto, you. No need to say more, Sakura." Tsunade interrupted Sakura, then turned to Naruto softly and said, "Then I'll say the same thing, be careful." Naruto adjusted his Konoha headband, turned to Tsunade with a bright smile, and said, "Leave it to me, Granny Tsunade. I swear on the name of Uzumaki Naruto." With that, he and Pain Tendo instantly vanished before everyone. "Lady Hokage, why did you agree to let him go alone?" Tsunade said boldly, "Don't worry, he's now a ninja who can face such a powerful enemy alone. Moreover, he's the disciple of that Jiraiya. And besides, we can't stop him." Tsunade thought to herself. Outside a particularly huge tree, two figures of Naruto appeared before this giant tree constructed by the paper technique. Early in the battle, Naruto had sent a shadow clone to search the location he remembered. After dealing with Pain Tendo, the clone found the exact spot and waited for the original. "Good work." The original and the clone nodded to each other, and then the clone dispersed into smoke. Naruto Uzumaki took a deep breath, raised his hand, and tore open the giant tree, then strode inside ready to give his senior brother and sister an answer for peace. In the darkness, Nagato closed his eyes, reminiscing about the days in the Rain Country with Yahiko and Konan, the warm memories of Jiraiya-sensei, teaching them ninjutsu, Yahiko's determination and sunshine during the early days of Akatsuki, and the heart-wrenching moment when Yahiko grew cold in his arms. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at the gap Naruto had torn, gazing at his Sage Mode toad-like eyes, his resolve firm. "I can't lose. I absolutely cannot lose." The incoming Naruto remained silent, the atmosphere between them extremely tense. After a long moment, Nagato spoke first. "You really hid yourself well, Ninetales. In the intelligence, you were just a brat. I underestimated you in that regard." However, Naruto did not answer him, but instead changed the subject. "Actually, by seniority, I should call you senior brother Nagato." Nagato's expression froze for a moment, then he said, "So Jiraiya-sensei told you everything. But your arrival precisely proves Jiraiya's failure. Come, Jinchuriki. Hate. Suffer." Nagato suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a giant spike shot out from beneath his throne. Naruto stomped his right foot, and an invisible giant hand appeared in midair, crushing the spike into pieces. Seeing this, Konan immediately turned her body into paper and launched several paper shuriken at Naruto. Nagato's Rinnegan widened, and the fragments of the crushed spike were drawn together and attacked Naruto from all directions. Naruto's left hand formed a claw and swept from upper left to lower right in front of him. From Nagato's perspective, a surge of chakra seemed to appear out of nowhere in front of Naruto, forming a giant hand that swatted away all the attacks. "So this is Sage Chakra," Nagato thought to himself, but he didn't stop. He continued to use the abilities of the Azura Path and Deva Path along with Konan to attack Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki continuously used natural energy to block the Black Rod's missiles and paper attacks. Even when faced with explosions, he used Sage Chakra to drive natural energy into a sphere that enveloped the fireball. It seemed as if an invisible substitute was blocking all attacks for Naruto. Nagato stared at Naruto again, his Rinnegan's power surging. Shinra Tensei. A terrifying repulsive force instantly acted on Naruto, making his movements freeze abruptly. Konan seized the moment, activating Paper Dance, wrapping Naruto in a cocoon of paper, then creating several paper spears that swiftly pierced through Naruto's body. Nagato seemed to sense something and shouted, "Konan!" But before he finished, a torrent of water, as vast as the sky, poured down from above. Sage Art Water Release, exploding water collision wave. The water, enough to form a lake, instantly flooded the small hill. Nagato's eyes widened, and he used the Deva Path's power to form an absolute protective barrier around himself. The sphere pushed back the water infused with Naruto's chakra, but it also completely blocked Nagato's vision and perception, leaving him only able to vaguely sense Konan's chakra, like looking through frosted glass. At that moment, he sensed Naruto rapidly approaching Konan. Nagato roared, "Damn it, Konan!" Endless water impacted Konan's Paper Dance. The paper-soaked lost its buoyancy. Even waterproof paper could hardly flutter in the lake. And because Naruto's attack speed exceeded the time to deactivate the Paper Dance, a technique that usually immunized her from most physical attacks, became a burden due to the violent water. Konan struggled to gather her paper, trying to reassemble herself, but in the increasingly fierce currents, she gradually lost consciousness. Naruto came riding the waves, grabbed Konan's body, and used Flying Thunder God to jump out of the jutsu's range. He placed his right hand on Konan's abdomen, and a sealing formula spread from his palm, instantly covering her entire body. 4 limbs heavy seal. Nagato used the Preta Path to absorb Naruto's jutsu pure chakra flowing into him, revitalizing him, but his face grew worse. The Uzumaki clan's extraordinary sensory ability allowed him to perceive Konan being taken far away, and then her chakra vanished completely. Bastard. After sealing and placing Konan, Naruto sensed a terrifying chakra fluctuation from behind. He looked back and saw a pitch-black sphere slowly rising into the sky. The black light it emitted seemed to devour all light, its twisted, violent force field even capable of taking away one's sight. Naruto murmured, "Finally here." At the same time, he heard a furious roar from afar. Chibaku Tensei. Endless gravitational force came from above as if the heavens and earth were being kneaded together. Distant mountains were shattered one after another. The ground cracked like a magnitude 10 earthquake, bedrock rose from the earth, and giant boulders were pulled into the sky. At this moment, the Rinnegan finally unleashed its divine power capable of overturning heaven and earth. It seems Senior Brother has truly lost his mind. He even forgot I can use Flying Thunder God. But I have no intention of dodging. Senior Brother, consider this a gift from your future returning Junior Brother. After replenishing his Sage Chakra with a clone, Naruto Uzumaki drew upon the power buried deep within him. Crimson Tailed Beast Chakra clung to his body like blood, this violent power forming a transparent Tailed Beast cloak with 3 ethereal thread-like tails swaying slowly behind him from his spine. Naruto looked up at the celestial body, now nearly 200 meters in diameter, suppressed the ferocity in his blood-red cross-shaped pupils, and raised his right hand high. A translucent Rasengan formed in his hand and rapidly expanded. After expanding to 2 meters in diameter, it turned blue-white, emitting a piercing buzz. High-speed spiraling wind chakra formed a shuriken shape around the Rasengan. Then the 3 tails of the cloak transformed into claws supporting the spiral shuriken, and an ominous crimson power finally surrounded the Rasengan. This shuriken, which took almost all of Naruto's Sage Chakra and Tailed Beast power, was thrown and carried by the gravitational force toward the still-growing celestial body. Sage Art Wind Release, Giant Tailed Beast Rasenshuriken. Nagato did not expect the Nine Tails power to have grown to this extent. He watched as his own jutsu, which had cost him nearly half his life and formed like a small planet, was engulfed by a blue-white sphere. He felt the fierce and violent wind chakra within the sphere like countless needles slowly disintegrating the Chibaku Tensei into nothing but ash. Why is the Nine Tails power so strong? Just as Nagato was caught in doubt and self-consumption, he sensed Naruto approaching. No, I can still fight. He must be exhausted after using that move. Nagato formed hand seals, burning his nearly depleted Rinnegan power and chakra, using the Azura path to summon a heavy cannon on his shoulder. Deep blue chakra gathered at the muzzle, amassing astonishing power. Now shocked and furious, he could no longer care about the Jinchuriki's life. Naruto, sensing Nagato's attack, did not retreat, but instead appeared instantly in front of Nagato, a rapidly spinning Rasengan in his hand. Nagato's eyes widened, noticing an inconspicuous spiral mark on the black rod that had been knocked back earlier. Damn Flying Thunder God. No longer caring if the charge was sufficient, Nagato hastily fired the chakra cannon, colliding with Naruto's Rasengan. In an instant, the explosion from the collision of 2 powerful forces completely overturned the already crumbling paper tree, and a blinding light enveloped the entire hill. The Sage of 6 Paths once said upon founding the ninja sect, chakra is the power that connects hearts. Nagato roused from his stupor, noticing that the space he now occupied resembled the environment one experiences when delving into memories through the human path's invasive technique. He gazed around. The space was vast and empty, yet shimmered with endless starlight, the warm amber backdrop seemingly reflecting the optimism and radiance of its host. The surrounding light and warmth involuntarily eased the long-suppressed closed-off heart within Nagato. It was only then that he noticed his own condition. His withered, gaunt body, along with the burns on his legs, had reverted to the vitality of his youth. As if the expansive space suddenly sharpened into focus, a screen materialized before Nagato. It was the story of a young boy orphaned from birth who endured the pain and helplessness of being scorned by his village as a demon fox. Immense malice engulfed him, yet he did not resent the world. Despite his confusion, he committed a series of baffling acts, all in the desperate hope of gaining recognition. It was the story of a dead-last Ninja Academy student who strained every fiber to master the basic 3 body techniques that instructors glossed over, who was pinned down by a prodigy in sparring, and who was deceived by his own teacher. It was the story of an inexperienced genin facing the treacherous hearts of men in the land of waves, and during the Chunin exams confronting oppression unvarnished, killing intent, and the sight of a comrade falling in his defense, their fate unknown. It was the story of a student falling into profound, numbing grief upon learning of his beloved mentor's death. It was the story of a shinobi consumed by fury against the enemies who slew his master, his teacher, and his comrades. It was the story of a Hokage facing utter despair as he watched the peace he had forged be shattered by beings from beyond the stars, feeling his son's breath grow faint in his arms. The story froze within those blue eyes. Nagato's breath grew ragged. The events unfolding before him seemed utterly fantastical, leading him to wonder if this was some jinjutsu woven by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Senior Brother, this is the present and the future. Naruto Uzumaki had appeared beside Nagato without a sound. Merely different versions of them. Silence fell between them. After a long moment, Nagato spoke. You are remarkable. Truly remarkable. In that instant, Nagato understood the full chain of cause and effect. Through Naruto's memories, he witnessed how this youth had time and again guarded his heart against the darkness, how he achieved his dreams. He saw how schemers used lives as mere pawns, and he clearly witnessed his own final choices and Konan's ultimate fate. Junior Brother. Nagato's lips trembled. I wish to know your choice. Senior brother, I am who I am. I will never change. I never go back on my word, that is my ninja way. Although my son granted me a second chance, I cannot guarantee I can alter such a future. Senior brother, all I can say is I will not slowly walk towards ruin as I did before. I will make those self-proclaimed gods of the Otsutsuki pay a bitter price. But even so, Naruto Uzumaki will never change. Nagato listened, his eyes unreadable. Finally, his voice low, he said, Junior brother, since you have spoken so, I believe I have made my choice as well. Let us return. The blinding light of the Rasengan's collision with the Azura path faded, and the two at the center of the clash opened their eyes simultaneously. Naruto Uzumaki formed hand signs and summoned the sealed Konan and Yahiko. He released the seal placed upon Konan, and as chakra flowed and nourished her, she slowly regained consciousness. Looking at the silent Naruto and Nagato, she asked, Nagato, what is? Konan, no need to fight. My junior brother showed me certain truths and resolved long-standing questions. He is not our enemy. What? Konan's expression turned utterly bewildered. She detected no signs of manipulation or genjutsu on Nagato, and she found it hard to believe anyone could control him. Deciding not to press further, she chose to trust him. Senior brother, I will make the same promise as before. Once I become Hokage, I will bring peace to the people of the Hidden Rain Village. And frankly, after all these years as Hokage, I've come to understand your approach. Mutual understanding between people can certainly bring peace to the shinobi world, but absolute power is the true safety net for all peace. In my previous life, I and Sasuke were just like the 10 tails you envisioned, deterring all potential wars with overwhelming strength. Had it not been for the Otsutsuki, we were already planning to pass down that power along with our will to extend that peace for as long as possible. But as I said, when that power proves insufficient to defend the peace of the shinobi world, war becomes inevitable. The enemies who descended from the stars possessed strength far beyond our imagination. In the end, I watched helplessly as they annihilated the peace I had painstakingly built. But they surely never anticipated I would get a second chance. So this time I will make them the very cornerstone of my peace. Yes, I have witnessed your thoughts and your resolve. It is precisely for that reason that I make the same choice once more. Junior brother, I believe in you. Even after witnessing such a future, you will, as you have countless times before, hold fast to your true nature. Nagato turned to Konan. Konan, this is my own choice. I have infused all my reasons and explanations into your ring as a mental projection. This is my atonement. If you can, Konan, I want you to leave the Akatsuki. I want you to trust our junior brother. Nagato, you. Nagato's hands formed the ox and snake seals, his voice trembling as he began, Outer Path Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. In Konoha, people mourned their departed loved one's grief and despair, shrouding the village. The fifth Hokage Tsunade was teetering from chakra exhaustion. From the center of the ruins, a colossal king of hell statue rose within a deep crater, its massive mouth agape towards the sky as streams of jade-green light poured forth. Tens of thousands of specks of light swirled over Konoha like young swallows before descending to find their targets. The emerald light emanated a life-giving aura clinging to the bodies of the deceased. One by one, the names confirmed as dead were being struck off the list. Kakashi Hitaki's eyes flew open. The scene before him was almost too much to believe. The experience of being resurrected was so surreal that even someone as seasoned and knowledgeable as him felt disoriented. Katsuyu crawled out from his shoulders, speaking in a gentle tone, Kakashi-sama, it seems you too have been revived. Is everyone in the village all right? Yes, it was Naruto who returned. He defeated pain, and then convinced the one controlling pain. Finally, that person used a jutsu to bring everyone back. Kakashi listened, his eyes curving into crescents. He pulled his headband down over his left eye, saying, if it's Naruto, then anything is possible. Nagato lowered his hands. The overexertion of his chakra had worsened his already fragile condition. His once vibrant red hair had turned pale and brittle. He breathed heavily, his voice low. Junior brother, after I die, I want you to take my Rinnegan. This time I hope I can be one of those standing behind you, just like those who believe in you and always support you. I want to see your peace through your eyes, to see your future. Grief flickered in Konan's eyes as she listened, but then she looked at Naruto, disbelief flashing across her face. To think he could change Nagato to the point where Nagato would go this far for him. This kid is truly remarkable. Senior brother. Naruto interrupted. Having been Hokage, I've come across many secrets. When the Otsutsuki attacked, and we were on the brink of extinction, the entire shinobi world united. Many of the techniques I use now were learned during that time. The Uzumaki clan possess a sealing technique that can freeze all the physical states of the target, effectively stopping time. However, this, all states, does not include the target's consciousness. If applied to an injured person, they would endure endless agony. This sealing jutsu was once used by the Uzumaki clan for interrogation. Similarly, senior brother, if you trust me enough, I will seal you with this technique. I promise I will bring you back. Nagato was taken aback, then offered a faint smile. Junior brother, I have already. Senior brother, if you wish to see this future, why not see it with your own eyes, eh? If I were to be so presumptuous as to assume that the world I see is the only world you could see, how would I be any different from Madara Uchiha? Humbly speaking, I have already created many miracles. Senior brother, trust me this once, and I will surely create a miracle for you. And not only do I promise you peace for the hidden rain, but I also promise you a place in the new world for you, sister Konan and brother Yahiko. Nagato's pupils dilated slightly. You speak of. Then smiling he said to Naruto, since my junior brother has come this far, how could I possibly not believe you? He raised his hands to his eyes and removed his Rinnegan. Nagato, you. Konan began. Konan, my mind is made up. This pair of Rinnegan should prove useful to you. Junior brother, perform that jutsu on me. Senior brother, thank you. Senior brother, thank you. Naruto Uzumaki created several shadow clones and, guided by memory, inscribed sealing arrays across the entire mountainside, engraving the ritual platform and binding formations with meticulous precision. 7 kunai were embedded at the 7 cardinal points of the formation, their handles wreathed in eerie ice-blue flames. The sealing technique consisted of interlocking foundational arrays, freezing the target's physical body, soul, mind, chakra, memories, perception, and consciousness, then sealing them entirely within the subject's own being. Konan's eyes widened in awe. Such an extraordinarily intricate sealing art. Its rank and efficacy must rival even the demonic statue's own containment jutsu. Just how much more does he truly know? And after verifying every seal one final time, Naruto Uzumaki retained only 5 clones and turned to Konan. Senior sister, even now, I lack sufficient strength to fully activate this technique. I require your assistance. Understood. What must I do? And it mirrors the method used to seal tailed beasts into the outer path giant statue. You must activate each seal in precise sequence. Very well, I'll take charge of this one. And Konan strode to the nearest kunai and positioned herself beside it. And then let us begin, now. As Konan and 6 of Naruto's clones channeled chakra into the array, the sprawling seals surged to life, spreading across Nagato Uzumaki's body in dense spiraling patterns. That spiral coiled like a clock, whose tick marks widened incrementally. When its circuit finally closed, Nagato's fading vitality was locked deep within his flesh. To all outward appearances, he lay motionless, a corpse devoid of breath, pulse, or spirit. Transmigration across the shore. And at the moment the technique reached completion, Naruto's clones dissolved into wisps of smoke, and his original body collapsed onto the earth. Konan too stood utterly spent. After a brief moment to steady himself, Naruto rose and said to Konan, Senior sister, I have enveloped this entire area in natural energy. Nothing here can be perceived or sensed from beyond its boundary. You mean, and precisely. Black Zetsu, the mastermind behind a millennium-long conspiracy, has just suffered a critical intelligence blind spot. I will leave one clone disguised as senior brother Nagato's corpse. Once you carry him back, Uchiha Obito will inevitably seek you out. Do you intend to eliminate him outright? And, truthfully, he is ultimately another victim of deception, a tragic figure. Moreover, he remains a vital piece in my future arrangements. If possible, I will only severely wound him. Still, senior sister, you need not fear. Should matters reach that precipice, I shall show no mercy whatsoever. As he spoke, Naruto retrieved from his pack a uniquely shaped trident-like kunai, its handle engraved with the classical Chinese characters, Sword of Shinobi Love, and bearing a swirling Uzumaki crest on its reverse. Senior sister, this is my Flying Thunder God kunai. Should Obito arrive, simply channel chakra into it. I will appear instantly. This isn't the 4th Hokage's. And Naruto scratched his head with a light-hearted grin. Correct. But I've modified my father's design 3-edged blade geometry for greater close-quarters versatility. The trade-off? Higher risk of self-injury. And truth be told, I forged it hastily, so its craftsmanship lacks refinement. Please bear with it, senior sister Konan. Gazing at the slightly rough-hewn kunai in her palm, then up at Naruto's earnest, boyish smile, Konan raised her left hand. The sky filled with fluttering paper fragments that swirled and coalesced into a single pristine bouquet. Bathed in golden sunlight, the white blossoms glowed with ethereal purity. At last the angel stepped forth from shadow. Though the full reason remains unclear to me, if Nagato chose to trust you, I trust you too, junior brother. Naruto accepted the bouquet, then summoned 2 clones, one assuming Nagato's likeness, the other mimicking Yahiko's features, and said to Konan, Senior sister, thank you. From here, everything rests in your hands. And Konan departed with the 2 clones. Naruto then dispelled the veil of natural energy, and casting a gaze both solemn and fathomless toward the dappled shadows beneath a nearby tree, walked slowly down the mountainside. To safeguard his secrets, Naruto had shrouded the battlefield entirely in natural energy. Even during his battle against Nagato's true form, he revealed only Sage Mode and Nine-Tails chakra, concealing all other abilities with deliberate restraint. Following the path etched in memory, Naruto returned toward Konoha, and at last sensed Kakashi Hatake racing toward him. A quiet tremor stirred within him. The ache of homecoming mingled with sorrow. In the future, his teacher Kakashi would stand alone against the incomprehensible foe Momoshiki Otsutsuki, shielding Naruto and Boruto with a sacrifice so absolute it defied mortal comprehension. Kakashi's words, spoken as he charged forward to intercept the enemy, still echoed in Naruto's heart. Well, I've died once before. Last time you saved me, Naruto. This time, just save me again. After all, a teacher must always retreat after his students. Naruto clenched his fists, resolve hardening like tempered steel, then broke into a sprint, flinging himself into Kakashi's arms with fierce, unreserved embrace. Kakashi, startled, yet tender, accepted the embrace. Sensing the weight behind it, he smiled softly and returned the hug. What's wrong, Naruto? Didn't you win? No, nothing, Kakashi-sensei. Nothing at all. And Naruto lifted his head, his expression shifting effortlessly back into its familiar carefree mask. Let's hurry back to the village. Beneath the mountain where Nagato had lain hidden deep in the shade of a great tree, a carnivorous pitcher plant rose silently from the earth, its twin leaves gaping open like a crocodile's jaws, revealing a grotesque, half-black, half-white, humanoid figure nestled within. The white half spoke first. Damn it, that Ninetales brat is stronger than anticipated. He even defeated Nagato. And the black half added, voice dripping with venom, another useful pawn lost. Cursed Naruto, Uzumaki. We must return to Obito at once, to reclaim the Rinnegan. Sasuke has already set out to hunt the Eight Tails. Results should be imminent. Let us see how this Ninetales vessel intends to survive. That Jinchuriki sealed the entire battlefield using natural energy. Our only reliable intel comes from the toads of Miyaboka Mountain Sage Art and Ninetales Chakra. A devious little fox. Enough. Let us depart for Obito without delay. In with that, the two figures sank soundlessly back into the earth, vanishing into the distance. As Naruto and Kakashi entered, Konoha villagers formed a solemn welcoming procession. Yet Naruto, unlike Kakashi's expectation, did not exult. Calm and composed, he moved quietly through the crowd and asked Sakura Haruno, Sakura-chan, where is Granny Tsunade? Taken aback by the question, Sakura paused, then replied, voice subdued, Shisho exhausted her chakra, shielding the village during Pain's assault. She's been weakened ever since. Thank you, Sakura-chan. Please lead me to her. When Naruto found Tsunade Senju, she appeared aged beyond years. Her once lustrous skin dull and desiccated, her posture slack, with fatigue, her spirit dimmed by chakra depletion. Noticing Naruto's arrival, she weakly raised a hand in greeting, only for him to step forward and gently clasp hers. In that instant, Naruto channeled Ninetales chakra, vibrant crimson energy, surging over his body like living armor. Gasps erupted. Kakashi flashed between them, hands braced to separate them, shouting, Naruto, what's happening? Kakashi-sensei, everyone, please don't worry. Ninetales chakra possesses regenerative power. It strengthens life force and mends the body. I'm healing Granny Tsunade right now. Yes, everyone relax. This chakra harms me not. It truly heals. And Tsunade, now fully lucid, spoke urgently to calm the crowd. Simultaneously, Naruto's memories, and the future he carried, unfolded along his chakra stream, flooding Tsunade's consciousness. She witnessed the fourth shinobi world war, titanic shinobi clashing like gods, among them her grandfather's towering silhouette. She felt the primal dread radiating from a monstrous ten-tailed beast, its grotesque form twisting in the sky. She watched the blood-red moon blaze with light fiercer than the sun itself. She saw pale-skinned extraterrestrial beings raise their hands toward the azure and white planet, exuding crushing cosmic authority with mere gesture. She beheld true deities descend, whose very breath summoned cataclysms. She gazed upon a world reduced to ruin, and fixed upon the final haunting image, emerald light shimmering in the eyes of a youth who bore Naruto's face. The torrent of visions and chakra overwhelmed Tsunade. She swayed, then steadied herself, drawing residual chakra into her forehead seal. Instantly her skin regained luminosity, her posture straightened, youth reborn in her veins. Absorbing Naruto's revelations, and cross-referencing them with his demonstrated powers during the battle with Pain, she dismissed the absurd notion that he might be another millennia-deep schemer like Black Zetsu. Instead, she chose belief. If his chakra can transmit such truths, then perhaps I may reciprocate. And, Granny Tsunade, can you hear me? Oh yes. Is all this real? Tsunade urgently queried within their shared mental space. Absolutely real. Had my son Boruto not granted me this second chance, we would already be beyond salvation. Indeed, such enemies surpass even the limits of my imagination. And then her tone shifted. So, what do you plan next? Granny, I wish to meet the slug sage. Mastering the sage arts of the three great shrines is my first step. Agreed. I'll vouch for you personally. Whether the sage grants you entry to the Shikatsu forest, however, rests solely with her will. Thank you, Granny. One more request. I ask your cooperation in luring Danzo Shimura outside the village. You intend to act against him? Not I, but Sasuke Uchiha. Danzo serves as the anchor keeping Sasuke's rage in check. I'll depart the village shortly. If Sasuke arrives during my absence, our position becomes untenable. I trust you understand. Compared to that old man's atrocities, death is far too merciful a fate. As 5th Hokage, Tsunade had endured Danzo's manipulations more than once. His rigid dogma and moral corruption had long festered like rot in the village's heart. Though her station forbade overt vengeance, she'd long yearned to purge those decaying elders. And now if Sasuke could serve as her scalpel, she welcomed the chance to excise Konoha's festering wounds. They swiftly devised a coordinated strategy. After Tsunade retaught Naruto the mystical palm technique and the 100 heel style, he withdrew from the mental realm. Their inner dialogue had lasted but a breath, yet when they opened their eyes no one detected the exchange. At that precise moment commotion erupted outside the infirmary door, followed by an impatient sharp knock. Naruto and Tsunade exchanged a glance, subtle, knowing, and faintly amused. In unison their thoughts converged. He's arrived. Just as expected. The commotion outside drew the attention of those inside, and all eyes turned to the door. With a bang, Shimura Danzo, wearing his perpetually grim expression, pushed open the door, showing no respect for the Hokage. Lord Hokage, you have recovered. Apologies, we failed to stop the advisor. The Umbu outside expressed surprise at Senju Tsunade's recovery, and quickly offered their apology. How did you recover? When did you recover? Shimura Danzo, seeing Senju Tsunade awake, was also visibly surprised, but quickly regained his composure, and immediately challenged her. Senju Tsunade, is this the village you claim to protect, as Hokage? The advisor is truly concerned about me. Before my chakra was depleted, I promptly arranged for the Umbu to seal the news, yet Lord Danzo knew of it at once. Senju Tsunade spoke with nonchalance. Undeterred by her retort, Shimura Danzo refused to be drawn into her rhythm. Instead, he rapped his cane sharply and raised his voice. Do not evade the issue. I am now asking you on behalf of an ordinary villager, is this the village you protect, as Hokage? At that moment, Shimura Danzo, once again shamelessly standing on the high ground of the village's interests, pressed his inquiry. Senju Tsunade addressed him directly by name, countering, without hesitation, Shimura Danzo, where was Root when pain invaded? I repeat, do not. A thunderous boom erupted as Tsunade unleashed her monstrous strength. The sheer force of her chakra shattered the ground, cutting off Danzo's words. The healing and enhancement from the Ninetales chakra had fully replenished the Een seal. Though her mental state was still poor, her physical condition was even stronger than before. Answer my question. Where was Root? Apparently caught off guard by Tsunade's direct, almost confrontational retaliation, Shimura Danzo froze for an instant before responding, with visible irritation, Senju Tsunade. How dare you? Boom. An even more powerful surge of chakra burst forth. Cracks crawled up the walls, and the entire building teetered on the verge of collapse. Everyone in the room, except Uzumaki Naruto, clearly had not anticipated the situation escalating to such a degree. They dared not even breathe loudly. Shimura Danzo, unable to remain calm, roared inwardly. Where does she get the audacity? How dare she do this? But he dare not show it. His tone softened slightly as he replied, during Pain's invasion, Root was guarding the village's vital areas to prevent the leakage of critical intelligence. By vital areas, do you mean the headquarters of Root and your private residence, Shimura Danzo? The truth laid bare. The assembled ninjas felt a wave of revulsion. Danzo sensed the shift in their gazes. His face flushed, and he pointed at Tsunade, his mouth opening and closing. You. Tsunade continued. And even with that many Root operatives, what did you actually protect? Isn't the Root headquarters now nothing but rubble? Shimura Danzo, let me make this clear. I know exactly why you've come. The position of Hokage has never been for the cowardly, the hypocritical, or the incompetent. And right now, I am the Hokage. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing point. Hearing these unabashed accusations, a direct insult to Danzo's face, even he was visibly stunned. A snicker broke the silence. Someone finally reacted, and without restraint a laugh escaped, shattering the tension. The others gradually came to their senses. Danzo's complexion shifted from sallow to green, then to purple, then to black, finally settling into a purplish red like that of a suffocating pig. The Root, shinobi anger burning in their eyes, drew kunai and assumed combat stances. In response, the Umbu, Kakashi Sakura, and the medical ninja stepped forward, forming a line before the Hokage, facing Danzo and Root head-on. You. At that moment, Shimura Danzo's single eye seemed to blaze with literal fire. Hearing those familiar words, seeing the faint mockery and amusement in Tsunade's eyes, his blood boiled. He nearly tore off his bandages, itching to attack directly. Yet to Danzo's surprise, Tsunade took a step back. Her voice lowered. But the village's losses this time are too great. As Hokage, I cannot escape responsibility. In due time, I will resign from the position of Hokage and recommend Hatake Kakashi as the 6th Hokage of Konoha. This time, not only Danzo, but everyone in the room was shocked. Hatake Kakashi himself was instantly thrust from a mere bystander into the center of the storm. Lord Hokage, I'm afraid. Lord Hokage, this is. Everyone began speaking at once, each person finding it utterly unbelievable. However, Shimura Danzo noticed that the usually volatile Ninetales Jinchuriki was sitting quietly beside Tsunade, showing no reaction to her words. He sensed something amiss. This slight incongruity drove him to activate Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan to observe. Under the Mangekyo Sharingan's vision, he saw the Ninetales Jinchuriki's chakra flowing through physical contact into Tsunade's brain. This instantly reminded him of an A-rank Jinjutsu recorded in the Scroll of Seals, the Phantom Mind Control technique. The principle of this technique is that the caster, through physical contact, deeply merges their chakra with the target's, stimulating the cerebral cortex's neural centers, thereby turning the target into a puppet with every action and word controlled by the caster. This technique is difficult to learn and has almost no practical combat application. However, if mastered by special individuals such as a high-ranking official's personal guard or attendant, it could potentially cause catastrophic damage to the Fire Country and Konoha. Hence it was sealed in the Scroll of Seals. At this moment Shimura Danzo believed he had grasped the truth. Connecting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's terrifying combat power today, the revival of the villagers, and Tsunade's unusual behavior, he pieced everything together. Whatever he had concocted in his mind, a cold sweat beaded on Danzo's forehead. Though he had brought many men out of caution, though he possessed both Wood Release and the Sharingan to counter the Tailed Beast, though he had the trump cards of Kodoame Tsukumi and Izanagi if he attacked, now given the distance between them, he might not have the chance to unseal his power. And if he removed his bandages in the village, he would lose any chance of becoming Hokage. No, I must not act rashly. I need to probe while preserving myself. I must not give the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki a reason to strike. Shimura Danzo mused inwardly. Thus he spoke with extreme caution. Senju Tsunade, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's power today does not match the records. This could cause problems for future mission assignments and stipend disbursements. Do you agree to let me take him for a re-registration? Using the pretext of shinobi information registration, he ostensibly asked Tsunade, but was actually probing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's attitude. Oh, of course. Naruto, if you want to become Hokage, you must clearly demonstrate your Kaga-level strength in the records to convince everyone. He agreed. What does this mean? Was it orchestrated by his backer? But if so, why recommend Kakashi? Has Kakashi also turned traitor? Impossible. My root has been watching every capable ninja in the village like hawks. Shimura Danzo was deeply puzzled. But then he noticed Naruto's simple, honest expression. Recalling his experiences from childhood to the present, an absurd idea formed in his mind. Could it be that living in isolation and darkness for too long, from doing foolish things to attract attention as a child, has gradually evolved into manipulating the Hokage to gain recognition? Very likely. He has deep feelings for Kakashi, so he appointed him as the next Hokage. Moreover, the Nine-Tails power itself is negative and dark. It must be that his twisted psyche now resonates with the Nine-Tails chakra, granting him this power. If that's the case, I can use Kodoame Tsukumi to control the Nine-Tails, thereby manipulate Tsunade and seize the Hokage's seat. Thus a new sinister plan began to take shape in Danzo's mind, and he even forgot Tsunade's earlier mockery. It will take a bit more time to gather all root members. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto, his expression slightly softening. I'll come pick you up the day after tomorrow, to take you on your final journey. Danzo thought a glint of cruelty in his eyes. After Shimura Danzo left, Senju Tsunade did not exchange a single word with anyone. She impatiently shooed everyone out of the room. Only when her eyes met Uzumaki Naruto's did she give a subtle wink. He took the bait. Once everyone had gone, Tsunade set up a silencing barrier in the room. Uzumaki Naruto emerged from the shadows, revealing the pale blue diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. Granny Tsunade, our teamwork is flawless, as always. How, you little rascal, you're getting craftier. Oh, the Een seal is already formed. Granny, I already studied it systematically in my past life. I just needed a bit of time to accumulate chakra. Alright. If Sakura heard that, she'd definitely want to beat you to death. Hee, then let's begin. And are you sure a clone can fool Shimura Danzo? That old dog is unusually cautious. Don't worry, Granny. My shadow clone is an improved version. Frankly speaking, even if you punch it, it won't dissipate. Good. Then let's start. Senju Tsunade used the summoning technique to summon a small slug. After explaining the situation, the slug transformed into a scroll. Tsunade unrolled the scroll and beckoned Naruto to inscribe his name within it. Thus, the Shikatsu Forest finally welcomed its third individual capable of summoning slugs and qualifying to learn the Shikatsu Forest Sage Art. They were Uzumaki Naruto, Senju Tsunade, and Senju Hashirama. The first name inscribed on the Shikatsu Forest contract scroll immediately caught Uzumaki Naruto's attention. Seeing this, Senju Tsunade spoke up. After grandfather pacified the war-torn era, he traveled far beyond the village, and when he returned, he brought with him the sage arts heritage of the Shikatsu Forest. As for me, when I was very young, grandfather said that even after searching through every person in the entire village, not even Uchiha Madara possessed the capability to inherit the power of the Shikatsu Forest. However, I too resonated with the power of the Shikatsu Forest, so grandfather recorded my name in the contract scroll, enabling me to summon slugs into battle. But I was not suited to learn the Shikatsu Forest Sage Arts myself, so the Sage Mode was lost after grandfather's passing. I had planned to add Sakura to the contract scroll soon, but you brat got ahead of me. Senju Tsunade said to Uzumaki Naruto with a smile. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and replied, Granny, then don't tell Sakura for now. I don't want to take a punch. We'll see how you behave. As she spoke, Tsunade closed the contract scroll, which reverted back into the form of a small slug. She informed the slug that Uzumaki Naruto wished to learn Sage Arts, and the little slug responded in a voice. Alright. Once I return, I shall perform the reverse summoning to bring you both over. Uzumaki Naruto left behind 4 shadow clones. One transformed into Tsunade's likeness, while the other 2 concealed themselves within the shadows of the room. After everything was prepared, the 2 were whisked away in a puff of smoke. The jarring sensation of long-distance spatial displacement washed over them once more, but they recovered in an instant to behold the magnificent forest before them. Even the slimmest of the trees stood hundreds of meters tall, rising upon the plains like mountains. The taller ones stretched far beyond the limits of their sight, like colossal pillars supporting the heavens. The upper halves of these giant trees bore the normal appearance of foliage unfurling verdant leaves, while their lower halves resembled bone, pale and skeletal, with roots half buried in the earth like a mass grave upon a battlefield. Within the most massive of these trees sat a slug so gigantic that it defied all verbal description. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, Naruto could not even glimpse its full form in a single glance. Little Tsunade, little Naruto, come over directly. A gentle, tranquil voice echoed directly in their ears, akin to a young maiden whispering softly beside them. Stop being so awestruck. Let's go. Oh. Naruto snapped back to his senses and quickly followed Tsunade to meet the slug sage. Standing before the slug sage, the overwhelming sense of awe intensified. Sensing the vast, boundless natural energy within her, oceanic and torrential, Naruto was reminded of the great toad sage he had met before. It was the same feeling of helplessness and lamentation a human faces before a natural disaster. Slug sage, this is the one beside me who wishes to learn the sage mode of the Shikatsu forest. Oh, so this is little Naruto. Of course you may. I will absorb you into my body shortly. You will perceive the natural energy contained within my internal acid, then channel that power to strengthen your physical energy, and in doing so forge Senjutsu chakra. But be careful. You must locate the traces of natural energy within the acid in time and achieve a perfect 1:1 ratio between natural energy and physical energy. If it's too little, you won't enter sage mode. If too much, you'll lose control and turn into a slug. Hearing that the slug sage showed not a single hint of hesitation or consideration, Senju Tsunade was momentarily at a loss. She quickly asked, Sage-sama, don't you need to assess whether he's even suited for the Shikatsu forest sage mode? Isn't this art extremely demanding and dangerous? Shouldn't we make some preparations before letting him begin? Granny Tsunade, don't worry. The sage surely has her own considerations. Exactly. I've already observed that little Naruto's chakra and constitution are the most suited to learning the Shikatsu forest sage arts, even more so than the Mount Myaboku arts, because the power here emphasizes the augmentation of physical strength through yang release. Moreover, little Naruto is one of the most gifted humans I have ever seen when it comes to learning sage arts. His affinity for natural energy could only be matched by little Hashirama and a few others who live in the myths of mankind. Hearing this, Senju Tsunade said no more, merely telling Uzumaki Naruto, be careful. Uzumaki Naruto walked slowly toward the slug sage, then turned his head with confidence and said to Tsunade, don't worry, Granny Tsunade. I'll definitely be out soon. His voice gradually faded as he was swallowed into the slug sage's body. Little Tsunade rest for a while. Alright. At this time, currents of unrest stirred beneath the surface within Konohagakure. Reconstruction had fallen into order under the coordination of Nara Shikaku and others, while Senju Tsunade had vanished from public view following the battle against Pain. Upon returning to the root headquarters, Shimura Danzo immediately issued orders for all root operatives stationed outside the village to return at top speed, while simultaneously placing Naruto under the highest level of covert surveillance. Hatake Kakashi, entrusted by Senju Tsunade as the 6th Hokage, remained at the epicenter of the storm. The populace, noticing Tsunade's continued absence from public view, began to question his legitimacy. At first, Hatake Kakashi was somewhat flustered, but after pondering for a while, he recalled Tsunade's demeanor on that day and seemed to grasp the truth. He withstood the interrogation and began managing the village with an iron fist. Of the 5 shadow clones Uzumaki Naruto left in Konohagakure, 1 continued to impersonate him to keep Shimura Danzo in check. Another, disguised as Tsunade, remained in the village as a contingency, while a 3rd traveled to the Land of Rain, lurking on the outskirts of Amigakure to monitor any internal stirrings. The remaining 2 sped toward the Land of Lightning. At the Cloud Valley Falls in the Land of Lightning, the once serene landscape had been torn asunder by horrific explosions, the chaotic colors resembling tattered cloth. In the center of the lake lay a badly wounded tailed beast, its condition no better than that of the Hawk Squad members. Suigetsu's chakra was nearly depleted, his liquefied form barely holding together. Yugo had half his body blasted away, Karen's back bore a charred wound reeking of burnt flesh, and Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan wept tears of blood, his robes riddled with damage. So this is the power of a tailed beast. Formidable indeed. Uchiha Sasuke murmured, his body trembling slightly from the pain in his eyes. So this is what Itachi felt. This pain. I will make every person in Konoha feel it. A village of naive villagers who know nothing of the weight of peace does not deserve to enjoy it. The 8 tails in the center of the lake gradually retracted into Killer Bee's body. Uchiha Sasuke struggled to straighten his battered form, sealed it into a scroll, contacted Zetsu, and handed the scroll over. I've done what you asked. Tell that masked man that it's time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. The arrogant Uchiha Sasuke beaten to such a state. Truly a satisfying sight, ah. White Zetsu sneered mockingly as he departed. Uchiha Sasuke, however, had no mind for conversation. He sat in place to rest for a while, regrouped the Hawk Squad, and began to recuperate, setting his vengeful sights upon Danzo and Konohagakure. The two shadow clones of Uzumaki Naruto heading to the land of lightning utilized continuous lightning release body flicker techniques, reaching the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning in a single day. They then split up, one heading to Kumogakure to await the fourth Reikage, while the other used the resonance between tailed beast powers to locate the 8 tails. White Zetsu handed the scroll containing the sealed 8 tails to Uchiha Obito, but upon unsealing it, all that emerged was an octopus tentacle. This fool! Uchiha Obito snarled in fury. However, he quickly regained his composure and instructed Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, never mind. Go retrieve the Rinnegan first. A chilling spatial vortex swirled, swallowing his body, and the dark room fell back into dead silence. Within the Shikatsu forest, inside the body of the slug sage, Uzumaki Naruto was enduring excruciating agony. The acid within the slug sage's body seared his flesh relentlessly, while her innate healing abilities continuously mended his wounds. The sage arts of the Shikatsu forest are completely contrary to the slug sage's gentle demeanor. This is way too brutal. Although Naruto had sensed the natural energy of the Shikatsu forest the moment he entered, and had begun channeling it to reinforce his physical body, the corrosive properties of the acid remained unchanged. The power potent enough to dissolve boulders gnawed at him relentlessly. Yet at the same time, Naruto felt his physical constitution growing stronger with each passing moment. The acid eroded his flesh, but it also forced his body through cycles of rebirth and refinement, drawing him ever closer to the Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode. The acid seeped into his very bones. The searing pain reaching into the depths of his soul forced a muffled groan from Uzumaki Naruto's throat. But he held his breath, hastening the influx of natural energy, allowing the power of the Shikatsu forest to penetrate from skin into muscle and etch itself into the marrow. Uzumaki Naruto had already unsealed the Yin seal, harnessing the strength of 100, the power of the 9 tails, his Uzumaki lineage, and the slug sage's power, 4 forces converging at once, to constantly drive cellular regeneration against the acid's onslaught. Meanwhile, the chakra hidden within his body and the power buried deep within his genes were awakened by the amplification of both physical energy and natural energy. At a certain moment, Naruto felt he was on the verge of complete dissolution. But the infusion of the Shikatsu forest's natural energy caused his physical augmentation to instantly outpace the acid's corrosive advancement, allowing him to withstand the absolute limits of the slug sage's internal acid. The ratio of physical energy to natural energy achieved a perfect 1:1, and natural energy was thus harmonized into his physical energy. Boom! A tremendous rumble echoed from within the slug sage. Senju Tsunade sprang to her feet, staring at the slug sage, but the great slug merely shifted her body rapidly, expelling Naruto from within. Senju Tsunade gazed at Uzumaki Naruto, the brown-red facial markings spreading from the corners of his eyes, extending in spiraling patterns to his temples, and branching finally along the bridge of his nose, with a ring centered on the Yin seal adorning his forehead. His irises turned amber, his pupils contracted into circular slits, all signs marking that Naruto had officially become the second Shikatsu Forest Sage after Senju Hashirama. Tsunade gazed at Naruto Uzumaki, a faint sense of absurdity stirring within her. This sage art, capable of aiding her grandfather in ending the age of chaos and unmatched across the heavens, had been mastered by Naruto in merely half a day. Sensing Tsunade's stunned silence, Naruto scratched his head and said with a grin, "Granny Tsunade, the sage art of Myaboka Mountain and that of Shikatsu Forest share the same essence. They both channel natural energy to forge sage chakra. That's why I picked it up so quickly. After all, I trained rigorously in Myaboka's sage art for 2 full weeks. Tsunade remained speechless, at a loss for words. Now, little Tsunade, don't dwell on such trivialities. Naruto, remember this: well before you fully master the Dragon's Lair Sage Mode, never overlay the Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode with that of Myaboka Mountain. Otherwise, you'll be utterly unable to balance bodily energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy, and risk petrification." Understood. Here are the Shikatsu Forest Sage Arts: Vajra, Divine Body, and Vitality Transcription. Maintain your Sage Mode and practice them diligently. Yes, Lady Slug Sage. Thank you very much. Outside the Rain Village, one of Naruto's shadow clones assumed the guise of an unremarkable Ronin clad in a black oiled paper raincoat, seated quietly inside a roadside inn. He had already spent half a day in Amigakure. With pain gone, surveillance over the village was no longer obstructed, yet its eerie calm signaled that Uchiha Obito had yet to arrive. He must still be preparing. My main body has already mastered the Shikatsu Forest Sage Art. Good, it grants me precious time. Obito likely hasn't even considered me yet. Let's give him quite the surprise. Boom. The explosion shattered Naruto's thoughts, and simultaneously he sensed the flying thunder god Kunai he'd entrusted to Konan flare to life. Countless paper fragments spiraled skyward from the tallest spire of Rain Village, sharpened edges glinting like lethal shuriken. Yet the masked man stood motionless, letting each blade pierce him without flinching. Konan narrowed her eyes at the masked figure. Against the dojutsu of Kamui's caliber, margin for error was virtually nil. Years of observation, and Pain's earlier warning about the illusionary lantern body, had led her to attempt increasing her 6 trillion explosive tags to over 12 trillion, hoping to overwhelm both Kamui and Izanagi. Yet even wealth could not surmount such scale. Despite frantic preparations, she had only reached 8 billion. I've already infused chakra into Naruto's kunai. At Flying Thunder God speed, he'll surely arrive shortly, and is likely already assessing the situation. This masked man absorbs himself far more slowly than other objects. I must create an opening for solidification. With that thought, Konan activated Paper Dance, her body dissolving into fluttering sheets that coiled around Obito like a whirlwind. Yet his stride never faltered. Vast torrents of paper surged toward the sea beside Rain Village. Countless paper spears and shurikens struck relentlessly, forcing him to remain in phase transit. A frigid spatial wind absorbed Konan's assault, weaving between phasing and intangibility. Unscathed, he advanced until he stood face to face with her. Paper swirled around Uchiha Obito like a tempest, yet his Sharingan's terrifying dynamic vision seized upon a single flaw amid the storm. In an instant, his hand shot forth and locked onto Konan's throat. The spatial compression generated a vortex that drew her paper into his Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet within that whirlwind, hidden among the sheets, lay countless explosive tags. Blinding crimson light erupted. A deafening detonation ignited within the paper storm. Obito dared not deactivate Kamui to shift into intangibility, for the split-second transition would leave him fatally exposed. Instead, he sustained the transmission, absorbing the blast shockwave directly into his eye. Yet as he endured the absorption through the dense curtain of paper, he glimpsed something utterly unforeseen. A trident-shaped Flying Thunder God kunai. Obito's vision blurred. Golden light flashed faster than reflex. When awareness returned, his perspective tumbled midair. He saw his own body, half its arm obliterated by the blast, its head severed cleanly by the kunai, and before it a towering figure cloaked in gold and crimson chakra, the legendary Uchiha Madara, decapitated. At that moment, Naruto's shadow clone stood fused in both Chibaku Sage Mode and Nine-Tails chakra cloak. Crimson cross-shaped pupils gleaming with eerie brilliance, blood-red aura extending outward to shield Konan from the blast devastation. Junior brother. I'm here, senior sister. I waited for the perfect opening before striking. Are you injured? No harm done. The timing was impeccable. Senior sister, stay vigilant. The battle isn't over. What comes next is the true second half. As if echoing Naruto's words, Obito's headless corpse and the severed skull plummeting through air dissolved like mist, leaving the prior moment feeling like a dream. Naruto watched silently back, turned to Konan and murmured, "This is the Uchiha clan's ultimate forbidden jutsu. The dreamlike technique that rewrites reality itself, Izanagi." Obito reappeared exactly where he'd stood moments before, his expression darkened with venom as he glared at Naruto. That golden-haired figure triggered deep unease. Even knowing it was a clone, his spine chilled. That man, the sole being who'd gravely wounded him after awakening his Mangekyo, remained unforgettable. Even now, Obito knew he'd have to endure a Rasengan head-on. "I admit, you've deceived everyone, Naruto Uzumaki. You're acting. I grant it full recognition." Naruto hesitated, whether to unmask Obito outright. But recalling Uchiha psychology, he judged revelation would only provoke desperate escalation. So he held back. Clenching fist to palm, he addressed the mask, half-shattered. "Calmly, there's no deception here. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I shall always scorn such despicable deceit. Sharp tongue indeed. Let's see what lies beneath it." Without pause, he lunged forward. Naruto and Konan hurled kunai and shuriken in rapid succession, each strike piercing Obito's form. They retreated while fighting, linked by Nine-Tails chakra clinging to Konan's body. Naruto whispered urgently, "Senior sister, within 5 minutes of Izanagi's activation, the caster cannot die, and Kamui's intangibility resets endlessly under Izanagi. For these 5 minutes, he'll fight fearlessly, ignoring all damage. Afterward, he retains phased penetration. Tread carefully, use clones for feints, not your real body for assaults. I'll rely on tools, not chakra, for disruption." Understood. Thus began their grueling duel. Empowered by Izanagi's reality-altering might, Obito charged without hesitation. Yet Naruto and Konan danced backward with uncanny agility. Naruto even wove unseen natural energy, so swift even the Sharingan couldn't track it, to disrupt Obito's rhythm. Obito's heart sank deeper with every exchange. Ninjutsu combat, bound by mortal limits, thrived on information asymmetry, and these two clearly knew him intimately, having prepared meticulously against his very nature. Worse, Naruto had just demonstrated the Flying Thunder God technique before his eyes. He'd even contemplated retreating to absorb himself into Kamui's space via long-range attacks. But each attempt was foiled. Naruto teleported from unexpected angles, severing his head with a kunai before he could complete the transition, forcing Izanagi to revert him to his last save point. Damn it, why am I holding back? I am immortal now. Fury surged, sparked by his own involuntary dread upon seeing in Naruto the ghost of Minato Namikaze. With a roar, he charged anew. Izanagi has 2.5 minutes left. I must eliminate one of them first. He memorized every kunai's location, knowing Flying Thunder God leaps induced brief rigidity. and launched another fearless charge, amplifying fire release with spatial distortion winds. Fire release tempest dance. Whirling serpents of flame engulfed Naruto, but he recognized the attack as diversion. The true strike targeted Konan. Still he made no move to evade, letting fire consume him whole. Perfect opportunity. Obito, seeing Naruto forego flying thunder god evasion, withheld follow-up tactics, and instantly phased behind Konan, gripping her shoulder. A chilling spatial wind rose, drawing several paper sheets into his hollow blackened eye sockets. His absorption speed had vastly improved since the Ninetales rampage, but still lagged behind instantaneous spacetime techniques like Flying Thunder God. Naruto teleported instantly to the Flying Thunder God mark embedded in Konan's robe. Kunai aimed straight for Obito's throat. Obito chose ruthlessness, refusing to expend Izanagi to interrupt the spacetime transfer. Meanwhile, spatial turbulence disrupted Naruto's strike. Instead of decapitation, only half his neck was severed. Obito successfully banished Naruto. Victory secured. Now all he needed was to kill Konan, to locate the Rinnegan, and eradicate the Ninetales within Kamui's space. Though grievously wounded, activating Izanagi now would restore him, but also return Naruto to reality. Yet his Hashirama cells pulsed with overwhelming vitality. Combined with White Zetsu, full recovery to peak condition was assured. Naruto, damn it you. Ha ha ha, I've won. No matter how hard you strive, this is the end. You bastard, release him now. Konan snapped, voice raw with fury. Release him? I won't release him, not ever. And if you dare kill me outright, no one will ever retrieve him from that dimension again. Obito erupted into manic laughter, mad, unhinged. Today brought unparalleled triumph. He'd claimed the Rinnegan and vanquished the Ninetales. Then as suddenly as it began, his mirth vanished. His voice hardened into glacial ice. Enough. Though you betrayed Akatsuki, I ask once more, why did you betray us? Have you forgotten Yahiko's original vow? Konan met Obito's gaze, resolve and determination blazing in her eyes. She trusted Naruto would escape that dimension, but yielding now would place them both at fatal disadvantage. She spoke firmly. Then I'll answer your question. I realized after meeting Naruto that he is light. Paper swirled around her, assembling into a single hand. She extended it toward Obito, voice cold and unwavering. In a world without light, flowers can only wither. The ocean parted where Obito stood. Gravity pulled him downward as he stared in shock at the twin waterfalls formed entirely of paper. No, it's not paper. This sea was forged entirely from explosive tags. Konan raised her hand, commanding the sea. Release Naruto, or these 12-minute detonating tags will nullify every remaining second of your Izanagi and Kamui. Obito's heart plummeted. Even sacrificing his Mangekyo to activate a fresh Izanagi after Kamui expired, plus the residual duration of his current Izanagi, would precisely equal 12 minutes. Cold sweat broke across his brow. Was surrendering his Mangekyo unavoidable? But resolve crystallized instantly. No? The Moon Eye plan is paramount. I'll transplant Madara's Rinnegan instead. So your choice is made. Then let it begin. Konan aimed her hand at Obito. 1,000 paper cranes soared toward the explosive sea, trailing lethal sparks. Obito clutched the shattered half-mask in his fist, mind seething. That accursed woman. I'll make her pay dearly. Yet at that very instant a golden figure materialized before Konan, halting the crane mid-flight. Naruto smiled gently at Konan. Senior Sister Konan, such a strategic resource should be saved for stronger foes ahead. Leave this to me. Senior Sister Xiaonan, such a strategic resource should be reserved for more formidable foes. Entrust it to me now. Naruto, how did you? In Naruto Uzumaki. This is impossible. In Naruto Uzumaki activated Earth Release lightweight rock technique, levitating midair, before turning to face Obito Uchiha and gazing down upon him. In Madara Uchiha, what you just absorbed was merely a shadow clone. That's impossible. I struck him countless times in Humph. You've already suffered grievously from my father's refined Flying Thunder God technique. Why doubt that I could likewise refine the shadow clone technique? Evil Hashirama Senju, in Senior Sister Xiaonan, conceal this, see once more. Let this become the battlefield where I confront Obito. Very well. Xiaonan hesitated briefly, yet seeing Naruto Uzumaki's unwavering confidence, she chose to trust him. Obito Uchiha watched as twin waterfalls surged toward him. Under the influence of Xiaonan's paper person technique, the explosive tags dissolved into droplets, and the ocean engulfed him. Obito Uchiha surfaced while Naruto Uzumaki stood calmly atop the water's surface, slowly forming opposing hand seals. Obito Uchiha ignored the seals entirely. He charged straight at Naruto Uzumaki, who without retreating drew his Flying Thunder God Kunai, and met him head-on. Before their first clash, Naruto Uzumaki hurled the Flying Thunder God Kunai ahead, piercing cleanly through Obito Uchiha's skull unimpeded, and soaring past to embed itself behind him. As if recalling some unbearable memory, Obito Uchiha made no move to counter Naruto's strike. Instead, he let him pass straight through his body. They exchanged positions mid-air and lunged toward each other again. Naruto Uzumaki repeated his maneuver, launching the kunai, while Obito Uchiha reached directly for Naruto's chest. In response, Naruto Uzumaki formed a Rasengan and his right hand teleported to the kunai's location, spun midair, and slammed the spiraling sphere downward upon Obito Uchiha. Yet Obito Uchiha was not in his corporeal state. Naruto Uzumaki plummeted through him unimpeded once more. Obito Uchiha twisted his torso sharply, spinal vertebrae straining to the brink, then seized Naruto Uzumaki's ankle with his left hand. His Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui activated, instantly attempting to draw Naruto Uzumaki into his right eye, but Naruto Uzumaki vanished in a puff of smoke. In Accursed Hashirama, another Naruto Uzumaki materialized instantly before Obito Uchiha, and drove a kunai deep into his temple. His form flickered, then reappeared precisely where he had first emerged. In these accursed shadow clones, indestructible upon impact, swift, hyperreactive, indistinguishable. What weakness do they possess? Obito Uchiha was fraying at the edges. His Izanagi's duration had less than 30 seconds remaining, yet the stalemate persisted. Even interference from his Mangekyo Sharingan proved utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, relying solely on the Flying Thunder God technique and Shadow Clone technique, had reduced Obito Uchiha to little more than a whirling dervish of desperation. Neither technique inherently surpassed Kamui in rank, yet refined by the fourth Hokage and further perfected by Naruto Uzumaki, amplified by his inexplicably superior reflexes. These two arts fused into something greater than their sum, a synergy transcending mere arithmetic. Damn it all, where is the breakthrough? If only my left eye's Kamui were here now. Under Shao Nan's paper person technique, Naruto Uzumaki's Flying Thunder God kunai and marked shuriken became utterly undetectable, while his clones multiplied relentlessly, each demanding immediate attention. Cold sweat beaded upon Obito Uchiha's brow. He had no idea how to counter Naruto Uzumaki. They exchanged feints and strikes several more times. Within 1 minute, Naruto Uzumaki killed Obito Uchiha twice, while Obito Uchiha expended 3 of Naruto's clones. As Naruto Uzumaki severed Obito Uchiha's head for the 3rd time, the single Rinnegan's Izanagi expired. In Madara Uchiha, I believe further testing serves no purpose. Let us dispense with pretense and reveal our true strength. Precisely what I intended. Naruto Uzumaki clapped his hands together, natural energy converging, his face transforming into the visage of the Toad Sage of Myobokuzen. Within Seal released an incomprehensible surge of power erupted from within him, overwhelming chakra and monstrous physical force detonated across the entire sea, sending concentric tidal waves radiating outward from his center. Obito Uchiha's right Mangekyo Sharingan flared wide, the black shuriken pattern swirling violently within its depths, blood vessels webbing across his sclera, as immense ocular power and chakra surged forth. Azure chakra flames roared around his body, expanding rapidly until coalescing into a towering armored half-body warrior clad in the regalia of a Tengu. Simultaneously, razor-sharp wooden branches exploded from his right side, piercing his own flesh in a grotesque cascade of blood and tissue. Their chakra collided, triggering cataclysmic tsunamis. Shao Nan withdrew completely from the battlefield. This scale of combat had long since transcended mortal limits. Perhaps only the fully empowered Pain could ever hope to intervene. This visage, is it Hashirama Senju's Sage Mode? Madara's intelligence dossier described this power. This force even Madara feared. How has it manifested in him? Has he truly encountered Hashirama Senju? Obito Uchiha analyzed Naruto Uzumaki's new form, but Naruto granted him no respite, vanishing instantly from sight. Obito Uchiha recoiled in shock. He'd just recognized it wasn't Flying Thunder God. Yet his right Mangekyo Sharingan's unparalleled motion vision caught a blurred figure materializing behind his right flank. Before he could react, his body, and the entire Susanoo, was kicked skyward with devastating force. The impact shattered across the Susanoo's frame and detonated against the sea below, unleashing a colossal wave. Only then did the deafening sonic boom arrive, trailing the kick itself. Kamui's spatial penetration remained active, but only for himself. The Susanoo retained full physical substance. In what manner of strength, what velocity is this? He glanced at the Susanoo's lower back. Its Tengu armor there had been obliterated, exposing raw muscle beneath. Obito Uchiha flooded his eyes with chakra, restoring the Susanoo to full integrity. Several Kamui shuriken appeared in his grasp, while his Mangekyo Sharingan's motion perception sharpened to its absolute apex, fixing relentlessly upon Naruto Uzumaki's every movement. A sonic boom erupted behind him. Obito Uchiha forced the Susanoo to maximum speed, launching the Kamui shuriken. But still, Naruto Uzumaki's kick sent him flying, the shuriken grazing past his shoulder. Damn it! Cursed speedster! Yet rage could not halt Naruto Uzumaki's advance. As Obito Uchiha tumbled backward, Naruto moved. Not once, but repeatedly, at speeds defying human comprehension, each strike channeling terrifying kinetic force into the Susanoo's outer shell. Azure armor fractured into shimmering shards of chakra light, dissolving midair like dying stars. Even as Obito Uchiha strained every ounce of ocular power and chakra, unleashing dense barges of piercing branch technique and Kamui shuriken, they proved futile before Naruto Uzumaki's preternatural reflexes. From afar Shounen observed the battle, stunned. Naruto Uzumaki's fighting style had transformed utterly from his earlier duel with Pain, those instantaneous, invisible body flickers, that raw, overwhelming physical might. Seen from her vantage, only a golden blur flashed across the Susanoo's frame, followed by thunderous detonations. Each blow shattering armor into fragments, degrading the Susanoo, from Tengu form down, to its second stage, its skeletal structure cracked in multiple places. Obito Uchiha felt increasingly trapped. Once his arsenal, Kamui's reality-bending unpredictability, Izanagi's ability to rewrite fate, mastery over wood release and fire release, and Madara Uchiha's forbidden techniques. Guaranteed invincibility against any foe. Now Naruto Uzumaki wielded only basic body flicker and taijutsu, and crushed him utterly. His Susanoo, normally an impregnable fortress bristling with divine weapons, had become a liability. Worse, he dared not retract at the instant his ocular chakra paused. He would revert to corporeality, and he knew Naruto Uzumaki would seize that opening without mercy. At last, under Naruto Uzumaki's relentless assault, Obito Uchiha's Susanoo crumbled to little more than exposed ribs. The Kamui Shuriken barrage faltered, leaving only the piercing branch technique erupting sporadically. At a critical moment, Obito Uchiha abandoned the Susanoo entirely. Since its third stage offered no protection beneath his feet, he maintained intangibility, with 3 minutes of temporal penetration remaining. Naruto Uzumaki himself stood awestruck by his own enhancement, yet quickly rationalized it: the sage body. In his prior life, he had never fully unlocked the latent potential of his unique sage body. His extraordinary physical prowess had emerged only after linking with Kurama, powered by the Tailed Beast chakra. Compared to Hashirama Senju's innate superhuman physique and inexhaustible chakra reserves, his own remained fundamentally incomplete, a consequence of underdeveloped self-mastery. After losing Kurama, his combat capability halved overnight. Had he recognized his over-reliance on the Nine Tails sooner, he might have avoided countless moments of helplessness. And yet he had never imagined that training in the sage arts of Myobokuzen would awaken his sage body directly, unlocking chakra vast enough to subdue Tailed Beast's monstrous strength, capable of reshaping terrain, speed surpassing human visual perception, instinctive evasion, honed to perfection, and vitality so profound it rendered all non-lethal wounds irrelevant. Even his senses had sharpened beyond reason. He now perceived airborne particles with naked eyes, traced every micro-twitch of opposing muscle fibers, heard the world whisper warnings of incoming attacks, smelled danger in the air's subtle shifts, sensed airflow and particle motion across every inch of skin, and most astonishingly glimpsed fragments of his opponent's next move and faint echoes of their inner thoughts. Could the sage body's augmentation truly be this extreme? It shouldn't be. Back then, even six-path sage mode couldn't achieve this. Naruto Uzumaki pondered briefly, then dismissed the anomaly, attributing it collectively to the full awakening of his sage body, the reinforcement of Ajura chakra, and the amplification of Myobokuzen sage mode. Thoughts lightning fast, he saw the wooden branches surrounding Obito Uchiha ignite, anticipating the imminent large-scale ninjutsu, and pressed his palms together, channeling sage chakra into every vital chakra point. Sage art diamond divine body. Sage art adamantine body. A faint silver light radiated from Naruto Uzumaki's skin, instantly elevating his already formidable physical strength to an absurd level. According to Lady Katsuyu, this technique was a sage art she had developed in recent years, using senjutsu to maximize the body's defensive capabilities, completely overturning the shinobi's inherent weakness of high offense and low defense, and even rewriting the combat paradigm that had persisted for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha did not relent. He ignited fire release on the branches protruding from his body, continuously propelling their growth to spread the flames outward, while simultaneously using the spatial storm generated by Kamui's warped space to drive the wood release and fire release into a spherical explosion with no blind spots. Seeing this, Naruto Uzumaki grinned and said, "That Obito guy, he's quite creative." Obito Uchiha formed the boar hand seal with both hands and shouted, "Fire release hellfire." The fireball erupted, and hidden within it was a large-scale killing technique like would release hell's chaos. However, Naruto Uzumaki had no intention of evading this attack. He clenched his fist, his skin flashing with intense silver light, and unleashed a thunderous punch. The violent force of the fist rampaged toward Obito Uchiha. A single blow driven by pure strength caused the very air to condense into a massive fist silhouette. Though this air cannon could not yet rival the Death Gate Evening Elephant, it was already a body technique of astonishing proportions. The savage power collided against the raging flames, punching a fist-shaped dent into the fireball. Where the fist passed, the iron-hard wooden stakes were crushed flat. The force swept past Obito Uchiha, causing even his intangible form to tremble slightly. Obito maintained his intangibility, but his phasing time had dwindled to only 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Naruto Uzumaki once again entered a state of ferocious offense. Unlike his previous approach of relying on heightened combat awareness to strike at the moment of materialization, he chose a more straightforward method, waiting out the phasing duration entirely. With his current monstrous physical defense, by his own estimation, not even Kurama could break through it, and any single direct hit Obito Uchiha took would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic damage. At this point, the dynamic of offense and defense had shifted. Naruto Uzumaki only needed to be wary of Obito Uchiha's Kamui absorption, while Obito Uchiha had far more to consider. The margin for error that Kamui had always provided him had been suppressed to an extremely narrow threshold by Naruto. Unless a miracle occurred, he might genuinely have to sacrifice this Mangekyo Sharingan. But no miracle happened. Facing Naruto, Obito had no effective countermeasures, and could only continue burning through his phasing time. As the final second of Kamui's intangibility elapsed, Naruto Uzumaki saw the particles around Obito Uchiha collide with his clothing upon materialization. He threw a punch. Obito Uchiha reacted at his absolute limit. The right half of his body, composed of Hashirama cells, bulged with muscle, and he channeled all his strength into a counterpunch against Naruto. Bang! The force sent waves surging 3 stories high across the sea. When the waves settled, a gruesome scene was revealed. Obito Uchiha's right half was nearly obliterated, bone fragments embedded in torn flesh, blood streaming profusely. The half of his body that had been repaired by Hashirama cells was now crushed and mangled yet again. Even his Mangekyo Sharingan had been deformed into an oval shape, nearly on the verge of bursting. The physical distortion blurred his vision. Damn it, I shouldn't have gambled on that. Why did I trade blows with him? Why didn't I just activate his Anaji directly? At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki was also somewhat astonished. What gave him the audacity to exchange punches with him? Though he had briefly entertained the thought of what would happen if Obito Uchiha actually threw a punch at him, he really did just do it. Damn it, I need to get out of here. Or else. His right Mangekyo Sharingan blazed with sanguine light. Naruto Uzumaki smiled faintly at the sight. Finally sealed away your Kamui. That should make many things simpler going forward. Hey, to make sure you don't walk away completely empty-handed, I'll gift you a Rinnegan. Naruto Uzumaki's fist reduced Obito Uchiha to a spray of blood and missed the rain of gore, dissolving into nothingness in midair. The next moment, a figure with a half-destroyed body was frantically fleeing. Naruto Uzumaki, using the tailed beast cloak that had shrunk down within Konan's body, said to her, "Sister Konan used that divided sea to lure him toward the hidden rain village. I have a gift waiting for him there, and a little scare." Alright. The sea split open once again below. Obito Uchiha quickly scanned the exploding tags and noticed a gap in the ocean canyon leading toward the hidden rain village. He made his decision and fled in that direction. He no longer had the luxury of considering whether it was a trap. If there was a trap, death was only a possibility, but if he didn't go now, death was an absolute certainty. Naruto Uzumaki shouted after him, "Don't run." He started to chase, but his speed was noticeably slower. Damn it, Sage Mode just ended. Seeing this, Obito Uchiha was overjoyed and roared, "Naruto Uzumaki, victory stands on my side. Don't get too cocky just because of today. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay 100-fold. Meanwhile, Konan and Naruto, for the sake of a more convincing performance, launched another barrage of attacks at him. However, Obito Uchiha had no intention of lingering any longer. He channeled all his chakra into the body flicker technique, becoming like a black lightning bolt across the sea's surface. After exhausting his chakra, he would kill himself and use his Anaji to reset his state, ensuring he remained in Kamui's phasing state at all times. A peak Kage-level shinobi fleeing at full speed was not to be underestimated. Even Naruto Uzumaki in his normal state, his sage body being passive, and in this universe Senjutsu provides an immense amplification to the sage body, would need considerable time to catch up. Moreover, Naruto had never intended to chase him down to the bitter end. But a Rinnegan is still far more valuable than a Mangekyo Sharingan, and you deceived my senior brother for so long. Collecting a little interest is only fair, don't you think, Obito? A sinister smile spread across Naruto Uzumaki's face. Within 4 minutes, Obito Uchiha reached an extremely concealed hideout at the border of the Land of Rain, found Tobi waiting as his backup, and merged with him. After swapping in a fresh Sharingan, he fell into silence. The price he had paid this time was far too great. Not only had he found no leads on the Rinnegan and suffered devastating injuries, but he had also lost Kamui, his greatest edge in the shinobi world. He closed his eyes in silence for a long moment before speaking, "Let's keep moving." After traveling a bit further, Tobi suddenly spoke, "Strange. What's going on? What is it? I sense an incredibly powerful life force. It has a hint of Hashirama Senju's signature." "What a..." Hearing this, Obito instantly understood that the power belonged to Naruto Uzumaki. He quickly ordered, "Get away as fast as possible. Circle around him. Do not get anywhere near him." Haha, the usually gloomy Obito Uchiha actually looks like a stray dog today. Haha. Tobi quipped, yet without hesitation he sped off in the direction away from Naruto Uzumaki. After traveling for a while longer, Tobi spoke again, "Obito, are you sure you don't want to go back and check?" "Why would I go back? I've already lost Kamui. Going back now? Am I supposed to hand over my life as well?" "But that Ninetales kid has been sitting in meditation in the same spot, without moving. I've had several white Zetsu observe him from different angles for quite some time now. He's sitting there, as if absorbing the life force of the area, and we can feel him channeling massive amounts of chakra and vitality toward his eyes." At the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire, Naruto Uzumaki slowly opened his eyes. Those violet irises swirling with supreme divine light emanated a soul-piercing pressure. He sighed and murmured to himself, the ocular power of the Rinnegan truly is overwhelming. That's the Rinnegan. Toby exclaimed in shock. Obito Uchiha hurriedly asked what Rinnegan? By now, thanks to the healing effects of the Hashirama cells in his body, the injuries on half his body had largely recovered, granting him basic mobility. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki transplanted the Rinnegan into himself. Shockwaves rippled through Obito's mind. When? Could it be that the one I was fighting this whole time was just a shadow clone? Then does he know how to summon the demonic statue of the outer path? If so, the moon's eye plan would be completely ruined. Obito the kid passed out. What happened? It seems the Rinnegan's chakra surged and directly impacted his brain. I'm sending a white Zetsu to take a look. Good. If possible, retrieve the Rinnegan directly. Even Obito, slow as he was, could now smell a hint of a scheme. Another bead of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. What should he do? His current power consisted of his physical body reinforced by Hashirama cells and Toby's white Zetsu form. The Izanagi he'd cast from his right Mangekyo Kani had already ended, but his Mangekyo would go blind in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. He still had that small window to gamble on one last attempt. If the moon's eye plan cannot succeed, then my reason for existing in this world is gone. If I die, I can still be brought back with the impure world reincarnation. But if I let this opportunity slip away, it will only become harder once that kid fully masters the Rinnegan. Toby, let's burrow through the earth directly. It should take about half a minute to reach his position. I'll retrieve the Rinnegan myself. Fine. Naruto Uzumaki was lying on the ground convulsing. He had indeed felt the Rinnegan's chakra erupt moments ago, seemingly resisting his own chakra violently, but after a brief adjustment he recovered. My acting shouldn't be see-through, right? I mean, I pretended to be dead in front of aliens before. He let his mind wander for a moment, then detected an extremely suppressed, carefully concealed presence approaching. As expected of a white Zetsu, not only masterful at disguise, but terrifying at stealth. If I hadn't sensed the slight tremors in the ground and the unusual dangerous aura in the air, he really might have gotten the drop on me. Obito Uchiha moved swiftly the moment he got close to Naruto Uzumaki, and a shrill scream echoed through the forest. Naruto Uzumaki's left eye had already been taken by Obito Uchiha. His right eye remained in its socket only because of his quick reflexes. Damn, why did I pass out? Was it you? That shadow clone of mine actually didn't finish you off. Obito Uchiha stared blankly at the Rinnegan in his hand, an absurd feeling welling up in his heart. He looked up at Naruto Uzumaki and noticed there were no sage markings on his face. His reactions are that much slower. Is Sage Mode's amplification really that extreme? But regardless, I've already obtained one Rinnegan. I need to take the other one before he can re-enter Sage Mode. He slammed his fist into the ground. The monstrous force split the earth apart, interrupting Naruto Uzumaki's covert absorption of natural energy. A dense mass of branches shot from his hand, piercing into Naruto's body at terrifying speed. With a violent hand seal, the branches grew rampant within him, impaling Naruto from the inside before a spiral serpent of fire erupted from Obito's mouth and ignited the wood release. Fire release storm dance. Naruto Uzumaki lay dying, his life force nearly extinguished. Slowly he pulled out a kunai, pointing it weakly at Obito with his last breath. Looking at Naruto's state, Obito Uchiha could no longer hold back. He sneered cruelly, don't worry. In the new world, I'll make sure everyone knows you look like this. But to Obito Uchiha's utter shock, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly reversed the kunai and at a speed imperceptible even to the Sharingan, stabbed it straight through the Rinnegan. Ha 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 ha. Obito Uchiha's laughter was cut short. Black Zetsu in the distance almost fell out of the tree. You actually destroyed the Rinnegan. How dare he destroy the Rinnegan? Ha ha ha. As it turns out, a smile only ever transfers from one face to another. Obito Uchiha was beyond furious. He would release from the right half of his body twisted trees coiling around Naruto Uzumaki. All he wanted now was to vent his rage on this helpless, immobilized Naruto. He clenched his fist, deactivated his intangibility, and walked slowly up to Naruto Uzumaki before unleashing a punch. But at that moment, Naruto Uzumaki's muscles tensed and exploded with force, snapping the trees apart, and caught Obito Uchiha's fist in his grip. Obito Uchiha felt an overwhelming force lock his fist completely. Sage Art Life Transference. As Naruto Uzumaki activated the Sage Art, Obito Uchiha felt a huge portion of his strength being drained in an instant. The Toby suit covering his body turned from white to withered yellow, like a fallen autumn leaf, in the very moment the technique activated. Meanwhile, the wounds on Naruto Uzumaki's body rapidly healed. Wrinkles quickly crawled across his left still intact cheek. His body became skin and bones like Nagato's, and the right half, composed of Hashirama cells, began showing signs of collapse. He used the last remnants of his chakra to activate Izanagi for the third time that day. Obito Uchiha's body dissolved once more into intangibility, reappearing at a distant location. Without glancing back, he tore away the withered, lifeless form of Toby and fled swiftly into the distance. Naruto Uzumaki gazed toward where Obito had vanished, a warm, serene smile gracing his lips. This time he had left Obito only the bare minimum of life force required for recovery. His strike had nearly drained Obito's vitality to the last drop, siphoning half the vigor from the Hashirama cells embedded within him. With a sharp pop, Naruto's shadow clone dispersed on the spot, carrying back the shattered remains of the Rinnegan eye. Naruto stood beside Konan, slowly opening his eyes. He exhaled deeply, then turned to her with a gentle smile and said, "Senior sister, it's over." What did you do? He collected a little interest. "Senior sister, give me your hand. I have a gift for you, and all right." Konan extended her right hand toward Naruto. He grasped her wrist, firmly channeling a torrent of vibrant, pure life force into her body, so potent that the sensation of youth returning made her gasp softly. This vitality was drawn from Obito. The technique is called vitality transcription, a senjutsu capable of extracting life force from others, storing it, and then releasing or applying it at will. When used on the human body, it not only accelerates healing and enhances physical function, but also expands chakra capacity and accelerates regeneration. Yet overuse risks transforming the recipient into a grotesque hybrid, part plant, part beast. I can indeed feel my chakra recovery speed has increased. Never imagined my total chakra reserves would expand as well. And exactly. I plan to slightly loosen senior brother Nagato's seal shortly and infuse him with a measure of this vitality. It will ease his suffering. Good. I'll assist you. After resealing Nagato, the two sat together for a quiet, reflective conversation. Naruto recounted his training in Mount Myaboku and the Ryuchi Cave. Konan spoke of her recent efforts organizing affairs in Amigakure. At moments of shared joy, mostly sparked by Naruto's unrestrained laughter, they laughed aloud. Then Konan asked, "What are your plans next?" "Next, I'll deliver some vitality to teacher Kakashi, and then draw Danzo Shimura out of the village." In Danzo Shimura, a flash of lethal intent flickered across Konan's expression. Naruto said calmly, "Don't worry, senior sister. For irredeemable figures like him, I'll grant no second chances, not as I once did." Very well. In Konoha village, Kakashi Hitaki was overwhelmed with administrative duties. Rebuilding the village demanded relentless coordination. Though supported wholeheartedly by clan heads like Shikaku Nara, the sheer volume of planning challenges and unresolved issues created an avalanche of backlog. A soft tap sounded at the window behind him. Kakashi turned, and there was Naruto perched casually on the sill. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, rose, and opened the window, sighing, "You never use the door. You insist on climbing in through windows." "And hey now, teacher Kakashi, if I'd gone through the front gate, I'd have had to circle all the way around." "So, you finally remembered me, the teacher who took the fall for you and Lady Tsunade after all that secret strategizing. Heard you could use a little relief." "Oh, what mischief are you brewing now?" Kakashi asked, eyes crinkling with amusement. "And hey, good news, good news. Teacher, please extend your hand." I'll trust you just this once." Kakashi offered his right hand to Naruto. Naruto pressed his palm to Kakashi's wrist. A soft emerald light shimmered, and countless motes of verdant energy flowed into Kakashi's body, merging seamlessly with his being. Kakashi felt his chakra regeneration rate instantly double. The perpetual drain from his ever-active Sharingan, the chakra reservoir that had long remained stubbornly depleted, now showed unmistakable signs of replenishment. Even his total chakra capacity surged dramatically. As the flood of vitality surged inward, it instinctively gathered toward his left eye, where the eternally alien Sharingan, which had always resisted integration, now trembled faintly, as if loosening its grip. "Naruto, what is this power?" "And it's a technique I mastered in Ryuchi Cave, capable of." Naruto repeated to Kakashi the very explanation he'd given Konan. "Yet this force actually mitigates the Sharingan's chakra consumption. And it does that too. That shouldn't be possible, at least not according to theory. I'll need to investigate further." Naruto shifted tone and said earnestly, "There's one more thing, teacher Kakashi. Let's clasp fists. I believe it will answer some of your questions." Seeing Naruto's solemnity, Kakashi dropped his easygoing mask and replied gravely, "Very well." Their fists met, and chakra flared. In that single instant, fragmented visions of the future flashed through Kakashi's mind, glimpses of destinies yet unwritten. After bidding farewell, Naruto vanished from Kakashi's office in a blur. Kakashi remained motionless, awe still etched across his features, that instantaneous movement. Only Sensei's Flying Thunder God technique rivals it. He tapped his temple irritably and murmured, "Things are about to get complicated." Sensing the life force pulsing within him, he relearned an instinct long dormant, like mastering breath itself. When he opened his eyes again, the crimson iris and black tomo of his 3-tomo Sharingan had faded into deep, unadorned black. Members of Root finally arrived, a silent procession of masked figures delivering Danzo Shimura's official summons. Coldly they declared, "Come. We will lead the way." So soon. Naruto hurriedly swapped his green frog-patterned sleepwear for battle attire, snatched a loaf of bread from the desk, and bolted after the shinobi. Though his current physical constitution allowed him to operate at peak capacity indefinitely, without food, rest, or water, he refused to abandon these habits. They were the final tender instructions entrusted to him by his parents. Within the land of fire, a dense forest bordering the land of lightning, Team Hawk, having completed their preparations, finally entered the territory. Sasuke Uchiha led the team relentlessly forward. After defeating the Eight Tails and recovering, Akatsuki had fallen utterly silent. Not even the masked man who styled himself Madara Uchiha, nor the white Zetsu known as Tobi had appeared again. How infuriating! Akatsuki abandons us without warning. No matter. I alone am enough to destroy Konoha. Na's sudden disturbance in the distance jolted Sasuke into alertness. He raised a hand, halting the others, unsheathed Kusanagi, and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The others instantly assumed combat stances. In fire release, great fireball technique. At that voice, Sasuke froze, utterly stunned. It was Itachi Uchiha's voice. A deluge of fireballs consumed the trees ahead. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, but recovered instantly. He commanded Suigetsu. Suigetsu Mizukage formed seals and unleashed a thick, roaring jet of water that collided head-on with the fireballs. In water release, great waterfall technique. In thick steam billowed through the forest, blinding all sight. Wind release, typhoon blast. Na violent gales scattered the mist, revealing Itachi Uchiha standing before them. And Itachi, you? In my foolish little brother. Can't you even recognize your own elder brother? In with that, Itachi's face twisted into a lewd, incongruous grin, and he nonchalantly dug a finger into his nose. Sasuke recoiled as if struck by a psychic blow, his mind blank, utterly paralyzed. Itachi gave a mocking whistle and strode away without looking back. Sasuke's face flushed crimson, fury burned in his eyes like molten lava. Karen attuned to his chakra, sensed the oppressive darkness she'd felt growing steadily darker these past days erupt now like a volcanic cataclysm, its rage palpable even through mere chakra perception. Whoever you are, you dare mock Itachi. You will pay, and after him. Now, and are we there yet? This place is absurdly remote. Naruto walked at the center of Root's formation, hands clasped behind his head. They had long since left Konoha's borders, now traversing a desolate, forgotten forest. Root's headquarters relocated after the last invasion. Standard evaluation protocols for shinobi of your caliber must be conducted there, just a little farther. Fine. In Kakashi's office, he smiled warmly at the assembled clan heads. With Konoha rebuilding, several clans previously suggested restructuring residential districts. Now's the perfect moment to discuss revisions, and perhaps even expand our village boundaries. Agreed. And indeed, the village feels increasingly cramped, and the clan heads nodded in unison. Excellent. Let's each bring trusted guards. We'll first survey and finalize the new perimeter. Kakashi beamed. As the group rose to leave, the office doors swung open, revealing Tsunade radiant and statuesque. And count me in too. They continued deeper into the woods, the surroundings growing progressively more isolated, more barren. Gradually, Root operatives closed in around Naruto, bodies tensing, senses sharpening. Their pace slowed. Naruto suddenly broke the silence. Before we begin, anyone wish to step aside? A storm of kunai shuriken and long-range ninjutsu descended upon Naruto. Root shinobi, elite without exception, launched wave after disciplined wave, sealing every possible escape route with lethal precision. No probing strikes, only decisive fatal blows. Yet before those attacks even left their hands, Naruto perceived them all, mapping microfractures in their formations, calculating optimal evasion vectors in an instant. The speed of his cognition left even him momentarily stunned. Then, a golden streak, impossibly graceful, wove effortlessly through the onslaught. Not a single projectile grazed his sleeve. Truly formidable and impressive. No wonder he defeated pain. No matter. Activate Phase 2 combined ninjutsu. Understood. In from undergrowth, shadows, and behind tree trunks, figures materialized. Each formed distinct hand seals and unleashed unique techniques. Multiple fire release techniques merged with wind release, igniting a colossal incandescent fireball. Torrents of water release interlaced with lightning release crashed down like electrified tidal waves, paralyzing upon impact. Earth, water, and wind releases converged beneath Naruto's feet, forming an inescapable multi-layered cage. The battlefield erupted into breathtaking, terrifying grandeur. Had such coordinated might existed during Pain's assault, all 6 paths, save the Deva path and Preta path, would have fallen. But you wielded against your own comrades. A voice laced with righteous fury echoed from within the maelstrom, followed by an overwhelming surge of tangible chakra. In super-large Rasengan, a colossal blue chakra sphere, nearly 10 meters wide, blazed amidst the converging jutsu. Its immense chakra pressure generated shockwaves that scattered dozens of incoming techniques. The collision nullified both sides' techniques. Naruto stood revealed before them, pale-faced, breathing heavily. Unharmed, yet his clothes hung in tatters. Press the attack. Such a technique must have drained him severely. And so battle resumed, fierce and unrelenting. Naruto Uzumaki weaved through the encircling assault of Root operatives, blades flashing jutsu, erupting in relentless waves. Even his extraordinary reflexes could not evade them all. A searing wall of flames scorched his right arm, lightning-based techniques pierced his left hand and carbonized his left arm. Kunai and shuriken protruded from his body, and crimson blood streamed freely from countless wounds. his form reduced to a vision of utter devastation. Yet with uncanny agility, he had already stunned several root shinobi. Still reinforcements poured in. Ever more numerous, ever more ruthless, ever more insidious. This seems sufficient, Kakashi Hatake remarked as he stepped into the forest. Indeed. At this scale, even 50 years hence village planning would be vastly simplified. But the expanse is immense. Future construction costs here would surely be staggering. The clan heads immediately launched into heated discussion behind him. Amidst the conversation, Inoichi Yamanaka and Sum Inazuka stiffened. Their gazes locked onto Kakashi Hatake and Tsunade Senju, and they saw mirrored in those two an unmistakable gravity. Inoichi, what is it? Choji Akimichi asked, noting his friend's sudden tension. Sum pointed forward, combat, roughly 20 kilometers ahead. Correct, Tsunade confirmed. The intensity suggests Kage-level engagement. What a Kage-level battle. Could it be Kimogikure? Hinata-sama. Can your Byakugan perceive it? Hinata Hyuga's bulging veins receded as she slowly shook her head. I regret. I cannot see that far. But I sense the conflict there is extraordinarily brutal. Kakashi slid his forehead protector upward, revealing the crimson Sharingan beneath. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and clenched her fists. His three-tomo Sharingan glowed with eerie blood-red light. Matching the icy finality of his words, whoever fights at Kage-level strength near Konoha forfeits our right to stand aside. He turned to the ANBU. Return immediately. Alert the village to full combat readiness. All other ENBU remain on standby. Understood. Clan heads, please remain here for now. Lady Tsunade and I will return shortly. At this, Hayashi Hyuga and the others voiced sharp protest. We are Konoha shinobi, alive and standing. It is not our way to let the Hokage scout danger for us. Kakashi felt a quiet swell of emotion, and replied then, we thank you, clan heads. Let us go. Battle there is nearing its crescendo. Tsunade spoke, urgency sharpening her voice. Naruto Uzumaki had already incapacitated at least 50 root elites, but they constituted only a quarter of the elite force deployed against him. Yet Naruto himself now lay grievously wounded, his left arm severed, his right eye destroyed, both legs fractured, internal organs hemorrhaging. He was all but stripped of combat capability. As oppressive black clouds loomed overhead, Naruto raised one hand to form a seal, preparing a fire-based jutsu, when Yamanaka completed a strange hand sign toward him. Instantly, a violent gale erupted beside Naruto. Danzo Shimura had intervened. Mind-body switch technique. Summoning technique, Morio. Naruto's body froze mid-motion, swarmed instantly by chakra-infused insects riding the stormwind. Lord Danzo. Huron, remember, keep him alive. Understood, just a minor lesson. In his astonishment, Naruto's chakra surged anew, a deafening insectal shriek piercing the dark clouds. The gale twisted the swarm inward, funneling it into a blazing, spiraling sphere, then shredded the remains into dust with wind blade shuriken. A root squad captain recognized the technique from intelligence reports, the very jutsu that had crippled Kisame's partner Kakazu of Akatsuki, and shouted, retreat. That technique is overwhelmingly lethal. Wind release Rasenshuriken. Naruto granted them no reprieve. He targeted the hidden Morio and detonated the spiraling blade directly in its grasp. The cataclysmic wind release hurled root shinobi like leaves. Its ultrasonic frequency temporarily obliterated their hearing. Morio died screaming, while the squad captain caught in the blast radius suffered half-body cellular disintegration from wind chakra needles, yet somehow survived. The Rasenshuriken's detonation triggered a blinding explosion, a hemispherical wave of sapphire light expanding violently, drawing the attention of both the pursuing Hawk team chasing Itachi Uchiha and the approaching Konoha forces. When the smoke cleared, nearly 30 more root operatives lay severely injured. Naruto was utterly immobile, both arms gone, flesh torn and pulped eyes sealed shut by toxin-induced paralysis, deep in coma. Half a quarter hour later, an elderly man swathed in bandages emerged from shadow, his Izanagi already active, guarding against any ambush from Naruto. His eyes gleamed with Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, the ultimate Jinjutsu Tsukuyami, held poised and ready. Danzo's pulse still quickened. He had not anticipated such terror from the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even ambushed Naruto had felled nearly half of Root's elite, killed Danzo's own summon, and even Danzo himself might have required multiple Sharingan sacrifices to subdue him outright. All ends now. He seized Naruto's neck, intending to lift him like a fowl, but when he yanked at his hair, the head came away entirely. Shocked, Danzo stared, then noticed the faint chilling smile lingering at Naruto's lips. Timing, perfect. As Sasuke Uchiha pursued Itachi Uchiha, the apocalyptic blast struck his senses. Though initially intending to bypass it, he suddenly sensed Itachi's presence vanish entirely. A clone. No matter. He lured us here, surely tied to that explosion. What harm in investigating? He led the others to ground zero, and beheld a sight that stole his breath. Danzo Shimura had severed Naruto Uzumaki's head. In Karen Uzumaki's chakra perception, Sasuke's aura collapsed into absolute stillness, then erupted anew, fiercer than before, a volcanic surge of killing intent so monstrous it threatened to annihilate the world, leaving Karen gasping, frozen in primal dread. Boom. Violet chakra roared across Sasuke's body like wildfire, raw despair and grief coalescing into overwhelming ocular power and chakra output. The eruption drew immediate attention from root operatives and Danzo himself, who whirled to face this new terrifying force. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Kakashi, arriving almost simultaneously, witnessed the horror from the opposite side. Behind them, the clan heads erupted in chaos. That's Naruto. What is Danzo doing? Has he slain the Nine Tails? Was that explosion caused by their clash? As shock paralyzed them all. Poof! A burst of white smoke dissipated, revealing Naruto Uzumaki battered beyond recognition. With his last strength he rasped to the gathered, Danzo possesses Uchiha eyes. He struck me, then collapsed unconscious. While the others absorbed his words, Tsunade pushed forward, kneeling beside Naruto and activating her mystical palm technique to stabilize his life force. Boom! Violet chakra erupted skyward once more, refocusing every gaze upon Sasuke. Only then did they register Danzo's grotesque mangled form. We hold position for now. Observe the battlefield. Kakashi's voice remained calm. Sasuke's stare fixed on Danzo, not as a foe but as a corpse awaiting burial. You are Itachi's brother, Danzo asked. Fine eyes you have. Since you've come before me, I shall finish what Itachi failed to do. At those arrogant words, Sasuke's left eye flared wide, black flames igniting upon Danzo's body, incinerating him instantly, while igniting the forest and nearby root shinobi alike. As screams echoed, Danzo reappeared meters away, only for Sasuke's right eye to unleash a bolt of residual Amaterasu fire transformed into a flaming arrow piercing Danzo's new form. That temperature, beyond mortal comprehension, consumed everything within 10 meters. Root shinobi vanished without cry, reduced to ash before thought could form. Danzo perished again in black flame, only to resurrect once more. Just as Sasuke's chakra coalesced fully, his Susanoo manifesting in its crow-like armored form. A violet bow materialized in Susanoo's grip, arrows raining down upon Danzo, slaying him repeatedly. Unsatisfied, Sasuke wielded Susanoo's sword, or crushed Danzo barehanded in his colossal fist. Danzo could only counter with wind release, would release, and repeated Izanagi, draining Sasuke's ocular stamina in a desperate bid to exhaust him. Yet inexplicably, Sasuke's Sharingan power intensified, maintaining Susanoo's third stage while unleashing 6 Amaterasu flames, 9 Kagetsuchi manipulations, and 18 arrow volleys. Only after Danzo had been slain nearly 40 times did blood finally stream from Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke now labored for breath, every cell screaming, his eyes burning with agony, so profound it arrested his own respiration. Karen Uzumaki pressed her wrist to Sasuke's lips. Sasuke-kun, replenish yourself first. That man stands unscathed. Sasuke bit down, her potent healing chakra flooding his system, gradually restoring his reserves and dulling the unbearable pain. Of course he remains unscathed. A masked figure, calling himself Madara Uchiha, materialized beside Sasuke. He gestured toward the Sharingan embedded in Danzo's arm. See those eyes? As long as several remain open, he revives again and again, for minutes yet. Each Sharingan eye on that arm grants him 1 resurrection. 6 minutes. He dies today, without question. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened, his Mangekyo Sharingan blazing with ever more sinister crimson light as his assault intensified. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, lacking any technique capable of piercing the Susanoo, could do nothing but repeat the infamous spectacle, hurling kunai futilely at the colossal divine warrior. Hokage-sama, we Naruto. You're awake. Thank you, Granny Tsunade. Hearing this, the assembled clan heads swiftly turned toward Naruto Uzumaki and asked, Naruto-kun, why did you come to blows with Elder Danzo? I thought you were updating your ninja registration. Exactly. And what is that arm? Naruto Uzumaki raised a hand to quiet the clamoring voices and explained, Honorable clan heads. 2 days ago, after I defeated Pain, Danzo claimed my records required updating. Yet today he lured me out, only to ambush me here without warning. Moreover, his right eye is no ordinary Sharingan. The clan heads exchanged grim glances, clearly aware of certain truths. After all, within Danzo's clandestine organization Root, numerous forbidden techniques from various clans were stored. Given Danzo's ruthless nature, it was not difficult to deduce the fate of those clans' missing members who had been reported as vanished. Even setting aside how Root was originally formed, the organization served no purpose for the village. It had become Danzo's personal army. During the Ninetales assault, the Konoha crush, and Pain's invasion, Root failed utterly to fulfill even the most fundamental duties of a Konoha shinobi. At the very least, every clan present held ancestral legacies. Should Danzo ever covet them, the tragic end of the once-renowned Uchiha clan would serve as their grim precedent. The grotesque, twisted arm before them stood as chilling proof. Even now, Danzo's dark hand reached for the village's greatest strategic asset, the tailed beasts. That act alone defied all justification. Without conscious deliberation, the clan heads aligned themselves. Kakashi Hatake spoke first. Shimura Danzo has attacked his own comrades. His crime is unforgivable. Nara Shikaku added gravely, worse still. He struck the village's Jinchuriki, threatening the tailed beast itself, and undermining the very foundation of Konoha. No explanation can absolve such a transgression. Tsunade Senju delivered the final verdict. For now we observe, and conceal ourselves. Then we move to capture Danzo alive. Let us hear how he intends to justify this. 2 more minutes elapsed. Deprived of his dream-eating creature, Danzo could no longer strike at Sasuke's feet. His sole remaining threat was a wind-style jutsu unleashed with every last shred of chakra. Only 4 Sharingan eyes remained open upon Danzo's arm. The duration of Izanagi still stretched 4 minutes ahead. He gazed at Uchiha Sasuke, who himself now teetered on the brink of collapse. Sasuke's condition was dire, his eyes burned with unbearable pressure threatening to burst from their sockets. The furious vengeful chakra granted by witnessing Naruto's near death had nearly exhausted itself. The entire forest lay in utter ruin. Roaring flames incinerated everything within a kilometer. Tree trunks reduced to ash, the earth itself melted through. The scene resembled a miniature sun set ablaze upon the land. Now this is the true power of Amaterasu, murmured the figure known as Uchiha Madara from the periphery. Sasuke, how stubborn he remains. Far away, a pitcher plant erupted from the earth, revealing a figure clad in black and white. While beside it another figure emerged from the soil, wearing a white spiral-patterned cloak, white Zetsu, within whom rested Uchiha Obito. Obito's face was gaunt and sallow, his hair dull and brittle. His left eye bore the Rinnegan, his right a 3-tomo Sharingan. His spine bent under exhaustion, his state only marginally better than the late Uchiha Madara's. Donning the mask he once wore as Tobi of Akatsuki, and aided by white Zetsu's chameleonic shell, Obito leapt to Sasuke's side. The Akatsuki now hovered on the verge of dissolution. Only Kisame Hashigaki remained remotely reliable. With his own deteriorating condition, if Sasuke fell in this battle, gathering the tailed beast would become nearly impossible. His sudden appearance startled Sasuke, especially when he noticed standing beside him an identical masked figure. Sasuke froze, then glanced sharply at the other masked man before leaping backward, widening the distance between them. Meanwhile, the Hibi team had already scattered across the battlefield, fending off Root's relentless assaults. There's no time for such questions now. First, help Sasuke eliminate Danzo. The first, Uchiha Madara declared. Oomph. Sasuke scoffed, aloof and defiant. Obito said nothing further, but then turned and asked, "You are Naruto Uzumaki, aren't you?" Sasuke paused briefly, then surged forward. "Here he comes." Danzo unleashed his right half into a colossal tree, roots and vines surging like a tidal wave towards Sasuke. Sasuke's hands flew through hand seals, fire gathered in his throat, and a massive sphere of flame erupted. Fire release, great fireball technique. Scorching flames pierced the great timber, carving a path straight through, and revealing Danzo charging forward, 3 eyes still intact upon his arm. 3 minutes left. Danzo activated a basic Jinjutsu, using Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan. No wonder it was the Mangekyo Sharingan. No wonder it belonged to Uchiha Shursue, the peerless master of illusion. Even its simplest application froze Sasuke in place. Within Sasuke's mindscape, a spinning 4-pointed shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan dominated his consciousness, its overwhelming presence draining his spiritual energy until even the Susanoo flickered and faded. Seizing the opening, Danzo lunged, reaching for Sasuke's eyes. "They are mine now." Naruto Uzumaki materialized instantly between Sasuke and Danzo. The sonic boom of his arrival shattered the Jinjutsu, and Danzo was pulverized beneath Naruto's fist, reduced to crimson mist. "Beware that Sharingan eye, Sasuke." Hearing that familiar Dawayo suffix, Sasuke relaxed, just slightly, before coldly retorting, "The Uchiha's supreme vengeance requires no stain from a dead last like you. Step aside." Naruto merely shrugged and moved aside. Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword, his left eye flaring wide, blood streaming down his cheeks. Black flames of Amaterasu ignited upon Danzo's body. In silence he dissolved, utterly. 5 kilometers of forest were now ash, the ground beneath melted into molten lava within a second, while outer edges vitrified into glass. Danzo revived again, yet this time his form barely coalesced before residual black flames seared him anew. Danzo reappeared farther away, his expression dark and bitter. Sasuke pivoted, his right eye blazing, and the lingering inferno coalesced into a roaring tiger leaping toward Danzo. Before it even neared him, the tiger's radiant heat consumed him utterly. Danzo revived yet again, farther still. Sasuke realized then Danzo sought only to flee. Sasuke pressed his left hand over his wounded eye, his right peering through his fingers. In the preceding clash, chakra had awakened both the true Amaterasu and the Kagutsuchi, the latter now granting him autonomous sentient fire constructs. With Kagutsuchi's support, Sasuke could manipulate fire in limitless ways, even transform his entire being into flame. He was no longer merely a wielder of fire. He was the fire god incarnate. His gaze sharpened. A whisper escaped his lips, "You will not escape." Black flames erupted across his body, and he vanished. An instant later, embers from the fiery tiger swelled, and Sasuke strode forth from the conflagration, closing in on Danzo. Chidori Sunban. Needle-thin lightning pierced Danzo, obliterating his chakra points. Yet he revived once more farther away. Sasuke's right eye flared, ready to command Kagutsuchi, when searing pain lanced through his eye. Damn it! Overexertion of ocular power. Danzo didn't glance back. Channeling every drop of chakra into the body flicker technique, he drained himself completely, and died, resetting his position to flee anew faster than ever. Obito watched, recognizing the tactic. Hands sealing, he thrust forth his right palm, a wooden stake shot out, guided by the gravitational force of the Deva path, accelerating toward Danzo with lethal precision. Simultaneously, a thunderous explosion tore through the nearby woods. The earth cracked violently, as though struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake, splitting open into a deep yawning chasm that crushed Danzo beneath its seismic fury. Danzo revived beyond the rift, attempting to flee, only for the ground to surge upward, hurling him backward. From behind the canyon, a spiraling serpent of fire surged forth. Impaled by the wood release piercing technique, Danzo's body was pierced and torn apart by erupting branches, then engulfed by the oncoming fire, burning to ash. This technique is... Obito's expression grew inscrutable. Fire release storm dance of flames. Kakashi Hitaki's voice rang out from afar. So that's Obito. Kakashi gazed at the masked figure in the distance, his thoughts heavy and silent. Danzo revived once more, glancing at Tsunade Senju and Kakashi Hitaki on one side, then at Naruto, Uzumaki, Obito, and the recovering Sasuke behind him. Despair clouded his face, but he still spoke. Tsunade Senju, Kakashi Hitaki. Naruto Uzumaki seeks to betray the village. He conspires with Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara. Surely you wish to stop them just now. Join me, and let us eliminate them together. Old dog, you twist truth with astonishing skill. But do you truly believe I didn't witness your attack on our own people? Tsunade Senju dismissed him with contempt. Shimura Danzo, we will take you back to the village. There you will kneel before the Uchiha and beg forgiveness. Kakashi Hitaki fixed his gaze upon him. Oomph. Sasuke stepped forward, voice sharp and scornful. Kakashi, cease flaunting that filthy Sharingan. The noble Uchiha require no interference from your kind. Do not imagine you'll escape justice. You know of Itachi's tragedy, yet his suffering was the burden of the entire Leaf Village. Once this old hound falls, I shall reduce Konoha itself to rubble. In the original narrative, Sasuke remained unaware of how Kakashi acquired his Sharingan, suspecting instead that Kakashi, like Danzo, had stolen it from a fallen comrade. At this point, his worldview was fractured, his judgment warped by paranoia and obsession. Amaterasu has been amplified in this telling, though its use will be deliberately constrained later, as its power here is absolute contact, means instantaneous, irreversible annihilation. Narrative timeline clarification: the author acknowledges an earlier inconsistency in chronology, rather than revise prior chapters, which would prove cumbersome. The story is best approached as a fresh, self-contained work. Every plot hole introduced thus far will be carefully reconciled. A brief note, perhaps even an apology: certain canonical choices remain deeply puzzling. Declaring war should follow exhaustive preparation, not precede it. Yet in canon, Obito entered the Fourth Shinobi World War wielding two critical assets, the Rinnegan and Edo Tensei, both acquired after his declaration of war. Here the timeline has been refined for coherence, ensuring the internal logic of the story remains unbroken and satisfying to follow. Obito's plan is revised: he first secures an alliance with Kabuto Yakushi, then retrieves the Rinnegan. Only afterward does the Raikage convene the Kage Summit, triggered by the Eight Tails incident. By the time Sasuke journeys toward Konoha, Obito, having already secured the Rinnegan, intercepts him en route to the summit, and then declares war. However, Naruto's intervention disrupts this sequence. Though Obito recovers the Rinnegan, he suffers severe injury. As a result, Sasuke arrives too late to intercept him at the summit. Simultaneously, Naruto's shadow clones assist the Cloud Village in locating Killer Bee, causing the Kage Summit to never convene, thereby delaying the outbreak of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Regarding Obito's performance in that battle, there is no contradiction. At this stage, he remains far below Six Paths level power. Naruto, meanwhile, receives substantial enhancement, becoming a sheer power tier anomaly. Once Obito's mechanics are exposed, counteracting him with raw strength proves entirely justified. Initially, the author envisioned Naruto employing a high-speed, decisive strike, akin to the Fourth Hokage's iconic Rasengan. Yet repeatedly evoking that image proved limiting. So the decision was made to honor Naruto's lineage as an Asura reincarnate, delivering overwhelming omnidirectional damage, flooding Obito with chakra, negating both Izanagi and Kamui alike. The duration of Izanagi was shortened from 10 to 5 minutes, not due to oversight, but because the author intentionally chose brevity to heighten tension and pacing. Some have asked, why didn't Obito simply replace his eye mid-battle? Simple, he carried no spare Sharingan. To swap eyes, he would need to retreat into his Kamui dimension, a risk he dared not take before Naruto Uzumaki, a veritable power-tier titan. Truthfully, even had the author remembered this detail, the choice would remain unchanged. Kamui was deliberately disabled from the outset. Two reasons guided this decision. First, Naruto's extreme power scaling demands balance. If Kamui persisted, future encounters would devolve into tedious, drawn-out attrition, undermining the story's momentum and emotional impact. Second, Combat scenes consume excessive word count and creative energy, hindering narrative progression and exhausting the writer. Furthermore, retaining Kamui would necessitate laboriously detailed exposition each time it appeared, since its effect differs fundamentally from brute force abilities like Madara's. Its nature is inherently disruptive, less about spectacle, more about persistent grating inconvenience. Prolonged reliance on such a mechanic risks veering into filler territory. The author prefers direct visceral confrontation, grand techniques clashing head-on, culminating in decisive victory. Yet should power levels escalate dramatically later, confronting Obito would demand immense effort to counter his unique mechanics, unless the protagonist gains a matching mechanical tier ability planned only for the story's climax or final arc. Otherwise, every encounter risks dragging the plot into endless repetition. This reflects personal preference. Readers who disagree may choose to disengage. The author simply finds Obito an unappealing character. Yet ultimately the author intends a fitting resolution. Fans of Obito need not fear. He will not be reduced to mere caricature or mockery. Regarding Naruto's later development, the author firmly opposes narratives where characters absorb others' powers into themselves. Such tropes feel alien to Naruto's essence, and are avoided unless absolutely essential to narrative integrity. Readers may rest assured, unless indispensable to the plot's logic and cohesion, such power acquisition will not occur, and if employed, the storytelling will strive for seamless integration. As for Naruto's characterization, his current gravity stems from the weight of responsibility imposed by the future world, an evolution into maturity. The author refuses to portray him as a vessel stealing others' strength beneath a borrowed name. Though the author dislikes excessively dark, cynical narratives, the story will remain grounded, not a fairy tale, but a world shadowed by hardship yet imbued with enduring resilient light. Like Ultraman Tiga, it seeks hope, not naivety, within realism. Kakashi Hatake listened to Sasuke Uchiha's words, but did not respond, instead turning his gaze toward Danzo Shimura. He spoke coldly. Danzo Shimura, your crimes are numerous, insulting the first Hokage's corpse, orchestrating the massacre of the Uchiha clan for personal gain, attempting to seize the village's tailed beast weapon, harming fellow villagers, trafficking children, amassing private forces, neglecting your duties, and provoking powerful enemies upon our home. Any one of these offenses alone warrants your death. Today you will not escape. Kakashi enumerated Danzo's transgressions one by one. With each accusation, clan leaders and key figures from the village emerged one after another, casting stern glares at Danzo Shimura. Obito Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. Feeling the weight of so many hostile gazes, Danzo Shimura, who had long stayed away from the battlefield, suddenly felt an immense pressure. His face flushed red as he realized that from this day forward, he would never again have the chance to ascend to the position of Hokage. You? What are those looks for? I did all this for the village. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he seemed to grasp at a lifeline, pointing a trembling finger at Tsunade Senju. Are you not curious about Tsunade's behavior? I have seen through it all. She has been controlled by that Uzumaki Naruto, which is why she appointed Kakashi as Hokage. Huh. Tsunade Senju feigned confusion, then stamped her foot down. Her monstrous strength caused the canyon floor to crack and widen, sending Danzo Shimura and the weaker ninjas nearby tumbling to the ground. What nonsense is that old dog spewing? That brat Naruto using Jinjutsu and manipulating Kakashi to cover himself. Do you really believe that, or should I? Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki dispelled his transformation jutsu, reverting from the mysterious masked man back to his true self. He scratched his head, looking at Tsunade and Kakashi with a bewildered expression. Danzo Shimura looked at him and cursed inwardly. He knew he had reached a dead end. The Hokage position was now impossible. His only priority was survival. On his arm, another Sharingan eye closed, leaving him with only 2 minutes of time remaining under the power of Izanagi. Haha, a story of dogs biting each other is indeed thrilling, but unfortunately your ending is the same. Sasuke Uchiha, seeing that words were useless, mocked them and unleashed another Amaterasu upon Danzo. The black flames rose again, subjecting him to intense heat that threatened to sublime him once more. Tsunade, Kakashi, Naruto, I am willing to return with you. Please help me deal with these enemies first. Danzo Shimura, appearing once again, finally showed weakness. Abandoning the face he had cherished all his life, he pleaded with them in a tone bordering on desperation. Several clan leaders on the opposite side looked at Tsunade and Kakashi, waiting for their decision. Danzo, only in this state do you truly deserve your past actions. The root hidden underground should be the stable cornerstone of Konoha, not a venomous snake lurking in the darkness. Hearing this, Danzo's pupils dilated. His right eye flickered, and summoning all his remaining strength, he fled to one side. Ha ha ha, is this the look of a man struggling in his death throes? How utterly ugly. Sasuke Uchiha raised black flames and lightning in his left hand, forming a spear that he hurled at Danzo Shimura, piercing and melting him in an instant. However, to everyone's astonishment, Danzo Shimura resurrected in the opposite direction, the point closest to Naruto Uzumaki, and charged toward him at incredible speed. Sasuke Uchiha immediately turned, using body flicker to rush over. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki seemed unable to react in time, locking eyes directly with Danzo Shimura. The ocular power accumulated in the Mangekyo Sharingan poured out. The strongest Jinjutsu Kodo Amatsukami finally appeared in the ninja world at this moment. The four-pointed star-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan on Danzo's arm slowly reversed, gradually transforming back into a three-tomo Sharingan. The scene fell silent. Sasuke Uchiha gripping the Kusanagi, sword-worn Naruto in a guarded tone Naruto you. Kakashi Hitaki and Tsunade Senju appeared on the other side also looking at Naruto Uzumaki with tension. After all this was the power of the legendary Jinjutsu master Shisui Uchiha. Although Naruto had shown absolute confidence before them, caution was absolutely necessary. The oppressive silence lasted for about 10 seconds before Naruto finally spoke. He said slowly, "Now I finally understand one thing." Hearing words so different from the usual Naruto, a sinister smile spread across Danzo's aged face. Kakashi and Tsunade drew their kunai, their moods sinking to the bottom. Sasuke Uchiha drained his last ounce of ocular power, his thoughts chaotic once more. Even Obito Uchiha jumped into the fray, standing on guard ready to unleash would release at any moment to escape with Sasuke. Another pause of over 10 seconds passed. Suddenly Naruto Uzumaki moved with lightning speed, gouging the Sharingan out of Danzo Shimura's eye socket. Danzo's smile remained frozen on his face for 2 more seconds before the agony finally registered, and he bent over screaming in pain. Bang! Naruto's figure dissipated into a puff of white smoke. It was merely a shadow clone. Everyone instantly relaxed. Naruto Uzumaki then emerged from the nearby woods holding a test tube containing Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan in his right hand. He said while walking, "I finally understand now. Although I already knew what you did before analyzing your will through Kodo Amatsukami only made me feel that you bastard are worse than a rat in the sewer. You are the only opponent who made me feel that your death is not a pity. In fact, I feel that letting you die so easily is doing you a favor. Damn it, doesn't my Izanagi still have 1 minute left?" Sasuke Uchiha hearing this sneered mockingly. "In the end you're just trash. A piece of garbage who didn't even realize he was under a Jinjutsu during battle, yet dared to covet the supreme power of the Uchiha. As expected, trash is always trash. You are nothing but a mistake left by Itachi. What right do you have to stand before me? You." Boom. Naruto Uzumaki, unable to listen further, punched Danzo Shimura into the ground with a fist formed from natural energy. He had specifically used the Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku, ensuring precise control over the natural energy to break every bone in Danzo's body without killing him outright. Then the limp Danzo Shimura, like a pile of rotting mud, was dragged out by Naruto and made to kneel before Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha no longer opened his mouth to attack Naruto. He tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, his vision gradually blurring as memories flooded back. He recalled his childhood with Itachi, the fading smiles on his father's face, the blood and rot of that fateful night, the powerlessness and despair when facing Itachi again, the 3 years of hellish training, and finally Itachi's enigmatic smile that he could never decipher. His gaze finally fixed on Danzo Shimura kneeling before him like a heap of decay. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, and with a single strike he severed the beast's head. The shadow of the ninja world, Danzo Shimura, ended his sordid life right there. Tsunade's head rolled across the ground with a hollow thud. Uchiha Sasuke kicked her lifeless body down onto the earth, clutching his eye as ragged breaths escaped his lips, blood dripping steadily from his wound. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto placed his right hand upon Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder, channeling vibrant life force into his body. Sasuke felt that surging vitality ripple through him, accelerating his recovery. Yet he swiftly jerked his shoulder away. "Step back, dead last. Konoha lies just ahead, and you won't escape its judgment either." Yeah, I get it. Just recover first." Naruto replied offhandedly. Then without hesitation pressed his hand firmly back onto Sasuke's shoulder to resume healing. Sasuke attempted to leap away once more, but an immense, unyielding force anchored him in place, pinning him immovably beneath Naruto's touch. With no choice left, he reluctantly accepted that torrent of pulsing vitality. 5 seconds later, Naruto withdrew his hand. Sasuke fell silent, lowering his head in quiet exhaustion. Naruto did not wait for him to speak. He broke the silence directly. "Your Sharingan's chakra is nearly spent. Your vision has suffered grave damage. Return with that masked man first. When you regain greater strength, you may come to Konoha again, on your own terms." "Are you mocking me, dead last?" "Not at all. I only meant." A sharp crack echoed as Naruto dissolved his shadow clone into a puff of white smoke, vanishing before Sasuke could finish. Sasuke froze, then whirled around toward where Kakashi Hitaki and the others had stood moments before, only to find them gone, vanished without trace. "No need to search. They've already departed." Uchiha Obito, who had lingered silently until now, spoke from the side. "Let us return. Your eyes are blind now." After a long pause, Sasuke finally murmured, "Yes, let's go back." Moments later, the masked man and the members of Team Hawk were summoned away by the reverse summoning technique, leaving Danzo Shimura's corpse abandoned on the barren field. In the land of lightning within the cloud thunder gorge, Naruto's clone led the fourth Raikage into the ravine. Surveying the devastation, recalled the shattered village gate, and his brow twitched faintly. When news of Killer Bee's disappearance reached him, A had bolted from the village in fury, desperate to confront the Akatsuki and slaughter them one by one, only to be halted mid-stride by a blonde-haired genin bearing the Konoha forehead protector. That flash of gold momentarily stunned him, yet he forced himself to ask, voice low and edged with restraint, "Who are you? I know what happened to Uncle B." At those words, A blurred into a streak of lightning, launching himself straight at Naruto. His fist shattered the ground where Naruto had stood, only for Naruto to vanish in the same instant. His hyper-refined reflexes flared. A chill prickled his nape. Instinctively, he lunged forward with every ounce of strength, creating distance before whirling to face his opponent, just in time to see Naruto holding the very kunai he would never forget. Flying Thunder God technique. A surged back to his original position, unleashing a torrent of chakra so vast it roiled like storm-racked thunder outside his body. His hair and beard bristled upright, his lightning release armor ignited at maximum output, his physique hardened beyond mortal limits. My speed now far surpasses what it was then. I shall defeat the Flying Thunder God fairly in pure velocity. The earth beneath his feet detonated layer by layer. Muscles coiled like sprung steel. Wind howled, and a shot forward, once more a blur of absolute velocity. No light flashed, no afterimage lingered. Only instantaneous displacement. He appeared before Naruto, fist inches from his nose. Yet in that suspended final moment, time stretched infinitely thin. In A's stunned gaze, Naruto stepped aside with unhurried grace, watching impassively as the wreckage overshot him entirely, carried forward by sheer momentum. "Damn it, do you only dodge?" Naruto shrugged and met A's next charging fist head-on. The kinetic fury of ultimate velocity slammed into A's right fist. His arm bones screamed inward, fracturing completely. Crimson geysered from his limb, his entire forearm lacerated with countless fine wounds. The cataclysmic force hurled him backward, crashing straight into Kumogakure's main gate, reducing it to splinters. Naruto pressed his advantage, delivering a razor wind palm squarely to A's chest. The rake's breath seized to a vortex of violent wind, struck like a titan's punch, scouring away his lightning armor and tearing flesh and sinew from his ribs. A spat blood and collapsed unconscious. At last the villagers recognized the fallen figure. Darui's eyes blazed with fury, his right hand rose black, lightning crackling violently around him. Naruto recoiled in alarm, then called out urgently to the crowd, "Sorry." He dodged Darui's laser blast, stomped hard. The earth erupted upward into a massive stone barrier, shielding him from the Cloud Nin's assault, then dropped to one knee and pressed his right hand onto A's shoulder. Life transference activated. Emerald light shimmered into A's body, knitting wounds with astonishing speed. Flesh reformed across his chest, fractured bones realigned and fused. The tingling itch of regeneration stirred A awake, and as consciousness returned, he stared at Naruto's silhouette, lost in thought. Noticing a stir, Naruto turned and offered a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. "Sorry, Lord Raikage. I kinda went overboard." "Who are you?" "Me. I'm the Jinchuriki of Konoha, the son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and the previous 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto introduced himself plainly. A fell silent again. What did Konoha intend? Was this an invasion? Had they taken B? This boy's power was monstrous. No one in Kumogakure could withstand him. Even A, pushing himself to the absolute limit, doubted he could stand against such might. Resolved, he declared, "Whatever your purpose, face me alone. Spare Kumogakure." Misunderstood again, Naruto realized, but still he flung A aside with effortless force. As the Raikage soared skyward, the Cloud Nin cried out in panic, "Boss!" A deafening boom shook the air. Behind the great stone barrier, the earth convulsed, splitting open into a colossal fissure that halted precisely at Kumogakure's outer wall. 10 meters deep, this chasm severed from his shinobi, dividing them irrevocably. The visceral spectacle silenced both sides mid-sentence. Naruto materialized among the Cloud Nin and turned his gaze toward A. At the sight of Naruto, the Cloud Nin drew their kunai. Darui stepped forward. "You do not provoke him." A's voice tore from his throat, raw with anguish. "What do you want?" Naruto smiled, finally ready to listen. "Then hear me clearly. I am a Jinchuriki too, and I sense Uncle B wasn't taken. He simply wandered off to play. I found him. Now I'll take you to the Cloud Thunder Gorge to bring him home. Of course, if you'd rather stay behind." Naruto trailed off. He rarely voiced threats outright, but A understood instantly. After all, even if Naruto intended to lead them straight into a slaughter at the gorge, A would have no choice but to follow. And since Naruto spoke with such certainty, belief was the only path left. "Agreed, we'll accompany you." They waited briefly in the Cloud Thunder Gorge, then saw Byakin and another Naruto approaching from the distance. "Brother," he shouted, sprinting forward with a strangely shaped greatsword strapped across his back. "B." Hearing his brother's voice, A exhaled, then clenched his fist and slammed it hard atop B's head, roaring, "Idiot! Do you have any idea how worried we were?" Sorry. I got carried away playing this time," B apologized, bowing deeply with an apologetic grin. The two Narutos locked eyes, exchanged information in an instant, and shared a subtle, knowing smile. Mission accomplished. When Naruto found B, he was perilously close to death. Kisame Hoshigaki truly deserved the title Tailed Beast. His absurd water-based ninjutsu compounded by his concern for Akin and the chakra-draining nature of Samehada had tilted the battle overwhelmingly against B. Naruto's solution was simple: hand sealed. He slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow river. Within a 5-mile radius the earth liquefied into fine sand. Rushing toward B's prison, the water release, great waterfall wave, and rising into towering brown waves that roared with apocalyptic fury. 20 meters high, the leading wave towered above the watery sphere, drawing immediate attention from Kisame, whose pupils contracted sharply as he fused with Samehada. Trouble. Too late. The wave crashed down like a colossal fist, striking the sphere with devastating force. Half the water sphere evaporated under the onslaught, and yet 10 more such waves loomed in Kisame's field of vision, each higher than the last, until the final one surged forth like a collapsing mountain. Kisame abandoned resistance, fleeing sideways and backward with everything he had, deliberately severing his link to the water sphere to leave it behind as a delaying shield. But his speed proved no match for Naruto's earth technique. Wave after wave of sand pummeled Kisame. Agonizing pain racked his body, and even the combined might of his water-released giant shark bullet technique and Samehada's absorption failed utterly against such overwhelming chakra. By then Naruto had already escorted B and Akin to safety and dispelled the technique. Honestly, can't even hold out past the opening move. Perhaps earth release truly holds decisive supremacy over water release. He appeared beside the near-lifeless Kisame, tended his wounds with swift efficiency, and sealed him within a scroll. His true body remained intact. White Zetsu hadn't yet had time to replace him. Naruto approached B, who was slowly regaining consciousness. B opened his eyes and said quietly, "Thank you." "No problem, Uncle B. Consider it tuition." "Huh?" B looked at him, thoroughly baffled. "Uncle B, you probably don't grasp what I mean yet. Let's talk more directly." With that, Naruto slowly raised his right fist, aiming it squarely at B. Killer B slightly paused upon seeing Naruto Uzumaki raise his right fist, then lifted his own to clasp it in a firm, resonant bump. Emotions and thoughts flowed between them in the blink of an eye. Memories and experiences instantly shared within the silent space of their minds. He furrowed his brow, pressing his temples as he absorbed decades of future memories. As fellow Jinchuriki, he knew Naruto's words bore absolute truth. Yet he still could not fathom how the hard-won piece of the shinobi world could be so utterly shattered by such an enemy, nor could he grasp that a being of such godlike power, capable of turning clouds with a palm and reshaping reality with a gesture, could truly exist. "Naruto, what do you intend to do?" "Uncle B, I must grow stronger. Far stronger, flawless in power. Only then can I honor the peace everyone entrusted to me." "I see. For now I aim to delay the outbreak of the Fourth Shinobi World War as long as possible. Only by attaining greater strength before it begins can I minimize sacrifice, but I must ensure the war unfolds nonetheless. Only through its crucible will the shinobi world unite as one, and only then may I meet those whose presence I desperately seek." "Ah, I sense your resolve. I'll return to see my brother. Stay in the land of lightning when you do. I'll help you master the Nine Tails chakra." "Thank you, Uncle B." Cloud Lightning Gorge. Once the brothers had finished speaking, they turned solemnly toward Naruto Uzumaki and declared, "Naruto Uzumaki, I offer my apology. My actions were rash. From this day forth you are our closest brother of Kyomogakure. The gates of the land of lightning shall forever stand open to you." "You're too kind, Lord Raikage," Naruto replied with a light-hearted grin, scratching his head. "Uncle B has aided me countless times. He is both mentor and true friend. This is only natural." "Naruto," Killer B raised his right fist and said, "To express our gratitude, Gyuki and I wish to gift you something." Naruto blinked in mild surprise, then smiled and shook his head, raising his fist to meet B's in another resounding bump. "Thank you, Uncle B." Naruto's vision blurred momentarily as he watched his fist collide with B's, then refocused as if striking not a man, but a colossal pink-purple octopus-tailed bull. A torrent of ink-black chakra flooded into Naruto's body, the raw, untamable ferocity unique to Tailed Beast chakra. Gyuki the Eight Tails had bestowed half his chakra upon him. Naruto's pupils trembled as he spoke. "Gyuki." "Naruto." "No, Naruto Uzumaki. You need strength beyond measure. No limit suffices. We tailed beasts are beings forged from pure chakra, and thus feel the coming threat more deeply than any human. Naruto, if it is possible, someday I wish for you to seal me within yourself. But Uncle B, I will leave part of my chakra within him, as your past life did within you." "Indeed, Naruto. I feel Gyuki's resolve too," Killer B's voice echoed warmly. Naruto fell silent. His eyes glistened faintly. After a quiet moment he whispered, "Thank you, Uncle B. Thank you, Gyuki." The mental exchange lasted but an instant. Naruto and Killer B opened their eyes. Raikage A sensed the profound shift within Naruto, his presence now deep and still like a boundless tranquil pool. Naruto turned to Raikage A and said, "Lord Raikage, I am currently a shadow clone." He withdrew 2 Flying Thunder God Kunai from his pouch and handed one each to Killer B and "If you ever need me, simply channel chakra into these. I'll arrive instantly." They accepted the kunai with solemn nods. A said, "You are always welcome." "Oh, thanks, Uncle A. Uncle B." With a sharp pop, Naruto vanished in a puff of white smoke. Meanwhile, deep within a dense forest, Yamato, Anko, Mitarashi, and Sai, having tracked Orochimaru during Pain's invasion, had reached one of his hidden lairs. Their pursuit led them steadily toward Kabuto Yakushi, and finally to Kabuto himself. Kabuto had sensed their approach long before they arrived. Yet he ignored them. Ever since learning of Danzo Shimura's death, he'd rushed to locate the corpse abandoned in the wilderness. The body still held value. The half-body of Hashirama Senju's cells demanded retrieval. Even if reanimated later via Edo Tensei, it would become a formidable asset. First recover the corpse, only then deal with the trailing pursuers. That masked man was dreadfully careless, leaving such a precious resource exposed in the wild. Truly these days no alliance brings ease. Kabuto muttered to himself as he summoned a coffin and lifted Danzo's bloated corpse inside. But as he raised the head, suddenly a wooden spear erupted upward from beneath him. Kabuto twisted aside, his voice dripping with eerie calm. "Oh dear, my intention was never to trouble you. But since you've stepped forward, I suppose I'll have to consume you instead." He turned fully, his tongue slithering out to lick his cheek, while a white snake coiled from his abdomen, its cold reptilian eyes gleaming with chilling malice. Yamato, Anko, and Sai stood in a triangular formation facing Kabuto with unwavering vigilance. The sheer oppressive aura he exuded was overwhelming. Beyond the crushing weight of his unfathomable power, his very form defied humanity, grotesque, warped, a visage designed to inspire primal dread. A peculiar trident-shaped kunai struck the ground before them. With a flash of gold, Naruto Uzumaki materialized directly before the trio. "Yamato," exclaimed Naruto. "How did you?" Anko Mitarashi stared at the kunai. Her expression froze. Was that the flying thunder god technique? Through Naruto, she glimpsed a ghost from her past. Kabuto gave them no time to speak. His hand seals completed, his chest swelled, and a torrential gush erupted from his mouth, coalescing into a devastating, high-pressure water jet. Sage Art Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Naruto countered instantly, his face shifting into the russet mask of Mayaboku Mountain Fire Chakra gathering in his throat. Sage Art Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A blazing sphere radiant as the sun erupted before the rushing water, radiating blinding light and searing heat. The inferno met the deluge, both techniques amplified by Sage Chakra. Yet flame, though traditionally vulnerable to water, surged forth with terrifying dominance. Thick mist once again shrouded the battlefield. Without glancing back, Naruto commanded the three behind him, "Stay where you are, don't move. I'll eliminate Kabuto first." He charged forward, the deafening sonic boom scattering pockets of mist around him. Kabuto, now in Sage Mode, felt the surge of sensory enhancement granted by Ryuchi Cave's arts. His perception sharpened to near clairvoyance, even his sixth sense heightened. In that single glance he knew, defeat was inevitable. He sensed the blur hurtling beyond human limits, yet his body failed to react. For a fleeting moment, he felt weightless. Then seconds later, agony exploded across his face. Naruto's speed had already surpassed conscious perception. Damn it, what manner of physiology does his body possess? Is such velocity even possible for a living being? Kabuto felt absurdity and disbelief coil within him. He stood among the pinnacle of today's shinobi, second only to legends whispered in myth. Yet before this monster he felt utterly powerless, like a genin, or worse, a freshly graduated academy student. Yet Kabuto remained a peerless shinobi. Mid-flight he severed his body's pain receptors. Though battered into ruin in under a second, his abdominal serpent torn away, he still managed to activate Ryuchi Cave Sage Art. A white dragon and black orb burst forth, coiling together, resonating until a grating shriek and searing light erupted. Sage Art White Rage Technique. Seeing the technique unleashed, Naruto pressed his palms together. Natural energy merging with physical chakra, his entire body shimmering with soft silver radiance. Sage Art Diamond Body Technique. The concussive resonance from the white dragon and black orb struck Naruto, but the silver luminescence repelled it entirely. Even as Kabuto poured more chakra into the assault, Naruto's glow only intensified, brighter and purer than before. Naruto surged forward, silver light blazing, his already prodigious strength magnified by the Diamond Body Technique into something utterly beyond reason. Kabuto activated Suigetsu Hozuki's water release transformation and Orochimaru's soft physique modification, dragged relentlessly into close combat. Naruto launched a relentless one-sided assault. Kabuto was reduced to unrecognizable ruin. His neck stretched half a meter, his skull flattened like tofu, his body shredded like ragged cloth. A final punch sent him flying, while Naruto unleashed wind release, whipping the surrounding mist skyward into a vast billowing cloud. Freed from the fog's veil, Yamato, Sai, and Anko finally beheld the battlefield. Kabuto struck the ground, then activated Orochimaru's substitution technique, slithering slime covered from the mangled husk, which collapsed into a desiccated hollow shell. Naruto lunged again. Kabuto silenced his pain once more, reactivating water release and soft physique modification. From his abdomen emerged Taiya, her flute unleashing the demon flute phantom sound lock, to stall Naruto, while Kabuto channeled Sage Chakra preparing Ryuchi Cave's ultimate technique. But against Naruto's awakened sage body such tactics held little meaning. His immunity to Genjutsu was absolute. Again Naruto launched Kabuto skyward, leaving him unable even to touch earth. As Naruto's fist slammed into Kabuto's left cheek, the ground erupted. Multiple iron-hard spikes pierced upward sharp as steel blades. The earth itself seemed alive, surging violently to ensnare Naruto, halting him mid-motion. Kabuto seized the opening, retreating swiftly and commanding the terrain to continue its assault. Sage Art Inorganic Rebirth. Yet none of these attacks breached Naruto's defense, not even when the spikes evolved into stone soldiers wielding weapons. Naruto tensed his entire body. Raw force shattered the ultra-dense stone. He leapt backward, surveying the growing legion of animated foes, then clapped his hands. Natural energy roared to life around him. Sage Art Vitality Transcription. Sage Art Life Transference. Naruto Uzumaki slammed his palm onto the earth, and an emerald radiance blossomed forth. The stone soldiers that Kabuto Yakushi had imbued with life through his chakra crumbled into handfuls of dust. The earth spikes could not penetrate the 10-meter radius around Naruto, and the ground gradually settled. Kabuto Yakushi's expression shook. The Shikatsu Forest Senjutsu countered the Ryuchi Cave Senjutsu so powerfully that it seemed as if Shikatsu Forest had been created specifically to oppose Ryuchi Cave. At that moment, the chakra he had been using to maintain inorganic reincarnation was being rapidly drained by Naruto, instead becoming the life force that nourished Naruto himself. Kabuto Yakushi formed hand seals once more, and the upper half of Kimamaro's body emerged before him. Dance of the Early Fern. This time extremely sharp, white bones grew continuously from the ground. Massive in scale, overwhelming in number, and terrifyingly fast. Bone spikes gleaming with razor-sharp cold light surged toward Naruto. But as fast as the dance of the early fern was, Naruto was faster. The bone spikes pierced through the image of Naruto that had been standing there, and Kabuto's expression brightened with delight as he looked. Had it succeeded? Yet as his vision focused, Kabuto realized it was merely an afterimage Naruto had left behind. Suddenly he was sent flying backward once more, accompanied by a searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that a chunk of flesh had been gouged from his chest by Naruto. After obtaining Kabuto's life substance, Naruto quickly produced a scroll and sealed it within. However, during this brief window of distraction, Kabuto had already fled a great distance. Simultaneously, a water dragon surged forth and Naruto formed hand seals before slapping the ground. Earth Release Mud Wall. The water dragon crashed against the stone wall, its tremendous force completely absorbed by the earthen barrier. Finally, once he sensed that Kabuto had fled far enough, Naruto slowly rose and exited the Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode. He turned to look at Yamato, and the others then ran over. "Captain Yamato, are you all unharmed?" At this moment, Yamato and the others were stunned into silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. At the very least, Naruto had never seen such a lively expression on Yamato's perpetually stoic face. Sai stared at Naruto, speaking in disbelief. "Are you really Naruto?" Naruto casually slung his arm around Sai's neck and said, "Sai, how could I not be Naruto Uzumaki? Have you forgotten me already? But why did you suddenly appear here and—" "Oh, Granny Tsunade told me. You all should have received word from the village during your mission outside. She got other intelligence and sent me to support you. As for my current strength, I recently went to Shikatsu Forest to learn Senjutsu again. My power has grown considerably." Yamato spoke up at this point. "I can sense the Nine Tails power within you, but it seems much calmer now." Naruto looked down at his lower abdomen, his expression deepening. Recently, to give himself ample time to prepare for the impending Great War, he had traveled extensively across the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Since returning through time, he had barely paused for a moment, constantly strengthening his power. He hadn't even had time to converse with Kurama. Of course, those were just excuses. The current Naruto didn't know how to face Kurama. He was no longer the carefree youth of before. The weight of the future pressed down on his shoulders, leaving him barely able to breathe. Whenever he saw Kurama, he couldn't help but recall Kurama's exhausted, weak voice from that time, and the utter helplessness and despair when Kurama left him. Now he always wanted to be fully prepared. With this mindset, he also didn't dare to seek out Hinata Hyuga. This woman, his most beloved wife in his past life, had comforted him until her very last breath, telling him not to despair. The moment he saw her, he couldn't help but recall the memories of their shared life, their everyday moments together. He was always afraid he wouldn't be able to restrain his emotions. Naruto pulled himself out of his reverie and looked up at the group. "Since Captain Yamato has said so, you should all believe me now, right?" Anko Mitarashi was still somewhat dazed as she said, "Why are you so strong now? This is incredible." "Come on, Miss Anko, stop dwelling on that. Let's hurry back to the village and have some red bean soup." And so the group set off on their journey back to the village. As for Shimura Danzo's corpse, Naruto removed the Hashirama cells and threw it to the animals in the forest to feast upon. In the future, it would surely become nourishment for the tall and sturdy trees of the Land of Fire, serving as a root, in another sense fulfilling his long-held self-gratifying philosophy. In a secret base of the Akatsuki organization, Sasuke Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan had nearly lost all its vision. The backlash from that battle was truly terrifying. Even though Naruto had used his life force to heal his body, the damage to the Mangekyo Sharingan itself was irreversible. Blindness from overexerting one's dojutsu was an inevitable outcome. So now he had transplanted Itachi Uchiha's eyes. With bandages wrapped around his eyes, he could sense the new power gestating within the new eyes. The two, Amaterasu, merged at this moment, symbolizing the awakening of absolute destruction. The power was so immense that even Sasuke himself felt a sense of dread. Kagutsuchi was reborn within the new eyes. This flame was no longer confined to the black flames of Amaterasu. Now he could perceive, manipulate, and amplify all flames. He could manifest anywhere fire existed. The Tsukuyami, within Itachi's eyes, manifested with even more terrifying aggression in Sasuke. It had evolved into a nightmarish genjutsu capable of arbitrarily rewriting, controlling, and absolutely dominating the spiritual world of its target. Beyond that, the immense power, forged by tempering the Mangekyo Sharingan to its limits, carving it into the very marrow, and ultimately evolving it into instinct, could finally be unleashed through this pair of new eyes to see the light of day. The Susanoo, which severs all phenomena and embodies absolute power, was about to welcome its complete form. Sasuke Uchiha patiently awaited the new light, the gestation of new supreme dojutsu power, and the imminent all-encompassing storm about to sweep across the shinobi world. Yamato and the others recovered from the stiffness of space-time transportation, gazing at the gates of Konohagakure before them, and the two guardian statues, standing on either side, unable to hide their astonishment. In an instant. So this is the Flying Thunder God. Against an enemy it would be utterly impossible to defend against. Each of them voiced their amazement. The forest wasn't far from the village, but traveling on foot would still take about half an hour. Yet here they were back at the gates in an instant. After their exclamations, they looked at the village that had been preliminarily rebuilt and marveled once more. Destruction on this scale is practically unheard of. Enko quickly asked, "Is the owner of the dango shop all right?" "Oh, don't worry, Miss Enko. Lady Tsunade protected everyone in the village back then," Naruto explained. Because if news of resurrection from the dead spread, it might cause certain extremists to seek, help investigate, or even threaten and harm Naruto. Moreover, people like Kakashi who lingered at the boundary of the Pure Land were extremely rare. Thus the village had always publicly credited Tsunade for protecting everyone. Hearing this, they all felt relieved. Subsequently, the four of them went to report to the fifth Hokage Tsunade. The position of Hokage was still held by Tsunade. Kakashi Hitaki was currently directing the village's reconstruction efforts outside, and had already begun organizing a new team, starting his internship period before assuming the mantle of Hokage. Afterwards, Tsunade directed Yamato and Sai to assist with the village's reconstruction and security work respectively, and notified Kakashi to return to the Hokage's office. Enko, who had been left behind, looked bewildered. She turned to Tsunade and asked, "Hokage-sama, is there anything I need to do?" "Oh, nothing urgent. We'll wait until Kakashi arrives." All right. About a minute later, a knock sounded at the door. After Tsunade gave her consent, a languid-looking Kakashi walked in. Upon entering, he first nodded respectfully to Tsunade, then nodded amiably at Enko. "Kakashi-sensei, don't you see me?" Naruto complained, holding his head. Kakashi flicked Naruto's forehead with his finger and said, "Are you implying that your sensei should help you while also eagerly currying favor with you?" "Hey, were you just currying favor with Granny Tsunade and Miss Enko?" "All right, that's enough. Let's get down to business." Tsunade promptly cut off this off-topic banter between master and student, then addressed Enko directly. "Enko, we need to meet Orochimaru." "Huh?" Enko said, bewildered. "Why do you suddenly want to see him? How is he doing now? And why ask me to find him?" "Miss Enko, if I'm not mistaken, Orochimaru should have been sealed away by someone by now." Kakashi stopped Enko before she could speak further and continued, "But he absolutely has a backup plan. And that backup plan is you." "Me? If I can help, I definitely will, but I don't know where he is either." "Miss Enko, to avoid pain, we'll need to make you lose consciousness briefly. Is that all right?" Kakashi spoke again. Enko looked at Tsunade, and seeing Tsunade nod to her, she agreed to undergo a series of tests and examinations. Seeing no issues with the surroundings, and confirming the scene wasn't constructed by Genjutsu, Enko nodded to Kakashi. "Forgive me." Kakashi's left eye activated his Sharingan, transforming into 3 Tomo. He locked eyes with her, and cast a Genjutsu. Enko immediately lost consciousness, and stood frozen in place. After confirming everything was foolproof, Naruto placed a sealing barrier over the entire room. The runes cordoned off the space. Nothing inside could escape unless they defeated Naruto. Naruto retrieved a portion of Kabuto's body from the scroll that had been torn off during battle. He placed it against the cursed seal on Enko's nape. Forming hand seals in reverse of the evil sealing method, he aimed his right hand at the seal and released a crimson radiance. Evil release seal. A snake's head emerged from the piece of flesh. Naruto grabbed the snake and slowly pulled it out from the cursed seal. Then it opened its mouth, and a man, covered in viscous fluid with pale skin and a cold, sinister demeanor, crawled out from the gaping maw. It was Orochimaru. He looked up at his surroundings, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Tsunade, Kakashi-kun, Naruto-kun. I never imagined it would be you who revived me. This world has truly gone mad." His hoarse voice rasped from his throat, emanating a withered quality. Orochimaru. Kakashi was the first to speak. Hearing his name called, Orochimaru instinctively looked toward Kakashi and met his eyes. But at that moment he saw clearly Kakashi's Sharingan, a Mangekyo Sharingan engraved with a four-cornered windmill pattern. Kodo Amatsukami. When Mitarashi Anko regained consciousness, she witnessed a bizarre sight. Orochimaru, the rogue ninja of Konoha, was engaged in a harmonious conversation with the village's highest leader, the 5th Hokage Tsunade, the future 6th Hokage Hatake Kakashi, and the hero who protected Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. She quickly shook her head, staring at the scene before her in disbelief, still unwilling to accept it, and even went so far as to slap herself hard across the face. Hearing the sound, the four people in front ceased their conversation and turned their heads in unison to look at Mitarashi Anko. The awkwardness of being the center of attention slightly eased the burning pain on her right cheek. She scrambled to her feet and hastily began, "Sensei, is it really you? What is going on here?" She clearly already knew the answer. The person before her was undoubtedly the real Orochimaru. His cunning and treacherous aura, the sinister smile, tinged with perversion, and those chilling golden vertical pupils all confirmed that this man was indeed Orochimaru. "My dear disciple, do you no longer even recognize your own teacher?" Orochimaru's hoarse voice reached Anko's ears. "Miss Anko, I have used Kodo Amatsukami on Lord Orochimaru. It is a supreme jinjutsu that can alter a person's will," Hatake Kakashi explained to Mitarashi Anko, seemingly unconcerned that Orochimaru was right there listening. Orochimaru merely shrugged nonchalantly and said, "It doesn't matter. This jinjutsu can't affect my intellect or knowledge in the slightest. At worst, I'll just have to find a new place to conduct my experiments. I've already come to an agreement with them. As long as I stay within certain boundaries, my research can continue freely." Hearing this, Mitarashi Anko's eyes grew slightly moist. After her teacher defected from Konoha, she, as his disciple, had faced immense scrutiny. During that dark period, she had fantasized countless times about her teacher returning, but the cold reality told her it was impossible. After one disappointment after another, she finally made a resolution: if her teacher wouldn't return, then she would die with him. At least that would be a final resolution for herself. Yet after enduring so much despair, things had turned out for the best. She couldn't hold back and bowed deeply to Hatake Kakashi and the others, saying, "Thank you all." "Humph." Orochimaru sneered. "Don't think you'll get any respite just because I'm back. Once I'm done with my work, you'll move to the lab outside the village and assist me." Hearing this, Mitarashi Anko immediately broke her composure. "Is that appropriate, sensei? I haven't been in a lab for a long time. What if I end up being a burden? Then I'll just have to give you some proper lessons again." Orochimaru picked up her sentence, his tone full of malice. Nearby, Tsunade and the others watched the scene of the master and disciple reuniting, a faint smile appearing on their faces. For them, Orochimaru was an extremely dangerous individual. Though his raw power wasn't top tier, his survivability was far beyond that of the average shinobi. In the future, Orochimaru would undoubtedly be the human furthest from the concept of death. So to counter him exploiting his weaknesses of a fragile soul and low resistance to jinjutsu, Hatake Kakashi had specially transplanted Uchiha Shirsue's eyes, using the ultimate jinjutsu Kodo Amatsukami to alter Orochimaru's will. During that alteration, Kakashi implanted the concepts of protect Konoha and cooperate with Uzumaki Naruto into his mind, and also projected Naruto's future memories to Orochimaru. For some unknown reason, under the influence of Uzumaki, Naruto's life forced this Mangekyo Sharingan like Obito's, I had become controllable by Hatake Kakashi's chakra. Although its usage wasn't as proficient as the original owner's, in activating and deactivating it still consumed a significant amount of chakra, he could at least ensure his own condition remained at full capacity. Moreover, with his current chakra reserves and recovery speed, by his own estimation, his chakra was now nearly 20 times what it once was. He could fully recover quickly even after using the Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto analyzed that the power of Sage Mode might have caused Kakashi's body to develop slight, six-path Sage body traits, allowing it to generally match the Sage Eyes. Naruto joked, "Kakashi-sensei is now a budget version of the six-path Sage." Back to the main topic, the brief exchange between Orochimaru and Mitarashi Anko concluded. Anko, realizing something belatedly, continued to ask, "Sensei, you mentioned you'll be going out for a while. What will you be doing?" "Well, let me explain this one." Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward to explain. "I'd like Orochimaru-san to make a trip to Ryuchi Cave." "San." Orochimaru, keenly caught the key word, couldn't help but pinch his forehead at Naruto's obliviousness. Having received her answer, Mitarashi Anko knew it was best not to pry further. She nodded to everyone in the room and hurried off towards the laboratory Orochimaru planned to build, making some advanced preparations. After Mitarashi Anko left, the four individuals in the room resumed their conversation. Orochimaru was to introduce Uzumaki Naruto to Ryuchi Cave. He spoke to Naruto. "Naruto-kun, all you need to do is sign the contract scroll with your blood. Learning the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave shouldn't be too difficult for you. The main challenge will be getting the White Snake Sage to agree to teach you." "Oh, what does that mean?" Logically speaking, the sages of the three sacred grounds tend to have an indifferent attitude towards those who come to learn, because they have lived for so incredibly long that even life and death are of no consequence to them. But Naruto-kun, you are different. You currently possess Sage Mode from both Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myaboku. The White Snake Sage has always been dismissive and full of disdain for these other two sacred grounds. So this journey for you might not be a peaceful one. Of course, don't be too tense. Ryuchi Cave reveres strength above all. If you can defeat the many descendants of Ryuchi Cave, you can make a request of the White Snake Sage. That's another way you could learn Sage Mode. At this point, Hitaki Kakashi also spoke up. Oh, while there is a direct method, let's try being polite first. Exactly. Orochimaru, you might not know this, but Naruto is incredibly strong now. Even Pain and that Uchiha Obito are no match for him, Tsunade chimed in. Orochimaru then displayed an intellectual smile and said, in that case, let's just get started. Kakashi formed the hand seals for the summoning jutsu, took a bit of Orochimaru's blood, slammed it onto the ground, and a summoning contract formula appeared beneath his hand. Bang! A puff of white smoke cleared, revealing a purple snake as thick as an arm standing in the original spot. It looked at Orochimaru and asked rudely, you're still alive. What do you call me here for? Orochimaru retorted without backing down. You're not qualified to know what I'm doing. Hurry up and show your true form. Tisk, rude human. The purple snake stretched its body straight and gradually transformed into a scroll. Orochimaru picked up the scroll and slowly unrolled it. Tsunade, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uzumaki Naruto curiously looked at the names written on it. Orochimaru's father, Orochimaru Sr. Orochimaru, Mitarashi Yanko, Yakushi Kabuto, and Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru-san, who is this Orochimaru Sr.? Uzumaki Naruto asked. Well, that's my father. He had accidentally stumbled into Ryuchi Cave. The White Snake Sage and the other sages toyed with him before granting him a great fortune and sending him back. Unfortunately, he never managed to develop this fortune to its full potential before he died, and eventually, it was passed down to me. Orochimaru explained. Hitaki Kakashi showed interest and asked, oh, would you mind telling us about that fortune? Upon hearing this question, Tsunade shot him an appreciative glance as well. Of course I don't mind. With that, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a gleaming long blade. Holding it in his hand, he continued, it's this weapon, the Kusanagi sword. Oh, so that's how you came into possession of this sacred weapon, Tsunade said, suddenly enlightened. Mentioning family, a trace of an indescribable emotion flickered in Orochimaru's perpetually cold eyes, but he quickly regained his icy demeanor and said to Naruto, Naruto-kun, come here and sign your name. From now on, you'll be able to summon snakes for battle. Yash. Uzumaki Naruto bit his finger and solemnly wrote his name on the Ryuchi Cave contract scroll. Uzumaki Naruto, after the name was written down, the scroll transformed back into a snake, its cold eyes scrutinizing Naruto from head to toe. Go and inform the White Snake Sage that this kid wishes to learn Senjutsu. The purple snake said with ill intent, then vanished with a poof in a cloud of smoke. They waited in the room for a while longer. At one point, Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, and then he and Orochimaru vanished from the room. Uzumaki Naruto quickly surveyed his surroundings using his sensory abilities. The cave walls were incredibly high, so high that even 1,000 meters up the ceiling was nowhere in sight. The stalactites resembled inverted mountains, like colossal divine swords plummeting from the sky, as described in apocalyptic prophecies. A thick mist filled the air so dense he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. Within the mist, it felt like countless malevolent eyes were watching him, their gazes transmitting killing intent and hunger that seemed to echo directly in his mind. The air was filled with a putrid smell, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive and terrifying. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger shot straight to the top of his head. He turned around to see a 10-meter-high platform where there had been nothing before. The platform was at least 100 meters in diameter, and lying at its very center was a small old woman. Seeming to sense Uzumaki Naruto's gaze, the old woman chuckled. Impressive, this young one can even see through my invisibility. Hearing this voice, Orochimaru also turned around, quickly pulling the stunned Naruto into a deep bow before the figure, greeting respectfully. This junior pays his respects to you, Sage-sama. Naruto mechanically repeated the words, but his mind was reeling with shock. Although he had also been shocked when seeing the slug sage in Shikatsu Forest, an ordinary human couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness when confronted with such a colossal creature. After all, this was a terrifying white serpent estimated to be over 10,000 meters long and 100 meters thick, coiled up and towering like a mountain. The natural energy within the White Snake Sage was as vast as an ocean, much like the slug sages. Even the slightest movement could trigger a terrifying chain reaction. She lowered her head to look at Naruto and spoke again. It seems this little one not only saw through the invisibility, but also saw my true form. Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly explained. White Snake Sage-sama, I'm truly sorry for my rudeness. No need to panic. It's not as if I intended to hide it. The White Snake Sage said nonchalantly, then added directly. Naruto boy, if you want to learn the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave, I won't just teach anyone like other practitioners do. There is only one path before you. At the end of the day, the smell of toad and slug on you is quite unpleasant. If you want me to teach you Senjutsu, you'll have to prove your strength and make all the descendants of my Ryuchi Cave willingly teach you. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto smiled helplessly. He politely bowed to the White Snake Sage and said, then I'll thank the elder for granting me this opportunity. But Sage-sama, how far am I allowed to go? He quite polite, but also quite arrogant. No need to worry about that. If they can't defeat you, it just means their training is insufficient. If they are worthless waste due to insufficient training, then killing them on the spot is no big deal. The smile on the old woman's face, which was the white snake sage's transformation, caused wrinkles to cover her eyes, perfectly concealing her vertical pupils that were utterly emotionless and ice-cold. Then let's begin. My descendants, be sure not to hold back. At the white snake sage's command, a rustling sound emerged from within the thick fog. Naruto Uzumaki first used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Orochimaru away, then formed hand seals for wind release. A small eye of the wind appeared in his palm, which he thrust forward. The low-pressure system began to churn the air within the Ryuchi cave. Wind release Typhoon Eye. Under the enhancement of Sage Mode, the technique manifested a calamitous effect. The fierce and violent gale force materialized from nothing in less than a second. In that second, the first wave of the Serpent Sage's attack was devoured by the raging wind. The weaker snakes could not even remain on the ground, swept up into the sky by the typhoon. At that moment, a second wave of venomous spittle surged toward him. Naruto Uzumaki, watching the dark purple poison, rapidly formed hand seals for fire release, gathering a vast amount of fire release chakra in his throat, then exhaled it all at once. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A brilliant pillar of fire erupted. That pillar of fire maintained a constant thickness, yet the heat and brightness it emitted grew ever higher to the point where it did not even need to touch the venom to completely evaporate it mid-air. This pillar of fire surged into the still whirling typhoon, merging with it. A terrifying sight occurred. The typhoon was rapidly stained a fiery red, releasing astonishing light and heat in this cold, damp Ryuchi cave. This fiery typhoon instantly transformed into a horrible meat grinder. The cutting force of wind release blended with the scorching heat of fire release, not neutralizing each other, but instead synergizing into an absolute slaughterhouse. Where the typhoon swept, nothing grew. Even the earth was sucked up and ground into fine sand. Its range grew ever larger, its speed ever faster, and more offspring of the Ryuchi cave were caught in its wake. Those giant serpents, once caught, were torn from the ground and dragged into the fire tornado ground to pieces bit by bit, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Even if they burrowed underground, the precisely guided force could destroy the ground they hid in, forcibly dragging them out. Faced with this calamitous power, they could only crawl slightly faster to escape. Yet what these creatures did not expect was that the typhoon did not weaken over time, but instead grew wider, hotter, and sharper, evolving to the point where even a touch meant death. More and more creatures died. In Naruto Uzumaki's perception, the number had reached several thousand. Yet the White Snake Sage merely watched coldly. Of course, Naruto Uzumaki fully understood why she could remain so composed. The creatures before him were all created by her through inorganic reincarnation. To her, they were nothing more than consumables. But the reverse was also true. She truly lived up to the title of sage, able to use a single sage art to create lifelike illusions. Even Naruto Uzumaki had spent a long time discerning the truth, and she simultaneously sustained over 1,000 creatures in battle, each of considerable strength. Truly impressive. Naruto Uzumaki could not help but exclaim. He ceased the chakra input for fire release blazing typhoon, and simultaneously manifested 12 shadow clones. Using pure body flicker technique, they vanished on the spot, reappearing the next moment among the serpent swarm, each standing on the head of a snake. They pressed their hands down and used Flying Thunder God technique to bring them to the main body. Meanwhile, Naruto's main body had already formed hand seals for Earth Release, shouting, "Earth Release Golem Hands." 12 giant hands rose from the ground, gripping tightly at the necks and heads. No matter how the serpents struggled, even using venom that could melt mountains, they could not shake these giant hands in the slightest. As if still not satisfied, Naruto Uzumaki pressed his hands to the ground and shouted, "Earth Release Weighted Rock Technique." The already unshakable stone hands grew even heavier, harder, and possessed immense strength, as if they would crush the creatures to death. The serpents completely lost their strength to resist. At that moment, giant serpents crawled out of the ashes once more, their bodies now a dull gray-blue, resembling living stone statues. Who would have thought? The old White Snake Sage has a high artistic attainment. Just having these stone statues at the entrance of Ryuchi Cave, without even using inorganic reincarnation, would scare off a crowd. Naruto Uzumaki spoke while circulating chakra in an extremely complex manner, precisely balancing and merging wind, earth, and fire releases. In the palms of his hands appeared a transparent six-sided cube with a white, glowing orb inside. Dust Release. Dust Release was the supreme heritage of the stone village Akekiai Toda, even more advanced than Kekiai Genkai. Its power was immense. It could decompose any matter into molecular or atomic states. Without the Rinnegan or Yin-Yang release, this technique was virtually an unbeatable killing blow. Unlike Kekiai Genkai, Kekiai Toda could be learned after birth. However, due to its extreme difficulty, even after the worlds of the previous life had opened up, only Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Boruto Uzumaki had mastered Dust Release. Dust Release detachment of the primitive world. The hexahedron in Naruto Uzumaki's hand rapidly expanded until it encompassed the entire area. Once its boundaries were fixed, the central orb instantly filled the entire space, erasing everything inside without a trace. When the intense light dissipated, everything inside had vanished. Even the ground had been cleanly carved out in a perfect square. Oh, this technique is quite interesting. The power of dust release was so great that even the White Snake Sage could not help but take notice. Those stone statues were carved by her personally from the Ryuchi Cave's 1,000-year-old stalactites, possessing immense strength. Once animated by inorganic reincarnation, even if reduced to ash, they could be reincarnated. But Naruto's technique decomposed them at the material level into nothingness. Even with her vast powers, the White Snake Sage would find it difficult to reincarnate them from the air. Moreover, within less than a minute of the battle starting, Naruto Uzumaki had already identified the true snakes and restrained them in the fastest way, ensuring they were not truly harmed. Then with a single killing move, he annihilated thousands of stone statues in one blow, all while maintaining a calm breath and ruddy complexion, only pretending to be panting and sweating when the White Snake Sage finally looked at him. Naruto Uzumaki proved his strength through this method, leaving no handle for the Ryuchi Cave to grasp, and even gave the Ryuchi Cave ample face. The White Snake Sage squinted in satisfaction, slowly took a puff from the pipe in her mouth, and said, "That's enough, Naruto boy. Release them all." "Understood, Lady White Snake Sage." Naruto Uzumaki formed hand seals and released the giant hands from the creatures. Those creatures did not bare their fangs at him, for although Naruto's attacks had deliberately avoided them, they sensed that this human could easily kill them. After the area was cleared, Naruto Uzumaki brought Orochimaru back. At that moment, Orochimaru was in a state of slight shock. The calamitous ninjutsu had been unleashed by this 17-year-old youth, and his lack of fatigue suggested that he was undoubtedly the strongest in the ninja world. The White Snake Sage took another puff from her pipe, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Her voice echoed in Naruto's ears. "Listen, Naruto boy. The essence of the Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode is to strengthen spiritual energy through natural energy. Guide natural energy into the body to enhance nature chakra. After balancing natural and spiritual energy at a 1:1 ratio, guide it to mix with physical energy to create Sage Chakra. That's how Sage Mode is achieved. I will inject venom into you. You need to sense the traces of natural energy within that venom and refine it together with your spiritual power. If you are not fast enough, you will slowly turn into a snake. Then we can have a hearty meal." She licked her forked tongue, saying this with ill intent. "Then I shall trouble the Lady Sage to teach me the sage art." The White Snake Sage's head extended beside Naruto's neck, her fangs piercing his body. The venom, containing 10,000 years of sage power enough to poison an entire village with a single drop, was injected into Naruto's body. In that instant, Naruto Uzumaki felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year ice cellar. It was a cold emanating from the soul, penetrating to the marrow. He felt his 5 senses vanish within a second, plunging into a void. Yet Naruto Uzumaki did not lose consciousness. Though he lost his senses, he quickly sensed the venom flowing through his body and his mind. Calmly, he controlled his body to extract the venom and felt the natural energy contained within. After extracting that natural energy and infusing it into his spiritual power, the venom dissipated. As the venom disappeared bit by bit, Naruto experienced a sharp pain. A pain without source or origin, as if directly appearing on the cerebral cortex. The agony was like being scorched by hellfire, comparable to the burning sensation of the Slug Sage's acid attack. Of course, as this pain emerged, Naruto felt his senses return slightly, to the point where he could even feel the molecules in the air colliding with his skin. In Orochimaru's eyes, the White Snake Sage and Naruto stood frozen. After the White Snake Sage injected her sage power, Naruto's breathing had stopped. The outside world was deathly still. This boy has already found the method. Suddenly, the White Snake Sage's surprised voice sounded in Orochimaru's ears. But Orochimaru did not respond. He simply watched Naruto, sensing a silence and grandeur like an abyss. The tug-of-war in the spiritual world continued. With the infusion of natural energy, his spiritual power grew stronger. The tempering of the venom had now entered its final stage. Though the pain intensified, his 5 senses had fully recovered, and his memory and calculation capabilities greatly improved. He continued refining his spirit. Finally, at a certain moment, the pain reached its peak. The toxicity of the venom seemed about to dissolve his soul in an instant. Yet the intertwining of 2 souls erupted with astonishing resilience. Naruto brought the strongest droplet of venom to the center of his spirit, releasing its boundless natural energy to merge with his spiritual power, allowing the poison to temper his spirit and willpower one last time. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The White Snake Sage slowly withdrew from Naruto, and Orochimaru looked at him. Those azure blue eyes transformed into a dark gold, the round pupils changed into vertical slits emitting a cold gleam. A purple eyeshadow appeared around the orbits, and a face pattern extended like a brush stroke at the bridge of the nose. Apart from this, there was no other snake-like feature on his body. Thus, the second Ryuchi Cave Sage was born. The White Snake Sage squinted and said, "Not bad. Even more perfect than Yakushi Kabuto's. And you withstood my strongest original poison. It wasn't a waste of the opportunity one gave you. Thank you for your guidance, Lady Sage." Naruto Uzumaki solemnly cupped his hands in salute. "Hirai boy. You're not bad. That drop of venom is something I have refined since the beginning of my cultivation. Such a treasure, if leaked to the outside world, could probably contaminate even your land of fire. I don't have much left. It's somewhat worthwhile to have helped you achieve this. As she muttered, two beautiful women in kimonos appeared beside the white snake sage, one plump and one slender, each holding a scroll. These are the secret arts of the Ryuchi Cave, White Rage Technique, and Inorganic Reincarnation. Now that you are half my disciple, you may cultivate here. Inside a secluded chamber of the Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru and Naruto Uzumaki sat cross-legged face to face. Naruto had rapidly stabilized Sage Mode within the Ryuchi Cave, and soon mastered two advanced Sage techniques, Sage Art White Rage Technique, and Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. Such speed of mastery is unprecedented, Orochimaru murmured in awe, gazing at Naruto. These Sage arts, unknown even by name to most shinobi, have been fully grasped by you in half a day. Naruto scratched his head with a warm smile. Uncle Snake, it's largely because I'd already trained in Sage Modes from Mount Myaboku and the Shikatsu Forest, and without your introduction, I'd never have gained access here. Hehehe. Orochimaru let out a rasping chuckle before asking, so, what do you intend to do next? The situation is now starkly clear. Akatsuki has assembled all critical components. The Rinnegan, the demonic statue of the Outer Path, the White Zetsu Army, and the Impure World Reincarnation Forces, sufficient to ignite the Shinobi World War. Our preparations are likewise nearing completion. By now, Lady Tsunade and Sensei Kakashi's invitations for the 5 Kage Summit should have reached each Kage. The summit itself will undoubtedly become Akatsuki's optimal moment to declare war. War stirs anew. Orochimaru sighed, a rare note of humanity softening his voice. Lingering influence of the Izanagi technique had subtly tempered his nature. Uncle Snake, there are several matters I must ask of you, Naruto said earnestly. Oh, speak freely. First, I need you to uncover the method to awaken my Uzumaki bloodlines, Kekkei Genkai. Second, conduct comparative analysis of my cells, Hashirama's cells, and Sensei Kakashi's cells. Third, and most crucial, I require your research into reversing the dead demon consuming seal. Of course, I welcome these challenges. And regarding your vessel for reincarnation, I can procure several white Zetsu as temporary hosts. Then I won't hold back. Naruto extended his arm. Without hesitation, Orochimaru produced a slender instrument and drew a vial of blood and a small tissue sample, sealing them carefully in glass tubes. They attempted the impure world reincarnation of Itachi Uchiha, but failed. Naruto's expression hardened. It seems Kabuto has already begun his move. The 5 Kage Summit convenes in roughly 1 week. This window may well be our final opportunity. Time is short. We must accelerate our pace. Emerging from the chamber, they stood once more before the White Snake Sage, who lowered his great head and addressed Naruto. Young Naruto, your circumstances grow perilously tense. Indeed, Sage-sama. If not for this urgency, we would gladly remain here for days to learn further from you. Flattery is unnecessary. Truthfully, your performance exceeds even my expectations. We had originally intended to consume you, yet now it appears I misjudged you entirely. The White Snake Sage exhaled deeply. After all, you are the only being whom even that foul fox has come to respect. I've never seen him so docile. A dismissive, disdainful snort echoed faintly in Naruto's ear. The White Snake Sage continued, you are now in essence half my disciple. You seek to fuse the 3 Sage arts. No one has ever attempted such a synthesis, nor even conceived of it. Let me point you toward the path. Naruto pricked up his ears, bowing respectfully in full attention. Return to Mount Myaboku. Though those wretched toads wield mediocre sage techniques themselves, their understanding of how humans harmonize with natural energy runs deeper, closer to its fundamental essence. Listening intently, Naruto bowed deeply. This humble disciple thanks you, Sage Master. Enough. Visit often, and now depart. In Konoha village, reconstruction progressed swiftly under Yamato's supervision, and crucially, since Naruto had gravely wounded Obito Uchiha and Kabuto Yakushi and slain Tobi, neither had exploited Yamato to enhance the White Zetsu. Within the Hokage's office, Tsunade Senju Kakashi Hitaki and Shikaka Nara, briefed by Naruto on his return from the future with Tsunade's and Kakashi's full support, had just dispatched the 5 Kage Summit invitations awaiting Naruto and Orochimaru's return while strategizing their next moves. Bang! A plume of white smoke interrupted their discussion. After brief salutations, Naruto outlined his next steps. Then the 3 former Hokage, 1 advisor and 1 scientist, jointly established wartime governance protocols for the village. Kakashi entrusted a tissue sample to Orochimaru, and their subsequent assignments were set. Tsunade would assist Orochimaru's research using Legacy Root Division experimental materials. Shikaku would support Kakashi in daily administration. Naruto would journey first to Mount Myaboku, and then to the Land of Lightning. 1 week hence, Tsunade, Senju Might Guy, and Kakashi Hitaki would travel to the Land of Iron for the 5 Kage Summit, while Naruto would remain outside as strategic reinforcement, ready to respond at any signal. After completing his current work, Orochimaru would seek Sasuke Uchiha. Meanwhile, Shikaka Nara, Shikamaru Nara, and Hayashi Hyuga would remain in Konoha to manage internal affairs. Upon concluding the plan, each departed for their designated post. Naruto left the village, found an open field, summoned a toad, explained his intent, and vanished in a puff of smoke. Returning once more to Mount Myaboka, Naruto first sought out Fukasaku and Shima, greeting them warmly, only to meet their bewildered stares. No human had ever carried 4 distinct essences, human, toad, slug, and snake, upon his person. Naruto recounted his recent trials and expressed his wish to remain at Mount Myaboku to synthesize the sage arts. Upon hearing him, the 2 elders escorted him to the great toad sage himself. As the great doors parted, Naruto stood once again before that unfathomable being, a contemporary of the Sage of 6 Paths. The great toad sage sat upon his lofty dais, crowned with a tall scholar's cap. His age was immeasurable. His eyes seemed barely able to open, yet his mouth perpetually curved in benevolent serenity, his entire presence radiating gentle wisdom. Though dwarfed beside the slug sage and the white snake sage, his aura pressed upon Naruto with far greater weight, less a physical form than a manifestation of the earth itself, composed wholly of pure natural energy. Before, natural energy felt distant, insubstantial. Now, as my mastery deepens, his presence grows ever more overwhelming. His raw power likely ranks just below Kaguya Otsutsuki, yet she commands countless arcane divine arts. True comparison remains elusive. Naruto whispered inwardly and bowed reverently. When Kaguya invaded the 3 great sage clans, long reclusive, volunteered for the Shinobi Alliance, shedding their final drops of blood in resistance. Little Naruto, you've returned at last. This old man has spoken of you endlessly. The great toad sage chuckled warmly. Children, please withdraw. I wish to speak privately with young Naruto. What's gotten into the old man today? He's actually lucid. Shima exclaimed in disbelief. Fukasaku hurried her along. Hush. Don't speak so of him. We're leaving now. As the last toad's chittering faded and the great door sealed shut, the great toad sage spoke gently. Little Naruto, you seek to fuse the 3 sage arts. Yes, great sage grandfather, Naruto replied, and settled cross-legged on the floor, ready to converse. Truthfully, even I do not know precisely how the 3 clan sage arts may be unified, for no shinobi before you has ever simultaneously mastered all 3 sage modes. The great toad sage stroked his knees slowly. Yet the white snake sage sent you here, sensing that true fusion hinges upon maintaining perfect equilibrium, 111, among natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy. Put simply, you must absorb natural energy to simultaneously fortify both body and spirit, and yet also guide that same energy to preserve balance among all 3. Naruto furrowed his brow. Doesn't that create a paradox, like stepping on your own foot? I grasp your meaning, yet the truth lies elsewhere. I believe you must enter all 3 sage modes simultaneously, for if even one lags, the exponentially escalating power will only widen the imbalance, making equilibrium impossible to reclaim. Moreover, your body must endure the sheer magnitude of natural energy surging through you. Consider you'll need to absorb, every instant, 3 times the natural energy required to sustain a single sage mode. And that demand escalates relentlessly over time. Should your physiology falter, there will be no second chance, not even room for error. If mastering Mount Myaboku's sage mode is static equilibrium and wielding it is dynamic equilibrium, then what you undertake is progressive equilibrium. Its difficulty transcends mere scale. It resides in another dimension entirely. Naruto smiled, a quiet, resolute smile, and tightened his Konoha forehead protector. Great sage grandfather, I understand everything you've said. Yet still I shall march forward, head held high. Even if my skull shatters, even if my bones turn to dust. Under the guidance of Elder Fukasaku and Elder Shima, Naruto Uzumaki returned once more to the narrow wooden plank, where he had previously trained balance during his cultivation of the Toad Sage mode at Myobokuzen. After settling himself again upon the plank, Naruto began sensing the natural energy permeating Myobokuzen. He guided that energy into his body and, following the teachings of the great Toad Sage, temporarily balanced natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy in a precise 1:1 ratio. He mentally reviewed the circulation methods of the 3 great sage arts, drew a deep breath, and paused at the critical threshold. Opening his eyes, he said to Elder Fukasaku, Grandmaster Sage, I am beginning. Go ahead boldly, little Naruto, fear nothing. With a gentle smile toward Elder Fukasaku, he closed his eyes once more and stepped across that threshold. Then consciousness slipped away. When he awoke again, the toads of Myobokuzen were already draped in mourning garb, their lamentations echoing ceaselessly. Frogs known and unknown wept around him. Some did not even know Naruto Uzumaki's name, drawn only by the spectacle. Even Elder Shima and Elder Fukasaku had exchanged their black robes for white ones. Oh my dear little Naruto, how terribly you perished. Little Naruto, Myobokuzen sage art is splendid. Why on earth did you try fusing it with other techniques? Tell me. So his name is little Naruto, is it? Gazing upon this absurd yet touching scene, he urgently called out to Elder Fukasaku and Elder Shima. Then, somewhere within the wailing procession, a voice shrieked in terror, he's risen from the dead. At that cry, the bewildered toads scattered in panic, leaping away with shrill cries. Little Naruto, you're alive. You frightened me half to death. Little Naruto, You don't know. I was already preparing your burial. Scratching his head, Naruto offered an awkward smile to the two sages before asking, Grandmaster Sage, what happened to me? Why did I faint outright? And how long was I unconscious? Little Naruto, I consulted the great Toad Sage just now. He explained that your current self simply cannot withstand the overwhelming impact of such vast natural energy. Imbalance struck from the very first moment, plunging you into unconsciousness for a full day. A day, eh? Naruto gasped in disbelief. He had slept straight through an entire day. Indeed. And without Kurama's chakra assisting your recovery, you might have lain unconscious far longer. Kurama. Naruto jerked his gaze downward toward his abdomen, astonishment flickering across his face. Come to think of it, is Kurama cooperating more readily now? I recall he still interfered during your earlier sage training. Perhaps he's simply in a better mood. Naruto's own spirits were unmistakably elevated. Kurama had finally manifested after his return, appearing for the first time in quite a while. Naruto had sought Kurama several times only to find him perpetually slumbering. After that single disdainful humph at Ryuchi Cave, Kurama had refused all further contact, leaving Naruto flustered and uncertain. Yet today Kurama's aloofness seemed merely the proud pouting of a stubborn companion. Kurama, just wait a little longer. Once I master this trial, we'll speak properly, face to face. Naruto resolved inwardly, his determination hardening anew. Grandmaster Sage, we begin again. No rest required. Elder Fukasaku asked, ever considerate. No need. I could go without food or water entirely now. And mild hunger sharpens my focus. Then let us proceed. Oh. For the next 3 days Naruto persisted, repeatedly failing, continuously refining his perception of equilibrium, as the three energies surged ever stronger, gradually acclimating to the torrential influx of natural energy, like a whale drawing breath from the sea. As training extended, he endured this state longer each time, and each subsequent collapse left him unconscious for shorter intervals. Yet Naruto remained unable to truly fuse the three forces. After all, the three sage arts originated from three distinct sacred lands, Toad, Slug, and Snake, whose very natures were locked in mutual restraint, thus their derived sage modes inevitably reflected those ancient opposing affinities. Just then the great Toad Sage approached, slowly leaning upon his cane. Elder Fukasaku and Naruto bowed deeply in reverence. Elder Sage, what brings you here? Greetings, Grandmaster Sage. The great Toad Sage returned their bows with quiet grace, then smiled warmly at Elder Fukasaku. I was taking a stroll and saw you practicing here, so I came to observe. Turning to Naruto, he spoke with profound gravity. Little Naruto, remember this, if you force three bowls to merge as one, all three will shatter. Naruto's eyes widened. The great Toad Sage's words pierced through confusion like dawn-breaking storm clouds. A spark of insight ignited in his mind, and he bowed low in sincere gratitude. Thank you, Grandmaster Sage. I believe I now grasp the path forward. Ha. The great Toad Sage chuckled, a slow, serene, ageless laugh, as he added, press onward diligently, little Naruto. What you undertake now has no precedent in history. It reshapes the very foundations of existence. Leaning on his cane, the great Toad Sage ambled away. His words lingered, stirring Elder Fukasaku's reflection. Indeed, little Naruto, perhaps we erred from the outset in insisting upon merging the three sage arts. The three sacred lands exist in eternal interplay, creation and constraint woven as one. Yes, we trapped ourselves in a narrowing spiral. Our path grew ever narrower. But what comes next? Grandmaster Sage, I believe I must now transcend the rigid frameworks of each sacred land's cultivation method. At its core, Sage Mode is not form, it is balance. Henceforth, I need no longer cling to outward appearances. I shall seize that essence directly, and forge my own path to equilibrium. As he spoke, Naruto seated himself upon the plank, once more steadying himself atop its narrow peak. He drew a deep, deliberate breath, cleared his mind of all distraction, and closed his eyes like an ancient monk entering deep meditation. In that instant, light, sound, even the sensation of touch, vanished from Naruto's awareness. He sank into absolute void. Within that darkness and silence, perception reawakened, expanding swiftly until it reached the outermost limits of his vision. In that boundless clarity, he held dominion over all things. He could see the intricate veins of every grass blade, hear the precise resonance of each droplet striking the water's surface, feel the direction and velocity of every breeze. At the molecular level, he foresaw wind's next shift, predicted the exact landing point of each falling drop, traced the flow of nutrients within plant stems. He sensed his spiritual energy. Then within that perceived world, Naruto located himself, not as a shape, but as a living constellation of vitality. He felt the pulse of every cell, the rhythm of every organ, the raw power coiled within his entire being. He discerned precisely how much force his muscles could exert, and commanded that strength down to infinitesimal precision. He perceived the limits of his bones, the immense life force thrumming within his flesh. With conscious control, he drew a breath calibrated so perfectly that its oxygen sustained every vital function. Thus he gained a new understanding of his physical energy. Finally, within that complete and silent world, Naruto saw the boundless, omnipresent natural energy, the very lifeblood of ecosystems emanating from mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna alike. Nature and natural energy existed in symbiotic harmony, and now as he beheld it, that energy ceased its chaotic flux, holding still as if awaiting his command. In that moment, Naruto mastered natural energy. Elder Fukasaku blinked, keenly sensing the shift in natural energy, then fell into stunned awe. Sage Mode had always been a passive art. One waited patiently as natural energy seeped gradually into the body. Even the sages of the 3 sacred lands followed this path. Yet here it appeared Naruto had seized control of the process itself. Naruto did not pause. With a single thought, natural energy cascaded into his body like a thunderous waterfall. Boom! His body erupted with a seismic roar, as if some ancient seal had shattered. Natural energy swiftly harmonized with his foundational physical and spiritual energies. Yet Naruto did not halt there. He continued drawing natural energy inward, amplifying both his physical energy yang and spiritual energy yin. As yin and yang intensified, ever more natural energy flooded in, each force reinforcing the others in spiraling ascent. At last Naruto stabilized the triad, natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy, locked in perfect dynamic 1-1-1 equilibrium. From afar, the great toad, Sage, sighed softly, memory stirring of an encounter long buried in time with 2 brothers whose legacy had shaped destiny. Lifting his gaze skyward, leaning upon his cane, he murmured, as if to the wind, Hagoromo, your son has surpassed you. Naruto opened his eyes. Azure blue chakra flames blazed across his body, tangible, fierce, radiant. A voluminous azure mantle billowed behind him, adorned with 9 tomo upon its back. His skin flushed pale cerulean. The chakra fire veiled his whisker marks, and his irises transformed into azure cross-shaped pupils, melding the distinctive traits of toad, snake, and slug. His hair blazed azure, spiking upward like twin horns, harmonizing flawlessly with his entire being. Transparent flames, emblems of natural energy, engulfed him, growing ever more potent with each passing second. Naruto leapt beside Elder Fukasaku and clenched his fist, unintentionally releasing a shockwave so violent it detonated the air and threatened to rip apart the ground. To spare Myobo-Kuzan further upheaval, he deliberately withdrew from the new Sage Mode. Grandmaster Sage, I succeeded. Elder Shima, finally recovering from her astonishment, breathed in wonder. Ah, you've done it, little Naruto. Then shifting tone, she pressed, how taxing was that Sage Mode? How do you freely command natural energy? Does it bear a name? Grandmaster Sage, Naruto interrupted with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. I've only just grasped it. I'm still unfamiliar with its applications. As for its name, I synthesized the sage arts of the 3 sacred lands, blending their sage modes into one unified mastery. I shall call it the syncretic sage art. Harmonious sage art indeed, well done. Well done, Fukasaku praised. Naruto Uzumaki chuckled and said, Grandpa Fukasaku, could you find me an open area? I need to familiarize myself with this new power. Certainly. There's a large open area behind the mountain. It's where the toads practice their martial arts, so it should suffice for you. Great, thank you, Grandpa Fukasaku. Let's head back then. Very well, let's go. Fukasaku's words came to an abrupt halt. He frowned and turned to Naruto Uzumaki, saying, Little Naruto, go ahead by yourself. The old man wants to speak with me. I've already told the toads over there to clear the space for you. Alright then, I'll head over by myself. The fusion process of Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan had reached its final stage. The surging power in his eyes, vast as the ocean, made even himself shudder. His ocular power resonated with his chakra, the two merging to nourish his body. However, at that very moment, he suddenly felt another surge of chakra flooding into his eyes, followed by excruciating pain. What a... Uchiha Sasuke endured the pain, his body twisting from the strain. His face went pale as paper, his heart rate nearing 240, and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. His chakra circulation became abnormally rapid. Damn it, what's happening? It's even more ferocious than when the fusion first began. Is this the final step? The intense pain nearly compelled him to tear his eyes out, but Uchiha Sasuke exhaled deeply, his fingers gripping the edge of the stone bed until the sheer force nearly crushed and deformed the rock. At another hideout of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito and the fully recovered Yakushi Kabuto met once more. Obito no longer appeared as withered and aged as before, yet he remained gaunt, his eyes dim and lifeless. Even the Rinnegan implanted in his left eye seemed lackluster. Kabuto's condition was somewhat better. Though severely injured by Naruto Uzumaki, resulting in a large wound, the rest of his injuries had healed with treatment. The two fell silent upon meeting again, taken aback by just how formidable Naruto Uzumaki had become. Obito felt particularly frustrated. His Kamui was his trump card for years, the key to his victories over powerful enemies. Yet Konan not only betrayed the Akatsuki and leaked his intelligence, but also joined forces with Naruto Uzumaki to destroy his Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he had recovered one Rinnegan, his body could never fully return to its former state. Like Danzo before him, Obito now had Sharingan eyes grafted onto his body. With Kabuto's assistance, his left side was reinforced with Hashirama cells and 50 Sharingan eyes, while his right eye was a new Mangekyo Sharingan taken from Uchiha Makoto, an experimental subject of Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito raised his hand, gazing at the Sharingan in his palm, then thought of the monstrous body hidden beneath his robes, feeling a wave of revulsion. I never imagined I'd end up so grotesque. Naruto Uzumaki, just wait. One day I'll tear you apart. Uchiha Obito shook off his dark thoughts and resumed the deep commanding voice of Uchiha Madara. Although the plan has encountered setbacks, the overall progress remains on track. All the elements for the Fourth Shinobi World War are now assembled. We need only declare war at the 5 Kage Summit. Hehehe, Yakushi Kabuto chuckled darkly, his tone sinister. Consider this period as an appetizer to shock the shinobi world. Yakushi Kabuto formed the summoning seal, and several coffins rose from the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's clone, accompanied by Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clone, located the Uzumaki clan's face mask and retrieved the Death God mask. Now we can revive several Hokage. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement as he beheld the Death God mask. Exactly, Uncle Orochimaru. Congratulations. Your hand will be restored soon as well. Ha. Orochimaru let out his signature sensual raspy laugh. You're too kind, Naruto-kun. However, to seal the dead demon-consuming seal, my main body needs to be present. No need, Uncle Orochimaru. I can use the Flying Thunder God to bring the mask back directly. Naruto Uzumaki smiled and replied. Very well. Also, are the living sacrifices ready? I've already captured several white Zetsu. Don't worry, there will be plenty. Excellent. Then let us return the research. There should be nearly complete. Yoshi. With Naruto Uzumaki's assistance, Hatake Kakashi had successfully transplanted the Kamui from his left eye and the Koto Amatsukami from his right. As his vitality and Sage Mode chakra continued to grow, he grew increasingly adept at wielding both eyes. Though each activation consumed slightly more chakra than the original owners, his vast reserves and rapid regeneration rendered this inconsequential. The sole drawback was that since the eyes were not a matched pair, Kakashi could not activate Susanoo. To further enhance Kakashi's combat prowess, Naruto Uzumaki even granted him the lightning release chakra mode of the Reikage. Kakashi himself had also resumed practicing the Hatake school of swordsmanship. There was simply too much to learn, immersing him in training and cultivation day after day. This inspired Mato Gai, who clamored to train alongside Hatake Kakashi, while the village's administrative duties were entrusted to the Nara father and son. Sai. After a day of cultivation, Hatake Kakashi subdued his blazing aura and visited the cemetery. He tidied the graves of the 4th Hokage and his wife offered flowers, and then sat before Rin Nohara's tombstone, murmuring to himself, Rin, another war is about to break out. He paused, tilting his head to gaze at the setting sun. The sharpness in his eyes no longer concealed itself, blazing as if he could pierce the heavens, a silent vow to Rin. This time I will not let another comrade fall before my eyes. Behind the mountain, the bluish-green chakra enveloping Naruto Uzumaki gradually dissipated, revealing his breathless form. The surrounding training grounds lay in ruins, the ground depressed by nearly half a meter. So that was the commotion you caused, Gamabunta said, hopping over with his 2 younger brothers. Oh, Elder Gamabunta. Naruto Uzumaki straightened up and waved, then bent over, resting his hands on his knees, exhausted. I initially thought a toad from Ryuchi Cave had wandered over. Didn't expect it to be you. Quite terrifying. Gamabunta panted heavily. Although my sensory abilities are weak, I could still feel your power. It was truly fearsome. Indeed, Naruto, Gamaken said modestly as always. It felt like an earthquake. Only Grandpa Fukasaku and Grandma Shima could produce such effects in Mount Mayaboku. Yes, Naruto, Gamahiro carrying his dual swords chimed in. Hee. Hearing their praise, Naruto Uzumaki grinned. I still haven't fully mastered this power. Once I adapt, I'll restore the training grounds. Ha will help you then. Just then Fukasaku suddenly hopped over, holding 2 scrolls with a grave expression. Little Naruto, these are the new sage arts the old man has prepared for you. Gamabunta spoke first. Hasn't Naruto already learned our sage arts? Fukasaku fell silent for a long moment before replying. That's precisely why I said they are new sage arts. Those present seemed utterly perplexed. After a long while, Naruto Uzumaki appeared to grasp the meaning. His eyes widened as he asked Fukasaku, how new are these? The ink on these scrolls should have only just dried. Naruto Uzumaki was momentarily speechless, yet he burst into laughter, his eyes nearly shining. Grandpa Fukasaku, the old man, truly created 2 new sage arts for me. Fukasaku was even more stunned. Was the boy really thinking along those lines? Naruto Uzumaki took the scrolls from his hands, slowly unrolled them, and began to read. The more he read, the brighter his eyes shone. Although the scrolls did not detail the specific cultivation methods, they offered guidance on applying the harmonious sage art, suggested optimizations, and even pointed Naruto Uzumaki toward the direction of creating new sage arts. Naruto Uzumaki finally understood the meaning of an elder in the house is a treasure. He tilted his head toward the sky and shouted, Grandpa Fukasaku, thank you. Seeing this, Fukasaku finally felt relieved. He had feared the old man might impart flawed teachings at this critical moment, but it seemed Naruto Uzumaki was truly inspired. Naruto Uzumaki then said with a touch of apology to Fukasaku and the three-toed brothers, Grandpa Fukasu, Elder Gamabunta, the new techniques I test may cause considerable destruction. I prefer not to practice them here in Mount Mayaboku. If possible, I wish to return to the outside world and demonstrate my progress once my training is complete. Oh, certainly. Go ahead, little Naruto. But remember, sage art cultivation must never be rushed. Fukasaku advised. Okay. Naruto Uzumaki flashed an okay gesture, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Naruto Uzumaki arrived at a seascape east of the Land of Fire. Standing still, he pressed his palms together, drawing the ambient natural energy into his body. 3 seconds later, his eyes transformed into blue-green cross pupils, his body enveloped in blue-green chakra, his entire form turning that hue, and his cloak seemed to blaze with blue flames. He released his hands, yet the natural energy continued to pour into him, steadily amplifying his physical and spiritual energy. Following the Great Toad Sage's guidance, Naruto Uzumaki optimized his harmonious sage art, even discovering more refined adjustments. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes once more. His sage mode had drawn the leaking natural energy back inside. His skin took on a pale white-blue tint, and his robes shifted to a sky-like hue, revealing the whisker marks on his cheeks that had previously been hidden. His cloak fluttered in the wind, and his entire aura radiated tranquility and vastness, as if he had merged completely with nature. Naruto Uzumaki now possessed a far clearer understanding of his own body. Upon activating his harmonious sage art, his strength, speed, defense, physical control, healing capacity, and jutsu power all increased roughly 5-fold, with these enhancements growing steadily as the sage mode persisted. His already peerless sensory perception surpassing even the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and his terrifying predictive calculations were amplified to monstrous levels. He could perceive every rustle and movement within a 5-kilometer radius. A purely physical sense that rendered the concealment abilities of White Zetsu or the second Tsuchikage utterly meaningless. He now possessed an almost abstract ability to hear the voices of all things and vaguely sense the thoughts of his opponents, even detecting the faintest precognition of future crises. Perhaps this is what they call sixth sense. Naruto Uzumaki thought silently. After optimizing his sage mode, he sat cross-legged on the ground, pondering the suggestions from the Great Toad Sage, and began the creation of a completely new sage art. Following the Great Toad Sage's counsel, Naruto Uzumaki gradually grasped the essence of Senjutsu, a technique uniquely attuned to harmonizing with nature itself, revealing 2 distinct paths forward. First, he guided the ambient natural energy flowing through heaven and earth, merging it deeply with his own Senjutsu chakra, then began experimental refinement of its external form and intrinsic properties. Upon the sea's surface, invisible constructs materialized around Naruto Uzumaki, cubes, spheres, and countless other geometric forms, both regular and irregular, each emerging faster, growing more intricate, multiplying in number with breathtaking velocity. At last, a towering warrior deity manifested beside him, reminiscent of the complete form of Susanoo, yet scaled precisely to Naruto's own stature. As he commanded it, he moved with the same instinctive mastery he once wielded over Kurama, its fist cleaving the air with such force that a miniature tsunami erupted upon impact with the water. His power continued surging, the imposing armor's strength swelled in tandem, and so Naruto donned it himself. His might now reached its zenith. A single punch tore a vacuum burst from the air, and the resulting shockwave struck the sea like a colossal artillery shell, unleashing an extravagant, towering wave. Though not quite rivaling Might Guy in the Eighth Gate's transcendent state, Naruto stood among the greatest taijutsu masters ever known, across all ages. He exhaled, then executed a full sequence of martial forms, the waves swelling ever larger, spreading ever wider, until at their absolute crescendo the sea roiled, as if convulsed by a magnitude 12 earthquake's aftermath. Yet in the instant following that apex, the tempest stilled with eerie precision, not by chance, but by Naruto's deliberate control, transforming chaotic dispersion into focused detonation and harnessing the ambient natural energy to manifest a colossal hand that pressed down upon the sea's surface, averting catastrophe for both the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Naruto adjusted briefly to the armor encasing him, then drew a deep breath, unleashing a torrent of volatile Senjutsu chakra that fused seamlessly with natural energy, causing the armor to expand rapidly across his frame. Boom! An invisible giant rose from the sea, a colossus woven from intangible natural energy now coalesced into tangible form. Its sheer power warped light itself, rendering the warrior god visible only through shimmering distortion, sharp, defined contours blurred by spectral hues. Faintly discernible was his wrathful mask, eyes blazing with divine fury, crowned by an ancient general's helmet. His ornate layered armor accentuated his immense commanding presence. 6 thick muscular arms extended from his torso, each gripping a legendary weapon. Blade, sword, spear, halberd, axe, and battle axe, each etched with luminous arcane seals that pulsed with faint divine radiance, as though destined to cleave away all darkness in creation. His stature soared to 100 meters, matching the scale of Naruto's past manifestations, Susanoo, the Wood Clone, and Kurama mode. Merely standing, he summoned successive tsunamis. Kilometer-high waves radiated outward from him, as if the very ocean recoiled in primal dread. From the moment of his emergence, daylight dimmed. The sun veiled beneath oppressive black clouds, leaving only a hazy pale disk to illuminate the churning sea. Yet this encroaching gloom only heightened the figure's subtle, burnished gold luminescence, like a bronze arhut carved from myth and reverence. Naruto stood atop the Titan's head. With a mere thought, he swept his weapons in a wide arc, and instantly, every 1,000-meter wave within a 10-kilometer radius was severed mid-surge. Even the storm-racked clouds parted in that instant, surrendering to sunlight once more. The boundless ocean fell utterly still, truly profoundly windless and calm. Naruto retracted the colossal being. The world's breath, long held captive by that earth and sky-quelling force, resumed its flow, and in that quietude Naruto settled upon its name. Fudomai. Sasuke Uchiha endured the agony, akin to 1,000 blades carving flesh, then felt sudden profound relief. His entire being surged with explosive power. His ocular prowess had at last achieved true synthesis. Amaterasu now possessed not only absolute physical annihilation, but also the capacity to scorch spiritual entities. Even chakra itself served merely as its fuel. Tsukuyomi had evolved beyond mere illusion. Its potency now matched Amaterasu's, able to be imbued directly into Sasuke's strikes, rendering his ninjutsu and taijutsu inherently infused with genjutsu effects. With enhanced Kagetsuchi, Sasuke embodied the very essence of fire, a true god of flame. Flames bent entirely to his will, temperature, shape, and elemental nature, all subject to his command. Should he choose, he could sustain heat, while transmuting flame into freezing cold. Sasuke Uchiha unwound the bandages from his eyes, revealing twin orbs of pure, depthless black, utterly devoid of emotion, still as stagnant water. A white Zetsu emerged from the earth and spoke. "Oh ho ho. Arrogant Sasuke Uchiha, you finally awakened. 2 days ago you writhed like a maggot in torment. Would you care to see your pitiful state? Ha ha ha. Dare." Sasuke's gaze locked on target, and a black blade pierced the white Zetsu clean through, incinerating it instantly into molten slag. Its grating laughter ceased mid-breath. No great tree sprouted in its wake, as was customary for fallen white Zetsu. The sudden carnage left the room's white Zetsu stunned, still uncomprehending, until the black flame scythe of death descended upon them, harvesting lives with merciless speed, signaling that Sasuke Uchiha had slipped all restraint. "You ungrateful traitor Sasuke," they cried, unleashing would release en masse. Individually weak, yet collectively formidable when coordinated by 100. A tide of vines surged towards Sasuke, only to meet his contemptuous scoff. "Is this truly all you can muster? How grotesque your final struggle appears." He did not raise a hand, merely glanced sideways at the forest of wood. A blade of black flame and lightning materialized like a dream, slicing through the vine tide with peerless sharpness and infernal heat, annihilating hundreds behind it. The shockwave expanded, bisecting the secret base cleanly, then consumed entirely by searing flame. Even the rain outside evaporated into vapor before touching ground. From the inferno, Sasuke rescued the 3 members of Team Hawk, but offered them no further acknowledgement, striding alone into the distant forest, Kusanagi, sword in hand. More white Zetsu erupted from the earth. Sasuke turned, his eyes heavy with impatience. "Sasuke, you thankless wretch. We saved you, yet now you repay us thus." One white Zetsu nearest him spat the words. "How tedious." Sasuke cast a fleeting glance. Its gaze failed to evade his. In that instant, the 6-pointed star filled its entire vision. Dazed, it found itself crucified beneath a black sky where a blood-tinged 6-pointed moon hung motionless, radiating faint crimson light. Shink! A blade pierced flesh. Agony exploded through its consciousness. It screamed, not out of pain, but because for the first time sensation flooded its being, acute, overwhelming, unceasing. Sasuke had not only granted perception, he had amplified it to unbearable extremes. Each stab would replay endlessly in its mind. The psychic assault would not kill it, only trap it in infinite cycles of visceral torment. Unless. Outside, 1 second later, the others watched as the speaker collapsed, riddled with countless wounds, as though pierced repeatedly by sword and blade. A flicker of surprise crossed Sasuke's eyes. It endured 96 hours before perishing. Perhaps you're not wholly worthless after all. Tsukuyomi had undergone radical evolution, no longer confined to illusionary space. It now allowed Sasuke absolute dominion over time and dimension within its realm, with 1 second externally equating to 1 week internally. Moreover, mental collapse within the genjutsu caused real-world injuries to manifest identically, an ultimate, inescapable killing technique. Yet, greater power demanded stricter conditions. The technique's duration remained capped at 3 seconds, and its effective range stayed limited to 20 meters. Realizing Sasuke's resolve, the white Zetsu converged, melding fluidly into one another until a monstrous amorphous entity arose, a grotesque amalgamation of countless white Zetsu, faces twisting abstractly in nauseating contortion. Simultaneously, another white Zetsu appeared, wearing a spiral-patterned mask eerily resembling Toby, slammed its palms onto the earth. A wooden cannon statue erupted upward, seated cross-legged back, bearing a circular wooden disc bristling with hundreds of clenched fists. This masked Zetsu perched atop the cannon's head, flanked by the abominable Colossus, blocking Sasuke's path. Sasuke asked, "Tobi, were you not already dead?" Hehe, came a coarse, unfamiliar laugh from behind the mask, utterly unlike Tobi's voice. "I am not Tobi. I am Han, the strongest white Zetsu." Han was a new creation, forged by Obito after Tobi's demise using the Outer Path demonic statue, infused with heightened Hashirama cells, and even implanted with an unconscious clone composed of Hashirama cells and a pair of Sharingan. Han embodied amplified power and refined lethality. Their assault commenced. The fused white Zetsu unleashed potent would release and unpredictable punches from unseen angles. Han's wooden Buddha hurled barrage after barrage of fists, each strike trembling the earth, augmented by all 5 elemental ninjutsu, posing genuine difficulty for Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke sidestepped the spike attack, backflipped over a crushing blow, and landed at a safer distance, smirking. "At last, this is beginning to interest me." His Sharingan spun, the 3 tomo accelerating, then resolving sequentially into a 3-bladed shuriken, then a 6-pointed star, finally settling into an intricate eternal pattern. 3 blades, encircling the 6-pointed star, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Eyes wide, crimson light blazed forth from his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, unnerving, ominous, and fiercely radiant in the gloom, while raw, ferocious ocular power erupted in full force. To observers, Sasuke's appearance remained unchanged, but the white Zetsu and Han sensed the shift instantly. Not mere intuition, the sheer intensity of his aura sliced cleanly through boulders surrounding him, cleaving the very stone beneath his feet. Sasuke placed his left hand upon the hilt of Kusanagi and drew the blade slowly, deliberately. Han clasped his hands together, channeling massive chakra into the wooden Buddha beneath him, its fists cocked and ready. 5 wooden faces on its brow, open mouths gathering elemental chakra, fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning, while the fused white Zetsu sprouted 4 arms, fused its legs into the earth, and sent a toxic forest surging toward Sasuke. Han and the fused white Zetsu struck first, hundreds of wooden fists and 4 grotesquely thick pallid arms hurtling toward Sasuke, 5 elemental techniques converging from separate directions, trees erupting violently from the ground, and venomous mist thickening before him. Han cried triumphantly, "Success!" But just as the first wave neared impact, Sasuke cut. Uchiha Sasuke delivered an unremarkable stroke of his blade. Yet in the next instant, a dazzling expanse of sword light inundated the entire space. Within a 5-meter radius centered on Sasuke, the world transformed into pure white, as if a moon had descended upon the flat ground. Yet this gentle whiteness radiated a lethal sharpness, the blade light, forming an impenetrable wall. Everything that struck against it was shredded into fine dust by the ultimate edge. The hundreds of fists, the tidal waves of would release, the 5-element ninjutsu, and the 4 grotesque giant hands seemed to be fed into a meat grinder, unable to advance an inch. All that reached Sasuke was the gust of wind from their attacks, rustling his hair and robes, lending his handsome visage an air of fierce defiance. As the assault subsided and the blade light dissipated, Uchiha Sasuke stood and scathed, his eyes betraying not a flicker of emotion, only sheer indifference. Aben and the fused white Zetsu still faced him, but now they were filled with anxiety. How were they to resolve this? With Sasuke's current strength, even Tobi might not be able to subdue him quickly. Even fleeing now would likely invite a relentless pursuit from the Uchiha. Of course, they weren't even sure they could escape. They doubted their speed could outpace the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular jutsu, which could activate in the blink of an eye. They lacked a human life support system. If they had one, their foreheads would surely be slick with cold sweat. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sasuke didn't grant them time to think. He took a single step, appearing above the fused white Zetsu with near teleportation speed. His eyes flashed with crimson light, and the Kusanagi sword vibrated violently, emitting a sharp hum. He brought his sword down. Another unremarkable stroke, yet it cleanly severed the white Zetsu's thick neck, nearly 5 meters in diameter. The cut surface was flawlessly smooth. The massive head tumbled, igniting with black flames as it fell, vanishing from the world in an instant. But the white Zetsu did not die from this. Instead, it regrew a new head. That same stroke again. How does he do it? The deep dark voids on Aben's mask stared intently at Sasuke, trying to analyze his ability from his attacks. Kakashi Hatake was now in a state of distress. With 2 days remaining until the 5 Kage summit, disquieting news came from the border. According to reports from border ninjas, many deceased individuals had appeared there. They bore the memories and appearances of their former lives. Border ninjas could communicate with them normally, some even knew each other, and a few shared profound bonds. But during these interactions, these ninjas would suddenly lose their sanity and slaughter. An entire squad had already been wiped out due to such a sudden attack. Kakashi Hatake ordered a full-scale lockdown of the border and the village, entering the highest state of alert. After exchanging information with the 5th Kazekage of Sunigakure and the 4th Raikage of Kumigakure, he discovered that the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning were experiencing the same phenomenon. After analysis, they concluded this was clearly the work of Kabuto Yakushi. His most likely aim before an official declaration of war was to weaken the village defenses, divert the attention of the five great nations, or even trigger conflicts among the major powers to sap the strength of the shinobi world. While this wasn't a massive crisis, the shinobi world wasn't yet as fully unified as in his past life. Mutual suspicion still diverted a portion of Konoha's focus. With no other choice, they decided after consultation that Kakashi Hatake should go resolve the issue. After all, he possessed two top-tier ocular jutsu, Kamui and Kodo Amatsukami. Even if he faced Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, or Kabuto Yakushi directly, he could retreat into the Kamui dimension for emergency refuge. Orochimaru was still busy seeking a method to awaken Naruto Uzumaki's Kekkei Genkai. Tsunade and Might Guy might not be able to escape unscathed in extreme situations, and Naruto Uzumaki had only left a clone in the village. On a side note, the seal on the souls of the first four Hokage had also returned to the Pure Land. The chakra of the Nine Tails was left on Minato Namikaze's soul via a contract seal accompanying him to the Pure Land. After the war began, Orochimaru would also temporarily set aside his work to meet Sasuke again, helping him resolve some doubts regarding the village and shinobi. As for Itachi, Uchiha during Naruto Uzumaki's last clash with Kabuto Yakushi, Itachi had left a flying thunder god mark on him. After Naruto's perception and a week-long search with Konan, they finally pinpointed his location. Once Naruto met with him, he could then arrange for Itachi to see Sasuke. The world line could then largely follow the course of the previous era. Back to the matter at hand. Kakashi Hatake had now arrived at the border of the Land of Fire at the site of the most recent reported attack. He activated his Sharingan, drew the short sword strapped to his back, and dispersed his Umbu squad to search for clues. Naruto Uzumaki had come ashore. After creating the powerful sage art, Fudo Mayu, Immovable Wisdom King, he developed the technique, Sashu Tenkyushi grouped sniper arrow based on the principle of Mayaboku's Sage Mode Frog Ka. Similar to Frog Kata and Fudo Mayu, this was a higher-level application of natural energies, form, and nature transformation. It could be activated almost instantly, was invisible, formless, and unobservable, had an extremely long range, and was an excellent technique to give the opponent a taste of an information gap. He had now largely mastered the Toyu penetrating Sage Mode. Next, Naruto Uzumaki planned to head to the Land of Lightning, seeking to sink mines again with Kurama with Killer Bee's help. Just as Naruto Uzumaki was condensing chakra to teleport directly to the Land of Lightning via the Flying Thunder God technique, the Flying Thunder God Kanai on Orochimaru came into his perception. Simultaneously, a shadow clone left in Konoha village relayed information. The research on awakening the Uzumaki clan's Kekkei Genkai has achieved a breakthrough. Oh, then I'll have to make a quick trip back to the village. Naruto Uzumaki vanished from the spot, and in the next moment appeared in Orochimaru's laboratory. Seeing it was Naruto Uzumaki, Orochimaru sheathed the Kusanagi sword he had just drawn a quarter of the way out. Anko Mitarashi also returned to her experimental state, recording various data. Naruto-kun, next time please announce your arrival. Otherwise my experiments simply cannot proceed. Sorry. Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head, apologizing with a grin. Snake Uncle, so what's the news? I've studied a large amount of Uzumaki clan literature and researched the cells of a previous test subject of mine, Karen Uzumaki. She's also from the Uzumaki clan. Combining this with the tissue you provided from Nagato Uzumaki and your own, I found something through a three-way comparison. As he spoke, he pulled out a whiteboard with the genetic data of the three individual cells, marking the similarities among them. After extensive screening, I found 3 similar regions on your gene chains which I believe represent the hereditary traits of the Uzumaki clan. First, the region with the highest similarity among you 3. I've confirmed this DNA segment is responsible for the expression and carrying capacity of chakra in body cells. In the 3 of you, this manifests as enormous chakra reserves and extremely fast chakra recovery. Second, the region where you and Nagato are highly similar. I've also confirmed this is a gene responsible for cell activity expression. In you too, it manifests as vigorous vitality and self-healing abilities far surpassing ordinary people. However, in Karen's case, this gene has mutated. I believe its expressed effect is her skin's healing ability, essentially transferring her own cellular vitality to others. The final region is a gene that hasn't fully expressed in any of you 3. Initially, I thought it was a non-expressing DNA segment. I was about to excise it when a mistake by Anko left it in. After further research, I've begun to form some conjectures. Orochimaru looked at Naruto Uzumaki, his snake-like eyes still filled with pure rationality. Naruto-kun, this might be the Uzumaki clan's Kekkei Genkai. During the Nine Tails rampage years ago, the wife of the 4th Hokage, your mother Kushina Uzumaki, when near death, could still release power capable of suppressing the Nine Tails at full strength. That power was the adamantine sealing chains Kongo Fusa. Furthermore, both Karen Uzumaki and Nagato Uzumaki possess superior sensory abilities, also a power unique to the Uzumaki clan. The mind's eye of the Kagura Shinra Tensei is different. This is Shingon no Kagura. Meanwhile, in a hidden forest, the 200-meter-tall, fused white Zetsu had been hewn into several pieces, engulfed in raging black flames. Sasuke hadn't poured much chakra or ocular power into these flames, so their temperature wasn't extremely high, but such heat was more than sufficient for these combat-incapacitated white Zetsu. Aben remained standing there silent. It was only after dispatching the fused white Zetsu that Uchiha Sasuke noticed this was merely a wooden clone Aben had left behind. He's quick to flee, Uchiha Sasuke muttered disdainfully. But before the current me, all of this is meaningless. He sprang into the air, dark purple chakra flames igniting around his body. The third form of his Tengu armor had reached 20 meters. Sasuke's eyes gleamed a scarlet light blazing. Susanoo evolved further. The fourth form, a 200-meter-tall, full-body giant, propelled Uchiha Sasuke forward at tremendous speed. Aben, hearing the thunderous noise behind him, turned to see a dark purple giant taller than the mountains charging with a great sword and a giant bow already firing several arrows in his direction. Damn it, how did he find me? Ben emerged from the earth, dodging the blow that upheaved the ground. Turning around, he channeled the Hashirama cells within him to their fullest. Since he couldn't disengage from the battle, he'd have to fight. Would release would golem technique. The massive 1,000-armed wooden statue standing 200 meters tall and matching Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo appeared once more. Seeing the towering wooden golem in the distance, Uchiha Sasuke smirked, saying, "That's more like it." He dismissed his bow, gripped the greatsword in his left hand with both hands and charged. Aben at the same moment fully drove the wooden golem forward, the 1,000 arms attached to its back poised for attack. In the final 100 meters, both sides launched their assaults in perfect sync. The 1,000 arms shot out from the circular disc, hurtling towards Uchiha Sasuke at tremendous speed. 5-element ninjutsu were also flying towards him again. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan flashed again. The long sword in Susanoo's hand seemed even sharper and more solid, and the chakra blade began to emit a faint cold gleam. Dense sword chi clashed with the countless wooden hands. Wood shavings and chakra were scattered chaotically into the sky. Each sword chi could sever dozens of arms. The wooden arms were numerous, and under Aben's control could regenerate continuously. The scale of their confrontation expanded, and the violent explosions continued to rise and spread, with the shockwaves leveling a 500-meter radius of forest, annihilating everything within. As the smoke and dust from the shockwave cleared, Aben's wooden golem had detached from its 1,000-armed carrier and was charging at Uchiha Sasuke. Susanoo also burst from the thick smoke, swiftly delivering a slash to the golem. Aben drove the golem, catching the blow with its palm. The golem's hand tightly gripped the longsword. Susanoo didn't pull it free. Instead, both hands released the hilt, and simultaneously its left fist, wreathed in black flames, slammed into the golem's face. The intense black flames ignited on the golem's face. Finding fuel, the Amaterasu spread much faster, quickly engulfing the body above the chest. The longsword still held by the golem also erupted in flames, and together, they soon ignited its entire upper body. Uchiha Sasuke drove Susanoo to grasp the sword hilt again, forcefully shattering the golem's carbonized arm, reclaiming the longsword. The black flames on its blade burned fiercely. The light in Uchiha Sasuke's right eye flickered, and the Amaterasu flames expanded dramatically, reaching an astonishing length of 400 meters, twice the size of the complete body Susanoo. This burning divine sword held in the hands of the fourth form Susanoo seemed like divine punishment. It descended like a guillotine, shattering the charcoal-like wooden statue into pieces. The dark purple sword chi continued to surge forward even after landing, only stopping after destroying everything within 5 li, leaving a deep scar across the forest and the land. Aben's escape was swift, but Sasuke's attack range was too vast, catching half his body in the blast. With no other option, he activated Izanagi, restoring his mobility and attempting to flee the area. But suddenly a few points of starlight flickered beside him. Appearing amidst the night rain, they even seemed somewhat warm and gentle. Before Aben could even register what was happening, an overwhelming force locked him firmly in place. Simultaneously, the chakra within his body was drawn away by those tiny points of light. As the dust settled, Uchiha Sasuke stood beside the 100-meter-wide chasm. His crimson eyes radiated a captivating power. He stood there unmoving like a demon god. Futsu no Mitama no Hoshi, Uchiha Sasuke stated coldly, "This is my newly awakened power. Jingwing Xing, this is the ability I awakened after merging the eternal Mangekyo." Uchiha Sasuke stood before Aben, speaking without any emotional fluctuation. His bewitching eyes emitted a faint blood-red glow, making him appear eerie and terrifying. Aben's chakra had almost been completely absorbed by those few specks of starlight, leaving him somewhat dazed. It tried to escape several times using Izanagi, but Uchiha Sasuke seemed to possess precognition. Even if it broke free from the illusion, he could instantly activate his dojutsu again and imprison it once more. After several struggles, Izanagi's duration ended, and its chakra was rapidly devoured, leaving it powerless to sacrifice another Sharingan to regain a chance at resurrection and escape. "Alright, your time is about up. Dying by my blade will not be a disgrace to your existence." Uchiha Sasuke raised his longsword, black flames and lightning igniting on the blade. "Wait, before I die, I want to know the ability of your dojutsu." Sasuke showed no hesitation. With a swift motion, he severed Aben's head and the black flames instantly engulfed its entire body, consuming it entirely. Humph. After confirming its death, Uchiha Sasuke spoke to the empty air, "I'll tell you next time we meet." The red gleam in his eyes faded, returning to pure black. He closed his eyes and adjusted slightly. Jingwing Xing actually consists of two dojutsu. The left eye Jingwu enhances the user's physical abilities ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and physical constitution by at least twofold upon activation, though it cannot augment dojutsu alone. The right eye Wang Xing is a highly functional dojutsu. Upon activation, Sasuke can place starlight-like points at a target location. These points possess the properties of stars and exert immense gravitational force, allowing him to imprison enemies, gather chakra toward the points, or directly manipulate them for attacks, with vast range and power, albeit at a high chakra cost. When both dojutsu are combined, Jingwing Xing provides a far greater enhancement, a comprehensive amplification of dojutsu, taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu by over 5 times. Moreover, as Sasuke hones his eternal Mangekyo and trains, this ability evolves continuously, its upper limit beyond his current perception. Of course, maintaining this state requires immense mental energy from Uchiha Sasuke, and prolonged use can only be achieved through constant training. Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and muttered to himself, "Brother, these eyes are really useful." Sasuke-kun. At that moment, a distant shout interrupted his thoughts. Sasuke turned to see the members of Team Hawk. Hozuki Suigetsu approached, panting and feigned anger. "Sasuke, what's the matter? Are you planning to abandon us?" Karen also stepped forward and grabbed Sasuke's clothes, saying, "That's right, Sasuke-kun. If you're leaving, just take me. They can stay behind." Yugo remained silent, merely gazing at Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing the three of them now, Sasuke's heart softened slightly. He turned his back to them and said without emotion, "Then follow me." After listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Uzumaki Naruto fell into deep thought. Kekkei Genkai wasn't only awakened through immense power. Even as the pinnacle of the shinobi world in his past life, with vast chakra reserves, he had never sensed the development of his own Kekkei Genkai. He could only ask further, "Is there a way to activate it?" Orochimaru smiled. "Naturally there is." "Oh." Generally speaking, the manifestation of Kekkei Genkai is similar to the awakening of the Sharingan, except for those born with it, most are activated through intense emotional fluctuations. But I experienced intense emotions in my past life too. As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall the despair of seeing his son Boruto pierced through the chest, before his eyes the shock of witnessing his son, whom he barely recognized, standing before him when he emerged from the other dimension, and the heartache upon learning of his son's experiences. A trace of gloom dimmed his bright eyes. "Naruto-kun, don't dwell on the past. The most important thing is the future. I believe your son would want you to move forward." Sensing Naruto's state, Orochimaru spoke. "I'll thank you, Snake Sage. I'll stay strong. Please continue." "Just now I mentioned the situation of other Kekkei Genkai. In essence, the Uzumaki clan's Kekkei Genkai can also be awakened this way. In your memories, I saw Karen's performance. She fully awakened the Uzumaki clan's Kekkei Genkai through this method. But Exactly. This brings us to you. The Uzumaki clan's genes for this trait are recessive, and ordinary people lack this gene segment entirely. Generally, if one parent is from the Uzumaki clan, the hereditary traits manifest in the offspring. That's why Nagato and Karen were born with exceptional sensory abilities. But Naruto-kun, you are different. In your body, there is a dominant gene expression matching this segment, which determines that you exhibit traits distinct from typical Uzumaki clan members. Uzumaki Naruto understood. No wonder his mother was a full-blooded Uzumaki, yet he had blonde hair, and some Kekkei Genkai remained undeveloped. It was due to his father's lineage. Of course, this gene expression grants you greater speed and more extreme reflexes. Oh, so does that mean my Kekkei Genkai is destined to never manifest? Orochimaru chuckled and said to Naruto, "In biology, there's a saying, innate genes are important, but postnatal factors are equally crucial. Different growth environments can lead to vastly different outcomes, even between brothers. Your situation is not unique in the long history of the Uzumaki clan. To strengthen their members, the clan also developed methods to learn and cultivate adamantine sealing chains and Kagura's minds, through training. The method to develop adamantine sealing chains lies in the Uzumaki clan's foundation, sealing techniques. By studying numerous sealing techniques and fusing them, one can construct adamantine sealing chains using chakra. In practice, such adamantine sealing chains are stronger, more numerous, more effective, unaffected by bloodline concentration, and have a higher upper limit. Eventually, even clan members who could naturally use them through bloodline chose to learn this method. However, this technique still requires Uzumaki bloodline. Otherwise, it cannot be practiced. The method to develop Kagura's mind's eye is simpler to the point it has evolved into a technique. This technique releases a barrier centered on the user, within which all chakra is directly reflected back to the user. But again, this technique requires Uzumaki bloodline. Uzumaki clan members use it with low consumption and wide range, while outsiders require massive chakra and achieve poor results. I have already found the Kagura's mind's eye barrier in the vast archives. However, due to the destruction of Yuzushobi Cure, I only found a fragment of the adamantine sealing chains. a scroll containing only the method to construct the chains using chakra and sealing techniques. But I believe you can develop adamant and sealing chains from that information. Saying this, Orochimaru found 2 scrolls from the experimental table and handed them to Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto took them and thanked him. Thank you so much, Snake Sage. This is a great help. Orochimaru smiled and said, no need to thank me, Naruto-kun. The vitality, energy, and cells you gave me are also very valuable. I will rest for a while, then I need to go find Sasuke. I hope you will have fully mastered the Kekkei Jinkai by the time I set out. Uzumaki Naruto tightened his forehead protector and confidently promised, don't worry, Snake Sage. Come check my progress after you finish resting. Hatake Kakashi was now scouting the border of the Land of Fire. Over the course of a day, he had dealt with many reanimated shinobi along the way, even capturing several white zetsu, and extracting information about Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Kabuto's preemptive harassment of the 5 great shinobi villages. So the 5 Kage summit starts in one day. I'll head back after clearing this area. He gathered his team. The shinobi world was now on the brink of war. Everyone knew a major event was imminent. The tension was extreme, and even the great nations had reached a tacit understanding. Even the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning had ceased their skirmishes, focusing on consolidating their forces to face the coming situation. Moi. Hatake Kakashi's expression sharpened. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning, dodging the sudden fireball and explosion. He gestured slightly, and the Umbu members instantly dispersed into the forest. Emerging from the ashes were Scorch Release Pakura of Sunagakure and Explosion Release Sho of Awagakure. Oh, I didn't expect Kabuto to send the 2 of you just to harass the border. Hatake Kakashi drew the short sword from his back, his body surrounded by lightning release chakra, threads of lightning arcing around him. He didn't speak further. Purple lightning flashed on the blade, giving literal meaning to lightning's speed in that moment. With incredible speed, he closed in on Scorch Release Pakura. Her lifeless eyes showed a glimmer of instinct. She formed hand seals, and 6 fireballs emerged from her mouth, swirling around her to form a larger fireball that protected her. But the absolute defense formed by motion still had a flaw. With Kakashi's current dynamic vision and reaction speed, he found the opening in an instant, and a blinding cold light burst from his short blade. Hatake-style lightning blade technique, first form, thunderclap, flash. A straight bolt of lightning, defying intuition, plunged into the massive fireball on the ground and burst out the other side, moving so fast, it was nearly imperceptible, as if it materialized instantly. Explosion Release Sho had also set a trap. The ground where Hatake Kakashi stood exploded. Yet the speed was still too slow for Kakashi. Ignoring the dissipating fireball behind him, he transformed into lightning once more and charged at Sho. Hatake-style flame blade technique, second form. Sun Blaze Licking Fire. As the lightning bolt reached Sho, the silver gleam gradually turned dark red. Hatake Kakashi swung his blade in a graceful arc through the air, the edge seeming to ignite the air itself, leaving a fiery crescent at Sho's neck. 2 moves severing the necks of 2 shinobi who had once been pillars of their respective villages. Before their heads even hit the ground, Kakashi pulled out a sealing scroll, intending to seal them away. But at that moment, a wooden spike pierced through Kakashi's body, blood gushing out. A man in a white spiral mask emerged from the ground, reaching his dark hand toward Kakashi's left eye socket. However, Kakashi's form exploded into lightning. Lightning clone. The lightning surged onto the masked man, intense paralysis and pain stiffening his movements. The ground nearby suddenly cracked open, and another Kakashi leaped out, clutching a lightning blade kunai swinging at the masked man's head. Sage Art White Rage Technique. A black sphere and a serpentine dragon-like red light apparition flew between Hatake Kakashi and the masked man. The chakra creature spiraled around the black sphere, emitting blinding white light and deafening noise that enveloped Kakashi. The sound waves vibrated the air, and his body, nearly softening his bones, instantly robbing him of combat capability. The masked man, protected by the white zetsu, suffered minimal damage. He looked at the fallen Kakashi and reached for his left eye socket again. Bang! Hatake Kakashi's form exploded into lightning once more. What a... The lightning again surged onto the masked man, this time eliciting a scream of pain. Hey Obito, what's going on? I've been shocked twice in a short time. A completely different voice came from the figure. Damn it, that cunning Kakashi must have left the battlefield from the start. From the deep forest, a twisted figure with a snake emerging from its abdomen stepped out. It was Yakushi Kabuto. It seems Uchiha Madara's ambush plan didn't succeed. Uchiha Obito ignored Kabuto's mockery. Their ambush plan was aimed at luring out key figures from Konoha to weaken them, but they hadn't expected Kakashi to be the one to appear. When he saw Kakashi, Obito immediately devised an ambush plan to reclaim the left eye's Kimui and boost his combat power. However, he hadn't anticipated that Kakashi would have left the battlefield from the very beginning, showing no desire to fight, not only failing to gain anything, but also being toyed with. Of course, Uchiha Obito had considered infiltrating Konoha to steal the Sharingan, but the entire village had been placed under extremely strict lockdown since he was severely wounded by Uzumaki Naruto. So strict that even White Zetsu couldn't enter. Forget it. Let's go back and prepare. Uchiha Obito shook his head. I'm much stronger than before now. No need to dwell on that anymore. Let's go back and announce to this decaying shinobi world. The fourth great ninja war is about to begin. Naruto Uzumaki, the former Hokage of his previous life, had studied numerous forbidden jutsu from the Scroll of Seals alongside Sasuke Uchiha after losing Kurama. Among those techniques were exceptionally potent sealing arts, many of which traced their origins to the Uzumaki clan. Later during the Otsutsuki invasion, the shinobi world underwent a profound unification, enabling comprehensive sharing of resources and techniques. Through this process, Naruto acquired even more advanced knowledge, and supplemented it with scattered fragments of sealing formulas he gathered over time, culminating in mastery of sealing arts at an extraordinary level. The Shinra Tensei granted by Orochimaru was one Naruto had glimpsed before, in fragmented form, within the ruins of Otogekure, the site where the Otsutsuki descended, yet the scroll he found there was incomplete, rendering its effects severely diminished even for him. Now in possession of the complete version, Naruto mastered the Shinra Tensei in less than half a day. Closing his eyes, he activated the Shinra Tensei barrier, a spherical dome spanning 2 kilometers in diameter. Within it, every chakra fluctuation became utterly transparent to him. Even intentions could be vaguely perceived through the resonance of chakra itself. Once he had firmly grasped the Shinra Tensei, Naruto turned his attention to the fragmented scroll of the diamond binding seal, carefully inscribing each sealing formula onto his spine as chakra chains according to the scroll's instructions. He integrated every sealing technique he had ever learned, layering them ring upon ring with meticulous precision. Though his pace was deliberate, each seal possessed immense structural integrity. A single day should suffice. Naruto assessed his rhythm, then closed his eyes, settling his mind with calm resolve as he methodically constructed the diamond binding seal. When Obito Uchiha and Kabuto Yakushi returned to the hidden base, where Sasuke Uchiha was stationed, and beheld the devastation strewn across the ground, Kabuto sensed a sudden, overwhelming pressure emanating from Obito, only for it to vanish just as abruptly. A white Zetsu emerged from the earth, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Obito, that ungrateful traitor Sasuke has slain our host," and even Itachi-sama fell before him. "Tell me exactly what happened." And thereafter the two listened intently as the white Zetsu recounted the scene, until he described Sasuke's newly awakened power, the Tsunagi no Hashikage, at which point even Obito flinched in astonishment. Does awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan also unlock new ocular abilities? Madara's intelligence files make no mention of such a phenomenon. Could it be unique to Sasuke and Madara alone? Perhaps, but historically only these two have ever achieved the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If so, Sasuke may soon prove even more formidable than Madara himself. Having Naruto Uzumaki already taxing my patience is enough. Now this volatile variable enters the equation. Let us set him aside for now. After tomorrow's Kage summit, his target will inevitably be the Hokage and Konoha village, thus conveniently weakening the shinobi world's collective strength. To ensure no detail had escaped the white Zetsu's observation, Obito employed the human path to extract and review their memories, studying Sasuke's ocular power firsthand, analyzing its nature thoroughly, before departing the site with Kabuto. So we're abandoning Sasuke enough. His current objectives align with ours. No need to provoke him unnecessarily. TCH. Once the war concludes, I shall claim Sasuke-kun's body for myself. Kabuto licked his cheek with perverse delight. From what the white Zetsu described, that power leaves me trembling with hunger. Obito Uchiha ignored Kabuto's ecstatic rambling. Behind his pale mask, his Sharingan gleamed with cold, detached light. Once I become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, this decaying world, and everything within it, will hold no meaning whatsoever. They swiftly returned to their main base, where the outer path demonic statue loomed at the center, its grotesque, twisted form towering over a legion of 100,000 white Zetsu. Though lacking Yamato's reinforcement, their innate capacity for concealment and shapeshifting rendered them an exceptionally elusive and dangerous force. Elsewhere stood dozens of stone sarcophagi embedded upright in the ground, each containing a powerful warrior resurrected via Edo Tensei by Kabuto, destined to march onto the battlefield and inflict catastrophic damage upon the 5 great nations. Ignoring Kabuto entirely, Obito entered a nearby black chamber, and shortly thereafter emerged clad in entirely new attire. He wore a freshly forged white mask composed of concentric rippling rings, the central circle bearing 3 tomo, while beneath them 2 additional rings revealed his Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan respectively. Behind him, the reanimated Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts emerged like cadavers: Matatabi, the 2 tails, Sanbai, the 3 tails, Yanbi, the 4 tails, Gobi, the 5 tails, Rokubi, the 6 tails, and Nanabai, the 7 tails, each bearing either Sharingan or Rinnegan markings within their eyes, their skin fissured with the telltale cracks of Edo Tensei. We strike directly at the 5 Kage tomorrow. Naruto Uzumaki and Killer Bee are no longer targets we can subdue with ease. Oh, so rather than declaring war, we launch immediate assault. Judging by recent movements of Konoha and other villages, they've already deduced our intent. Even if we arrive unarmed tomorrow, the battle's intensity will be anything but restrained. By the way, Obito suddenly turned toward Kabuto. Seize the opportunity tomorrow to summon him. When Kakashi Hitaki returned to the village, he found Naruto Uzumaki demonstrating his late mentor's signature technique, the diamond binding seal, to Tsunade Senju and Orochimaru. Gazing upon that figure, Kakashi felt a wave of disorientation, as though time itself had folded back upon itself. "No, Kakashi-sensei's returned." Naruto turned and addressed Kakashi. Kakashi waved casually to the three of them, saying, "Naruto, you were right. Obito and Kabuto have indeed arrived." Was Kakashi-sensei injured? I withdrew immediately, leaving only 2 shadow clones as decoys. Obito feels even stronger than before. "No matter, we will defeat him." Naruto encouraged Kakashi with quiet conviction. "But let's set that aside for now. Sensei, allow me to show you my newest technique." "Very well." A crescent-shaped smile softened Kakashi's eyes as he stepped beside Tsunade and Orochimaru. Without hand seals or visible motion, Naruto merely willed it, and 12 metallic chains unfurled from his back, each gleaming with cold polished steel. He sparred with Orochimaru using them. Each clash between the diamond binding seal and the Kusanagi sword produced a sharp, piercing shriek. Neither yielding an inch, the chains resisted every cut, while the sword remained unmarred by even the faintest scratch. After several exchanges, they parted. Clearly satisfied with the seal's resilience, Naruto remarked to the trio, "Since developing this technique, it has rapidly evolved into instinct. A familiarity surpassing even the Rasengan or Flying Thunder God. It feels less like a jutsu, and more like an extension of my own flesh." "That is precisely how a bloodline limit should feel," Orochimaru observed. The 4 conversed briefly before summoning Might Guy Shikaku Nara and Hiraishin Hyuga. Following a brief farewell ceremony, Tsunade departed for the Land of Iron wearing her long unworn Hokage hat, accompanied by Kakashi, Might Guy, and a shadow clone of Naruto, while Naruto's true body used the Flying Thunder God to journey to the Land of Lightning, seeking the final surge of strength before battle. Orochimaru, drawing upon intelligence gathered by Anko and others, and remnants of the curse seal embedded within Suigetsu's physiology, had pinpointed Sasuke Uchiha's location and set out to find him. "Sigh. Another arduous stretch lies ahead," Shikaku Nara murmured, watching their retreating figures with weary resignation. Hiraishin Hyuga turned to Shikaku and said softly, "May the sacrifices be few." At the Hyuga compound, Neji Hyuga finished his daily training, wiped sweat from his brow, and prepared to rest before bathing, when a knock sounded at the door. He approached and opened it to find Naruto Uzumaki standing before him. "Naruto, what brings you here?" And Neji felt unsettled. Naruto's gaze seemed unusually complex, weighted with unspoken sorrow. "Oh, Neji, sorry to intrude." Naruto appeared momentarily dazed, his voice hoarse. And upon hearing those 4 words, Neji stiffened, leapt backward, and activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his temples. "Who are you?" The real Naruto Uzumaki would never utter those 4 words. Naruto blinked, then scratched his head sheepishly. "Of course I'm the real Naruto Uzumaki. Your Byakugan must have confirmed it. As for those words, I haven't seen you in ages. Honestly, I missed you." Neji's Byakugan detected no anomaly. Seeing Naruto grow increasingly flustered, his emotions rising naturally, ending with that unmistakable warm duo lilt, Neji gradually lowered his guard. He relaxed his stance and asked, "What's wrong, Naruto? Is something troubling you?" And seeing Neji finally convinced, Naruto took several deep breaths, steadying himself. He couldn't help it. Every time he saw Neji, memory flooded back, Neji cooling slowly in his arms, Obito's poisonous words twisting truth into venom. That moment had nearly shattered his resolve. Only Hinata's courage and Kurama's voice pulled him back from the brink. Had they faltered, then the 4th Shinobi World War would have ended in ruin. "Neji, I've come to ask you if I could release the caged bird seal upon you. Do you believe you could elevate your strength to Kage level within 1 week? "Huh?" Neji frowned, doubting his ears. "Naruto, what did you say? You mentioned releasing something." Naruto held his gaze, enunciating each word with solemn clarity. "I said, I will release your caged bird seal." Neji stared, disbelief warring with instinct. Yet something in this man who had defied fate countless times told him this is no lie. "You're not joking?" Neji's voice trembled slightly. "And Neji," Naruto met his eyes unwaveringly, "do you truly think I'd toy with you on this? If you can break the caged bird seal," Neji's voice filled with fierce longing and quiet certainty, "then yes, I will charge toward the Kage title." "Where to next, Sasuke-kun?" Karen Uzumaki asked. The Hawk team had traveled through the night. Through inquiries and informants, they learned of the Kage summit convening in the Land of Iron. Sasuke Uchiha weighed the options. Traveling directly to Konoha would take 3 days for the full team, but the summit began tomorrow. If their pace lagged, the Hokage might return mid-battle, leaving them trapped between enemy forces. Yet heading north to the Land of Iron would place them there by dawn, perhaps even allowing them to intervene directly at the summit itself. Truth be told, recalling his battle with Danzo, watching the Hokage Kakashi and Naruto react, something had unsettled him. They clearly knew the truth, yet chose not to interfere, even aiding him in hunting Danzo down. That contradiction gnawed at him. Later, while recovering, he noticed traces of vital energy in Naruto's emergency healing, within which lay a hidden image. Watching it, he saw Naruto and Kakashi explaining the origin of that Sharingan. How Naruto believed he'd misunderstood Kakashi. Sasuke fell silent contemplative. Sasuke keenly sensed their shifting stance, leaving him caught between resentment and self-doubt. His lips repeated, "Revenge, revenge," like incantation, but how much genuine hatred remained even he could no longer discern. We go to the Land of Iron, to confront the Hokage. Naruto drew intricate sealing characters across Niji's forehead. The caged bird seal was at its core a sealing technique, and brute force removal risked harming Niji. So Naruto chose another path, sealing the seal itself. His goal was simple: render the caged bird seal inert. Drawing upon past experience, and having recently reviewed sealing theory, he worked swiftly with practiced precision. Niji meanwhile brimmed with excitement, asking question after question. Naruto smiled faintly at his eagerness. He understood precisely what that tiny mark meant to Niji, how it had shackled both father and son. Even he who had reshaped destiny could never fully articulate the tangled loyalty and anguish Niji bore toward the Hyuga main house. Musho Futon. A sealing art targeting chakra itself once marked it severed all flow within a designated range. Since the caged bird seal was etched in chakra, disrupting that flow nullified its function entirely. Niji felt only a fleeting warmth, and a subtle momentary slowing of his chakra circulation, before balance restored itself instantly. "Open your eyes, Niji." Naruto's gentle voice brushed his ear. Niji hesitated, half prepared to comfort Naruto should the attempt fail. Light flooded his vision, revealing for the first time the blind spot behind his own head. The perfection of his field of view left him momentarily disoriented, and Naruto watched Niji's pristine pearlescent Byakugan. At that instant, the bird broke free from its cage, soaring upward into skies vast and boundless. Naruto Uzumaki arrived beside Killer Bee via the Flying Thunder God technique. The Raikage and his entourage had already departed for the Iron Country to attend the 5 Kage summit scheduled for the following day, while Naruto's sole objective was to forge a bond with Kurama within a single night. Upon meeting, neither wasted time on pleasantries. Naruto and Killer Bee prepared themselves for the imminent summit, knowing full well they would soon face their enemies head-on. Since Naruto had already achieved perfect Jinchuriki mastery in his previous life, this training could begin directly with Kurama himself. Yet Killer Bee harbored reservations, having witnessed that grim future once before. Naruto ought to confront it anew, at the Falls of Truth. Naruto's reply was simple. Uncle Bee, traversing to the Falls of Truth would consume too much time, and I know my own heart. Not a single tremor of doubt remains within me. Unable to dissuade him, Killer Bee reluctantly acquiesced. Together they entered the chamber, where Jinchuriki liberated Tailed Beast Chakra. There Naruto sat cross-legged before Killer Bee closed his eyes, and instantly sank into the deepest recesses of his mind, seeking the one being who had been his most intimate, most steadfast companion across lifetimes. Naruto's eyes snapped open, revealing a desolate amber-hued world. Shallow water lapped at his ankles. Beyond his immediate vision stretched an abyssal void, dark and hollow. A silence so absolute it seemed poised to swallow every memory of his past. Unlike before, this mental realm held neither seething hatred nor tender warmth. The suffocating tide of negative emotion that once threatened to drown him had vanished entirely. Naruto paused, sensing Kurama's presence, and turned, walking forward, then veering left behind, then right again. Kurama evaded him deliberately, yet Naruto neither rushed nor grew frustrated. Step by step he pursued, until finally breaking into a sprint, chasing the fox through the labyrinth of his soul. Man and beast played a silent, wordless game, racing without speech, accelerating without warning. Their speed escalated until Naruto blurred into afterimages, while Kurama leapt across the psychic landscape, like a phantom teleporting between thoughts. Time dissolved in their chase. Neither knew how long it lasted. Was it a day? A month? The sum of all moments they'd ever shared, where every second Kurama had been absent from Naruto's life. The pursuit ended when Naruto finally found Kurama, halting before the 4-symbol seal, gazing at him in quiet stillness. Kurama remained defiantly aloof, eyes shut, feigning slumber, refusing to acknowledge Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto relaxed onto the ground before him, peering through the prison bars of the seal. "Kurama," Naruto began. At that name, Kurama's ears twitched instinctively, ripples stirring deep within his ancient heart. Unbidden, the Sage of Six Paths flickered across his mind. "I'm sorry I didn't come to you first." Kurama, unprepared for an apology, listened, unconsciously. "When Boruto sent me back here just now, I couldn't even name what surged inside me. Excitement, joy, dread. Too complex, far too complex. So intricate I cannot articulate it. Yet one truth stands unwavering, sheer, staggering fortune. Kurama, you must find it laughable that my greatest feeling upon rebirth is mere luck. Yet born on that fragile fortune, I dared not pause. Not for breath, not for rest. I vowed to save everyone I hold dear. Even if salvation proves impossible, I refuse to stand helpless as I did before. Driven by that same desperate fortune, I threw myself into training and battle. Desperate to grow stronger, terrified this might be my final chance, to honor the sacrifice my son made to grant me this one fleeting opportunity. But Kurama, it was precisely this fortune that fractured me inwardly. I avoided faces I loved. I shrank from Sasuke, hesitated before approaching Hinata, even feared coming to you, because I was afraid. Kurama opened his eyes, grave searching. Naruto met his gaze, and in those blue eyes shimmered a gratitude Kurama had never seen, raw, luminous, unshaken. Afraid of remembering that brutal future. Afraid of reliving each moment you slipped away from me. From birth I possessed nothing. Yet in middle age I held everything. I brought Sasuke home. I built a family bathed in love. I gathered comrades worthy of absolute trust. I became Hokage, fulfilling every vow I'd sworn to them. I gave my father, my teacher, my seniors the peace they'd dreamed of, and finally earned the world's acceptance. Then came the celestial invaders, shattering it all with contemptuous ease. In their haughty godlike gaze, every sacrifice I'd made suddenly felt meaningless. First I watched you fade from me. Then I stood frozen as my son's chest was pierced, sealed away by his own mentor. When consciousness returned, he stood before me, aged weary, a stranger whose face I barely recognized. Later the Otsutsuki gods descended. Sasuke stayed behind to shield us, and I'll never forget the serene calm with which he walked toward death. He said, "Naruto, we've overcome so much together. Trust me, this time will be no different. Let me leave hope for everyone." Then we faced the Otsutsuki again. Boruto surpassing even his father, fought 100 foes alone, cutting down countless beings who claimed divinity. Yet he stood isolated, overwhelmed, grievously wounded. Finally, to protect us, my wife, a woman whose gentleness defined her entire life, gazed upon me and Boruto in her final moments with the same tender kindness she'd always carried. And in the end, Boruto, this boy who eclipsed his father, also left me. With his last breath, he gifted me this second chance. I dare not rest. Even now the azure light pulses before my eyes. Naruto. Kurama's voice, familiar and resonant, finally broke the silence. He looked at Naruto, into those eyes. Their emotions swirled beyond Kurama's comprehension. Yet some truths remained unchanged, that boundless fervor, that indomitable optimism. Naruto stared into Kurama's eyes, his expression solemn, unwavering. As he spoke, each word deliberate this time. "I will protect you. I will protect them all." Kurama beheld this youth, weathered by time yet untouched in spirit, and for a fleeting instant saw the silhouette of the Sage of Six Paths. Even parted by heaven and earth, you remain eternally united. You shall merge once more, and receive guidance to grasp true power. Until then, that's far too long, old sage. Kurama sighed, a faint wry smile touching his lips, as he extended his fist just as he had countless times before. Naruto smiled, a soft, relieved warmth spreading across his face. He had never truly wished to strike Kurama. He raised his fist, and met Kurama's with a resounding, reverent clash. "Thank you, Kurama. This time grow stronger swiftly. I won't tolerate your lagging behind, old man." "Huh, don't worry, Databeo." Naruto's and Kurama's chakra intertwined once more, souls reconnected, hearts bound anew by the pulse of shared energy. "Enough. Hurry up and break this seal." Kurama, unwilling to let Naruto linger in melancholy, cut short his reflection. Naruto scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Sorry. I'll set you free right away." Rather than using the Toad Sage's 5-element seal release scroll, Naruto floated before the gate's lock and reached out to peel away the talisman sealed across it. Deep within Naruto's subconscious, a man sensed the shift, turned, traversing countless realms in a single breath. Just as Naruto's fingers touched the edge of the seal grasping his son's forearm, the man tried to pull Naruto aside, but found him immovable. Lifting his gaze, he met his son's clear, steady eyes. "Dad." Present only as chakra, Minato Namikaze instantly absorbed Naruto's memories upon contact, his expression shifting to stunned silence. Minato lowered his head. Kurama waited motionless. After a long pause, he whispered, "You've endured so much, Naruto." Naruto stepped forward and embraced his father. Minato stiffened, then instinctively enfolded his son in his arms. "Dad," Naruto murmured against his shoulder, "let's free Kurama first, and bring Mom back too. Then the three of us can talk properly, just like a real family." "Go on, Naruto." Outside, Killer Bee watched as golden chakra flames erupted around Naruto the moment he sank into his inner world. This power, it's Kurama's chakra. Naruto truly succeeded. At that moment, Gyuki's voice echoed beside Killer Bee. Killer Bee mused aloud, indeed, whether past, present, or future, there's nothing he cannot accomplish. Imagine a rhythmic rap beat beneath. Naruto shattered the 8 trigram seal. Kurama and Naruto each supplied chakra to prevent Minato's reserves from depleting. Together they devised a plan within the mindscape. Naruto's and Kurama's chakra manifested as opposing forces, locked in tense equilibrium. Then Naruto gradually withdrew his dominance, feigning subjugation, until Kurama's chakra flooded into him. At that precise instant, 5 chains erupted from Naruto's body, binding Kurama fast. Minato, Naruto, and Kurama all felt the resonance ripple through their spirits. "This chakra is..." Naruto sank deeper, his heart lifting with quiet, radiant anticipation. He hadn't seen her in so very, very long. Upon regaining awareness, Naruto stood before a gentle, crimson-haired woman, her hand resting over her heart, as if introducing herself at last. "We meet, Naruto." We've been apart so long, Mom." "Yeah. You already know?" "Yeah, Dad told me." "You've seen Minato. How is he?" "Mom." Naruto spoke softly, stepping forward to embrace the woman who loved him most. Kushina Uzumaki tensed, nervous, inexperienced in motherhood, yet still wrapped her arms around him just as Minato had done. If his father was a mountain, solid enduring, then his mother was a harbor-safe warm eternal. Like Minato, Kushina existed as chakra alone, yet their embrace was communion itself. Through that flow she beheld Naruto's decades, grieving his lonely childhood, proud of his growth, comforted by his family, sorrowful for his ending. Until overwhelmed she fell silent, and held him tighter, hoping warmth might soothe his soul. Naruto, you've suffered so much. Thank you, Mom. His voice trembled, yet moments later composure returned. He released Kushina, and flashed his signature sunlit grin. Mom, let's go out. Dad and Kurama must be waiting impatiently. Yes, yes. When Naruto emerged from the mindscape, with Kushina's vivid crimson chakra, he found Minato pacing anxiously, while Kurama feigned sleep, occasionally cracking an eye open to peek. The moment Kushina materialized, she lunged for Minato, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. He caught her waist instantly, holding her as though she were the only thing anchoring him to reality. I've missed you so much, Minato. I've missed you. I have too, Kushina. Naruto and Kurama wisely remained silent, allowing the couple their reunion. Only after a long, tender embrace did they part, shifting their loving gaze to their courageous, radiant son, and to Kurama, now utterly free of malice. Thank you, Lord Kurama, Kushina bowed first. Kurama blinked, bewildered. For standing by Naruto in that future, I am deeply grateful. Minato added his thanks. Hey, Kurama shot Naruto a pleading glance. Naruto merely shrugged, equally baffled. Realizing the urgency, Kurama blurted, Kushina, don't sustain this form. Your chakra will vanish. Come here, I'll replenish you. At last the three sat together, talking of Hinata, Boruto, and Himawari, laughing about Naruto's childhood mischief, how he'd repainted the fourth Hokage's stone monument with special care, reminiscing about Kushina's schoolyard reign, Minato's legendary popularity among girls. They gazed into the distance, as if watching Konoha from the Hokage rock, bursting into shared silvery laughter, while Kurama lay curled behind them pretending to nap, though his tail tip twitched and his mouth curved upward. All four looked outward, not at emptiness, but at something real, love filling the void, not with light, but with meaning. The Iron Country, located in the northern part of the shinobi world, borders the land of fire, the land of fields, and the land of waterfalls. It is close to the land of earth and the land of lightning, and is a country governed by samurai, thus recognized as a neutral nation by the five great powers. At the invitation of the fifth Hokage Senju Tsunade, the five Kage gathered here for a long-awaited summit. Because of Konoha's advance announcement, the other four villages sensed an unusual aura. The Kage had already gathered their main forces before leaving, and the troop movements of the five great nations kept the smaller nations on edge, ever watchful for any event in the Iron Country. At this moment, the entire shinobi world focused its gaze on this ordinarily obscure little nation. Inside the Iron Country's solemn meeting hall, a V-shaped long table stood in the center, evenly divided into 5 sections. Behind it were 5 high-backed chairs of equal height. Behind the chairs, banners embroidered with the national emblems of the 5 great nations hung down from left to right: lightning, earth, fire, wind, and water. The meeting's moderator, Mifune, the strongest samurai and supreme leader of the Iron Country, first came to the central podium. Then the 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade, the 5th Kazekage Gaara of the Sand, the 4th Reikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki of the 2 Scales, and the 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi, each drew back the curtain, symbolizing their nation, took their seats in order, and placed their Kage hats neatly on the table. The Kage's bodyguards stood on the platforms behind them, ever vigilant for their lord's safety. Once the 5 Kage were seated, Mifune declared the official start of the 5 Kage Summit. Lady Hokage, you have convened this summit. Please begin by stating its purpose. Senju Tsunade crossed her hands in front of her, her eyes fixed straight ahead, and spoke. Then, I will be direct. She looked up at the assembled Kage. I wish to form a shinobi alliance to hunt down the Akatsuki organization. As you all know, not long ago Konoha was attacked by their leader. Though we ultimately defeated them, we paid a grievous price. The target of that attack was Konoha's Jinchuriki. At the same time, the Lightning Country's Killer Bee was also pursued by the Akatsuki. You may have been trying to suppress the information, but I believe we all understand that the strategic deterrent forces of the 5 great nations are now coveted by these villains. The sands 1 tail, the clouds 2 tails, the waterfalls 7 tails, the mists 3 tails and 6 tails, and the rocks 4 tails and 5 tails. They have all now fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki. With just this power, even if they did nothing else, they already directly threaten the survival of us all. The other 4 Kage remained silent. They knew that everything Tsunade said was fact, and they were all well aware of what losing their strategic weapons meant for their villages. They had been investigating only to discover that they were not alone in losing their tailed beasts. Thus, under this strange balance, they had maintained silence, until now when the Hokage brought it into the open. You may perceive the Akatsuki as merely a mercenary organization. Some of you may even have used their services to handle dirty work. But let us now share intelligence and see what this organization truly is. First, their nominal leader. Senju Tsunade gathered a bit of chakra, and a phantom image appeared before the Kage. It was a handsome man, but his face was studded with black rods, expressionless, like a corpse. Most striking were his purple rippled eyes, which exuded a soul-piercing pressure even in the projection. Uchiha Obito, the second Tsuchikage Mu, and Zetsu stood in the snowy wasteland gazing at the magnificent building before them. Obito wore a new mask imbued with the divine power of Erlang Shun, and his heterochromatic eyes glowed with deathly light. Everything was ready here with deeds, and the blood of the 5 Kage. He would declare the start of the 4th Great Ninja War. Using Zetsu and the second Tsuchikage's abilities to conceal their forms and presence, the 3 silently infiltrated the formidable castle. The Heaven Squad arrived at the Iron Country's 5 Kage summit after Obito's group. Sasuke, what should we do next? Yugo, lying prone on the snow, asked. Let's go in first. After the summit ends, I want to personally find the Hokage and have a good talk with her. Alright. Let's sneak in then. Stay hidden. After a while, Orochimaru also arrived. He had done his utmost to conceal himself along the way, keeping a great distance, and followed the Heaven Squad to the Iron Country. Naruto had told him to appear before Sasuke only after Sasuke had seen Itachi, and then help him. But Naruto probably never expected that Sasuke's ocular power would awaken faster than before, causing him to recover earlier. Perhaps due to the influence of the timeline correction, Sasuke still came to the 5 Kage summit. Orochimaru shrugged and was about to follow, but then a hand fell on his shoulder from behind. The atmosphere at the 5 Kage summit was now heavy. As Senju Tsunade listed all the known intelligence on Akatsuki members, the other 4 Kage realized just how far this organization, which usually operated in pairs, had developed right under their noses. Every single person in this organization was an extremely troublesome opponent, let alone an entire organization. Lady Hokage, I want to know, aren't the people you pointed out either dead or already defected from the Akatsuki? According to our intelligence, the Akatsuki should now be a hollow shell. Why then should we form an alliance to attack them? Mizukage Mei Terumi asked, voicing the opinion of the other Kage. Lady Mizukage, as I just mentioned, Pain is the nominal leader of the Akatsuki. Could it be? Suddenly, a huge, ugly green flower sprouted from the floor of the meeting room. Its bud opened like a crocodile's maw, revealing a hideous white half-person. In an instant, a great wind seemed to sweep through the room, the lights dimmed, and 10 bodyguards stepped in front of their Kage. Hello. He twisted his waist and addressed the 5 Kage and Mifune with exaggerated flair. Isn't that the Akatsuki member? Zetsu, the Mizukage said instinctively. Oh, the white Zetsu turned his body to her and said, I am not the Zetsu you speak of. That one is already dead. Oh, the white Zetsu turned his body to her and said, I am not the Zetsu you speak of. That one is already dead. Hatake Kakashi activated his left eye's Kimui Mangekyo Sharingan, and my guy had already drawn his nunchaku, both fully focused, waiting for the enemy that might appear next. Forget it, the white Zetsu said, his gaze shifting away from the Mizukage. He addressed everyone again. I just heard you talking about the leader of the Akatsuki. Yes, Nagato is just a pawn. The real mastermind is someone else. And I can tell you with certainty, he said, he has already arrived. As the white Zetsu's sinister voice faded, the venue was suddenly plunged into complete darkness. At the same time, a metallic sound came from outside. That sound rose from faint to overwhelming in an instant. When everyone turned to look outside, wave after wave of blades, kunai, and shuriken, as if drawn by some force, came flying in from all directions, blotting out the sky. Watch out! Senju Tsunade shouted, simultaneously punching forward. The air cannon generated by her monstrous strength collided with the weapons and scattered one wave. At the same time, a wall of sand rose before the Konoha's side, Gaara's absolute defense. Thank you, Lord Kazekage. No need. Let's first survive this attack. Kakashi and Temari jointly used wind release, creating a powerful wind wall that blocked the next wave, while Might Guy and Kankuro dealt with the weapons that broke through. The rock's earth wall, the mist's water formation wall, and the cloud's lightning pillar repelled the first assault. Then with a start, they all sensed someone else behind them. Would release insertion technique. Dozens of tree-like wooden spikes as hard as steel shot toward the people in the hall at incredible speed. He also used the almighty push, accelerating the insertion technique even further. This was an extremely dangerous blow, a super-speed lethal attack in a confined space, leaving no room for error. But at that moment, the wooden spikes were abruptly halted just half a meter from their targets. Uchiha Obito's eyes showed no emotion. Only one person could react to such speed. A flash of brilliant gold suddenly appeared before everyone. At the same time, the wooden spikes, gripped by natural energy, instantly burst apart into countless fragments. He looked up at Obito. In those blue cross-shaped pupils blazed flames like solid fire. Naruto Uzumaki had arrived. The commotion behind caught the attention of the shadows. They turned to look at the sudden young man, the scattered debris, and the white-masked figure in the center of the hall. Their expressions soured instantly. If I hadn't blocked that just now, I'm afraid. Naruto, Gaara exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Gaara. Uzumaki. Naruto greeted him, then warned. There are still many enemies outside. Everyone must be careful. Hatake Kakashi, still only having activated his left Sharingan, spoke up. Naruto, leave this to us. I think we should focus on breaking through together. That way we can conserve strength and reduce the pressure on you. Gaara interjected, but Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto blocked Uchiha Obito's second wave of attacks and shouted, "Everyone break out first. I'm fine here. He can't stop me." Huh? Do you think I'll let you succeed? The masked man formed hand seals. Uchiha flame formation. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed. It seems you're determined to trap us all here today. Uzumaki Naruto, I know this is nothing to you, but our target isn't you. If that works for me, I'll make sure to ruin your plans thoroughly. Let's see who gets trapped in this sealing formation. The fourth Raikage guard widened his eyes. Raikage-sama, we're trapped. There are massive numbers of targets inside the sealing formation, at least 5,000. Darui said incredulously, 5,000. That means almost the entire building is filled with them. How is that possible? The veins on the fifth Mizukage's guard Ao's temple bulged. Mizukage-sama, he's right. But those aren't humans. They're like the white Zetsu in the center. Mei Terumi pursed her full red lips. Looks like it's going to be a fierce battle. The ever-silent Inoki the third Tsuchikage flew to the entrance looking aged and weary and slowly said, "Youngsters need more training. Does this already scare you?" Boom. The clash between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Obito had torn off the roof. Thick smoke billowed over, and at the same time the white Zetsu outside launched their full assault. Their individual combat ability was low, but they were overwhelming in numbers. Hatake Kakashi used wind release, and together with Might Guy's Morning Peacock they struck the white Zetsu horde first. Tsunade Senju threw another punch. The air cannon from her monstrous strength this time had a wide range no longer confined to her immediate front, but blasting away the air before all 5 Kage. Everyone be careful. These white creatures release undetectable imperceptible spores into the air. If inhaled they will grow inside your body and absorb your chakra. Gaara and the Raikage's attendants entered combat mode upon hearing this, while Mei Terumi and Inoki cast meaningful glances toward the Hokage's group. Boyle released skilled mist technique. The first wave of attacks from the 5 Kage took down the white Zetsu charging at them. Worthless trash, but there are too many. The Raikage growled. Then kill them all. Gaara revealed a demonic heart when facing the enemy. Youngsters so impatient. Inoki shook his head, smashing a white Zetsu that lunged at Kuratsuchi with his stone fist. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Obito clashed fiercely. At this moment Obito's body was covered with hundreds of Sharingan enhanced by purer Hashirama cells using Shin Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan and a transplanted Rinnegan to boost his chakra. He was far more powerful and ferocious than his previous right eye, Kimui. Their fists collided. The struggle lasted only an instant. His bones shattered but healed in the blink of an eye. During the taijutsu exchange he unleashed a Shinra Tensei. Uzumaki Naruto grew 12 chains from behind, slamming them into the ground to withstand the repulsive force. Uchiha Obito seized the opportunity, grabbing Naruto's face with his left hand. His Rinnegan pulsed with purple light. The power of the human path activated instantly, pulling out Uzumaki Naruto's soul. However, the light blue Naruto formed hand seals, and the soul body lost control in a flash. Spirit transformation technique. In spirit form, Uzumaki Naruto slashed a chunk out of Obito's soul before returning to his body. The next second Obito's body vanished like a phantom and reappeared at a distance. Several wooden spikes flew out again, but this time they were not aimed straight at Uzumaki Naruto. Instead they scattered and pierced him from all directions. Sage Art Group 10,000 Arrow. Several invisible arrows made of natural energy, guided by Naruto, collided with the wood release technique, shattering the iron-hard wooden spikes head-on. What is this? Can he use Shinra Tensei too? Uchiha Obito couldn't figure out how that move was executed. From his perspective, the wooden spikes shattered simultaneously as soon as they approached Naruto. But Naruto wasn't just defending. The group 10,000 Arrow wasn't merely for canceling out wood release. Suddenly a sense of crisis hit Uchiha Obito, but he was still a step too slow. It was as if a long sword had pierced through his body, except he couldn't see anything. Like a huge hole had appeared in his body out of nowhere. Bang! Suddenly multiple points on his body were pierced from the inside again. The intense pain instantly ignited Obito's fury. It was exactly like his own wood release technique. Uzumaki Naruto was humiliating him. Obito vanished again, and Uzumaki Naruto loosened his hand seals. He looked toward another direction and said to the newly appeared Obito, "This technique is called Natural Energy Wood Release Technique. How does it compare to your wood release?" A torrent of blades cascaded down like a waterfall, engulfing Uzumaki Naruto in an instant. But unfortunately for them, at Naruto's speed, they could only catch his afterimage. Sage Art White Extreme Technique. A black orb and a red dragon were spat out by Uzumaki Naruto. The red dragon circled the black orb as it approached Obito, transforming into the ultimate light and sound bomb. Naruto closed his eyes and used natural energy to construct a vacuum wall around Obito, sealing the intense light and sound inside. The next second, the scattered blades on the ground levitated and flew in all directions, attacking Naruto in the shadows. I won't let your trick succeed. Uzumaki Naruto elevated his Sage Mode to maximum output. Blue flames instantly covered his entire body. His chakra, strong and tangible, made even the 5 Kage turn to look. The natural energy he could control surged by several orders of magnitude. With a snap, an air wall thicker and denser than the Uchiha flame formation locked the two of them inside. The wall was so absurdly thick that it even distorted the light passing through it, while sound was completely sealed off. Obito's sneak attack on the 5 Kage hit this wall, but sank into it like quicksand, unable to move. If it seems you're determined to have me today, I just won't let you harm anyone else anymore, Obito. The members of Team Hei Karasu repelled the 6th wave of white Zetsu attacks. The white Zetsu weren't actually targeting them, but whenever they saw Sasuke they charged at him like he was their mortal enemy, screaming as they rushed to their deaths. And Sasuke only needed to use Amaterasu once to deal massive damage to their ranks. Overall, the white Zetsu were like weeds being mowed down by Sasuke over and over. They had long sensed the incredibly powerful presences upstairs and were itching to join the fray. But these annoying white Zetsu were just too many, severely slowing them down. Damn it, these things are so annoying. Uchiha Sasuke was now extremely impatient. He could clearly feel that Naruto was fighting an extremely powerful enemy. The 5 Kage had it simpler: the Hokage's monstrous strength, the Kazekage's sand, the Mizuki's boil release, and lava release. All were effective against crowds. Even if some stronger individuals appeared, the Raikage speed would disorient them, and if that failed, that Tsuchikage's dust release would give them a little shock. Something's wrong, said the battle-hardened Inoki, his eyes sharpening. Something is coming. Dust release detachment of the primitive world technique. Hearing the familiar voice, Inoki's pupils contracted. He shoved the targeted Mizukage aside and fired the same technique head-on. Dust release detachment of the primitive world technique. 2 identical white geometric light masses collided. The dust releases merged and exploded, swelling into a white sphere that seemed to cram a sun into this floor. The white light faded. Everything it touched turned to dust and returned to nothing, revealing Inoki's grim dark face. The other 4 Kage immediately dropped any contempt for the white Zetsu and went on high alert. We need to take him down together now. We must not be defeated one by one, said Tsunade Senju. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy also came to her side on guard. I agree with the Hokage, the most venerable Inoki finally spoke. Since the first one has come, there will surely be a second and a third. I simply refuse to let you harm anyone else, Obito. Obito Uchiha was struck with immense shock. His identity should in theory be known only to a select few. Having lurked in the shadows of the ninja world for so many years, no one had ever suspected that the grim and terrifying Madara Uchiha was actually the hot-blooded, dead-last Uchiha brat from back in the day. Damn it, is there a traitor? Is it Madara? But Madara is the very architect of this plan. Doing this would be utterly meaningless for him. Is it Zetsu? That hardly seems possible either. They merely follow the commands of the demonic statue of the outer path. Could it be me? Damn, what am I thinking? Could it be a second person Madara cultivated? But isn't that very personage in Shuriki? At this moment, Obito Uchiha's gaze towards Naruto Uzumaki had changed. The identity he had concealed for so long was so easily revealed by him. Although his identity didn't particularly matter to him, it still demonstrated just how well Naruto understood him. Does he know the location of the demonic statue of the outer path? This is a critical moment for the Moon's Eye plan. He absolutely cannot allow anyone else to stop him now, not even Madara Uchiha. Obito Uchiha spoke to the white Zetsu beside him. Go back and tell Kabuto he absolutely must not release Madara now, or everything will be ruined. Because Obito now controlled the demonic statue of the outer path, the white Zetsu for once didn't make a snarky remark and immediately submerged into the earth and left. It seems your heart is troubled, Obito. Stop talking to yourself. Fire, release hellfire. Obito Uchiha weaved hand signs with violent force. A massive amount of branches burst from the right half of his body, there would directly piercing through his flesh. The limbs connected through his blood and muscle, and the branches plunged into the earth. They then began to grow wildly as colossal roots 3 meters in diameter compressed the ground, surging towards Naruto Uzumaki like a tidal wave. Countless marked wooden stakes tagged by his Mangekyo Sharingan rained down upon him. Simultaneously, Obito Uchiha unleashed fire release. A sea of fire arrived after the wood, enveloping it from behind. Even Naruto had to treat this attack with seriousness. He summoned a shadow clone, and together they each concentrated a wind release and water release Rasenshuriken. The wind release Rasenshuriken, as before, had dense wind chakra swirling around the Rasengan, emitting shrill bursts. The true name of the water release Rasenshuriken was actually water release spiral vortex. Overwhelming water chakra circulated in layers around the Rasengan, like the center of a maelstrom in the ocean, radiating a powerful pulling force. The wind release Rasenshuriken and the water release spiral vortex merged together. The rotation of the water chakra accelerated abruptly, its attraction growing stronger. The water driven by the wind transformed into needle-like shapes, forming a shuriken around the outer edge of the Rasengan. Naruto Uzumaki hurled this combined technique. Compared to the overwhelming sea of fire and trees, Naruto's Rasenshuriken seemed small in scale. Yet as it plunged into the inferno, the blazing flames collapsed in on themselves, as if time were flowing backward. Even the trees were pulled backward by the force, unable to grow forward any longer. Soon flames and wood shavings were drawn around the blade of the Rasenshuriken, forming a new ring that surged towards Obito Uchiha. Seeing this, Obito Uchiha instantly grew a mechanical arm from his neck upon which a laser cannon was charging its energy. Boom! The laser cannon collided with the Rasenshuriken, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. As the lights subsided, both the upper and lower floors of the building were blasted open, revealing the rooftop and the Hawk team engaged in battle below. Sasuke Uchiha, who had just repelled another wave of white Zetsu attacks, was drawn to the commotion above. His right eye widened, and his dojutsu power erupted. Blaze released Kagetsuchi. The surrounding black flames of Amaterasu suddenly soared into the air. In the sky, the flames coalesced into a monstrous black dragon, which twisted its body and swept Obito into its path. Damn it, why are you attacking me directly? Obito swiftly leaped backward to evade the biting dragon. However, Sasuke Uchiha suddenly appeared from within the flames, a lightning-clad sword swinging in a flash, aiming to sever Obito's head. But at that very moment, the not yet melted scorching hot blade fragments suddenly flew up and formed a giant kunai stabbing towards Sasuke. In the nick of time, Naruto Uzumaki's form flashed into a streak of light, pulling Sasuke away from the treacherous blow. Both sides missed their attacks. Sasuke shot a glare at Naruto, but Naruto didn't meet his eyes. Sasuke asked, "What's going on? Why are you here? Did he come to attack you?" No. He came today to declare war. And his target today is likely the 5 Kage. Declare war. Sasuke was about to ask further, but a flurry of flying weapons interrupted their conversation. Naruto Uzumaki formed hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. As his sage chakra infused the ground, the entire room came to life. Curtains, tables, chairs, and the floor flew up to deflect the incoming weapons. Even the debris torn apart by the attacks didn't fall to the ground, instead continuing to interfere with Obito Uchiha's assault. A straight laser cannon blasted towards them. Sasuke Uchiha used his Aimanamanaka ability, its immense gravitational pull warping the laser's trajectory into an arc, steering it away from Naruto Uzumaki. The laser struck a wall, completely destroying the already teetering building. In the sky, Inoki of the two scales was locked in battle with his former master Mu. Dust release and earth release techniques flew wildly, making the mid-air battlefield an absolute no-man's land. On the ground, the fourth Raikage clashed with the third Raikage fist to fist. Their high-speed exchange produced a continuous rumble of impacts. Lightning crackled violently, ionizing the very air. The third Raikage boasted formidable offense and defense, while the fourth Raikage's speed gave him a slight edge. Both landed blows, neither yielding an inch. Elsewhere, Tsunade, Meiterumi, and Gaara were locked in battle against the second Mizukage Jinjetsu Azuki, the fourth Kazekage Raza, and the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo the Salamander. The air on this battlefield was a toxic mixture of mirage mist, acid mist, and poison gas. The ground was a messy amalgamation of acid, oil, gold, dust, and sand. Occasionally, an air cannon would fire heavily, injuring some impure world reincarnation unable to dodge in time. The bodyguards also faced their own opponents, all the while having to prevent White Zetsu from entering the 5 Kage's battlefield and disrupting their fight. Kakashi Hitaki raised his blade and sliced through another White Zetsu's neck, his 100th kill. Though his methods were quiet, he was an undeniable killing machine, always striking a fatal blow from the shadows. Even many of the reincarnated shinobi couldn't survive a single exchange with him. Tsunade Senju, empowered by Naruto, had monstrous strength that was not only more ferocious, but also more controllable. She threw a punch, the immense power precisely contained in front of her fist manifesting as a devastating air cannon. One blow broke through Raza's gold dust defense, blasting a massive hole through his body. As Gaara moved to seal him, Jinjetsu's explosive clones intercepted. Meiterumi used her lava release to melt a gap in them, releasing their internal pressure and preventing detonation. The three worked in perfect coordination, but their Kage-level opponents were truly tenacious. Even the 5 Kage found themselves in a grueling battle. Kakashi Hitaki looked at the White Zetsu before him. A flicker of lightning raced across his short blade. He and Might Guy once again charged into the horde. He needed to reach the 5 Kage as soon as possible to provide support. But just then the entire building shook violently and collapsed completely. The fighters had their movements interrupted, using the falling debris as footholds to maintain their balance, trying to avoid falling straight to the ground. Many White Zetsu were crushed and buried by the rubble. Several masses of sand flew out from the gourd of the 5th Kazekage Gaara of the desert, cushioning the feet of the fighters. In an instant, those who had seized the high ground launched a fierce assault on the enemies who were still falling. The tide of battle turned in a flash. Obito Uchiha flew through the air. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki had used the lightweight rock technique to reduce his own gravity. Before he could find a chance to apply the same jutsu to Sasuke, Sasuke was forced to leap from one falling wreck to another. Naruto Uzumaki flew towards him faster, but Obito Uchiha wasn't about to give them a chance. In an instant, flames, blades, and wooden spears shot towards Sasuke simultaneously. Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki materialized a spear of natural energy in his hand, while constructing an air wall to defend Sasuke. However, Obito Uchiha clearly had no intention of letting him off either. A chameleon and a bomb bird suddenly appeared, distracting Naruto and slowing him down slightly. Several wooden spears and a few blades pierced Sasuke. Seeing this, Naruto Uzumaki activated Sage Art Fudo Mayu. Damn it. A majestic, ferocious, six-armed giant 250 meters tall appeared before Obito Uchiha. Its swords and blades swept around its body, and the sheer force of the sword energy and blade aura scattered the Uchiha flame formation surrounding them. Obito's fierce attacks, the Rinnegan's summoned beasts, the numerous white Zetsu in the periphery, and even the distant mountain ranges. This awe-inspiring attack drew everyone's attention. Obito Uchiha, who directly faced the towering giant, was filled with shock. This size rivals a perfect Susanoo. What kind of power is this? He himself was caught in the blast, his form utterly annihilated down to the finest molecules. After Naruto Uzumaki dispersed the next wave of attacks, he hurriedly looked towards Sasuke. To his surprise, Sasuke's body had transformed into black flames, formless and intangible. The attacks that struck him were instantly incinerated to ash, and anything not turned to ash fell to the ground. This mass of black fire then coalesced back into a human shape, gradually outlining Sasuke Uchiha's form. Sasuke Uchiha looked at Naruto Uzumaki, a faint red glow emanating from his right pupil. Naruto Uzumaki revealed a smile, but deliberately avoided looking into Sasuke's eyes. Blaze released Kagutsuchi. But in Sasuke's heart, there was a storm far greater than his calm exterior suggested. Just what is this power? Even I with my current abilities would likely only be able to contend with him using my perfect Susanoo. In the distance, Obito Uchiha reappeared from within a spatial distortion and spoke coldly. Naruto, you do have some skill, but I am far from my limits. The vast amount of chakra he had secretly accumulated was almost in place. Tens of thousands of wooden stakes and millions of blade fragments prepared in advance levitated under the power of his eyes, surrounding Obito Uchiha in a complete multi-layered airtight sphere. Obito had bet almost all his chakra, even overdrawing nearly all his life force to amplify the attack. Just how many waves of attacks this jutsu would unleash was probably unclear, even to Obito himself. Naruto Uzumaki sensed the extraordinary nature of this attack. His body, already covered in blue chakra flames, ignited with a new blaze of golden orange. The immense power of Kurama's chakra filled the armor of Fudo Mayu. The colossal, heaven-piercing golden-orange nine-tailed fox was fully clad in this armor formed from natural energy. It wore an intricate and ferocious ancient Japanese general's helmet and mask, donned heavy majestic armor and battle skirts, and grew 6 arms. All 6 arms were raised before it together, holding a massive shield as large as a city wall. Under the light distorting 6-armed transparent armor, Kurama appeared even more ferocious, more imposing, and more colossal than ever. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes were now wide open as well. Dark purple chakra flames erupted around his body. He activated his power to strengthen this overwhelming force. The massive tailed beast level power stabilized. His Susanoo evolved from its Tengu form, growing into a formidable purple warrior 250 meters tall, wearing a long-nosed Tengu mask, fully armored, with a pair of giant wings on its back, even broader than its own frame. Sasuke Uchiha was unleashing his perfect Susanoo for the first time. But he didn't stop adding power. The Susanoo's body rapidly transformed into black flames similar to Sasuke's own earlier state. The purple Susanoo, originally of pure chakra, transformed into a black Susanoo composed primarily of Amaterasu. Within this Susanoo, one could only find faint traces of purple amidst the flames. This horrifying demonic Susanoo drew its 2 long swords, crossing them in a slash aimed at Obito Uchiha. One dark and one light, the 2 giants surrounded the black sphere of steel and wood. The others on the peripheral battlefield were now protected by Naruto Uzumaki's natural energy and Nine-Tails chakra. Super Wood Iron Storm, Almighty Push. From within the black sphere, a brilliant white light burst forth as if a sun had been crammed inside. The onlookers saw the intense light gradually swallow the black sphere. The blade fragments and wooden spears, driven by unprecedented force, achieved unprecedented speed and power, unleashing terrifying penetrative and destructive capabilities. The Amaterasu Susanoo and the natural energy Kurama, the 2 giants, slammed towards the center. Swords crossed in a cross slash against the intense light at the core. The round shield pressed forward as if trying to seal the light away. The 2 sides were locked in a terrifying contest of strength. The majority of the first wave of wooden spears and blade fragments collided with the giants, their terrifying kinetic energy nearly melting them on impact. The giants, relying on their outer defenses, managed to withstand the initial barrage. However, the second wave, the third wave. Countless blades and wooden spears rained down upon Susanoo and Kurama like torrential droplets, their razor-sharp edges and immense velocity rendering them devastatingly destructive. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, pinned by the repulsive force, could not advance an inch forced to withstand the terrifying assault. The 2 furiously unleashed their chakra, desperately filling the voids torn open by iron and wood. They managed to endure the initial waves, but the true killing blow came with the final surge. Blades and spears forged from the highest grade materials, each one akin to a missile propelled beyond the speed of sound by colossal force. After the barrage ceased, the most direct and overwhelming force struck. a repulsive shockwave of earth-shattering magnitude. Naruto and Sasuke roared in defiance, clashing head-on against Obito Uchiha's desperate life-staking attack. A blinding flash was followed by a cataclysmic explosion. A mushroom cloud soared into the sky, scattering the clouds. The immense power leveled mountains, flattened plains, and thick smoke obscured the sun, casting an oppressive gloom over everything. From an outsider's perspective, the snowfield had transformed into a sunken basin. At its center, a lake had formed a kilometer wide, the strike having tapped directly into the groundwater and fundamentally reshaping the landscape. Within the basin, the ground was densely littered with black flames, wood shavings, and solidified iron masses from cooled molten metal. The only relatively sheltered area was where the 5 Kage and their entourage stood. Naruto's air wall, Gaara's sand shield, and the stone golem of Inoki and his team barely managed to withstand the catastrophic blow. When Obito unleashed that technique, the reanimated chess pieces were also swept away. The combined invisibility of the second Tsuchikage Mu and the Jinjutsu of the second Mizukage made it impossible for anyone to capture them. As the defenses dispersed, everyone rushed toward the center. The fate of Naruto and Sasuke was still unknown. Had they not braced against that strike with everything they had, they would have undoubtedly perished under such power. Finally, they saw Naruto and Sasuke kneeling opposite each other in the middle of the lake. They appeared unharmed, though slightly breathless and disheveled, looking somewhat battered. Obito Uchiha, lying between them, was in a far worse state. His robes were torn to shreds, exposing his grotesque, distorted right half, a horrifying patchwork of hundreds of Sharingan eyes. He had withered once again into a desiccated corpse-like figure, his hair stark white and brittle. The extreme strain of overusing the Rinnegan's power had severed the connection between his optic nerves and eyes, while Naruto's and Sasuke's attacks had left him with extensive wounds across his body. Tsunade fired several air cannons. Gaara's sand shot toward Obito like projectiles. Chijuro expelled a torrent of lava-release acid, while Inoki and directly charged at Obito with lightweight rock technique and the strongest lightning release armor. Such concentrated attacks would be difficult for Obito to absorb with his Rinnegan. Kakashi transformed into a bolt of lightning, surged into the fray, and spirited away Naruto and Sasuke just before the 5 Kage's assault landed. Another explosion engulfed Obito. Seeing that Kakashi had rescued Naruto and Sasuke, the 5 Kage held nothing back, triggering an even greater detonation. As the blinding light faded, only Inoki and they remained visible. Obito had vanished without a trace. Yet in the next instant his figure reappeared, as if from a dream, restored to his original appearance. Had it not been for the surrounding devastation, they might have believed it was all an illusion. Izanagi. Obito Uchiha gripped the white mask in his right hand, his 2 heterochromatic eyes gleaming with cold malice. He glared at the 5 Kage as 6 colossal Rinnegan-summoned beasts materialized, and a laser cannon formed on his left arm, charging with violent energy. His marked blades hovered in the air, then shot forward, hurtling toward the encircled group. Simultaneously, Itachi Uchiha, the second Tsuchikage Ginkaku, and Kinkaku, the demigod of the shinobi world, the third Raikage, the 7 swordsmen of the mist, the second Mizukage, the 4th Kazekage, legends of the ninja world, were reanimated through Edo Tensei, each unleashing their ultimate techniques. Nearby, a new white Zetsu with a spiral face slammed his palm onto the ground, and a colossal wooden golem rose from the earth. 5 faces atop its head opened their mouths, each gathering a different nature transformation chakra, while hundreds of fists poised to strike. Its name was Kotetsu. Seeking absolute certainty, Obito even summoned the demonic statue of the outer path. From its belly emerged the new 6 paths of pain. The Jinchuriki of the 2 tails through 7 tails, who materialized in their complete tailed beast forms, charging tailed beast balls alongside the statue. Obito Uchiha was well aware of the extraordinary physical defenses of Naruto, Uzumaki, and Nine-Tails chakra could be substituted. Thus this assault spared no mercy. Even if it meant killing the Nine-Tails, as long as the Moon Eye plan proceeded, as long as he could become the 10-Tails Jinchuriki and cast the infinite Tsukuyami, these sacrifices were acceptable. For the allied forces this was an absolute deadlock. Around them blades swarmed like locusts, colossal beasts loomed ahead, a sinister wooden golem stood nearby, and an army of reanimated dead hid behind them. No escape, no hope. Some samurai cast aside their swords, their eyes behind masks filled with despair. This was a complete dead end. Naruto Uzumaki, though I shouldn't say much at this point, the betrayals of Nagato and Konan and your sudden surge in power intrigue me. However, I have no desire to hear your explanations. Leaving a little mystery for the world is my own pastime. Naruto chuckled softly, straightening up slowly. The cross-shaped mark in his azure pupils remained, and the blue-green flames on his shoulders still flickered. Naruto, your chakra is refined. Kurama's voice echoed in his ear. Surges of potent Nine-Tails chakra erupted from Naruto's body, once more blue-golden flames engulfing him as he entered the complete Sage Fox mode. This was the sustained combat strategy devised by Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. Kurama focused on refining chakra, while Naruto was supported by Kushina Uzumaki to maintain the Nine-Tails mode. The balance of natural energy and the refinement of Sage chakra were managed by Minato. The effect of the harmonized Sage Mode was astonishing as it could be sustained for extended periods and its power multiplied over time. The only drawback was the need to constantly balance the three energies, which required extra mental focus. If Naruto became too fatigued or unstable to maintain it, the mode would end, but with Minato's help that concern was alleviated. It's worth noting that Minato was not particularly skilled in Sage Mode, his proficiency far below his son's. However, since they were within Naruto's body, Naruto taught him the experience of the harmonized Sage Mode. While Minato still couldn't enter the mode himself, he could help Naruto balance natural energy to sustain it. Combined with Ninetales Mode, the all-around boost in base attributes made the enhancements from Sage Mode even more formidable and its growth more pronounced. However, this also meant the technique's consumption was immense, requiring Naruto to periodically expend his own chakra to maintain the mode. Theoretically, as long as he didn't use a technique that drained all his chakra at once, the harmonized Sage Fox Mode could last indefinitely. Naruto Uzumaki, now fully restored, rendered both Obito Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha speechless. Damn it, Naruto, just how strong are you now? This is ridiculous, absolutely insane. A golden fox head emerged, enveloping everyone in a warm golden light. The soothing power healed their wounds and lifted their spirits. Obito Uchiha commanded his entire army to charge at Naruto, a kaleidoscope of multicolored attacks, painting the world in vibrant hues. Even so, you cannot possibly defend against this wave. Roar! Beyond the battlefield, behind the reanimated army, a colossal bull with an octopus tail bellowed at the heavens, drawing all eyes. A sphere like a black sun rapidly condensed and compressed until it dwarfed the eight tails itself, then launched, striking the reanimated forces in an instant. Tailed Beast Ball. Tailed Beast Ball. Kurama once again opened its fearsome maw, a pitch-black sphere rapidly expanding and contracting within, growing larger than the full nine tails in the blink of an eye. With a powerful jerk of its head, Kurama hurled the colossal tailed beast ball at the reanimated army at breakneck speed. And who said I was going to defend against your attack? The twin-tailed beast balls launched by Naruto Uzumaki and Killer Bee collided head-on with the cataclysmic assault unleashed by Obito Uchiha's army. A blast so immense it seemed to warp heaven and earth. This tailed beast ball, fired moments earlier by Gyuki, the eight tails, carried nearly 1/4 of Naruto's Sage Chakra. Natural energy inherently magnifies jutsu with terrifying potency, compounded by its sheer magnitude, nearly matching Gyuki's own chakra reserves. It became the largest, most unrestrained tailed beast ball the beast had ever deployed, as Naruto had instructed him to unleash it just once. In that instant, the sun itself dimmed, then vanished. As if a deity had thrust a new sun into the world, it swelled violently. A blinding, all-consuming detonation silenced every sound on Earth, leaving only infinite light, concussive force, and searing heat. The shockwave rippled outward for 10 miles, further ravaging a landscape already reduced to ruin. Its destructive power even surpassed that of the Ultra Susanu's divine punishment. When light and thunder subsided, Kurama's fox-head form lay shattered and torn, and not a single patch of solid ground remained beneath the assembled shinobi. Might Guy surveyed the devastation and murmured, "It seems future maps will need to redraw this entire region." Mei Terumi exhaled softly, hard to believe. This was a battle fought by shinobi. Has the enemy been eliminated? Sasuke Uchiha demanded sharply, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan locked unblinkingly upon the spot where Obito Uchiha had stood moments before. Only six-tailed beasts and the demonic statue of the outer path remained there, motionless, lifeless, like statues carved from silence. Behind them, the reanimated army and white Zetsu clones likely disintegrated under such annihilation. "Is it over?" asked the fourth Reikage. "No," Naruto replied, without turning, his Ninetales chakra mode dissolving as he spoke, having expended nearly all of Kurama's chakra and his own Sage chakra to withstand that blow. His Izanagi remains active, though our strike likely only erased a few of his lives. "Damn it. How do we fight such an enemy?" grumbled Kuratsuchi, the future fourth Tsuchikage, her lips pursed in frustrated disbelief. And Naruto chuckled softly, turning toward her. "Don't worry, we'll find a way." Ripples spread across the water beneath their feet as they turned toward the distant source of tremors, Gyuki the Eight Tails. "Naruto," he bellowed, sprinting forward. "Did it end? Is it over? Hey Uncle B, ABA, you two stay back as support. Keep your distance." Naruto shouted to them, just as Obito Uchiha, masked in white and long concealed within illusionary dreams, descended into reality. Once more the Rinnegan glowed ominously within the eyes of all six-tailed beasts. He laughed, a hollow, echoing sound, and declared, "Useless Naruto. Your attacks are mere phantoms before Izanagi, insignificant before me." Ashes of the reanimated dead coalesced midair, then drifted slowly down onto the very ground they'd once stood upon. "Look closely, Naruto. Even your surprise assault, even your desperate final strike, cannot kill us. Our losses amount only to expendable white Zetsu. And how many times can you unleash a technique of this magnitude?" "Humph, Obito." Naruto called out his name openly before all present. Itachi Uchiha once said, "No jutsu is flawless. Nothing in this world is perfect. Even your sacred moon's eye plan, surely riddled with flaws from the moment you conceived it." Then search for those flaws, for as long as you wish. Obito Uchiha formed the final hand seal. Behind him the demonic statue of the outer path yawned open its colossal maw and emitted a soul-chilling shriek, black rods piercing through its flesh embedding themselves deep into Obito's back. Hiya! Obito roared in agony as torrents of chakra flooded into the statue, his hair bleached bone white, his frame collapsing into skeletal frailty. Pale violet chakra gathered within the statue's maw. From it surged a translucent dragon, its gaping maw silent, its crimson eyes glowing like malevolent stars radiating hollow, absolute annihilation. This is my ultimate technique, Naruto. Let's see how you evade it. Sigh. Naruto exhaled gently, lifting his gaze to Obito. Obito, you've grown impatient. You've even forgotten key details about me. Whoosh. In a flash of golden light, Kurama's fox head vanished from sight, carrying every shinobi sheltered within it. Flying Thunder God technique. Obito's eyes widened in shock. He cursed aloud, cursed Hashirama Senju. The chakra dragon circled fruitlessly, finding no target, then redirected its fury toward Gyuki far in the distance. Yet Gyuki too vanished, as if deliberately mocking it. Flying Thunder God technique, again. The violet chakra dragon retreated into the statue's maw, and the jaws closed shut. Spatial displacement induced instinctive vertigo. When their senses steadied, they found themselves standing amid a dense forest. Everyone, this is a forest within Fire Country. 500 miles southwest lies Konoha village, 60 miles north lies the land of hot springs. As he spoke, Naruto's golden-blue Haori shimmered into being once more in flames. Orange and cerulean, rekindled around his body. I'm going back. Wait. Sasuke Uchiha, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stepped forward. Take me with you. Sasuke there. I said, take me with you. Sasuke noticed Naruto still refused to meet his gaze. Confusion flickered, then irritation. Moments ago Naruto had channeled Kurama's chakra into him, yet now he couldn't even look him in the eye. What's wrong with you? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Don't worry about that yet. Naruto evaded the question, still wary of Itachi Uchiha's design should his eyes, bearing the Mangekyo Sharingan imprint, meet Naruto's the hidden crow of the infinite Tsunomi, would emerge from Naruto's gut and cast Jinjutsu upon Sasuke. No matter how far events progressed, even if killing Sasuke became unavoidable, Naruto would never resort to Jinjutsu against him. Clearly unsatisfied with Naruto's evasion, Sasuke said nothing further, but Naruto, sensing his resolve, declared plainly, then let's go, but first I must place a Flying Thunder God mark on you. Impossible. Fine. Naruto reached into his pack and withdrew a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, handing it to Sasuke. Carry this. After 10 seconds of silent negotiation, Sasuke accepted the kunai, and Naruto finally agreed to bring him back to the battlefield. Tsunade-sama, Kakashi-sensei, we're heading out now. Oh, stay safe. Naruto placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and vanished, leaving no trace behind. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha reappeared before Obito Uchiha. Though his exhaustion was well concealed beneath the white mask, Naruto's extraordinary sensory perception instantly revealed that Obito had not employed Izanagi to reset his deteriorating condition. Naruto immediately grasped the reason. So even for the Uchiha clan, wielding Izanagi is no simple feat. In that case, prolonging the battle would suffice. This rare opportunity allows me to refine my Sage Mode, harmonizing seamlessly with Kurama, and fight alongside my parents. Absolutely. It's been far too long since I fought alongside Minato. I'm eager to battle with my own son. Kushina Uzumaki's vibrant voice rang warmly in Naruto's ears, accompanied by Minato Namikaze's gentle, affectionate laughter. Minato's voice resonated once more. Naruto, your analysis appears sound. The situation has inverted. Danzo was constrained by the Sharingan's limitations, whereas Obito now faces severe chakra depletion. Thus exhausting his Sharingan through attrition is impractical. Instead, we must force him to expend vast reserves using high-cost techniques. From my observation, every one of his strikes, however colossal, reserves just enough chakra to activate Izanagi again. Moreover, under Kushina's and Kurama's focused perception, that reserve chakra remains irrecoverable. I sensed it too. With such a flaw exposed, why would we hesitate to exploit it? Their mental exchange lasted but an instant. As soon as Obito spotted Naruto and Sasuke, he instantly teleported toward them, simultaneously erecting earthen walls to seal their retreat. Numerous black rods, blades, kunai, shuriken, and wooden spears erupted at blinding speed. So swift they cracked the air with sonic booms streaking like dark lightning across the sky. Yet those who had honed their mastery, not only Naruto and Sasuke, but had grown sharper, more attuned to their own power, included others as well. Sasuke Uchiha drew the Kusanagi blade. Its pristine silvery light flared forth, forming a shimmering spherical barrier before them, gleaming with lethal cold radiance. Kage Bunshin. Seeing this, Naruto shifted his hand seals to the shadow clone technique. Multiple shadow clone technique. Explosions thundered behind the earthen walls like firecrackers. White smoke billowed as dozens upon dozens of Narutos burst forth, numbering over 100. Each bore golden blue spiral eyes, yet none wore the Haori of the original. This deliberate compromise balanced combat efficacy, clone quantity, and the host's retained strength. Diverting excessive chakra into clones would have left the original perilously vulnerable in such a battle. Nor did overwhelming force prove necessary against the reanimated shinobi. Thus the army of reanimated warriors clashed with the legion of Narutos. Each clone trailed 5 adamantine chains. The adamantine sealing technique possessed inherent sealing properties while not instantly erasing the reanimated contact inflicted grievous harm, making it an absolute countermeasure against such forces. Obito's assault struck the blade-light barrier like stones cast into still water, utterly silent, yielding no ripple, only to be cleaved into fragments by the impenetrable lattice of silver-edged cuts. Yet Obito himself surged forward, unleashing a Shinra Tensei that shattered the barrier, then driving a fist armored in black rods and razor blades straight at Naruto, who met it head-on with his own. A metallic silver fist collided with a jagged obsidian one, producing a deafening sonic boom and sending violent waves surging across the water's surface. Neither stepped back an inch, their close-quarters combat erupted in rapid, relentless succession. Obito forged armor from interlocking blades using his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto maintained his adamantine body technique. His skin gleamed with a silvery luster atop its golden blue hue resembling a living sculpture. Sasuke Uchiha brandished the Kusanagi blade, his form engulfed in roaring black flames, like a demon risen from hell. The black flames of Amaterasu clung to the blade's edge, while brilliant white lightning crackled between bursts of inferno. Enhancing his taijutsu with Kagetsuchi, Sasuke charged forward, joining Naruto in relentless physical assault upon Obito. The thudding impacts echoed like muffled war drums. Naruto's near-impervious resilience contrasted with Sasuke's flame-wrapped intangibility, both bypassing conventional defense. Though Obito's strength and regeneration were monstrous, their synchronized onslaught overwhelmed him, until Sasuke seized an opening and swept the Kusanagi horizontally, severing Obito's head. Elsewhere, Naruto's legion routed the reanimated army decisively. The adamantine sealing techniques, dual potency, devastating physical impact, and innate sealing effect, proved fatal to reanimated bodies. After suffering catastrophic losses in the first clash, Kabuto Yakushi swiftly withdrew his reanimated forces from the battlefield. Within the Fire Country's forest, the 5 Kage, including Sanbai and Saiken, convened inside a makeshift earthen shelter constructed by Akatsuchi. There they forged the allied shinobi forces, a unified coalition pledged to confront the shared enemy threatening all nations. After brief deliberation, they appointed the 4th Raikage as supreme commander, Tsunade the 5th Hokage as chief strategist, Gaara the 5th Kazekage as field commander, Meitarumi the 5th Mizukage as head of special tactics, and Inoki the 3rd Tsuchikage as director of support operations. Darui, Karatsuchi, Kakashi Hatake, and Sanbai were designated leaders of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th divisions, while Gaara and Inoki jointly commanded the 4th division. Meanwhile, the Taka team stood apart on the periphery. Karen murmured softly, "Sasuke-kun really just left, without even taking us along." "Sai, we can't just walk away," Suigetsu muttered, cradling his head. "We're unregistered outsiders. If we draw attention, things could turn ugly." "Suigetsu, we've already been noticed," Jugo suddenly interjected. "Who? Can someone like us even register on their radar?" 2 individuals, Kakashi Hatake, Sasuke's former teacher, and Killer Bee the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. "Kakashi needs no introduction, Ubi certainly recognizes us." "Oh no, will he come seeking vengeance? Should we flee now?" "No need," Jugo cut in. "Kakashi is already here." The Taka trio instantly assumed defensive stances, their nerves taut. They'd just witnessed this man carve through swarms of white zetsu with ruthless surgical precision, each movement economical, lethal, chillingly efficient. That languid demeanor masked a true killer. Noticing their tension, Kakashi scratched the back of his head with his left hand and offered a gentle wave with his right, smiling amiably. Relax, relax. "I'm Kakashi Hatake, Sasuke's former instructor from Konoha." "What do you want, eh?" Karen asked nervously. "I thought, since we're all Sasuke's comrades, I'd simply introduce myself. I'm Suigetsu Hozuki. This is Karen Uzumaki. And that quiet giant is Jugo." Suigetsu rattled off the introductions at breakneck speed, then faltered, "We know nothing. Please don't hold us accountable." "Haha, don't worry, Kakashi chuckled awkwardly. "I assure you no conflict will arise. Anyone opposing Akatsuki and the Eye of the Moon plan stands with us, as allies." Seeing their unease persist, Kakashi smiled warmly, bid them farewell, and instructed them to remain where they were. Obito Uchiha materialized once more from the void, panting audibly, even now his vulnerability evident even to Sasuke. Their coordination deepened steadily. When ninjutsu proved ineffective against Obito, they relied on pinpoint taijutsu, repeatedly cornering him with flawless synergy. Their mutual rhythm sharpened. Naruto's Sage Mode grew ever stronger, amplified by ceaseless natural energy absorption. Sasuke's Kagetsuchi intensified with each trial, unleashing increasingly formidable manifestations. As their power ascended, Obito's capacity to endure diminished. His surviving rounds dwindled with each passing moment. Desperate, he summoned the 6th Tailed Beast Jinchuriki, But though his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan lacked the dominion of the Rinnegan or the demonic statue, its influence subtly disrupted their control, rendering the Jinchuriki incapable of meaningful combat. Just as Naruto raised his fist to shatter Obito's skull, Kin appeared, reconstituting the shattered would-release golem. Hundreds of colossal fists descended in unison. Naruto evaded without hesitation, vanishing from sight and reappearing beside Sasuke, who remained utterly focused on disrupting the tailed beasts. Obito leapt onto the demonic statue's head, aligning himself at the same height as Kin, who stood atop the reconstructed golem. This white Zetsu feels more formidable than Zetsu himself. Then carry that curiosity down to the underworld. Obito's gaze hardened into lethal resolve. He and Kin simultaneously activated their colossal constructs, marching them toward Naruto and Sasuke, launching chakra dragons and timber fists in tandem. Naruto Uzumaki, I swear if you flee this battlefield, a tailed beast bomb will obliterate the civilian population of Iron Country's capital. Then I swear in return no tailed beast bomb shall detonate where innocents stand. Naruto raised his right hand. Within it coalesced a colossal tailed beast bomb, its outer shell sheathed in rapidly rotating wind-released chakra blades. Sage Art Tailed Beast Rasenshuriken. The Tailed Beast Bomb Rasenshuriken collided with the chakra dragon and the wooden fist, triggering another spherical explosion. Had Deidara been present here today, he would surely have tapped his temple with a finger and shouted ecstatically, "This is absolutely exhilarating." Peerless art had manifested itself repeatedly. Yet unlike previous detonations, nothing remained here to be destroyed. Only the churning waves beneath the surface surged violently. This blast's radius exceeded expectations. Naruto Uzumaki raised his arm to block, and chaotic chakra turbulence flooded his senses entirely. It seems Obito intends to employ the second ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto thought inwardly. Uchiha Shin possessed numerous Mangekyo Sharingan, far more than most, but only two distinct abilities: weapon manipulation and spatial translocation. Weapon manipulation held little effect against him now. His perceptual acuity was overwhelming. Even a sixth sense had awakened. Should an ambush strike occur, his body might evade it instinctively. Spatial translocation, however, proved intriguing. Through his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could appear at preset coordinates across vast distances, reminiscent of both the Flying Thunder God technique and Kimui, yet neither instantaneous like the former, nor operating within an independent dimensional space, like the latter. Though inferior to those two techniques, this jutsu nonetheless manipulated space-time, and its wide-area influence rendered it exceptionally formidable. Where does he intend to spatially shift? Will he teleport himself, or separate me from Sasuke? Let me see. Beneath the water's surface, a small creature lifted its head toward Naruto and Sasuke. Its form was starkly minimal. A single dominant eye constituted its primary anatomy. Beneath it gaped a toothless mouth, and four stubby limbs extended from its base, rendering it grotesque, unsettling, as if an eyeball had sprouted legs. Suddenly, it darted upward through the water toward Naruto Uzumaki. Its three-tomo Sharingan spun violently, coalescing into a Mangekyo pattern, a circular seal marked by a protruding triangular motif, as space itself began to whirl, drawing everything nearby into its ocular vortex. Yet just before reaching Naruto, its body shattered instantaneously, as though impaled by an invisible spear. Senjutsu Group Heaven-Piercing Barrage. Naruto Uzumaki did not even glance at the creature. His gaze remained locked upon Obito Uchiha and the outer path giant Buddha. A ripple in the surrounding space resonated beside him. Naruto turned toward Sasuke, his eyes calm and unblinking. Another group Heaven-Piercing Barrage erupted, obliterating the creature below. Ultra-superhuman repulsion. Obito Uchiha's furious roar erupted from behind. Overwhelming repulsive force exploded outward like a tidal wave. Oh! Naruto Uzumaki had not anticipated this maneuver. Golden adamantine chains burst forth from his back, plunging deep into the water and anchoring firmly into the seabed. Simultaneously, the golden fox head manifestation reappeared, enveloping both Naruto and Sasuke within its protective embrace. Sasuke Uchiha meanwhile activated the Kodoame Tsukumi Star Seal. Kurama's power surged to a new tier. Indeed, the Kodoame Tsukumi Star Seal could amplify others' strength. Rampant force struck head-on against the duo. They stood rooted, confronting pressure sufficient to crush them flat, so immense that even their breath seized. Kurama's visage contorted grotesquely under the strain, its features warping into absurd comical distortion, while the skin of their faces rippled like water, revealing their exaggerated, strained expressions. Boom! The violent repulsion collapsed the seabed once more. Groundwater surged upward in torrents. The deepest point of this crater now lay nearly 100 meters below its original elevation. Golden chakra receded. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha lunged forward anew, appearing almost instantaneously at either side of Obito Uchiha. Blood tears streamed from Sasuke's left eye, threatening to spill over. At that critical moment, Obito Uchiha drove a black rod into his own heart and vanished from the physical world. Bereft of their target, the two warriors executed mid-air somersaults to avoid colliding with one another. In the next instant, searing flames plummeted from the heavens, wrapped around wooden skewers flanked by wind-released chakra. Even spiraling spatial vortices stirred in their wake. Obito had further augmented the fiery serpent with additional power, a violet chakra dragon coiling alongside it in a double helix. Fire-released Dragon Phoenix dual dance. From 3 other directions came Akin's wooden fist, the 6 paths, Tailed Beast Bomb, and blade fragments controlled via Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito Uchiha's latest encirclement, targeting Naruto Uzumaki. Space-time fluctuations exceeding Kimui's range rendered the Flying Thunder God technique exceedingly difficult to activate. Compounded by the Chakra Dragon's soul-targeting lethality, few could hope to evade this assault. Not even Sasuke Uchiha. Yet for Naruto Uzumaki, though challenging, it was far from impossible. He chose the most direct and devastating solution. He pivoted sideways and delivered a thunderous punch, channeling nearly 1/4 of Kurama's chakra and Senjutsu energy. Golden and azure chakra blazed across his fist, amplified by mastery over natural energy, producing a cataclysmic impact. An air blast rivaling the legendary Shikatsu Miyaku's Sunset Elephant collided with the Tailed Beast Bomb, triggering immediate detonation. Naruto entered the adamantine body state, seizing the flame-engulfed Sasuke and plunging headlong into the inferno. Naruto, I knew this technique wouldn't stop you, but the true killing stroke lies elsewhere. Obito Uchiha spoke with chilling sibilant malice. Emerging from the explosion's epicenter, both bore minor wounds, torn fabric, slight burns, but no serious injury. Yet Naruto Uzumaki was stunned to discover dozens of diminutive beings, each with activated Mangekyo Sharingan, arrayed before them. They stared coldly, their eyes synchronously unleashing spatial vortices. Already unstable space-time trembled violently, intensified further by the blast's momentum, leaving Naruto unable to arrest his forward surge. Suddenly, instinct revealed the destination of the spatial transfer. His mind raced, abandoning the imminent immovable king technique. He hurled Sasuke away and plunged himself into the maelstrom summoned by the dozen Mangekyo eyes. Witnessing this, Sasuke Uchiha froze. Then his eyes blazed crimson. Instantly, the Krotengu form of Susanoo materialized, and arrows forged from black flames streaked forth, shattering the eye creature's midair. Damn it, Naruto! He whirled sharply toward Obito Uchiha, unleashing vastly intensified chakra. The Krotengu Susanoo flickered violently, then swelled, expanding until it reached approximately 240 meters in height. Even before its full form stabilized, the colossal entity placed its hand upon the hilt of its great sword. As the blade drew forth, a world-shaking wave of sword aura erupted, finally fixing its towering definitive shape. Ferocious sword aura obliterated Obito Uchiha, overturned all 6 tailed beasts, severed the wooden man's head, and carved a massive gash across the outer path. Giant Buddha itself. Roar! The giant Buddha and tailed beasts bellowed in earth-shattering unison. Obito Uchiha reappeared from the void. Sasuke instantly leveled his blade at him. His voice cut cold and sharp. Where's Naruto? Tell me now. Heh. Sasuke, this is how you ask questions. I'll show you precisely what my attitude entails. Black flames of Amaterasu ignited along Susanoo's blade. Its solar intensity spiked the ambient temperature, catastrophically igniting roaring conflagrations across the tailed beasts and the giant Buddha alike. Hearing this, Obito moved to reseal the tailed beasts into the giant Buddha. Yet Sasuke anticipated his hesitation, slashing directly toward the Buddha's head. Though the giant Buddha possessed extraordinary defense and chakra absorption, Obito dared not underestimate such an assault. He intercepted Sasuke's blade mid-strike, activating the Rinnegan's power to unleash the superhuman repulsion, shattering the attack. Sasuke drew his blade again, striking at the 3 tails. Damn it! Obito cursed, then deployed the Azura Path's power to detonate the renewed assault. Yet Sasuke Uchiha grew increasingly agitated. Though this tactic successfully distracted Obito, it failed to strike his vital weakness, and engaging him in chakra attrition was futile. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, he harbored no tailed beast within his body. Damn it, that bastard's still gathering chakra. Naruto, where the hell are you? The tailed beast shrieks still echoed in Obito's ears. By now he had spontaneously combusted 4 or 5 times. The heat was unbearable, evaporating the lake and snowfields below entirely. Nonetheless, Obito Uchiha had devised a breakthrough. His chakra fully amassed, a black sphere formed in his palm. Chibaku Tensei. He fixed his gaze on Sasuke's Susanoo and hurled the orb. It emitted terrifying gravitational force, absorbing stones along its path, drawing in Sasuke's Susanoo, the outer path, giant Buddha, and all 6 tailed beasts. But because the sphere flew directly towards Sasuke, Susanoo struck it first. Violent impact and deafening concussion left Sasuke dazed, followed by cascading boulders hammering Susanoo's back. Meanwhile, Obito hastened his hand seals. 6 chains erupted from the giant Buddha's mouth, wrapping tightly around each tailed beast's neck, sealing them one by one into its form. Ha ha ha, I've won. Obito deliberately halted Chibaku Tensei's gravitational pull. Its scale now dwarfed even the original sealing of Kurama by the Deva Path. Next, eliminate this last obstacle and no one in the shinobi world shall stand against me. Obito's right arm transformed into a mechanical laser cannon. Just as he gathered chakra for the blast, darkness swallowed his vision. Without warning, Kakashi Hatake appeared behind him and drove his blade deep into Obito's back. Slowly Obito turned, his eyes blazing with incandescent fury upon seeing Kakashi Hatake. How did you? Kakashi Hatake met Obito's glare, his expression layered with sorrow and resolve. To Obito's astonishment, Kakashi's Sharingan now resided in his right eye. The right eye Sharingan spun rapidly, 3 tomo converging into a 4-bladed windmill shuriken seal. Tsukuyami Infinite. Bton Shun. The moment he saw this mark, Uchiha Obito's hair stood on end. Without time to react, he retreated at the fastest speed, swiftly leaving the battlefield. Using the power of the heavenly path, he propelled himself forward, rapidly abandoning even the outer path statue and Uchiha Sasuke. The outer path statue that devoured the 9 tails will be even stronger, and its defensive power should also be enhanced. Uchiha Sasuke is trapped inside the Chibaku Tensei and won't break free anytime soon. Given the current power of the ninja world, only the 8 tails can rescue him. When I retrieve the outer path statue, capturing the 8 tails will be effortless. The top priority now is to determine the influence of Bton Shun. I am the key to the moon's eye plan. The core of the plan is me. Ensuring my own state is normal is the most important thing. Uchiha Obito convinced himself from all angles. He swiftly headed to another secret base of his, a place known only to Ajin and himself. He chose not to go to Kabuto Yakushi's base. After all, Kabuto was not reliable either. At the site of the 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron, Hatake Kakashi looked around, still finding it hard to believe. It was difficult to imagine that human combat could produce such effects. The topography and ecosystem of this area had been thoroughly destroyed. In the most severe areas, even the bedrock was exposed. The original hilly terrain had been almost completely flattened. This place should have become a lake, but the lake had also been evaporated. However, in the following days, a torrential downpour would likely fall here, turning it into a perfectly circular lake once again. Whoosh! A golden flash appeared before Hatake Kakashi. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Beside him stood Konan, the angel of the rain village, the 8 tails, Jinchuriki Killer Bee, and Orochimaru. Oh Naruto, how is it? No danger just now. Kakashi-sensei, I'm one of his clones. But things are going relatively smoothly for now. Anyway, let's not talk about that now. I'll rescue Sasuke soon. Everyone please keep an eye on this place for now. After all, that guy Kabuto won't give up easily. Another group of clones will bring more people later. The chakra the original left for us isn't enough to teleport so many at once. Hatake Kakashi said, don't worry, leave it to us. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Uzumaki Naruto gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back as if remembering something and handed Orochimaru a test tube and a sealing scroll. Inside the test tube was a gelatinous substance like a broken eye. Orochimaru took the test tube. Naruto said to him, this is Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. If you encounter any situation, Snake Uncle used this to perform the impure world reincarnation on him. For now, Obito and the others probably haven't summoned him yet. Of course, if Uchiha Madara can't be reincarnated, or if Uchiha Madara himself shows up, then inside the scroll, there are 10 white Zetsu and the chakra of the 4 Hokage. You can reincarnate them. Orochimaru said, haha, this is foolproof. Naruto-kun, you can go ahead with peace of mind. Oh, Uzumaki Naruto clapped his fist into his palm and said heroically, I'll be right back. Before his words faded, Uzumaki Naruto vanished before everyone's eyes. Uchiha Sasuke was still struggling to maintain his Susanoo. He could no longer see any light. His breathing became extremely difficult. Under the immense pressure, his chakra circulation had almost ceased, and he couldn't even move a finger. Damn it, I need to find a way out of here. By now, Susanoo had degenerated to the 2nd stage. If he couldn't think of a way, he might really die here. Bang! 8 earth-shattering roars suddenly came from behind, accompanied by violent tremors throughout the asteroid. Bang! Then came the second third. Because the chakra left for the clone by the original was insufficient, and considering the possibility of harming Sasuke inside, Naruto could only choose this method to dismantle the asteroid piece by piece. However, right from the start of Naruto's action, the 4 people on the ground had already clashed with Kabuto Yakushi's revived Impure World Army. The 4th Kazekage Raza, originally under Kabuto's control, was fighting Konan. But the moment he saw Orochimaru, an astonishing murderous intent erupted so strong that even Kabuto, erasing his personal consciousness, couldn't suppress it. Helpless Kabuto had to let Raza fight Orochimaru. Raza's departure greatly reduced the pressure on Konan, who was fighting both the 4th Kazekage and the demigod of the ninja world Hanzo of the Salamander. Using her dance of the Shikigami, Konan continuously harassed Hanzo. Hanzo's poison couldn't affect her as she dominated the air. He could only resist Konan's long-range attacks with his scythe. After a stalemate, Konan finally found a flaw. A shuriken indistinguishable from other paper shurikens flew out. Its suddenly accelerated attack rhythm disrupted Hanzo's defense, allowing the shuriken to break through and strike him. At the same time, the folds of the shuriken opened, revealing the explosive tag inside. She used a forbidden technique Naruto had taught her. Mutually multiplying explosive tags. The first explosive tag erupted in flames, simultaneously summoning 2 more explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion lasted 30 seconds, obliterating Hanzo. Seeing this, Konan stopped the bombardment. Just as Hanzo was about to regenerate from the flying debris, Konan prepared to seal him, but at that moment she was engulfed by a fireball. Konan flew back into the sky, her expression cold as she looked at the two other ninjas below, Scorch released Pakura, and Blast released Haku. Hanzo had also recovered by then. Konan once again used her air superiority to engage in guerrilla warfare against the three. Orochimaru had been going back and forth with Kakazu using his flexible, twisting nature, but the fight became more difficult with the addition of the gold dust. Still, it was manageable. After all, Orochimaru was arguably the human closest to the concept of death in this world. The snakes he summoned were extremely powerful, and he still held Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju as two ultimate trump cards. So although he was on the defensive, defeat was absolutely impossible. Killer Bee faced only one person, Uchiha Itachi. The Mangekyo Sharingan had a strong suppression on tailed beasts. Normally it would be a battle that ended with a single glare, but because of the perfect Jinchuriki, this fight also fell into a stalemate. Concerned about the fights above and inside the statue, Killer Bee did not use the largest scale jutsu directly. Instead, he used his size advantage to grapple with Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. Using Naruto's Senjutsu Chakra, Gyuki had also learned to absorb natural energy. So now he was almost evenly matched with Uchiha Itachi. Hatake Kakashi faced the most intense situation. He alone was besieged by the third Raikage, the second Mizukage, and the second Tsuchikage. However, Kakashi was not in immediate peril. His speed now surpassed that of the third Raikage. With the speed and defensive boost of the lightning release chakra mode, the extreme offensive power of the Hatake sword style, the top-tier abilities of his two Sharingan, and a chakra reserve at least 20 times greater than his usual self when he ran out of chakra, by keeping the Sharingan always active, Hatake Kakashi, though very battered, remained undefeated, firmly holding the three Kage-level fighters with his hyperspeed tactics. TCH troublesome. Inside a certain cold-based Kabuto, Yakushi muttered to himself. That Madara guy doesn't know where he's run off to. No one is reliable these days. I guess I have to rely on myself after all. Muttering, he paced to the place where the coffins were stored, kicked open each coffin lid, and looked inside. Kimimaro, Chiyo, Kinkaku, and Ginkaku Asuma Saratobi. Many powerful ninjas stood there. Kabuto Yakushi selected one by one, like browsing a market, finally stopping at the deepest part. He glanced at the coffin in the center, a flicker of heat in his eyes, but then shook his head and took the coffin beside it. While everyone was still fighting, suddenly another Kage-level chakra fluctuation appeared nearby. This power even seemed to surpass the three Kage facing Kakashi. It was like placing another feather on an extremely dangerous scale, yet this feather weighed 1,000 pounds. The balance suddenly vanished. As a tide of iron sand surged towards this area, the four of them immediately fell into a disadvantage. At the critical moment, Hatake Kakashi's form turned into a bolt of lightning, dashing to Orochimaru and Konan, circling them and bringing them to Killer Bee's side. He looked at the black wave already before him. The imprint of his Sharingan transformed into a three-bladed shuriken pattern. Space twisted and swallowed the first wave of iron sand. At that moment, the tailed beast ball of the Eight Tails Gyuki was fully charged. He swallowed the tailed beast ball and then spat it out like a beam of light. The dark golden beam collided with the black iron sand, clearing wave after wave. Konan used a dense volley of paper shurikens to mark an area of air, the invisible mist of the second Tsuchikage Mu. She once again used the mutually multiplying explosive tags, causing a colossal explosion amidst the surging waves. Hatake Kakashi's gaze shifted, focusing on the long-robed figure disturbed by the massive explosion, Uchiha Itachi. Kamui. As the spatial transfer ended, the Eight Tails tailed beast ball was also nearing its end. At the same time, Orochimaru's ritual was formally completed. 5 imposing figures appeared amidst the fluttering fragments and iron sand in the sky. Their tall and majestic silhouettes blocked the setting sun behind them, casting 5 extremely long shadows across the world. The sand and iron that blotted out the sun and sky not only obscured the vision of those surrounded within, but also made it utterly impossible for those outside to discern what was happening inside. The second Tsuchikage Mu was under relentless bombardment, and Kabuto Yakushi lost sight of him entirely. Helpless, he ordered the 4 Kage outside. The second Mizukage Jinjetsu Hozuki, the third Raikage I, the third Kazekage Tetsumu, fan-made the fourth Kazekage Raza, and the Gold and Silver Brothers, to attack from the outside. Thus the electrified oil-soaked gold dust-laced sandiron tide, along with several mini-tailed beast balls, poison, mist fireballs, and explosive rocks, all converged toward that area. After being bombarded for a full half-minute, the second Tsuchikage Mu's vision finally returned. It seems that woman's chakra is no longer up to par. Kabuto Yakushi licked his own face with his tongue. So how much longer can the rest of you sustain your chakra? The reappearing second Tsuchikage joined the fray, launching a particle-style technique at the sandiron tide. And just like that, the 5 Kage had assembled. The moment the 5 Kage gathered, it was as if some strange switch had been triggered. From the other side of the tide, a deep, yet resounding male voice suddenly echoed. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. That was a sea of flames. A true sea made of fire, so bright it seemed a second sun had risen. The extreme temperature even melted the tide of metal and sand on that side, turning it into a genuine wave. Ultimately, the two sides clashed to a standstill, neither gaining the upper hand. At this moment, Kabuto Yakushi was plunged into extreme shock. He recognized that voice as the one belonging to Madara Uchiha from before. What's going on? Has he betrayed me? Kabuto's suspicion of this world reached its peak, and then he considered another possibility. Could it be? He immediately severed his control over the impure world reincarnation in front of him, rushed to the deepest part of the cave, prepared the living sacrifice, and initiated the impure world reincarnation on that coffin. Nothing happened, which struck Kabuto as utterly absurd. Had they summoned our true leader to fight against us? And how were they controlling Madara Uchiha? Given the scale of that just-released technique, it was absolutely impossible to display such power while suppressing his consciousness. Could it be that the infamous shinobi of the Six Paths had truly defected? On the battlefield, all the powerful warriors regained their consciousness. Though they had sensed things earlier, their bodies could not be fully controlled, so they could only watch from within. Now they finally had the reins. Odd, what happened to the caster? The second Mizukage Genjutsu Hozuki muttered in confusion. We can't worry about that now. Haven't you sensed the attack from over there? The third Kazekage Tetsumu looked as if facing a great enemy. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. The fourth Kazekage Raza's eyes were filled with extreme tension. Damn it, to think that even after dying we still have to face an enemy like this. The third Raikage's expression was also extremely grave. Based on what I knew during my lifetime, the only one capable of unleashing a technique of this scale is probably that ruthless figure who opposed the god of shinobi, the shinobi of the Six Paths, Madara Uchiha. As the only one who had participated in the first 5 Kage Summit and directly faced Madara Uchiha, the second Tsuchikage Mu's voice trembled slightly. The shock and shadow that this godlike figure had left on him persisted even after death. His words added a touch of despair to the scene. Tap, tap, tap. Slow yet steady footsteps came to their ears from beyond the still descending sandstorm curtain. Perhaps it was because the sound of stepping on cooled glass carried well, or perhaps it was deliberately meant for them to hear. Either way, the footsteps reached their ears. It was as faithful as the death knell sounded by the Grim Reaper for them. Let's not sit idly waiting. If we all fight him with everything we have, we may still have a chance to contend. Tetsumu displayed the spirit of the strongest Kazekage. He raised his hand, and a massive amount of sand and iron surged up from beneath the earth. Now put aside the grudges of our past lives. Let's all attack together. His words were met with response. Everyone heard them, took them to heart, and immediately brought out their most powerful largest-scale techniques. The second Mizukage unleashed his giant clam and his enormous childlike water clone. Mirage Steam Mansion. Steam Danger Explosive Might. The second Tsuchikage split himself in two, both bodies forming white geometric shapes in their hands, the two shapes rapidly extending. Particle Style Original World Separation Technique. Column. The third Raikage's hair stood on end, immense chakra erupting from his body. Blue and black lightning swirled around him. He extended 5 fingers forward, then quickly closed 4, leaving only his index finger pointing ahead. With lightning power at its peak, his form transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged into the fray. Strongest lightning release, armor black lightning. Hell's Thrust, 1 finger-piercing spear. The third Kazekage Tetsumu and the fourth Kazekage Raza coordinated, sending massive amounts of gold dust and sand iron spiraling into the sky. On the ground, gold dust whirled like a vortex, while in the sky a giant black-purple sword slammed down, splitting heaven and earth into gold and black. Magnet-style Golden Iron Realm. Magnet-style Sand Iron Giant Sword. Magnet-style Gold Dust Great Burial. The Gold and Silver brothers entered their tailed beast cloak state, their twisted mouths opening wide as they jointly condensed a tailed beast ball about 1 meter in diameter. Hanzo's poison had no effect on the impure world reincarnation bodies. He could only send his exploding flame array through the 2 Kazekage to ambush Madara along the way. Yakura of the Scorch release formed hand signs, spitting out scorching fireballs that merged into a huge orb and flew into the formation. Ho of the explosion release gathered chakra into his hand. He slammed his fist into the ground, and the earth erupted like a series of landmines blasting toward Madara step by step. When all the attacks converged, they detonated the entire battlefield once more. The temperature at the core of the explosion had already surpassed the fire release Madara had just unleashed, compounded by Particle Style's explosive decomposition. Surely no one in the ninja world could withstand it now. Did we succeed? Yakura spoke aloud. The others stared intently at the center, equally desperate to know the outcome. A commendable strike. That voice like the hellish death knell sounded behind them, causing every thought in their minds to vanish. You destroyed one of my clones and a full Susanoo. You have lived up to the title of Kage. Madara Uchiha instantly appeared in front of Ho of the explosion release. Ho raised both arms to guard himself, but Madara kicked out, and his upper body exploded instantly. A bolt of lightning flew in front of him, condensed chakra like a solid spear, its sharp, fierce aura stopping even Madara in his tracks. Yet Madara didn't pay much heed to this terrifying assault. Blue chakra rose from his body, and a ring of ribs formed around him. Ugh! Ah! The The third Reikage roared, thrusting all his strength into Susanoo. Crack! The ribs snapped instantly. Oh! The contempt in Madara's eyes remained unchanged. A giant hand extended from the Susanoo's skeleton and grabbed the third Reikage from behind. Sand iron rain. Several fine needles rained down, striking the joint of that arm. The heavy sand iron combined with extreme speed, and the third Reikage struggles, and targeting a vulnerable spot, severed the Susanoo's forearm with that strike. Steam danger explosive might. Particle style original world separation technique. The old rival's combined attack was devastatingly powerful. The tremendous explosion and particle style's decomposition broke through Madara's Susanoo, and even his main body vanished. A torrent of gold dust quickly rose, encasing the shredded paper fragments of Madara's destroyed body in a pyramid. Multiple ceiling tags surged forth from the gold dust, rapidly covering the pyramid and locking together. Well done. The second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki, beamed with joy. But at that moment, two long blades suddenly stabbed up from the ground, piercing through his abdomen. The two blades crossed and sliced, cutting the second Mizukage in half. The ground broke open and another Madara Uchiha emerged. His Susanoo had now evolved to the second stage, becoming a double-faced Susanoo, though still lacking legs. Huh. So you do have some skill. Come keep dancing to amuse me. His eyes widened and four arms swept great swords across the ground, sending four sword chi waves outward. The second Tsuchikage move formed hand signs rapidly. Earth-style stone golem. A stone giant 40 meters tall emerged from the earth. Meanwhile, Yakura, Ho, gold and silver each deflected one of Madara's sword chi waves. The recovered second Mizukage once again used oil to release his explosive clone, standing beside the stone giant. The third Reikage once more unleashed his hell's thrust. In midair, a gold dragon of gold dust and a black dragon of sand iron flew to the Susanoo and wrapped around it. A split body of Mu hidden by dustless bewilderment snuck up behind Madara and placed a hand on the Susanoo. Earth-style super lightened boulder technique. The Susanoo's defenses plummeted. The one-finger piercing spear penetrated almost unimpeded, stabbed into Madara's throat, and pried him out of the Susanoo. The split Mu brought both hands to Madara's back. Earth-style super-weighted boulder technique. Madara's body, suddenly heavier, dropped downward. The third Reikage chakra was extremely potent, so he wasn't crushed, and Madara's head was split in two. At that moment, the stone golem and the explosive clone rushed to Madara's sides, pressing their soft and hard, yet equally scorching bellies against him, triggering a massive steam explosion. Another pyramid appeared, sealing the second Madara within. No matter how many clones you have, we will seal you all. No matter how many clones you have, we will seal you away, declared the fourth Kazekage Raza in a firm tone. Uchiha Madara's body was covered layer by layer with sand, the sealing runes almost connecting together. If that's the case, an even more powerful burst of Azure Chakra erupted once more, dispersing the steam explosion and the stone golem, sublimating the gold sand directly. Boom, boom, boom. Consecutive massive explosions erupted around him, the intense light flash blinding the five Kages momentarily. When the five regained their senses, they saw a full Susanoo standing before them. The upper body of this Susanoo was still in its second stage, but it now had lower limbs, standing about 30 meters tall. Damn it, how are we supposed to deal with someone like this? The third Reikage's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Let's keep going. The third Kazekage spoke like an anchor of stability. We are also immortal now, we have unlimited chakra too. It's 9 of us against him. Staking our reputations as Kage, we will definitely defeat him. Oh, Uchiha Madara stood high above, watching him with interest. That's right, it's 9 of us against him. The fourth Kazekage raised both hands, the gold sand surging beneath him, and a sand cloud slowly lifted him up. Blue and black lightning rose again, the thick fog that had dispersed across the battlefield reappeared, and a pure white geometric shape condensed once more in his hand. Then the 9 of us will give it everything we've got. Hanzo the salamander said, drawing his scythe. On the battlefield, terrifying lightning bolts flashed, each contact with the Susanoo leaving a wound on it. The second Tsuchikage now coordinated with the third Reikage, alternately using lightweight rock technique, heavyweight rock technique, and dust release to damage the Susanoo. Gold sand and iron sand formed various shapes to collide and disrupt it. The explosion child occasionally emerged from the mist to hug the Susanoo and detonate fireballs, and small-tailed beast balls targeted its weak points, and explosions kept erupting from the ground beneath. Even Uchiha Madara was temporarily suppressed. The people below didn't even bother dodging the Susanoo's swords and Magatama. When Madara tried to use fire release, the second Mizukage and Hanzo the salamander joined forces to suppress it with water release. Hey, this is somewhat interesting. It's worth me using that power. Uchiha Madara's face twisted into a wild grin, and he formed hand seals. Would release advent of a world of flowering trees. Several branches and stems burst from the ground, the roots entangling the explosion child, piercing through the gold sand and iron sand, triggering the explosive tags on the ground, wrapping around the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers, and impaling Pakura and Sho. Flowers bloomed on those branches, releasing waves of toxins. The Susanoo, freed from the gold and iron sand restraints, swung its arm, and the second Tsuchikage and third Reikage, unable to dodge in midair, were knocked down into the forest. Uchiha Madara's gaze shifted to the third Kazekage Tetsuma, who was flying in the sky with iron sand wings, and the fourth Kazekage Raza, who was hovering on a gold sand cloud. Amaterasu. Uchiha Madara used his Mangekyo Sharingan's jutsu. Pitch-black flames clung like a curse to the two Kage, causing them to fall together into the thicket. Let me add more fuel to the fire. Uchiha Madara formed the Tiger Seal. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A thin stream of fire spewed from his mouth, rapidly expanding upon hitting the trees like a crimson lake. Fire met with the wood, igniting and making the flames unquenchable, the raging blaze burning fiercely and spreading wider. More. He switched to the Dragon Seal. Wind release, violent wind. A great wind swept into the sea of fire, the flames exploding into a conflagration, touching the toxic pollen in the air, triggering a massive explosion that sent a mushroom cloud shooting into the sky. The blast broke through his own flowering trees, and the heat wave rolled onto his Susanoo, yet not a trace of heat seeped through. He looked down at the explosion site, and was surprised to find a stone giant crouching there, protecting them with a layer of water-laden gold sand and iron sand, shielding the stone giant from behind. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. A beam of light shot out, forming a circle that enveloped all the flames, then a thicker beam rose up, devouring all the fire. Come again, Uchiha Madara. There are 9 of us, we will never yield to you. Tetsuma roared. Iron sand surged forth like a sea, carrying the residual heat, rising like a tsunami, and crashing down onto the Susanoo. The terrifying force landed like a heavy punch, toppling his Susanoo and pinning him beneath the iron sand. Raikage. Fourth. The third Raikage and fourth Kazekage responded, lightning release and gold sand working in tandem. Gold sand stacked upon iron sand, the golden sea and black sea merging, the massive chakra of lightning release vast as a tailed beast electrified and magnetized the ocean, creating an ultra-high-pressure sea of lightning within. Lord Kazekage, send my clone to the bottom. The second Mizukage once again used Steam Imp. The explosion clone filled with oil jumped onto the sand sea, and with the combined efforts of the two Kazekage, it sank to the bottom. The second Tsuchikage jumped onto the sand sea, placed both hands on the surface, and poured almost all his chakra into it. Earth release, super heavyweight rock technique. The already dense metal became incredibly heavy, and within the exploding puppet began its steam explosion within the lightning sea, but the infinitely destructive explosion couldn't even raise a ripple on the sand sea. Fourth, let's add the final touch together. Yeah. Magnet release, heavy lightning steam, eternal burial. The raised sand mound was violently pressed down, the force so immense that the ground itself sank, becoming a depression mixed with black and gold. The group breathed a sigh of relief. This technique had consumed nearly the highest amount of chakra they had ever possessed, testifying to its immense power. A jutsu of this scale, even Uchiha Madara, I believe, would. The third Kazekage's words were cut off as 9 azure light blades pierced through his body. The others had no time to react before they too were pierced by the same 9 light blades. From beneath the depression, a series of thunderous sounds echoed. As the sound rose, 81 majestic Susanoo giants burst forth from the earth. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded as Uchiha Madara violently broke free of the jutsu that had cost the 5 Kage so much effort. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's own Susanoo had reached its third stage, the Tengu armor form, standing at an incredible 80 meters tall. The Tengu armor showed some damage, and even Uchiha Madara's own body had become a thin layer. I see you keep emphasizing 9 of us, and that last move was indeed worthy of showing me your dance. Uchiha Madara's pupil power surged. This is would release would clone jutsu, quite effective, allowing me to freely control the amount of chakra invested. So next you'll each be fighting 9 of me. Dance. As the Susanoo divided the battlefield, each person present received a gift of 9 Susanoo. They scattered across the field, trading blows with Madara's clones, but these Susanoo held absolute dominance, their defenses so formidable that even these Kage-level warriors couldn't break through. The 9 were batted up and down, flying across the battlefield. It was the third Kazekage who found an opportunity, using his iron hands to grab the scattered fighters from the encirclement of 9 Susanoo, gathering them all around himself. Thank you, Lord Third Kazekage. The last one rescued. Pakura expressed her gratitude to Tetsuma. Tetsuma spoke with a grave expression. Next we all gather our chakra to the Tsuchikage. The only one among us who can harm him is the Tsuchikage's dust release. The second Tsuchikage nodded. Fourth, recovering chakra takes time, so leave some chakra and find a chance to seal him. Understood. They placed their hands on the shoulders of the person in front, all linked together, a pale blue chakra glow rising on their hands. Mu took a deep breath, a white cube appearing in his palm. A torrent of chakra flowed into it, and he hurled the cube with force. Dust released detachment of the boundary. Boom. The cube expanded at an incredible speed, instantly growing into a cube with sides of 60 meters. From within, an extreme white light radiated so dazzling that one couldn't look directly at it. This attack destroyed the Susanoo of all 81 wood clones of Uchiha Madara, and even half of Madara's own body was annihilated. Uchiha Madara, we will not yield. Even for the sake of our future villages, we will drag a dangerous man like you into hell. Raza pressed his hands together, gold sand once again swirling around to envelop Uchiha Madara. Several ceiling tags shot out the black runes gradually connecting. Faster, faster. The others shouted frantically in their minds. If that's the case, came that cool and different voice again. Then I, Uchiha Madara, will have to give it my all. Boom. Azure chakra burst forth again, shattering the ceiling formula around him, and the third stage Tengu armor reappeared. If it's not over yet. That chakra surpassing even a tailed beast exploded outward, instantly exceeding the combined chakra of the 9 standing before him. The azure light grew higher and higher until it solidified, revealing a fierce-faced, towering giant standing before them. The third Raikage couldn't even reach its ankle. It stood at a terrifying 230 meters. Uchiha Madara, manipulating the Susanoo to grip its sword hilt, said, "This is the true Susanoo, the embodiment of absolute destruction." The 5 Kages stood before him, their faces filled with despair. "Lord Kazekage, I'm afraid this is where we end." Uchiha Madara looked down at them as if they were ants. "It possesses the power to cut down all creation." The long blade unsheathed with a violent slash, a ferocious sword aura surged forward, and in an instant the 9 were obliterated. The mountains and valleys for 100 leagues were flattened simultaneously. Blackness. Endless, boundless blackness. This was Naruto Uzumaki's initial sensation a moment ago. He had been transported into the demonic statue of the outer path by Obito Uchiha's small creatures. He had sensed the destination of this transport. Having already planned to visit Obito in a few days to deliver a gift, using the flying thunder god mark his father had left on him, Naruto chose not to evade the chain formation Obito had set for him. He had observed earlier that behind each of the 4 directional attacks small creatures lay in wait for him and Sasuke. However, Obito Uchiha evidently hadn't anticipated Naruto escaping from the tailed beast ball's direction, so the spatial transport formation placed there was the smallest in scale. Had Naruto not deliberately entered, it would never have contained him. "Kurama, are you sure this will work?" Naruto Uzumaki asked, inwardly a hint of uncertainty in his mind. "Oh," Kurama's voice sounded. "Are you doubting me?" "Not at all, it's just that it's far too dark in here." Haha, Kurama's laughter rang out. The fearless Naruto is now afraid of the dark like a little child. This small jest brought a faint smile to the faces of Naruto's parents who resided within him. "Alright, I too once emerged from this demonic statue of the outer path." Kurama's tone shifted, turning serious. Being inside the demonic statue's physical mouth and being swallowed by its sealing technique are 2 entirely different concepts. Where you are now is the outer environment of the demonic statue. Though you are within it, as long as you can maintain a floating state, you can escape through its mouth. But if you are drawn in by the demonic statue's sealing technique, it's akin to being digested, becoming part of its inner environment, merging directly with the statue itself. Minato Namikaze understood, but quickly raised a question. If what Kurama says is true, then doesn't that mean we still can't reach the other tailed beasts? How should I put it? Kurama mused for a moment before continuing. You could think of it as facing less resistance in this environment than we would outside. Take the human body structure, for instance. Although the stomach environment is biologically considered part of the external environment, your belly is certainly more fragile and easier to breach than your skin. The demonic statue's external defenses are extraordinarily formidable. That outer shell was once the bark of the divine tree. You'd likely be drained dry before ever breaking through its defenses. In here it will passively absorb your chakra, but you can also come into contact with the chakra it leaks. Naruto Uzumaki picked up the thread, and what we need to do is use this chakra to locate the tailed beasts it has devoured. Kurama nodded in approval, and Kushina also nodded, looking somewhat bewildered. "Alright," Minato Namikaze's voice sounded. "Theory established. Practice begins. Mom, you take control of my body for a bit. Dad, I'll need your help maintaining Sage Mode." Naruto Uzumaki dared not release his 9 tails chakra within the statue. He had no desire to discover what might happen if tailed beast chakra appeared inside the demonic statue's body. He gradually extended his senses along with his chakra, reaching out to perceive the chakra leaking from the demonic statue. Throughout this process, the statue continuously absorbed Naruto's chakra, but the rate was slow. Thus Naruto could steadily release his power to slowly attune to those foreign chakra signatures. At this moment Naruto felt as if he were swimming in an ocean of rotting wood, a sensation that was both unsettling and hair-raising. After drifting for what seemed like ages, Naruto's expression shifted. There was a clump of viscous pale yellow liquid looking somewhat nauseating. "That's Kokuo's chakra," Kurama's voice sounded. "Oh, we found the first one." Naruto approached the mass of chakra, slowly inserting his hand into it, enduring the stinging pain caused by the acidic liquid, and gradually absorbed that trace of chakra into his body. They had 2 paths to find the tailed beasts. The first was to locate and sense each tailed beast's chakra individually, very safe, but inefficient, and the connections would be unstable. The second was to gather the chakra signatures of all the tailed beasts first, then locate all of them at once. Highly efficient, yet potentially dangerous, as Naruto might face a combined assault from the 7 unconscious tailed beasts and the demonic statue itself. But as Naruto and Kurama saw no danger in it, Minato and Kushina offered no further objection. Ultimately, the second plan was unanimously adopted with a 4-0 vote. After finding the chakra of the 6 tails Kokuo, Naruto quickly located the chakra signatures of the 5 tails Kokuo, the 3 tails Isabu, and the 7 tails Chome. After being forced by his parents and Kurama to rest for a short while, Naruto then located the chakra of the 2 tails Matatabi and the 4 tails Son Goku. Now only the chakra signature of the 1 tail Shikaku remained. TCH, that damn stinking raccoon still hasn't stopped being a pain in the neck. Haha, don't be so impatient and worried, Kurama. It shouldn't be much longer now. Aware of Kurama's tsundere nature, Naruto chuckled softly to comfort him. Haha, maybe Kurama just can't wait to be reunited with them soon. Kushina's voice chimed in teasingly. Huh, why would I ever worry about that stinking raccoon? Let me tell you. Kurama then explained to the family of 3 within Naruto's inner world the 4 reasons he detested that stinking raccoon. He followed with a string of unpleasantries, phrases like, that raccoon has a hot temper and a foul mouth, and that raccoon has fox odor, which drew laughter from all 3 of them, filling the space within and without with jovial air. Naruto's laughter abruptly ceased. His voice then reached the ears of the 2 humans and 1 fox. Found it. Naruto Uzumaki absorbed this final clump of sand-like chakra, then returned to his inner world. Alright, now I possess the chakra signatures of all 9 tailed beasts. Kurama closed his eyes once more to sense it, then nodded and said, Alright, this should be sufficient. Naruto, next you'll need to use the techniques of chakra communication and fist bumping to connect with these chakras. Tailed beasts are beings of chakra themselves. As long as you possess their chakra, you can see them. I'm already doing it. Also keep in mind you're currently inside the demonic statue. Doing this is bound to draw its attention. You must be careful. Got it. No problem. Naruto Uzumaki calmed his mind, enveloping those 7 masses of chakra with his own, deeply intertwining the 2 sides chakra together. Naruto Uzumaki abruptly opened his eyes to find a world of dark skies and dim earth. Beneath his feet was not solid ground, but a raging black ocean. The leaden oppressive sky and the roaring black sea created a terrifying and suffocating atmosphere. Sensing something, Naruto Uzumaki turned his head to see 7 towering creatures before him, the 1 tails through the 7 tails. My. Shikaku was the first to snap out of his dazed state. What's going on? Weren't we sealed inside the demonic statue of the outer path? Son Goku spoke up. Oh, what's this kid doing here? Kokuo noticed Naruto Uzumaki and asked. This is the fox kid from Konoha, the Jinchuriki of that stinking fox, Shikaku said with a hint of melancholy. What does that mean Kurama has also? Matatabi said in disbelief. Naruto Uzumaki jumped in front of them and greeted them. Hey there everyone. So he really is Kurama's Jinchuriki. Komiai's voice trailed off. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood the reason. He spoke to explain, everyone, I think there might be a misunderstanding. Kurama is fine right now. To explain. He extended his fist towards them. Would you mind giving me a fist bump first? Looking at Naruto's fist, Son Goku hesitated, then extended his own fist to meet it. Son Goku's fist abruptly stopped midair. Noticing this, Shikaku hastily shouted, Kid, you'd better quick dash. His voice cut off abruptly as the voices of all 7 tailed beasts vanished simultaneously. Sensing that something was wrong, Naruto swiftly retreated, but he was a fraction too late. The 4-tailed Son Goku threw a punch that sent Naruto Uzumaki flying. Several blue fireballs streaked towards Naruto at high speed. Amidst his tumbling flight, Naruto saw them and hastily formed hand seals. Wind-style pressure damage. He released a high-pressure air bomb, its recoil propelling him further backward out of the tailed beast's attack range. The air cannon collided with the blue flames, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The explosive shockwave pushed the 7-tailed beasts backward. Naruto also executed a backflip, landing on the water, sliding back with inertia, sending up splashes on either side before coming to a stable halt on the surface. He looked at the 7-tailed beasts. Their eyes had lost all clarity, now turning a deep crimson. 7 colossal beasts with blood-red eyes roared at the sky over the turbulent black ocean. Their roars were filled with pure chaos and ferocity. After the initial shockwave subsided, Naruto stabilized himself, his gaze fixed on his rampaging former allies. The chakra connection had been severed, replaced by a hostile predatory focus from the 7 beasts. He was now their sole target. He focused his own chakra, preparing for a battle he had hoped to avoid. The demonic statue's influence was stronger than anticipated, overriding their consciousness completely. Naruto's mind raced. Kurama's warning echoed in his thoughts. The statue was not just a prison, it was a weapon, and he was now caught in its crossfire. But he also knew this was the only path to liberation. If they could break the statue's hold from within, perhaps they could all be freed. It was a gamble, but one he had to take. Taking a deep breath, Naruto's own chakra flared, forming a protective shroud around him. He dashed forward straight towards the 7 beasts, his path a blur of orange and blue. He would need to subdue them, not harm them, and find a way to break the statue's control. The fate of the tailed beasts and possibly the world rested on this desperate maneuver. Closing the distance, he formed a Rasengan in his hand, its light cutting through the oppressive darkness. He aimed not for a killing blow, but for a shockwave to disrupt their synchronization. Instead of sealing himself away, he chose to make Itachi's assassination his life's sole purpose. We may examine Sasuke's character at this stage from childhood memories and his time at the Ninja Academy before the story begins. He projected only coldness. His entire existence narrowed to the singular force of vengeance. Driven by this obsession, he grew increasingly austere, leaving no room for interaction with others, thus offering little ground for deeper analysis. Yet there exists one telling moment, the final battle at the Valley of the End, where Sasuke is clearly already watching Naruto, though pride and unspoken reserve prevent any exchange between them. Herein lies Sasuke's hidden warmth. Beneath his stoicism, he still yearns for friendship. In my view, Sasuke longs to find kindred spirits, to meet someone who resonates with his inner world and shares the weight of his sorrow, not those like Sakura or Ino who see only his outward appearance. For a child, such profound isolation is unbearably painful. The narrative then progresses to Team 7 during missions alongside Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. Sasuke gradually begins to open his sealed heart. At this stage, though killing Itachi remains his ultimate goal, Sasuke no longer wears perpetual bitterness. His deepening bond with Naruto and Kakashi's patient mentorship lend him the demeanor of an ordinary 12 or 13-year-old. His life now relieved of the suffocating presence of his ideal elder brother. He grows curious about the face hidden beneath Kakashi's mask. He feeds Naruto alongside Sakura. He rushes to rescue Naruto in peril. Though impatient with girls, he never lets it show on his face. At last, sunlight enters Sasuke's world, only for his ideal brother to reappear once more. That reappearance plunges Sasuke back into the deepest abyss, reinforcing the notion that revenge must define his entire existence. Coupled with his defeat by Naruto, the shock of Orochimaru and Naruto during the Chunin exams, the path toward leaving Konoha to seek power becomes inevitable. When Sasuke departs the village, Sakura's confession and his quiet response reveal his enduring emotional ties to Team 7. During their first duel at the Valley of the End, Sasuke's stab to Naruto's chest was likely intended not to kill, but to sever Naruto's hope of bringing him back. Perhaps an attempt to free Naruto from feudal devotion, thereby easing his own burden of guilt. Even during Orochimaru's training, Sasuke's core identity remains largely unchanged. Sparing the shinobi Orochimaru summons demonstrates his unwavering principle, never to kill needlessly. When he reunites with Team 7 later, his posture toward Naruto conveys more provocation than genuine intent to kill. Thus, if Sasuke ever contemplated life after avenging Itachi, returning to Konoha may well have been one possibility lingering in his thoughts. Yet Sasuke's true transformation arrives with Itachi's ambiguous death and Tobi's revelation of the truth. From that moment, Sasuke's once stable character unravels gradually under relentless psychological shocks and deliberate misinformation. First comes the Hawk Team's mission to capture the Eight Tails, during which Sasuke awakens the Susanoo-based form of Amaterasu to save Karen, whom he had inadvertently endangered. This act alone reveals that comrades still hold a place in his heart. Had someone intervened, then perhaps his descent into obsession might have been halted. Yet Kishimoto offers no mercy. Imagine a corrupt, hypocritical enemy, the very architect of your family's ruin, strides onto the public stage, basking in adulation. Does your pulse quicken? With Tobi stoking the flames beside you, do you feel your composure slipping? And then strangers appear, pointing fingers, shouting judgments. Does your vision redden? It is then, and only then, that Sasuke truly strikes down the innocent. After being beaten at the Kage summit, dazed and disoriented, he turns directly toward Danzo. There he sees Danzo's Hokage hat, worn by a man who sent subordinates to die securing his escape, only to discover moments later that the old man's final trump card was the eyes of Sasuke's own clan. By then, Konoha's image in Sasuke's mind has plummeted to its lowest point. Though the Uchiha's alleged coup may indeed have existed in Sasuke's perception, it transforms into a village-wide persecution, orchestrated deliberately to seize Uchiha power. He ascribes all blame solely to Konoha, rendering reconciliation impossible. During the battle, Danzo, born of treachery, relentlessly insults Itachi the Uchiha, and Sasuke himself pouring oil on the fire. After finally eliminating this menace, Sakura, long professing affection for him, and Kakashi, his former teacher who warned him against losing himself to vengeance, now move to kill him. Worse, no one explains how Kakashi, an outsider, possesses a Sharingan, especially not after just defeating Danzo, whose body bore 11 transplanted Sharingan eyes. Sasuke surely suspects Kakashi's involvement in the Uchiha massacre, casting every prior lesson and word in terrifying hollow light. Then Sakura and Kakashi utter those shattering words, "You've killed the Hokage." If you were Sasuke, would you feel injustice, mortal danger, suffocation? Thus Kakashi's and Sakura's betrayal drives the final nail into the coffin of Sasuke's former self. Later, Naruto ultimately reaches Sasuke's heart. Together, they strive once more for peace across the shinobi world, becoming respectively the light and the shadow of that world. Only then does Sasuke's descent into darkness and obsession find its resolution. Returning to this story, when Sasuke resolves to destroy Konoha and eliminate Danzo, he sees Danzo holding Naruto's severed head. Such a sight triggers explosive rage, intensifying his hatred for Danzo, yet momentarily eclipsing his broader animosity toward Konoha itself. Moreover, during the fight with Danzo, both Tsunade and Kakashi two successive Hokage, actively aid Sasuke, openly acknowledge Konoha's debt to the Uchiha, and Kakashi promptly clarifies the origin of his Sharingan. Crucially, Naruto is alive. These converging factors, combined with Sasuke's previously demonstrated character, suggest he would not descend further into madness. Rather, his trajectory would stabilize, aligning logically with his established psychology. Furthermore, their joint stand at the Kage summit reinforces the unparalleled bond and instinctive synchrony between them, making their eventual reconciliation far gentler and more profound. Here I offer a personal reflection. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi epitomize brilliant minds who catastrophically mismanage their advantages. Pursuing peace is noble, but sacrificing strength to achieve it is self-defeating. If fear of internal conflict invites foreign invasion, then crippling your nation's military capacity is like amputating a limb to cure a headache. Absurd, disproportionate, and fatal. Had I stood in Shirsue's or Itachi's place, I would have compelled Konoha's leadership to confront the unbearable cost of annihilating the Uchiha. I would not require victory over the elite. I need only make them understand, I may not defeat you all, but I will take several of you with me. Such certainty would sway the indecisive third Hokage and the cowardly elders toward compromise. The threat of foreign opportunism is not unique to the Uchiha. It hangs over every leader's head like the sword of Damocles. A primary catalyst for the Uchiha-Konoha rupture was the clan's systemic injustice. Had Shisui or Itachi broadened, or narrowed their strategic lens, they might have recognized this imbalance and fought instead for equitable treatment within the village. Equally, the Uchiha themselves bear criticism: insular, living marital restrictions with outsiders, pervasive arrogance. All symptoms of conservatism, delusion, and strategic miscalculation. As for the so-called hawks, true hawks would have followed their clan leader out of Konoha long ago, yet they remained, proving themselves neither bold nor resolute. Indeed, fair treatment would have rendered rebellion unthinkable. As ancient Chinese sages declared 2 millennia ago, when stagnation sets in, change must follow. Change enables progress, but progress ensures longevity. Yet Konoha and the Uchiha clung desperately to tradition, blind to this wisdom, culminating in the night of the Uchiha massacre, a tragedy where every party bears culpability. Of course, this analysis presumes ideal conditions. Within the Naruto universe, many powers are hereditary, bound by bloodline, a tangible constraint. Hence, these reflections remain personal interpretations. Naruto Uzumaki stood tense and vigilant, his gaze fixed upon the rampaging tailed beast before him, every muscle coiled, like a drawn bowstring ready to unleash its power at any moment. Damn it, what in the world is happening? Has the demonic statue of the outer path awakened? Just then a voice long unheard whispered beside his ear. That's right, Naruto. Their consciousness has been subjugated by the demonic statue of the outer path. Huh, Gyuki, how did you get here? Oh, I realized we tailed beasts can also employ that technique, so I came ahead. Kurama will arrive shortly with your parents. Naruto flipped aside to evade Shikaku's Rasengan blast, then turned to Gyuki. Ah, that's good news. I feared I'd have to fight alone. But Gyuki, how do we handle this? It looks as though the tailed beasts won't cooperate with me. This isn't insurmountable, Gyuki replied slowly. Though the tailed beasts have been reabsorbed into the demonic statue, their unity is like a shattered mirror. No matter how meticulously reforged, it can never regain its original wholeness. Moreover, this issue resides deep within the realm of consciousness, the most elusive domain to articulate even for the sage himself, who never plumbed its depths extensively. Thus, even if their chakra merges into one, subtle distinctions inevitably remain, and at the level of consciousness, absolute fusion is utterly impossible. I've seen it in your memories during your past battle against Kaguya Otsutsuki. Even she couldn't suppress our synchronized response to your technique. She could only forcibly dominate us. Their current predicament mirrors that moment. Only now it is the demonic statue of the outer path, not Kaguya, imposing its dominion. Therefore, resolving this is simple: drive the statue away. As Gyuki spoke, Naruto evaded the tailed beast's relentless assaults. Then this should be straightforward enough. Don't underestimate them, Naruto. In your previous life you fought 6 tailed beasts, but they were controlled by Uchiha Obito, whose comprehension of their power was profoundly shallow. Furthermore, much of their strength remained sealed within the statue itself. Now, however, you faced 7 fully empowered tailed beasts, each wielding autonomous combat awareness, while contending with the statue's constant chakra drain. The difficulty dwarfs that former trial. Alright, Gyuki, I hear you. I'll give it my all. I'll lend you my support. Oh right. Naruto suddenly recalled something and asked, since this is a mental space, the tailed beasts won't sustain severe injury, will they? So long as you don't lose control and kill them outright, there's no cause for concern. And don't worry about the statue lingering. It fears pain acutely, as strike it hard enough, and it will flee. With a sideways leap, Naruto dodged Sanbai's charging assault. Then this is settled. Instantly, azure blue chakra flames erupted around his body. Sage Art Water Release, Water Dragon Technique. A cerulean water dragon surged from Naruto's mouth, its golden-lit eyes snapping open as it roared wide jaws agape. Infused with an overwhelming torrent of chakra, it prepared to surge forward, when Naruto swiftly shifted his hand seals. Sage Art Inorganic Rebirth. As if granted sudden sentience, the water dragon coalesced into breathtaking solidity, its form now exquisitely lifelike. It let loose a resonant cry soaring high into the heavens. Its gilded dragon eyes surveyed the tailed beasts below, issuing a roar of sovereign authority before diving down, its lithe ethereal form weaving through their attacks, untouchable by physical force. Naruto observed the water dragon with quiet satisfaction. The effect of inorganic rebirth surpasses even my expectations. Then he exhaled 6 more water dragons, and transmuted them all at once. 7 water dragons converged upon the tailed beasts. Naruto ceased further transmutation. He planted his rear foot and vanished, reappearing instantly beside Matatabi, entangled by the dragons, and struck her neck with a precise punch. She bellowed in fury, unleashing torrents of indigo fire rat spheres and crimson fireballs. Remarkably intense heat, nearly rivaling the flames expelled by Uchiha Madara. Naruto registered mild astonishment, but before the sage-enhanced reborn water dragons, those flames held no sway. The dragon opened its maw and swallowed the conflagration whole, blue and red flames dissolving into nothingness. Naruto formed a Rasengan in his left palm, spiraling with water dragon energy, and drove it into Matatabi's flank. A pale blue detonation sent her hurtling backward. Mid-flight anguish flickered across her features. Seizing the moment, Naruto hurled 2 adamantine seals, arresting her trajectory and dragging her behind him. First one, he created a shadow clone, the 2 splitting off toward Chibaku and Son Goku. His original self soared toward Son Goku, accompanied by 1 water dragon. As a master of lava release, Son naturally wielded earth release, giving him innate advantage over water. Naruto closed the distance and delivered a devastating blow directly to Son's snout, deliberately widening the frog kata's range so it resembled a colossal slap. Son's upper body whipped backward. He shook his head skyward and unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking roar, his entire form enveloped in magma-red chakra radiating terrifying heat. Roar. Naruto reshaped his hand seals. 2 water dragons fused into one while torrents of chakra surged anew. The merged dragon became awe-inspiring, its draconic cry now resonating with the ineffable majesty of sovereign life itself. The dragon charged headlong toward Son. Naruto raised his right index finger, pointing forward, faint emerald light shimmering between his fingertips. They collided, erupting in a mushroom cloud of steam. At that instant, Naruto willed his intent. Sage Art Vitality Transcription. A soft jade luminescence bloomed across the dragon's form, its appearance now astonishingly vivid, breathing with uncanny realism. Through this method, Naruto had infused the water dragon with the essence of vitality transcription. It actually worked. A spark of delight flared within him. Indeed, Sage Arts were profound beyond measure. Meticulous cultivation would surely unlock terrifying potency. This realization ascended to the top of Naruto's priorities. And now, imbued with vitality transcription, the water dragon grew stronger with every clash against the chakra-bound tailed beasts. Son's magma armor cracked under pressure. Then the dragon coiled tightly around his body, binding him fast. Naruto darted to the outer edge of Son's elbow and struck his ulnar nerve with a precise, crushing fist. An excruciating scalp-to-toes jolt of numbness instantly cleared Son's gaze. Naruto seized the moment, extending 2 more adamantine seals to bind him, then pulling him behind his own back. Meanwhile, Naruto's shadow clone, aided by a water dragon, subdued Chibaku with ruthless speed and taijutsu, then ensnared him in twin adamantine seals. Second and third, the remaining 4 tailed beasts gradually broke free from the onslaught of the 4 water dragons. Sanbai rolled forward like a living boulder, barreling straight toward Naruto. Komi took flight, scattering iridescent scales that obscured Naruto's vision. Ushioni surged alongside Sanbai, steam billowing from his nostrils. Both lowering their horns in unison, aimed squarely at Naruto. Saiken expelled a barrage of viscous bubbles encircling Naruto while secreting thick adhesive slime to restrict his movement. Yet Naruto didn't evade. He locked eyes on the 4, drawing upon natural energy. Sage Art Celestial Barrage. 4 phantom fists materialized midair, striking each beast simultaneously, sending them flying. The advanced application of Celestial Barrage conjures a natural energy avatar, indistinguishable to ordinary sight, imperceptible even to the Rinnegan unless one masters Sage Mode completely. Though tangible enough to block physical objects, this avatar remains invisible to all but the most enlightened, rendering the technique nearly invincible. Naruto deployed this avatar to weaken the tailed beasts further, but the demonic statue's consciousness clung, stubbornly refusing to depart. At last his patience dissolved. He clasped his hands together. Sage Art Immovable King. No translucent giant manifested. Instead, 6 translucent arms extended from Naruto's back. Their weapons transformed into blunt instruments, pressing down upon the 4-tailed beasts with calibrated force. The 4 beasts cried out in agony, and clarity returned to their eyes. Naruto dispelled Immovable King, the adamantine seals tightened, hauling them behind him. 7th. At that very moment, Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. "We're here, Naruto. We'll locate them one by one. Kurama's voice trailed off as he beheld the 7-tailed beasts bound behind Naruto, like 7 tightly wrapped dumplings. Oh, you finally arrived, Kurama. I've already handled it. Kurama remained silent for a long while, baffled by the staggering leap in Naruto's power after a single transmigration. Yet he buried the question deep within his heart. Leave the rest to me. We tailed beasts possess a dedicated spiritual realm. I'll take you there with us. Understood. Naruto felt consciousness slip away. Darkness swallowed him, then blazed into light. He stood at the center of a vast silent circle, 9 towering tailed beasts surrounding him. Welcome, Naruto. Kurama's voice resonated directly before him. You are only the 2nd human in 1,000 years to step into this sanctum. You are the 2nd human to enter this place in 1,000 years. Kurama's voice resonated solemnly throughout the space. All 9-tailed beasts turned their gaze toward Naruto, their expressions uniformly grave and resolute. Naruto felt unnerved under their collective stare and broke the solemn silence. Why does everyone look so serious? Naruto, we've already heard of your future from Kurama. Yujito, Ni spoke slowly. We believe in your resolve and in your strength. Son Goku rumbled deeply. Indeed, if it is you, you will surely change that tragic fate. Mu Wang declared with unwavering conviction. So if it is you, we will do anything, said Saiken, flexing his stubby arms. Even if it means merging ourselves into the demonic statue of the outer path. Komiai's translucent wings fluttered faintly. After all this, is the world watched over by the Sage of 6 Paths? Should it come to that, we'll simply keep him company. Shikaka's voice remained sharp as ever. Even Isabu, the 3 tails, who seldom spoke or moved, fixed his solitary eye upon Naruto, brimming with profound trust. Naruto stood awestruck. As chakra beings, the tailed beasts perceived his sincerity and determination with far greater clarity than any human. But their absolute self-sacrificing resolve, unburdened by fear or hesitation, surpassed even his deepest imagination. He gazed around at the 9 colossal beasts, memories of laughter and play flickering through his mind, until his vision blurred, and that surge of emotion flowed through chakra, touching each of their hearts. Naruto. They whispered his name instinctively within their shared consciousness. As if hearing that silent call, Naruto lifted his head and said, "You're thinking too grimly. This time I will protect you all. Yet as I've said, it is both to strengthen myself and to ensure your safety. I wish to become the Jinchuriki of all the tailed beasts immediately after the 4th Shinobi World War concludes. I apologize, this may diverge from the life each of you envisions, but when safety hangs in the balance, this step is non-negotiable. Naruto, we understand you, and we know precisely why you have come here. We shall lend you our full strength." Shikaka spoke slowly, then raised his fist toward Naruto. As though bound by ancient ritual, each tailed beast intoned its name in turn, placing its paw upon the growing stack, until Komiai completed the circle. "Thank you, all of you." Naruto's voice trembled with emotion as he raised his right fist and struck it against Shikaka's. Like a shackle shattering, an overwhelming torrent of chakra flooded into Naruto's body, a deluge so fierce only he could withstand its raw surging force. 7 distinct chakra natures ignited within him, combined with the chakra natures of Gyuki and Kurama. Naruto had at last gathered the power of all 9-tailed beasts, far earlier than fate had ordained. And yet this was not all. Each beast had willingly surrendered half its power, exactly the minimum chakra required for the demonic statue of the outer path to evolve into the 10 tails. For every one of them, their current state now mirrored Kurama's. They each possessed, in essence, 2 bodies. Naruto opened his eyes. His aura had deepened, serene, boundless, profoundly still. The tailed beasts beheld him, and in that moment saw the Sage of 6 Paths reborn. "Thank you all. I cannot remain long within the statue. I ask you to wait just a little longer. I will free you. We believe in you, and you must grow stronger." "Yes, I will." The instant those words left his lips, Naruto, Kurama, and Gyuki vanished, expelled by the statue's sovereign will. Uchiha Madara stood with arms crossed, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming with disdain as he gazed down upon the 9 figures slowly regaining consciousness beneath him. At that moment, 3rd Kazekage Temo had already lost all hope. They stared upward at that godlike figure and stood speechless, mouths agape. The 1st Hokage can actually oppose such a foe. The 2nd Tsuchikage murmured, recalling the gentle, earnest man he'd met during the 1st Kage summit. How could that man possess strength capable of confronting, even overpowering such a being? "Oh." Madara, catching the murmur, felt a flicker of interest. With arrogant grandeur he declared at last, "Someone remembers him. Only Hashirama stands worthy of challenging me in this world. Alas, he will not come to aid you. Your path ends here." A sapphire giant raised its colossal blade at his command, and as the final syllable fell, the sword of Susanoo descended with cataclysmic force. The earth erupted with pillars of azure light, the sword's chakra shockwaves. That razor-edged tempestuous might tore into the ground, carving a fissure 1,000 ri long across the vast plain, a jagged, grotesque scar upon the land. Though resurrected via impure world reincarnation, the 5 Kage and 4 other shinobi were now paralyzed, not by physical injury, but by sheer soul-crushing awe and despair. Their wills dissolved amid swirling ash and debris. 9 beams of cerulean light ascended, pure souls ascending toward the heavens. Yet their eyes held no sorrow, only serene release. Madara watched them, then scoffed, "Is this the face of weakness? How utterly grotesque." They ignored him entirely, already drifting toward the Pure Land where eternal slumber awaited, free from all worldly entanglement. Humph. Enough. Madara closed his eyes, then reopened them. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had vanished, replaced by the Rinnegan, its violet pupils shimmering with transcendent authority. His gaze fell upon the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, those eyes, capable of piercing life and death, pierced straight into their very souls, freezing their spirit forms rigid. "But you too shall not depart so easily." Simultaneously activating the human path and hell path, the king of hell erupted from the earth, jaws wide, tongue coiling around the brothers to drag their souls into its maw. The remaining 7 witnessed Madara's soul-rending technique and recoiled anew. Yet he showed no further interest in demonstrating the Rinnegan's power and let them go without another glance. Madara turned toward the demonic statue of the outer path, then lifted his gaze to the shattered remains of the Chibaku Tensei, suspended in the sky, his expression inscrutable, veiled in shadow. Upon his resurrection, he had instantly sensed the presence of the demonic statue, the 8 tails, the 9 tails, and the Chibaku Tensei. At that moment he believed the Eye of the Moon plan was nearly complete, and nearly drew his hand against Minato Namikaze beside him and Killer Bee before him. Yet Hashirama Senju stood nearby, and from the moment of reincarnation he had guarded Madara with unrelenting vigilance. Worse still, Minato remained a perfect Jinchuriki, proving exceedingly difficult to subdue. To forcibly engage both would likely prove fatal, even for him in this impure world reincarnated form. So he suppressed his agitation, waiting patiently for the caster, the snake-scented man, to explain the current state of affairs. "So even the 5 Kage deemed it necessary to resurrect me. Truly, shinobi of this age are far weaker than ours." Yet Orochimaru flattered him extravagantly, even urging him to test his own power to experience the full might of his prime. "Have you ever witnessed my prime?" This question stirred Madara's displeasure. No one dared presume to measure his strength. Orochimaru bowed deeply, replying with feigned humility, "This unworthy disciple dares not. Yet I strain every fiber of my mind merely to grasp the faintest echo of Lord Madara's true power." That obsequious servile demeanor made the 1st and 2nd Hokage frown in disgust, and left the 3rd and 4th Hokage utterly dumbfounded. Even Madara himself recoiled inwardly, yet beneath his revulsion he noted the calculating glint in Orochimaru's eyes, and sensed the restless coiled energy hidden beneath his flesh. Stirred by both, Madara found himself compelled to test his own might. "Humph. Very well. Before absolute power all schemes are meaningless." He stepped calmly from the formation and declared, "Let me see what shinobi of this era are truly capable of." The battle astonished even Madara. His impure world reincarnated body wielded nearly 95% of his living strength, and the Rinnegan of course functioned flawlessly. More astonishing still, he could even manifest a diminished version of the Limbo Border Jail. If so, there was no need to deceive them further. He would break free of the impure world reincarnation's control, seize the tailed beasts and the statue, and later retrieve the Rinnegan from Nagato. Then the Eye of the Moon plan would be all but fulfilled. What trick did that man play on me? Surely he didn't sacrifice the Rinnegan itself as a living offering. TCH, what nonsense am I thinking? Nagato and Tobi may be flawed, but neither possesses the capacity to destroy the Rinnegan. Madara raised his hands and effortlessly shattered Orochimaru's binding seals. Then with swift precision he formed the hand seals Rat Ox Monkey Tiger Dragon Boar, before clasping them together. Impure world reincarnation, release. A radiant white light burst from Madara's body. He was now wholly liberated from Orochimaru's control. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Kakashi Hatake briefed the 4 reincarnated Hokage on Naruto's return and the unfolding crisis. Just as Madara neared resolution, Naruto's shadow clone arrived with Sasuke Uchiha teleporting directly beside them. Seeing Sasuke freed, Kakashi introduced him to the previous Hokage. Hashirama Senju's expression shifted as he pointed toward Madara and asked the 2nd Hokage and Orochimaru, "Why has Madara suddenly begun to glow?" Tobirama Senju's eyes sharpened instantly, his stance hardened like a warrior facing imminent doom. "Brother, his control has been broken. He intends to strike us. We must prepare." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and murmured low, "Truly, the shinobi hell who rivaled the shinobi god himself. To shatter my seals so effortlessly, he has undone the impure world reincarnation's hold." "Oh." Hashirama's gaze narrowed, almost wistfully. "It seems I must fight Madara once more." "Tobirama Sarutobi, you retreat with them first. 4th Hokage, you stand ready at my side. My clash with Madara will devastate this land. Take these younger ones away now. If Madara claims the statue, the shinobi world is doomed." Sasuke Uchiha stepped forward and declared to Hashirama, "I will stand with you." His eyes shimmered, 6-pointed stars blazing with eternal light, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. "Oh," Hashirama observed, intrigued. "Eyes of the same kind as Madara's. Their power even surpasses his at that time." "Huh." then you too shall remain with us. Tobirama frowned inwardly. Another eternal Mangekyo. The Uchiha clan truly is terrifying. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed softly, memories of their days at the academy vividly returning. In the blink of an eye they had grown to such heights. If Sasuke had reached this level, how formidable must Naruto have become? Minato Namikaze burned with exhilaration. From the moment of his reincarnation his bond with Kurama had awakened, and now sensing Naruto's immense chakra, he had already re-established connection with the portion sealed within his son. He ached to aid him. Hashirama strode forward, his sage mode markings glowing upon his brow, overwhelming chakra and monstrous strength radiating palpably from his frame. Sasuke Uchiha's ocular power surged, his chakra fully restored thanks to the first and fourth Hokage's support. Minato Namikaze's body ignited with black and gold flames, his skin enveloped in a darker variant of Kurama's chakra, the power of the perfect Jinchuriki beginning to manifest. Sasuke sensed it, and murmured inwardly the same power as Naruto's. Hey, you over here. Tobirama addressed Orochimaru Konan Kakashi and Killer Bee in his characteristically formal tone. I'll transport them as far as possible. Sarutobi, you remain here to safeguard the demonic statue. Understood, I'll handle it. As Hiruzen spoke, a thunderous roar echoed from beyond the sandstorm. Hashirama. I've waited for you so long. Hashirama clasped his hands and warned the others he's coming. Instantly all three unleashed their chakra, world-shaking force erupting anew. Beneath the setting sun 4 titanic figures stood aligned, half-submerged in golden dunes towering in silent defiant confrontation. Bathed in the crimson glow of sunset, 4 colossal figures stood motionless in the endless sea of yellow sand locked in silent confrontation. Their overwhelming power stilled even the wind. Sand and dust gradually settled, revealing the hazy silhouettes with stark clarity. A towering gray-green wooden rocken, its eyes blazing with fury, glared at the sapphire-blue complete body Susanoo before it. A wooden dragon coiled around its neck, while Hashirama Senju stood atop its nose shouting toward Madara. Uchiha Madara. You've been deceived. The Moon's Eye plan is the sinister fruit of Black Zetsu's conspiracy. Do not stray further down this path of falsehood. The sapphire-blue complete body Susanoo stood immovable and majestic. Within it Madara. Uchiha laughed with scornful disdain. Hashirama, do you truly believe I would trust a single word from your lips? True peace can only be forged by the Moon's Eye plan, and by me alone. A violet-black complete body Susanoo loomed, its visage far more ferocious and awe-inspiring than Madara's. Within it Sasuke Uchiha's expression was cold, sharp, and unyielding. I'd say the dead ought to return quietly to their coffins. Descendant of the Uchiha clan, you do not even know who I am. I never bother remembering the names of those who have already fallen. Inside the towering amber-gold nine-tailed fox Minato Namikaze listened to the barbed exchanges, his body tensed, coiled like a spring ready to unleash at any instant. Hashirama, I repeat, my objective is the demonic statue and the tailed beasts. If you stand aside, I shall not raise a hand against you. Impossible, Madara. Have you truly forgotten who I am? Before my village and comrades I will not retreat, not even a single step. TCH, then words are useless. Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan flared, its terrifying ocular power surged directly toward Minato Namikaze. Yet that devastating strike aimed squarely at the tailed beast struck only empty air, leaving behind nothing but Minato's afterimage. HM'd. Minato's blinding speed startled Madara just long enough for him to command his Susanoo to draw its great blade and slash violently backward, only for the blade to shatter cleanly in two. Madara turned his gaze sideways. The violet-black Susanoo slowly sheathed its sword while Sasuke Uchiha's right eye emitted a faint, ominous crimson radiance. Kagetsuchi. In that split second Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze pressed forward in unison. The wooden rockened serpentine dragon coiled around its fist before delivering a thunderous blow. The Susanoo raised its arm to intercept, but the impact detonated with a deafening sonic boom. Seizing the moment, the wooden dragon lashed around the Susanoo's forearm, draining its dense chakra. Meanwhile, Kurama wrapped one massive tail around the Susanoo's leg and hurled it crashing onto the ground, then unleashed a tailed beast ball straight into the impact crater. Boom! From the roiling inferno, Kurama and the wooden rocken leapt clear, while the violet-black Susanoo soared high into the sky. Black flames now roared along the Susanoo's greatsword. Sasuke Uchiha aimed downward and hurled the colossal blade like a guided missile. It detonated violently upon impact with the earth. An even more cataclysmic explosion erupted. 3 figures stood utterly still, watching the inferno's heart. As the smoke cleared, Madara Uchiha emerged at its center. The azure giant remained upright, its armor shattered and scarred by the tailed beast ball, and the wooden dragon, a massive blade, pierced its chest. Black flames burned fiercely along the blade, unable to spread outward, yet radiating unbearable heat directly into Madara's Edo Tensei body, reducing him inexorably to ash. Such overwhelming Amaterasu. Madara murmured, his gaze shifting toward Sasuke Uchiha as he asked, Boy, you've earned the right to tell me your name. But you've earned no right to hear it. Sasuke declared, eyes flaring wide, his ocular power erupting. The black flames on the colossal sword exploded outward with terrifying intensity. Heat so extreme that fire itself branched like thorny vines, piercing the Susanu's body in an instant. Kagetsuchi. Sasuke Uchiha ignited in black flame. Simultaneously, a spark leapt from the blade embedded in the Susanu, swelling and tearing open to reveal Sasuke himself wreathed in searing fire. His stern face and the Kusanagi sword, drawn just enough to gleam with icy light, formed a stark, breathtaking contrast. Kagetsuchi Ashihashin. As the name tore from his lips, the Kusanagi sword's edge sharpened to absolute perfection. He delivered a cut so swift it defied the eye, then slid it silently back into its scabbard. The already fractured Susanoo was bisected cleanly by that single flawless eye strike. The sheer velocity and precision stunned the other three, impossibly fast, impossibly lethal. Seizing the advantage, Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze pressed forward. 6 wooden dragons spiraled in coordinated assault, while Minato, using the Flying Thunder God technique, whisked Sasuke clear of their path in an instant. The wooden dragons slammed into Madara's body, binding him tightly. With control established, Hashirama clapped his hands together and bellowed, "Senjutsu, Myojinmen." Crimson Torii gates descended in rapid succession, layer upon layer, bearing down upon Madara, each impact sending violent tremors through the earth. When the final gate settled and the dust subsided, Madara, bound by wooden dragons and crushed beneath the Myojinmen, gazed at them, his expression unchanged, mocking, indifferent, utterly unruffled. "Madara, listen to me. That moon's I plan. Enough, Hashirama." Madara cut him off with iron resolve, his defiant spirit undimmed, though a faint violet shimmer flickered across his Rinnegan. "I don't know where you heard such nonsense, but repeating it again and again has indeed provoked my wrath." That violet light flared violently. Hashirama's pupils contracted in shock, while Sasuke Uchiha instantly locked eyes with him. Bang! Half of Hashirama's body disintegrated instantly. Sasuke shouted urgently to Minato Namikaze, "Yondaime, evade now." "Worry about yourself first." Madara's derisive voice echoed inexplicably in Sasuke's ear. Warned in time, Minato narrowly avoided annihilation, losing only his left arm, while Sasuke's figure exploded into a crimson mist. Madara stared in mild surprise at his own fist. He hadn't struck with such force. Yet moments later his expression hardened. That wasn't blood. It was Amaterasu's black flame. To develop Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi to such mastery, and to wield a third ocular technique with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Boy, you grow ever more fascinating to me. Kurama materialized instantly beside Madara, yet his form was seized and held fast. Minato Namikaze's mind raced. During that brief flight he had clashed with that shadowy adversary hundreds of times. Though most blows landed on him, he'd begun to sense, however hazily, the shape of that phantom. Only now did he finally discern its true nature, a second Madara Uchiha. Black and white, spectral and undeniable. Minato Namikaze finally located the shadow that had attacked him. "Minato, be a little careful. This should be the power of his Rinnegan." Kurama's deep, resonant voice echoed in Minato's ear. "So this is the power of the Rinnegan. Truly fearsome. This is likely the weakened form of Limbo, which is why you can perceive it. Have you forgotten the Limbo clone from Naruto's memories? One that was completely imperceptible and untouchable to anyone beneath the 6 paths." Judging from Sasuke and the first Hokage's reactions, it seems the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and an incomplete sage body can also perceive it. But we still can't touch his clones. I'll open your sensory perception of good and evil for now. Just use the Flying Thunder God technique to keep him occupied. Leave it to me." Minato Namikaze felt as if a new organ had been added to his body. He could now sense the malevolence permeating the air. In an instant the blurry figure previously obscured, as if behind frosted glass, became crystal clear. The exchange within the mindscape took but a moment. With a thought, Minato dismissed Kurama, opting to fight purely with his human body. United in mind and body with the Nine Tails, Minato's reflexes and speed became even more rapid, turning him into a streak of light, even in Madara Uchiha's eyes. "Oh, quite fast indeed." Madara Uchiha mused in admiration. At the same time he caught the simultaneous attacks of Hashirama Senju and Sasuke Uchiha with his bare hands, using his other Limbo clones to harass the pair. He had now deployed all 4 Limbo clones. One was pinned beneath the Great Gate of Heaven, while the other 3 harassed Hashirama, Sasuke, and Minato respectively. The battle had shifted in his favor, turning into a 4-on-3 advantage. Madara Uchiha drove a black rod into Hashirama's body with a single punch. This rod, a creation of yin-yang release, severely disrupted the flow of chakra. Hashirama's body faltered, his evasive movements slowing, leading to a complete failure across the board. Black rods pierced various parts of Hashirama's body, completely sealing his movements and chakra. His reanimated body was riddled with fragments resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Looking at Madara before him, Hashirama barely managed to utter through clenched teeth, "Damn you. Just watch from over there for now." Madara Uchiha declared from his dominant position. As his words faded, he vanished instantaneously. The next moment he appeared before Sasuke Uchiha. Activating the abilities of the Preta Path, Naraka Path, and Human Path simultaneously, he swung his left hand towards Sasuke's head. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha was still entangled with the intangible shadow. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu proved utterly useless against it, yet every attack that landed would carve a massive hole in his own defense. Madara Uchiha's sudden intervention instantly cornered Sasuke, forcing him to activate his Susanoo to block the blow. However, the absolutely defensive Susanoo disintegrated the moment it touched Madara's left hand. Against the Rinnegan, all ninjutsu was rendered meaningless. A smile touched the corner of Madara's mouth. The Preta Path neutralized Sasuke's Kagetsuchi and Susanoo. The combined power of the human and Naraka paths was an absolute death sentence for any mortal. Coupled with the lockdown of Limbo, Sasuke was stripped of all his options. This was his battle intuition. At the same time, Minato Namikaze found himself besieged by 2 Limbo clones. Struggling to evade, even one Minato was now in a dire predicament, rendering him unable to assist Sasuke despite his willingness. Damn it, what should I do? Just as Madara's left hand was about to seize Sasuke, a flash of blue-gold light appeared before everyone's eyes. Madara Uchiha's body reacted faster than his mind, barely dodging the adamantine ceiling chains that whipped toward him. Minato felt a blur before his eyes. Naruto was already flying backwards, supporting Sasuke with his right hand and steadying Minato with his left. The speed was so great that even Minato struggled to keep up. Whoosh! Minato blinked again, appearing in a forest clearing. Before him stood Tsunade wearing the Hokage's hat alongside the other 4 Kage. Naruto vanished once more, leaving behind a single sentence carried by the wind. Dad calls second Hokage uncle over too. I'll be right back. Back in the clearing, Minato, Sasuke, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, completely unable to process what had just transpired. Naruto Uzumaki reappeared before Madara Uchiha. Hashirama Senju lay sealed in a separate space between Naruto and Madara. Madara gazed at the blue-gold figure, marveling inwardly. Too fast. Even faster than that bastard Tobirama and the 4th Hokage from earlier. And this sage chakra burning around him. It's even stronger than Hashirama's. Naruto Uzumaki meanwhile instantly sensed Madara's Limbo Hengoku. He thought to himself, looks like reincarnating him directly with the Rinnegan really did amplify his power. I wonder what his expression will be when he finds out his eyes were destroyed by me. Madara Uchiha clasped his hands in a sequence of seals. After taking a deep breath, he expelled a thin column of fire. To his surprise, Naruto Uzumaki formed the same seals and spat out a flame identical in shape, yet even more brilliant and intense. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The 2 pillars of fire collided. Blistering flames spread in an instant, engulfing the area in a veritable sea of fire. From both their perspectives, the flames blotted out the entire sky, leaving only a world painted in crimson. The 2 torrents of fire initially matched each other blow for blow. Then Naruto's flame began to slowly overpower Madara's, growing stronger, hotter, and brighter with each passing second. Boom! Naruto's fire raged on for a full 30 seconds, even baking the sand beneath into glass. The sky-filling inferno was gradually consumed by black flames until nothing remained but silence. So Madara's Mangekyo ability is the same as Sasuke's, Naruto muttered to himself. Boy, you've earned the right to tell me your name. Hearing Madara's voice from the other side, Naruto looked up, tightened his headband, and declared loudly, Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha reporting in. Not bad. Let's see what else you're made of. A glint flashed in Madara Uchiha's eyes. Naruto felt a sudden jolt in his scalp and his body contorted into an incredibly bizarre and twisted posture, narrowly evading the simultaneous assault of the 4 Limbo clones. Madara Uchiha, however, was taken by surprise as a powerful blow connected with his face, sending him flying backward. What's going on? A brilliant blue light enveloped his body as skeletal ribs formed around him. Bang! With a resounding crash, one of the ribs shattered instantly. At that moment, one of Naruto's shadow clones teleported beside the restrained Hashirama Senju. The instant his right hand made contact, they vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Naruto's main body, surrounded by Limbo clones, also employed the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing before Madara's eyes. Madara looked left and right, leaving only the massive demonic statue of the outer path before him. Chinsho Zhujian appeared in the forest, looking at the young man who had saved him, and said kindly, "You are Xuanhua Mingren, right?" Xuanhua Mingren did not respond immediately, but placed his right hand on Zhujian's shoulder, transmitting violent chakra to Chinsho Zhujian. Taking advantage of this surge of chakra, Zhujian erupted with his own power. Bang! Cracks appeared on the ground, and the black rod stuck in his body shattered simultaneously. Mingren pulled Zhujian up and said to him, "It's me, old-timer ancestor." Zhujian stood up and saw behind Mingren Gang's Ho was standing in front of Feijian saying something, while Deshuin and the monkey were beside them watching. Ushuaimin was patting Kakashi on the shoulder. Waju had also found the Ing squad, and a few people were gathered together chatting. A bit further back were the other 4 Kage of the current generation. Among them, one he recognized, the kid who had come to Konoha from a Wagakure on a visit back, then seemed to be called Daimyo. In the blink of an eye, his appearance had become almost as old as the monkey's. At this moment, the others saw Chinsho Zhujian slowly rising and greeted him. Although this man who looked somewhat honest and simple gave off no sense of pressure, the ninjas from other villages present all knew the absolute power represented by the title God of Shinobi. It could be said that this very man had created the entire later Shinobi world. As for the feelings of Konoha village towards Chinsho Jujin, they were even simpler and purer. Pure worship, after all. Even the current Hokage was his granddaughter. Gangzhou walked up to Jujin, bowed, and said, "Greetings, great-grandfather." "Little gang," Jujin replied with a smile. Jujin responded to her with a chuckle, then let out a long sigh. "Time flies so fast. The little girl who used to run around in front of me has turned into a grown woman in the blink of an eye." At this moment Feijian also walked over with his arms crossed, and said, "Big brother, there are still important matters now. We can catch up later." Yeah, I was just talking with second grandfather for a little while." "Little gang, you're still the same." Feijian held his head and smiled helplessly, paying no attention to his older brother, who had fallen into self-doubt. Jujin quickly perked up again, and asked Gongshou, "Is there anything I can help with?" At this moment Kakashi also led Yuanfei and Shuemin to stand here. Gangzhou turned to look at Zhuozhu, who was chatting with the 3 members of the Ing squad, and said, without concealment, straightforwardly, "Zhuozhu, I think Konoha needs to have a serious talk with you." Zhuozhu no longer acted tsundere, but said seriously to them, "That was also my purpose in going to the 5 Kage summit." "However, Zhuozhu," Chimu Kakashi spoke up, "there is someone you need to meet first." As he spoke, Chimu Kakashi opened his left eye, and his 3-tomo Sharingan swirled into a 3-blade giant shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. The space at the focus of his gaze twisted counterclockwise, and the wind caused by the spatial fluctuation blew onto everyone's faces. The spatial fluctuation abruptly stopped, and a man appeared before the crowd. Xuanhua Mingren walked up to him, staring straight into his eyes. The man, coming to his senses, showed a hint of meaning in his frown, and his 3-tomo Sharingan spun a 3-blade shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan, gazing at Mingren. Zhuozhu couldn't help but say, "Yuzhibo you." Inside a certain secret base, Yuzhibo Dato was frantically scouring his own brain, using the power of the Rinnegan. The immense mental pain made him unable to help groaning. Ajin stood beside him, watching silently. "Dato, I think this method is ineffective. Damn it, I even left the demonic statue of the outer path right there. Who knows what other effects Kodoama Tsukumi has had on me." But hearing Ajin's voice cut off abruptly, Dato couldn't help looking up at him, but Ajin just stood there stunned. "What's wrong?" "Yuzhibo Ban has been resurrected." "What? Is it that guy, Do?" "No, it's Dashuin." "Damn it, how's the statue?" "Don't worry," Ajin said gloomily, "he's already here." The candle lighting the room flickered slightly, and the flame trembled. Yuzhibo Ban stood by the bed where Yuzhibo Dato lay. His purple Rinnegan held not a trace of emotion, calm as a pitch-black suffocating pool of stagnant water. Heiju slowly emerged from the ground and stood beside Yuzhibo Ban. Yuzhibo Dato looked at them, his eyes full of vigilance, but he made no move. The atmosphere was so low it seemed to freeze the entire room, the dead silence broken only by the flickering of the candle flame. "What are you doing here?" Xuanhua Mingren pounded his chest and looked at the black crow perched on his shoulder. "The protect Konoha that Yuzhibo you had hidden in Yuzhibo Jishue's Mangekyo Sharingan ultimately acted upon himself. Kodo Amatsukami overrode the Edo Tensei and even nearly affected the Yakushi Do who was spying through Yuzhibo Yu. Thus freed from the control of Edo Tensei, Yuzhibo Yu looked around. After Chimu Kakashi briefed him on the current situation, he led the others away from here, leaving the space to the 2 brothers Yuzhibo Yu and Yuzhibo Zhuozhu. Alas, I never expected that after my death the great Uchiha clan would end up in this state. The 4th Hokage Bluffing Shuman, after learning more about the details of the Uchiha clan's massacre, couldn't help sighing. Monkey Chinsho Feijian, still maintaining his calm demeanor, said bluntly to the 3rd Hokage, "As a leader, weakness and compromise are the greatest incompetence." Yuanfei Risen also lowered his head, feeling somewhat ashamed to face his teacher. Regarding the policy towards the Uchiha, you only saw their negative side. As for that Danzo, even more. Enough, Chinsho Jujian said in a low tone. Since things have come to this, it's meaningless for us dead people to argue here. In the end, it's because I failed to keep my promise to ban. Chinsho Jujian let out a long breath, his brow tightly furrowed. In the end, all we can do now is to answer the last descendant of the Uchiha's questions as best we can. Mingren closed his eyes, waiting for Zhuozhu to come out, unsure which path Zhuozhu would take because of his arrival. Alas, I can only hope for a good outcome. After all, Zhuozhu, I never want to actually raise a blade against you. The sound of footsteps on the sandy ground reached his ears, and several people looked at them. You led Zhuozhu out. Zhuozhu's face was unreadable, with only a hint of relief. Sasuke's eyes showed a trace of relief, a trace of contemplation. The Hokages also stood up at this moment, facing Sasuke. Just then Hashirama Senju made a move that caught everyone off guard. He bowed deeply to Sasuke. This action even surprised Sasuke and Itachi. The purpose of establishing the village was to ensure that children could grow up healthily under the sunlight. Yet it was also because of the darkness of the village that you who were still children at the time bore these pains, and even sacrificed the Uchiha clan for it. This runs counter to the original intention of my founding the village, and runs counter to the will of fire. I know that saying these words now is meaningless, but I still hope to express the attitude of Konohagakure to you. The village will give an account to the Uchiha clan, and will give an account to you two brothers. Hashirama Senju gradually straightened his chest, and spoke to the two of them word by word with extreme seriousness. There are some answers I will explore with my own eyes. He raised his head, his gaze firm and resolute. From now on I will no longer live under anyone's framework. No one can bind my choices. His voice was low and powerful, as if declaring his determination to the entire world. He would finally break free from all shackles, and truly become an eagle soaring in the sky. Sasuke turned to Naruto with extreme seriousness, and said, "Even you are no exception, Naruto. As my only friend you should understand my determination." However, he then changed his tone. "Of course, Naruto, in the upcoming Great War, I will cooperate with you to face those enemies. This is not to say that I recognize this world much, but just to find the answers I want to know." Hearing this, Naruto also smiled, extended his left hand, and said to Sasuke with true feelings, "In that case, what more can I say?" Seeing this, Sasuke did not act tsundere anymore, and he also raised his left hand. Naruto and Sasuke clasped hands. "Thank you, Sasuke." They released hands, and Sasuke, as cold and concise as ever, directly asked, "First tell me what we should do next." Naruto wasted no more time. He sat down right there, and in front of the previous Hokages, the current 5 Kage, and the core high-level members of various ninja villages, he stated what the enemy might be doing now and the next plan. After this battle, the Akatsuki will definitely enter a period of strategic contraction. The resources currently held by the Akatsuki are still overwhelming to us. Not to mention the individual combat power of Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha, even the Impure World Army, and the White Zetsu Army are extremely difficult to deal with and counter. Moreover, with the demonic statue of the Outer Path, which can be called a great weapon of mass destruction, the balance of the war is actually not balanced at all. Actually, if Madara and Obito could accept an imperfect 10 tails, the resources in their hands can be said to be complete now. After all, besides the 7 captured tailed beasts, they also have one of the 8 tails tentacles, and the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku. If it really comes to the final stage, they will also resurrect the 10 tails in desperation. But we also must not belittle ourselves. Just the allied forces of the 5 great ninja villages, and several other powerful villages, even if the enemy has 2 White Zetsu, and has Impure World reincarnated 20 Kage, we can absolutely handle them. So the focus of this war is still on dealing with the enemy's top-level power. The current strength of Madara Uchiha is overwhelmingly powerful. Even if the 4 previous Hokages go, they can only entangle and delay, and it is difficult to break the situation. Obito Uchiha, if we talk about him now, is definitely more troublesome than Madara. According to my observation, he has transplanted at least 100 Sharingan, so, by activating his Anaji, he can be said to be an immortal existence. Coupled with his development of the Rinnegan's power and control over the demonic statue of the Outer Path, even I, as I am now, can only use a war of attrition to gradually consume his Sharingan, or chakra. Compared to the 2 heavyweights above, Kabuto Yakushi seems a bit cute. Although the Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode is difficult for ordinary ninjas to deal with, if we lose the information gap and terrain advantage, both Senjutsu can be countered specifically. So in my opinion, the 5 Kage should first disperse to the various units of the allied forces to deal with the Impure World Army, cooperate with my clones to take down the White Zetsu Army, and also guard against sudden attacks from Obito and Madara. Senior Sister Konan, Itachi, Uncle B, Snake Sage, and the 3 members of the Hawk team can be the force to deal with Kabuto and solve his problem. The 4 previous Hokages and Sasuke will deal with Obito. The battle should still be mainly a war of attrition, otherwise his collection of Sharingan, wherever he goes, is absolutely a heavyweight strategic resource. As for the current Madara, he can be left to me to deal with alone. No, I won't agree. This is too risky. Just as Naruto said he would face Madara alone, 3 voices of opposition sounded almost simultaneously. Sasuke and Tsunade could not accept Naruto going alone to a battlefield to face a godlike opponent, while Hashirama was because he was very clear about the current power of Madara. Minato saw this situation and suddenly said, "Actually, everyone need not worry so much about Naruto, because I still have a part of my chakra inside Naruto, so my understanding of Naruto may be more intuitive than everyone else's. Although I only exchanged a few rounds with Madara Uchiha just now, I don't think Naruto will lose to him. This is not just my emotional trust, but also my judgment from comparing the 2 sides. That's right, actually it should be me who should be careful, because the enemies you all have to face are not much weaker than Madara Uchiha. In some aspects, they are even harder to deal with than Madara." At this moment, the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said, "I have a question. If Madara and Obito really forcibly resurrect the 10 tails as you said, and even become its Jinchuriki directly, how should we deal with it?" Hearing this question, a smile appeared on Naruto's face. "If that really happens, we will have more time instead. Because strictly speaking, the 10 tails resurrected in that way is less than half of the 10 tails. To launch the infinite Tsukuyami, it would probably take a very long time. Half of the 10 tails. Why is that?" 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression betrayed his confusion. "Oh, 3rd Grandpa, I didn't explain it clearly at the beginning. The place I went to was inside the demonic statue of the Outer Path. There I met several other tailed beasts. After communicating with them, they entrusted me with half of their chakra. In other words, I now possess half of the power from each of the 9 tailed beasts within me. In a sense, I have become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. This is the confidence I spoke of when I said I would face Madara Uchiha alone. Senju Hashirama could not help but sigh in admiration, the power of the 9-tailed beasts, and as a perfect Jinchuriki, with a unified heart coupled with your extraordinary sage arts and foundation, you have now truly and completely surpassed the me of my prime. Even facing Madara now there should be no mishap. Minato Namikaze through the portion of chakra he had left inside Naruto chatted with Kushina Uzumaki. They exchanged lively banter praising that Naruto was truly their child, even drawing the attention of the tailed beasts sealed within Naruto. They chattered inside holding a little conference, and even went so far as to block Naruto out so as not to disturb him. Naruto Uzumaki, seemingly oblivious to all this, continued. In any case, you can rest assured that I will handle Madara. What I really need to remind you is to be careful in all things. Whether it's Obito Kabuto the White Zetsu, or the Impure World Reincarnation Army, none of these battles will be simple. Tsunade said to him earnestly, we have also made up our minds. This battle concerns the ninja world and everyone in it. We will not take it lightly. As if recalling something, Naruto added, Granny Tsunade, I hope this time it is we who declare war on the enemy. All the 5 Kage have already agreed. We will issue a proclamation to the ninja world in our name announcing the formation of the allied shinobi forces and the declaration of war against the Akatsuki. From behind the 4th Raikage, A nodded. Next, the 5 Kage will return to their villages to organize and prepare their troops. The forces of each village will converge at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, where we will engage the Akatsuki's main army in open battle. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki also sighed. I never thought that after a lifetime of fighting the 5 great nations would finally unite. Hearing this, Naruto grinned at Inoki, who was floating in midair. Grandpa Tsuchikage, isn't this a good thing? As long as we defeat them, the peace that this war lays the foundation for may last a very long time. Peace. Inoki, upon hearing the word, could not help but recall the faces of those who had perished in war, and let out a long sigh. Naruto, we believe in you, and we believe that your peace will surely endure. Gaara looked at Naruto, his trust unwavering that he would once again create a miracle. We have made every preparation. This time it is a battle for all of us. Meiterumi's words brought this 5 Kage summit to a perfect conclusion. Although the summit had experienced several twists and turns with a great battle nearly erupting without warning, the attendees ultimately concluded the meeting without a single scratch. After Naruto sent off the other 4 Kage and the representatives from the Land of Iron and the Land of Rain, Tsunade led the remaining personnel and the Hibi team back to Konohagakure. She would then work alongside Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi Hatake Shikaku Nara, and his son Shikamaru to handle the subsequent administrative affairs. Senju Hashirama joined the reconstruction efforts of Konoha after Pain's invasion. With his involvement, the entire village would surely recover and gain a fresh new look before the Great War. Senju Tobirama, as a master of forbidden techniques and another representative of ninja science, was requested by Naruto to collaborate with Orochimaru in researching the secrets of sage arts, as well as the chakra of Indra and Ashura. Minato Namikaze and his son Naruto would thoroughly upgrade and refine some of Naruto's techniques. It could be said that Konoha had now become a roaring high-speed machine, channeling all its power toward the impending war. Over the next 2 days, Naruto used the life transfer technique to transplant Shirsue's other eye into Kakashi Hatake, successfully helping him activate Susanoo. Obito's other eye was temporarily kept in Kakashi's possession. On a side note, with Tobirama Senju's involvement, Orochimaru's research progressed rapidly. They soon discovered the similarities between Hashirama's cells and Naruto's cells, as well as the effect of Naruto's life force on Kakashi Hatake. Naruto's life force was actually a gentler form of sage body power. Unlike the strong aggression and rejection of Hashirama's cells, a sufficient amount of life force could induce a small fraction of cells in a human body to exhibit sage body characteristics. According to Tobirama and Orochimaru's research, although the sage body would cause severe damage when entering another person's body, it had a very high compatibility with transplanted foreign organs, especially the Sharingan. While not as effective as the original host, it could suppress side effects to a very low level while preserving the maximum possible ability. This explained why the life force could increase chakra reserves and allow Kakashi to further control his Sharingan. Of course, achieving such an effect required a tremendous cost. The first time Naruto enhanced Kakashi, he used nearly 3/4 of Obito's immense life force, which was equivalent to the life force of 3 White Zetsu, or 5 Chunin. On the other side, after the improvements made by the family of 3, they successfully combined the Flying Thunder God technique, the Mind's Eye of the Kagura, and the Shadow Clone technique. Now Naruto could inscribe the Mind's Eye barrier into the Flying Thunder God mark using a sealing technique, and then by utilizing the characteristics of the Shadow Clone technique, embed his own chakra within it. This achieved an absurdly effective reconnaissance and sensing ability. Wherever Naruto's mark existed, that point could serve as a signal transmitter for him, allowing him to perceive the situation around the mark. For instance, Naruto captured a White Zetsu, and amid its endless curses and struggles, he left a subtle Flying Thunder God mark on its tongue. Then he went to find Kakashi Hatake and used Kodoe Mitsukami to cast a Genjutsu on the White Zetsu. You will forget what happened here, then infiltrate Obito and Madara's side. White Zetsu returned to the secret base to report to Obito Uchiha on the day's surveillance of Konoha. Because Obito Uchiha possessed the genuine Rinnegan while Madara's Rinnegan was essentially a product of the impure world reincarnation incapable of utilizing the most fundamental and profound abilities of the Rinnegan, the control of the demonic statue of the outer path remained in Obito's hands. Apart from a few exceptional cases, most White Zetsu truly pledged their allegiance to Obito. The village of Konoha today remains unchanged from the day before. Very well. Can you observe the specific details within? Still no? The defenses of Konoha are as tight as an iron bucket. Combined with Naruto Uzumaki, we would be instantly killed the moment we showed our faces. Alas, it can't be helped. You return and continue your surveillance. Nearby, Madara Uchiha sat in the main seat. His figure was tall and imposing like an unshakable mountain. His gaze was cold and piercing as if he could see through everything. Merely sitting there, he exuded an indescribable sense of dominance and pressure, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. He shifted his gaze, and even Obito felt the pressure from those cold eyes. I want to know why you are so obsessed with intelligence on the 5 great nations. He did not give Obito a chance to speak, but stood up. In an instant, alarm bells rang in Obito's heart. Madara Uchiha stepped forward one pace at a time, speaking as he walked. Have you been scared out of your wits? The Moon's Eye plan has progressed to its current stage. Do you think you can still accomplish it with the same underhanded schemes and tricks as before? Do you think the 5 great nations, the 8 tails and the 9 tails, will still give you any opportunity? The fastest way now is to wage a true war against the great nations and seize the 8 tails and 9 tails. What exactly are you still hoping for? With his words, Madara Uchiha had already walked up to Obito Uchiha, standing before him with arms crossed, looking down on him from above. If the 5 great nations learned that the leaders of their enemy were arguing before the war even began, I'm afraid those Kages would laugh until their mouths are twisted. Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses with the middle finger of his right hand, a cold white light reflecting from his round-framed lenses. Madara Uchiha turned his head disdainfully to look at him. With a mere glance, his head burst apart. Yet from the ruptured skull no blood or brain tissue flew out. Only venomous snakes writhing wildly in midair. Since when do insects dare to interject? Kabuto's remaining body also gradually disintegrated, becoming over a dozen snakes twisting on the ground. The strange snakes in midair and on the ground converged and reformed into Kabuto Yakushi. Hey, it doesn't matter if Lord Madara calls me an insect. All I care about is success. That's right, everything we do is for success. Obito, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly chimed in agreement. If you want to know what we're waiting for, I can tell you. But before that, we need to deal with a few loose ends under our command. Hearing this, Madara Uchiha's mind stirred. The Azure Susanu's arm punched the ground, and the earth burst and collapsed in an instant, dust and smoke flying into everyone's faces. When the vision cleared slightly, they saw the skeletal arm of Madara Susanu holding the head of a White Zetsu. It was the very White Zetsu that Kakashi had controlled with Kodoe Mitsukami. At this moment, this White Zetsu had a vacant expression. The desire to remain there conflicted with Obito Uchiha's orders, causing it to freeze up entirely. Konoha. I know the caster is also watching this place. Listen well. After the war, I will turn Konoha into a true shadow among the flames. With the words spoken, Madara Uchiha applied a slight pressure. Bang! The poor White Zetsu became a pile of fragments in his hands. On the other side, Naruto also withdrew from his sage art mind's eye. It seems they still have backup plans. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, also said, it seems we must be extremely cautious. I didn't expect things to become more and more complicated. Tobirama Senju tapped his forehead, looking somewhat irritated. Actually, it's fine. Naruto Uzumaki, however, appeared completely unflustered. We have a final trump card after all. Oh, Hashirama Senju was very curious about this trump card. Can you tell us? Sasuke Uchiha still wore a nonchalant expression, but in truth his ears were perked up, eager to hear what Naruto's trump card was. It's not really anything important. You just need to bring me and Sasuke to the brink of death on the battlefield. At this moment, Sasuke couldn't hold it together and directly turned his head to look at Naruto, his eyes showing a hint of disbelief at being deceived. Naruto saw Sasuke's expression and quickly said, Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. He hurriedly explained, didn't I tell you before? Sasuke and I are actually the reincarnations of the 2 sons of the Sage of 6 Paths. Hey. Sasuke's eyes widened even further. How could Naruto state such a thing with such confidence? This is actually the reason for what I'm about to do. I already told you about these things when I clashed fists with you before. Sasuke looked at the several Kages present, all of whom seemed perfectly normal, and inexplicably felt a strange sensation in his heart. So it's only me who doesn't know. Yet his face still wore a calm and cold expression, as if everything was under control. First, let me share my speculations about the method they mentioned. Because we used the Rinnegan to summon Madara with the impure world reincarnation, Madara's body is definitely still in their hands. Let's consider the worst-case scenario. They use Madara's cells and Hashirama's cells to create clones, equip them with a full set of Sharingan, and then have them absorb the demonic statue of the outer path. But if they really do this, they must also transplant the Rinnegan into the clone. Not to mention whether Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha would agree to hand over the core of the plan and the key to the problem to a third party. If they really did that, then Obito's threat would diminish significantly first. Without the Rinnegan, the abilities he could rely on would be the Mangekyo Sharingan's power to manipulate objects, and space-time teleportation would release, and Izanagi. If we have trouble, we could even add a Susanoo to him. In that case, our original plan of 5 people fighting Obito could be changed to just my father fighting Obito alone, while the freed-up 4 combat forces could confront the clone. As for the other scenario, if Obito commands the outer path of pain to fight alongside the clones, we can merge the 2 battlefields into one. This would shift the engagement from a 3 versus 6 disadvantage to a 3 versus 6 advantage, providing ample redundancy in our initial tactical division to handle this third opponent. Finally, should a true emergency arise, we will resort to our ultimate contingency. When both I and Sasuke are on the brink of death, we can summon the Sage of 6 Paths through the Indra and Azura chakra within our bodies. Upon meeting the Sage, we will not only gain an extraordinary surge in power, but also unlock a fatal technique specifically designed to counter the 10 Tails. The only path for Madara and Obito to reach the 6 Paths level is to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Moreover, even if the 10 Tails were fully awakened, it would only manifest less than half its power. Even at their peak, they could never achieve their full potential, for Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan and Madara's single Rinnegan have already been neutralized by me. This loss is far more crippling to them than the severing of an arm. Conversely, Sasuke and I are significantly stronger than we were at this same point in our previous timeline. With the balance of power shifting in our favor, we hold the decisive advantage. Nodding in appreciation as he listened to Naruto's analysis, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "Excellent. Your planning is thorough and sound." Hashirama Senju, having followed the entire analysis, found no flaws and nodded to indicate his approval of Naruto's strategy. At that moment, a knock came at the door of the room where they were conferring. Orochimaru opened the door, stepped inside, looked at Naruto, nodded, and said, "It is complete. It's finally done." Uzumaki Naruto nodded and stood up with joy. Uchiha Sasuke looked at him with confusion and asked, "What has been completed?" "Sasuke, come with me for a moment. Everyone else may go about your business now." Naruto led Sasuke to Orochimaru's experimental base outside the village. "Naruto, what exactly is going on?" "Well, Sasuke, I need your consent for this." Sasuke looked at Naruto, signaling him to continue. "Did I not mention it earlier? We are the reincarnations of the 2 sons of the Sage of 6 Paths. The Sage's 2 children inherited his Yin and Yang chakra respectively. In practical terms, this manifests as the Sage's eyes and the Sage's body, your Sharingan Sasuke, and my unique constitution. However, our current abilities have not yet reached their complete state." Sasuke interjected, "You mean my Mangekyo Sharingan still has room for improvement?" Uzumaki Naruto nodded and said, "Precisely. The true Sage's eyes are the Rinnegan." Uchiha Sasuke nodded with a hint of delight, for who would not desire greater power? But he immediately followed up with, "If that is the case, what then constitutes the true Sage's body?" Naruto rested his chin on his hand and replied, "In my case, it would grant me the qualification to access the 6 Paths Senjutsu." In his past life, Naruto failed to complete his Yin chakra, which prevented him from unlocking the 6 Paths Senjutsu after the 4th Shinobi World War. Of course, merely balancing the Yin chakra to achieve the complete form of the Sage's body does not allow for the immediate use of 6 Paths Senjutsu. He must systematically study and cultivate it, for the Azura lineage has always emphasized that physical chakra bears fruit through arduous training. Sasuke nodded, then asked, "Then how exactly can we master the activation of this complete form?" "Actually, it is not particularly difficult." Naruto scratched his head and then his cheek. To awaken the Rinnegan, the reincarnated vessel of Indra's chakra must transplant the cells of the reincarnated vessel of Azura's chakra. This fusion sublimates both chakras, thereby unlocking the true Sage's eyes. The method for achieving the complete form of the Sage's body is identical. "What? You mean I need to transplant cells from a bottom feeder like you to awaken the Rinnegan?" Sasuke was somewhat stunned. Hearing this, Naruto immediately grew displeased. "Damn it, Sasuke. What kind of expression is that?" Sasuke turned his head away, still finding the proposition somewhat absurd. "That is precisely why I said I needed your consent. Otherwise, what do you think I was discussing this for?" "TCH. Sasuke pursed his lips, looking thoroughly unwilling. Seeing this, Naruto could only shrug his shoulders and said, "Then if you are unwilling, forget it. I will think of another way with Madara. Oh, by the way, you could also transplant Hashirama's cells to awaken the Rinnegan. He was the previous reincarnation of Azura's chakra. Let us go. I will escort you back to Konoha." "Never mind." Sasuke bowed his head, placing his left hand against his forehead. "I really can't deal with you sometimes." Naruto paused slightly upon hearing this. "You surely brought me here knowing there would be conditions for the transplant. Let us just go directly." Naruto looked at Sasuke, a smile playing on his lips. Sasuke felt a slight itch on his scalp from Naruto's gaze. "Hey, what is wrong with you? You were just going on and on about getting my consent, and now you are just standing there dazed. Huh, nothing is wrong. Let us go now. Naruto quickly responded and turned around eager to pull Sasuke into the laboratory. However, Naruto, I still want to know how you came to know all this. Sasuke's voice rang out from behind. Hearing this, Naruto slowly turned around pondering how to explain. However, Sasuke interrupted his thoughts first. Do not say it yet. Let me guess. Sasuke looked into Naruto's eyes and said slowly, You are someone from the future, aren't you? Though phrased as a question, Sasuke used a tone of certainty. Naruto looked at Sasuke and nodded seriously. I knew it, Sasuke said slowly, but then he pointed out a problem that Naruto had subconsciously overlooked. If you are a soul from the future, then where did the original Naruto of this timeline go? This question stumped Naruto, for he had also subconsciously ignored this issue. Naruto's pupils dilated slightly. Right, if he had returned from the future, then where did this Naruto go? Had he gone to the future? But Naruto subconsciously dismissed this possibility, for he could feel that certain aspects of his return had been different from the very beginning. These differences should relate to where his past self in this life had ended up. But where exactly lay the divergence? Watching Naruto sink into profound bewilderment, Sasuke couldn't help but call out, Naruto. The call jolted Naruto from his deep contemplation, and he turned his gaze towards Sasuke. What's going on? You don't know either. Uchiha, Sasuke asked in disbelief, seeing him in such a state. Sorry, I've never considered this question before. But Naruto immediately used a transitional word, calming the impatient Sasuke, and said to him, But for some reason, when you brought up this question and I started pondering it, I always feel that the other me didn't go elsewhere or simply dissipate, but rather produce some influence in certain places. Sasuke had no choice but to nod and accept this explanation. Strangely enough, he too seemed to share the same intuition that Naruto was not in any trouble. Naruto knocked on his forehead again and said gloomily, I'll find a concrete answer to this question later. Don't worry, Sasuke. Sasuke decided not to dwell on the matter any longer and said to Naruto, Continuing to agonize over this here is unlikely to yield any conclusions. Let's focus on what's in front of us first. I suppose that's the only way. Naruto and Sasuke arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory and finally beheld the bidirectional life substance exchange device that Naruto had commissioned Orochimaru to design. The device consisted of two cylindrical nutrient pods, each 2.5 meters in height and 0.5 meter in diameter, as its main components. Two pipes connected the pods, and at the junctions between pipes and pods were two bidirectional pumps and filters. Orochimaru heard their voices and turned around to greet them. You've finally arrived, Naruto-kun. Snake Uncle, I'm terribly sorry for keeping you waiting. Orochimaru then fixed his golden serpentine eyes upon Sasuke and spoke. It's been a while, Sasuke-kun. If I saw you in the Land of Iron just a few days ago. My Sasuke-kun is still as curt as ever. Naruto interjected at the opportune moment. Snake Uncle, my shadow clones have already summoned the Hokages and Team Taka. Orochimaru nodded and said, After all, this device was built with the participation of the second Hokage. As long as it doesn't interfere with my data recording, I have no objections. Alright, Snake Uncle. Let's make some preparations first. You and Sasuke-kun should rest for a while. Time slowly passed as Naruto rested with his eyes closed. Sasuke remained alert with his eyes shut, and Orochimaru conducted equipment checks and calibrations. About 3 minutes later, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, Tsunade Senju, Kakashi Hitaki, Itachi Uchiha, and the entire Team Taka all arrived at the laboratory. Orochimaru explained to them what was about to happen, and with the assistance of Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and Itachi Uchiha, the device was activated. Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun, you may now enter the device. This device will carry away your body's cells through the medium, while simultaneously catalyzing your bodies to actively absorb each other's cells. During the process, your vital signs will be monitored in real time. If anything goes wrong, we will immediately halt the experiment. After Orochimaru finished outlining the precautions, Naruto nodded toward his father, Minato Namikaze. His mother, Kushina Uzumaki, also cheered him on from within his inner world. Sasuke glanced at Itachi Uchiha, who gave him a reassuring look. The two stepped into their respective experimental pods, and the annular transparent container shields slowly rose, completely sealing them within the chambers. Subsequently, pale green nutrient fluid was injected into the cylindrical chambers. The two closed their eyes, waiting for the liquid to gradually engulf them. Remember to keep breathing inside and absorb this medium into your bodies. Orochimaru's voice came through the intercom in the experimental chambers. Uzumaki, Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke followed the instructions, overcoming their instincts to force their first breath in the liquid. When the liquid first surged into their lungs, it triggered an instinctive discomfort, and both coughed almost simultaneously. However, their bodies quickly adapted to the fluid. The two eventually stabilized within the liquid chambers, breathing the viscous medium as if it were thick air. They have now integrated the medium into their bodies. Next, once the absorption values reach critical thresholds, the exchange can commence. Tobirama Senju analyzed calmly. Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha watched the vital signs and absorption values of the two with intense focus, fearing any misstep. Naruto's absorption has reached the critical threshold of 52.8, ready to initiate interaction. Minato Namikaze spoke, and Orochimaru froze the data through a series of operations. Moments later, Itachi Uchiha reported, Sasuke's absorption has reached the critical threshold of 52. 8. Interaction can proceed. At that point, Orochimaru locked the data, and together with Tobirama Senju, activated the bidirectional pumps. The two nutrient pods were now connected. The fusion began. Uzumaki Naruto felt as though he were living another person's life. He watched Sasuke Uchiha's memories flow slowly before him like a gentle stream. The sweetness and bitterness of life unfolded before Naruto from a different perspective, and he genuinely felt Sasuke's joys and sorrows. After the past concluded, Sasuke's experience did not stop at the present. Instead, it extrapolated another part of that world from Naruto's memories. Otsutsuki. Uzumaki Naruto thought of the Damocles sword hanging over everyone's head, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Sasuke, having experienced the future from Naruto's perspective, released a sharp and piercing light from his eyes. Otsutsuki. Uchiha Sasuke's hostility toward these godlike enemies reached its zenith. Those who had destroyed everything he and Naruto held dear. This time, he would personally defeat them all. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly found himself in the spiritual world. In the past, its backdrop had been dim and yellow, but now everything had changed. In the space above, which had always been pitch black, two blurry light sources had now appeared. Naruto squinted, observing intently, as the two lights gradually became clearer. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly found himself in a space with a dark blue backdrop. He looked around, but discovered nothing. He suddenly recalled the scene of encountering the Nine Tails during his first meeting with Naruto after leaving the village. Is this my consciousness space? He instinctively looked up, and at the pitch-black ceiling, two blurry light sources gradually took shape. Their vital signs are stable. Cell activity has reached 340 of pre-fusion levels. Fusion value 28. 705. Orochimaru reported a string of data, and the assembled figures nodded in acknowledgement. I never expected the effects to be so pronounced. Tobirama Senju raised a hand to his chin and nodded. It seems our faction's combat power is poised for a massive surge. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with a chuckle. My. Hashirama Senju uttered softly. What's wrong, Grandpa? Tsunade turned upon hearing his voice. These nutrient fluids contain the power of both myself and Madara. Hearing this, Tsunade explained indeed. The primary components of this medium are a high concentration of stem cells from you and a formulation derived from most of Madara's Rinnegan. This allows for simultaneous enhancement and synergistic fusion of their bodies. Oh, I see. Hashirama Senju nodded. Naruto Uzumaki sat cross-legged within his inner world, gazing up at the sun and moon that were steadily growing clearer. Nearby, his father and mother had settled on either side, sharing the celestial view. Naruto turned and smiled at them, and they returned the gesture. Kurama had also lain down behind the family, patiently awaiting the rise of the sun and moon with them. Soon the other 8 tailed beasts ambled over, appearing one by one, and joined the wait. Naruto's family leaned against Kurama, chatting amiably as they watched the sky. Sasuke Uchiha recognized the celestial bodies for what they were. They're getting clearer. It seems we'll have to wait a bit longer, he murmured to himself. He sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes, as his eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, manifested beneath his eyelids. He had discovered that honing his ocular prowess within this mental space was remarkably effective. A few points of starlight materialized around him. Simultaneously, a formless great sword seemed to manifest at his side, radiating a profound, razor-sharp, cold gleam. It seems there is truly no limit to Izanagi's star. Sasuke thought to himself, patiently waiting within the dark blue-hued expanse of his mind. Rap, rap, rap. A knock sounded at the laboratory door. A ninja outside reported to Tsunade that the Konoha forces had been assembled, and that the allied shinobi forces headquarters had drafted the declaration of war against the Akatsuki. It's done, is it? Well then, contact the other 4 great nations first, and have the declaration issued to the shinobi world under the name of the 5 Kage. Kakashi and I will head over shortly. Understood. After the Yanbu ninja departed, Tsunade addressed those present. Everyone, Kakashi and I will be taking our leave now. Tsunade, are you all heading off to join the other villages now? Hashirama asked, looking at her. Exactly. We need to lead the troops to the border of the Land of Wind first. There will rendezvous with ninja from other great and small nations to form the allied shinobi forces. Alas, war is something that can never truly be avoided, no matter the era. Hashirama spoke with his characteristic benevolence. Well then, Tsunade, you should be off. Stay safe. If any emergencies arise, remember to contact us. We will return immediately, Hiruzen advised. All right, old man. We're off. Tsunade briskly pulled Kakashi and left the laboratory. But then, as if remembering she had forgotten something, she returned to the lab, holding over a dozen forehead protectors. These are the new forehead protectors for the allied forces. I set aside a few for you all. Wear them. Oh, there are even some for us. Hashirama Senju accepted the protectors as Tsunade finally departed for good. Hashirama picked one up. The style was no different from before, except the emblem had changed from the leaf symbol to a single character shinobi. So this is the forehead protector that symbolizes a ninja. Tsunade, accompanied by Kakashi Hatake, arrived before the assembled Konoha ninja. Once the ranks were in order, she gave a brief pre-battle address. She commanded everyone to change into their new protectors, then led the main force towards the border between the land of fire and the land of wind. Simultaneously, the 5 great nations issued a joint declaration. The declaration stated that the existence of the Akatsuki organization posed a severe threat to the survival of the shinobi world, making it the greatest enemy of all. The 5 great nations would unite their 5 major hidden villages to crusade against Akatsuki, eliminate internal instability, and ensure the survival of all humanity. This news was disseminated by the 5 great nations to all corners. The shocking announcement swept across every region like a violent storm, as the unification of the 5 great nations was an unprecedented event in history. It was difficult to imagine just how powerful the enemy must be to force such an alliance. In response to this unprecedented war, the smaller nations also expressed their willingness to follow the 5 great nations in the crusade against Akatsuki. In an instant, the Akatsuki organization became the target of universal condemnation. Above, the sun and moon had fully taken shape. The sun emitted a brilliant radiance, blazing like fire, illuminating the darkness of the inner world and revealing a vivid blue sky. The moon released its cool, clear light, as gentle as water, dyeing the other half of the pitch-black sky, within the consciousness a deep blue. Naruto and Sasuke now stood precisely at the center of the twilight boundary, perfectly balanced. Light and darkness, yin and yang, were harmonized in this moment. Their consciousnesses returned to their physical bodies simultaneously, and both opened their eyes at almost the exact same instant. Orochimaru grinned, speaking to Tobirama Senju, "Second Hokage-sama, our calculations were correct. A fusion value of 71. 7 represents the perfect state." Tobirama was also visibly pleased. He commanded, "The exchange devices can now be halted. Let them acclimate to the medium for a while longer, then we can bring them out." The interaction ceased at that moment. Inside the medium, Naruto raised his hand and looked at his fist. "Naruto, how do you feel?" Kushina's voice echoed in his ears. "Mom, I feel great, absolutely great. MHM, I can sense it too. Your chakra reserves have essentially doubled. You now have almost as much as 5 Kuramas." "Damn it, Kushina. Are you using me as a unit of measurement now?" Kurama's exasperated voice chimed in. Kushina responded with an awkward yet polite laugh. Era, I'm just giving Naruto a comparison. Don't worry about the small details, Kurama." Naruto chuckled as he listened to their banter, simultaneously feeling the power surging within his body. The increase in chakra reserves was just the most superficial enhancement. Within this body there was far greater potential waiting to be discovered. After Naruto, Uzumaki, and Uchiha Sasuke had finished absorbing the power contained within the nutrient solution in their cultivation pods, Orochimaru controlled the system to drain away the remaining waste fluid. After emerging from the apparatus, the two went to take a shower while the others outside busied themselves analyzing a portion of the physical data collected from them. First, their chakra reserves have seen a tremendous increase. Naruto's surged by more than double, while Sasuke's reached an astonishing 4-fold growth. Cellular activity has significantly improved, and their life reactions have become much more vigorous. Compared to before, the fusion average growth across all life activities exceeded 1 for times. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he reported one exaggerated figure after another. Just observing the surface-level improvements reveals such a massive enhancement. The gains in their deeper internal aspects must be even more astonishing. Minato Namikaze spoke with undeniable awe. "I never expected that merely undergoing fusion could unleash power on this magnitude. If I had known, perhaps Master Hashirama and Madara would have fared similarly back then." Hashirama Senju remarked with admiration, his humor shining through even at the end. "Brother, I think you should consider the objective conditions of that time." Tobirama Senju muttered his rebuttal silently. The fusion of Naruto and Sasuke this time can be described as a profoundly deep transplantation. It is far more thorough than when Madara transplanted a piece of Hashirama-sama's bodily tissue back then. Moreover, they absorbed a portion of Madara's Rinnegan chakra, so at the very least Sasuke's ability to awaken the Rinnegan should surpass Madara's. As for Naruto, since there is no precedent for him having activated the perfect Sage Mode, it is difficult to predict that aspect. However, based on preliminary observations, his current chakra reserves have grown to an absurd degree. Coupled with his half-tailed beast physiology and top-tier sage arts, his combat power likely already exceeds the limits of our detection. Orochimaru explained to the gathered crowd in his hoarse voice. As his trailing words faded, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Uchiha Sasuke had also finished adjusting. "The two of you have recovered. Would you like to share how you feel?" "No, it is not necessary." Sasuke spoke first. He looked up at Naruto, a spark of combativeness igniting in his eyes. "Naruto, let us spar." Naruto met Sasuke's gaze, his sapphire blue eyes reflecting the same competitive fire. "TCH, I'm ready anytime." "Oh, it seems we are about to see a demonstration in live combat," Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a chuckle, stroking his beard. "Agreed. Combat is the fastest way to develop new abilities." Tobirama Senju nodded. "We cannot fight freely within the village. Let us go to our old spot." Naruto, Uzumaki said. "Do not keep me waiting too long." As soon as the words left his mouth, Uchiha Sasuke vanished from the spot. Watching him, Hashirama Senju thought of Madara during their final battle and could not help but feel startled. Such incredible speed. It is even faster than Madara's back then. Father, I will go ahead first. Once I leave a mark, please bring everyone else over. Naruto turned back to speak to Minato. Do your best, Naruto. Leave it to me. Even as his voice still lingered in the wind, Naruto had already disappeared. Within the forest, two piercingly fierce whirlwinds swirled into existence in an instant. Among the flying leaves, only faint traces of a golden afterimage and a streak of red light could be glimpsed. The forest seemed to part for the gale, stretching out its branches to leave a straight, unobstructed path. Whooshed! The golden afterimage surpassed the red streak in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, letting the strong wind ruffle the bangs over his forehead. Oomph! His speed suddenly surged, accelerating rapidly before coming to an instantaneous halt atop the statue of Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Opposite him, Naruto was already standing on the statue of Senju Hashirama, facing Madara's monument. Sasuke, time is tight. I do not think we need to feel out each other anymore. No sooner had he finished speaking than Minato Namikaze, accompanied by the rest of the laboratory team, appeared behind Naruto on a flying thunder god kunai. Let us enjoy the show from here. I have long wanted to truly test myself against you. Incredible combat intent erupted from Uchiha Sasuke's words. Then bring it on. Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke moved almost simultaneously. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in the high altitude, the sound crashing into the lake and sending up a massive wave. The two landed back on the water's surface amidst the spray. Sasuke raised his hand and drew the Kusanagi sword, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, blazing with crimson light. Naruto weaved through the air, wielding trident-shaped flying thunder god kunai in both hands as he closed in on Sasuke. Amaterasu. Naruto's speed suddenly intensified. The black flames could only burn a single afterimage, yet Sasuke's figure instantly appeared within them, the Kusanagi sword gleaming with fierce lightning. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto threw his kunai, and in the next moment countless kunai emerged from the smoke, swarming toward Sasuke like a storm. Simultaneously, Naruto activated his Shadow Clone Jutsu. Each clone condensed a cyan blue Rasengan in their hands, transforming into golden light that surrounded Sasuke completely. Kagetsuchi. A small black flame flickered on Sasuke's shoulder, then rapidly expanded into a massive claw-bearing dark fire dragon. It opened its maw and swallowed all the clones in one gulp before soaring upward straight toward Naruto's true body. At that moment, 6 dragons suddenly flew out from behind Naruto, composed of 6 different elements: fire, lightning, wind, earth, water, and wood. Naruto's eyes had shifted to cyan blue cross-shaped pupils with immense sage power burning within them like fierce flames. He rapidly adjusted the seals on his hands and simultaneously deployed the sage arts of both Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave. Sage Art Inorganic Rebirth. Sage Art Vitality Transcription. At this moment, the 6 dragons suddenly came alive. Their golden eyes seemed to radiate anger and majesty. The crimson to white fire dragon let out a fierce roar and shot forward, first colliding head-on with the Kagetsuchi dragon. From afar, Hashirama Senju, watching the battle, praised aloud. Using inorganic rebirth to grant chakra consciousness, then employing vitality transcription to truly transform that chakra into living beings. What splendid techniques. The 6 dragons became entangled with the black dragon. Although Kagetsuchi's attacks inflicted massive damage upon them, each time Naruto's vitality transcription allowed them to continuously absorb their opponent's chakra during combat, gradually draining the black dragon's stamina. TCH. Sasuke's lips curled slightly. In an instant, he appeared beside the black dragon. The Kusanagi sword spun in a circle, releasing a blade light so cold it seemed to freeze the air, with the slash expanding outward in a perfect circle. Amaterasu. The blade light sliced through, severing all 6 dragons in two. Yet these slain dragons did not dissipate. Instead, they transformed into 6 Rasengan Shuriken of different elements, as if 6 invisible clones of Naruto were manipulating them through the air. Heavenly Targeting Arrow. The 6 Rasengan Shuriken were launched simultaneously. Upon colliding, they triggered a massive explosion, far more terrifying than a tailed beast ball. Sage Art 6 Paths Yin-Yang Release Rasengan Shuriken. The collision of 6 Rasenshurikens unleashed a catastrophic explosion, sending a mushroom cloud soaring into the high heavens. Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the epicenter of the blast, his expression betraying no hint of relief. As the light and sound of the explosion gradually subsided, the purple radiance they had concealed was exposed. Uchiha Sasuke stood within a massive blaze of dark purple chakra flames. The flowing chakra had shielded him from that formidable strike. Then, enveloped in that purple inferno, he charged toward Naruto. Can an attack of this level be tanked? Muttered Hozuki Suigetsu in a daze. This defensive power is probably already beyond the full-body Susanoo that Madara used with his eternal Mangekyo. Senju Hashirama pondered inwardly. Brother, do you have confidence in taking such an attack like that? Senju Tobirama asked Hashirama. Hashirama thought for a moment and replied to Tobirama. The Rashomon technique can fully block it, but if it's the wood human technique, it might be quite difficult. I never expected that even such a powerful young man would emerge among the Uchiha's younger generation, Tobirama remarked in admiration. The full-body Susanoo emerged from the flames, pressing down on Naruto like a demon returning from the underworld. The quality and quantity of his chakra are on an entirely different level from before. This Susanoo is so condensed that it's completely opaque. With a thought, Naruto summoned hundreds of invisible giant hands formed from natural energy to hammer down on the Susanoo. The Susanoo hesitated for a moment, then began to dodge those fists with an extremely serpentine movement, even managing to weave hand seals in the intervals and spew out a massive fireball. Fire-style great fireball technique. The blazing fireball was caught by the transparent giant hands Naruto had created and could not advance an inch. The ground beneath Naruto's feet was shattered by the tremendous impact. But at that moment the golden-orange fireball suddenly turned dark purple. It was the full-body Susanoo's giant wing. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply, and the next instant he was pierced by the Chidori carried on the Susanoo's giant hand. However, Sasuke hastily turned the Susanoo around, but he still could not match that extraordinary speed. The Susanoo's right wing was pierced by a transparent spear, and then from within numerous spikes grew and stabbed out through it, leaving several large holes. "Oh, this technique looks a lot like the wood-style wooden extrusion technique," remarked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had witnessed Hashirama's battles. Hashirama nodded as well. To more clearly perceive Naruto's unobservable attacks, he had also entered the Sage Mode of Shikatsu Forest. He could not help but praise, this use of natural energy is truly outstanding. From form changes to property applications, both offensive and defensive, incredibly flexible and impossible to detect. He is indeed a formidable junior. With one wing destroyed, Sasuke's mobility was limited, and he was forced to fall into the lake. He attempted to regenerate that wing, but at that moment several golden chains descended from above the lake surface. The chains possessed terrifying strength, instantly breaking through the Susanoo's defenses and piercing directly into the wing and right arm. Sasuke was horrified to find that the chakra in that area had immediately lost contact with him, as if it had been sealed. What? The one-armed Susanoo was suddenly pulled out of the lake by Naruto. Just as he was about to use the recoil to fly towards Sasuke, an astonishing gravitational force erupted from behind him, so powerful that it almost pulled his chakra away. He turned his head with difficulty, only to see a tiny point of light flickering behind him like a twinkling star on a summer night. The Susanoo drew a giant sword with its left hand, and the blade now blazed with roaring black flames and crackling white lightning. The black flames, as they burned, even carried a power reminiscent of dreams. The raging sword aura slashed diagonally toward Naruto, who was firmly held in place by Wang Xing. Sasuke watched that blade light fly toward Naruto. This move had been layered with everything he had. Amaterasu, Chidori, Wang Xing, and Jingjin were all used, and even Tsukuyomi was added. But if this strike missed, it didn't matter. He could follow up with Kagetsuchi as a backup. It's over. As Sasuke raised two fingers about to cancel the technique, he was shocked to see that the blade aura was instantly blown apart. He looked at Naruto, who was hovering in midair. The hem of his blue chakra cloak fluttered upward without wind, and the natural energy between heaven and earth rushed toward Uzumaki Naruto like a court paying homage to its sovereign. I can feel it, such powerful natural energy. The formless, qualityless power gradually stabilized around Naruto. In the air, a majestic statue, seemingly made of glass, appeared, an effect of overly powerful natural energy distorting sight. The giant resembled an angry Vajra with 6 muscular arms, each holding a different weapon, clad in heavy armor and battle skirt, wearing an ancient helmet. Its build was massive, its appearance fearsome enough to intimidate demons. Sage Art Fudo Mayu. Even without Sage Mode, this fierce and majestic giant could now be seen clearly. Fudo Mayu flipped one of its heavy swords, and the runes on the blade shone with golden Buddhist light. The power to suppress evil and remove malevolence radiated outward, its ferocious force almost suffocating the onlookers below. Hozuki Suigetsu's body nearly collapsed to the ground, while Karen and Yugo stared upward with pale faces. Father, please protect everyone down there for a while. This should be the final blow of this match between Sasuke and me. Naruto's voice came from above. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze was enveloped in dark golden chakra, and 6 tomo marks appeared on his collar. Then the dark golden chakra surged from beneath his feet and surrounded everyone, solidifying into a massive black gold fox head. Minato then asked, "Kurama, can you see clearly now?" The dark golden fox head surrounding everyone nodded, and then his voice echoed from all directions, "This perspective is much more comfortable." Seeing that the people below were prepared, Naruto turned to face the fully alert Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, there's no need for us to keep testing each other. Let this one move decide the victor today." "How, with pleasure." Sasuke replied, his eyes wide open as a massive amount of dojutsu power poured down. The Susanoo raised 2 giant swords which ignited with the hottest black flames. The temperature between heaven and earth soared. The great lake below instantly began to boil, forests burned layer by layer, and flames shot into the sky. He raised both hands high, and the 2 flame swords merged into one, rapidly expanding in size, until a 400-meter-long straight black flame giant blade stood upright between heaven and earth. Amid the pitch-black occasional dark purple sword edges and blazing white lightning could be seen. The Susanu's height was 200 meters. Uzumaki Naruto manipulated Fudo Mayu to raise its heavy sword. The bronze golden light shone like an orange sun opposing the black flames. The runes on the sword seemed to emit Sanskrit chants continuously suppressing Sasuke. The two swung their swords almost simultaneously. Susanu Flame and Thunder God Slash. Fudo Mayu, Demon Subduing Strike. Amaterasu Flame God Thunder Sword Slash. Fudo Mayu Demon Suppression Form. In the sky, two giants swung their swords simultaneously. When the heavy blade and long katana collided, the sky was instantaneously split into halves of black and white. Dazzling light radiated in all directions, blinding everyone so they could hardly keep their eyes open. The overwhelming shockwave followed, engulfing everything around in a frenzy of lethal, scorching heat. The dark golden fox head withstood the violent impact. Those protected within released their chakra, pressing their feet firmly against the ground to prevent being blown away. As the explosion gradually subsided, the Nine Tails chakra released by Minato Namikaze could no longer be maintained in its complete form. Without this protective layer, even the residual wave might have cost them their lives. Sasuke-kun. Karen Uzumaki hurriedly looked up at the sky. The recent spar had exceeded all expectations, and the power possessed by the two was beyond her comprehension. Yet seeing them somewhat disheveled despite being protected from such terrifying impact, she couldn't help but worry about Sasuke's condition. There is no need to worry. Hashirama Senju smiled slightly, gazing upward. They are in excellent condition. There is not a single problem. Tobarama Senju also breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, "Indeed, that was a spectacular match. What incredibly powerful young people." Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled so broadly his eyes were nearly shut. The growth of the younger generation surpassing their elders was for any senior the most delightful thing. The final layer of the light barrier dissipated, revealing the two standing upright in the air facing each other. Neither the Susanoo nor the Fudo Mayu had sustained any damage, and neither of them was even breathing heavily. Shall we call this match a draw? Naruto glanced at the lake, half evaporated, and the forest scorched black for 10 miles around. The terrain can no longer support our battle. How do we judge the result? As expected, Sasuke remained Sasuke, only victory and defeat mattered to him. Let's call it a draw then. As you wish. The two slowly descended to the ground, releasing their combat modes and reverting to their normal forms. Sasuke looked back at the scorched earth around him and raised his left hand, thinking to himself, I should be able to perform that technique as well. He pressed his palms together, drawing upon the water release and earth release chakra within his body, circulating his chakra and using his vast chakra reserves as the source of life. Sasuke's hands formed the boar seal and then slapped the ground. Wood release, deep forest emergence. New sprouts broke through the soil, rapidly growing into lush, towering trees. In the scorched earth, the withered black trunks served as nutrients, and new vitality appeared upon the land, restoring life's power to the ground. He has already mastered deep forest emergence. That talent is truly enviable. Tobarama Senju sighed deeply. The fact that his elder brothers would release could not be inherited had always been a profound regret for him as a Senju. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha appeared infinitely gratified. For him, the stronger Sasuke was the better. He hoped his deeply loved younger brother could reach heights far beyond his own. Excellent, excellent. Hashirama also nodded with satisfaction, saying, it seems both of them have now learned wood release techniques. While Sasuke used wood release to restore the forest, Naruto had already employed water release and earth release to repair the lake and the terrain. After finishing their work, the two returned to the group watching the battle. Minato Namikaze praised enthusiastically, spectacular. This battle can only be described as magnificent. The two of you have far surpassed all of us. Indeed. Even my elder brother and Madara did not possess such combat power at your age. The usually stern Tobarama Senju also smiled in appreciation. With time, the two of you will undoubtedly become a brand new legend in the ninja world. Hiruzen did not hesitate to lavish his praise. The others also joined in with enthusiastic comments. Naruto chatted cheerfully with them, while Sasuke maintained his aloof demeanor, responding sparingly to their questions. Suddenly, Hashirama Senju, who had not spoken for some time, stepped forward holding two scrolls. He handed one to Naruto and one to Sasuke, saying, these are the wood release ninjutsu I created and cultivated. They contain my insights and understanding of wood release. For a long time, no one in the village was able to inherit this power. Now that the torch has been passed, my regret is finally fulfilled. Naruto and Sasuke accepted the precious scrolls and expressed their gratitude to Hashirama in turn. After a brief chat, Minato led everyone back to the village. At this time, the ninja allied forces had assembled. Under Gaara's mobilization, the previously strained alliance set aside their differences. Based on individual capabilities, the army was divided into 5 main combat units. The 5th unit was the Special Operations Force, commanded by Sentoki, the great general of the Land of Iron. Other specialized divisions were responsible for auxiliary reconnaissance, infiltration, and medical missions. Finally, at the command of the 5 Kage, the 5 main combat units advanced from 5 directions toward the location of the Outer Path demonic statue of the Outer Path, previously identified through reconnaissance. The Akatsuki base, which was the target of the ninja allied forces this time. After donning his new mask, Obito Uchiha stood alongside Kabuto Yakushi and a gloomy Madara Uchiha. Noticing Madara's murderous glare, Obito spoke indifferently. Do not take it too personally. Everything we have done is for the success of the Eye of the Moon plan. For this final success, what does your meaningless pride matter? Heh. A cold, bone-chilling curve touched Madara's lips as he forcibly suppressed the killing intent about to erupt. Oh, Kabuto Yakushi said in a sinister tone. It seems the trash from the 5 great nations has finally set out. It seems the time has come. Obito Uchiha looked up at the twisted and gnarled demonic statue of the Outer Path. It is time for these ants to witness the power of a god. The allied shinobi forces vanguard unit first encountered the impure world reincarnation and a dozen white Zetsu. Yet their resistance proved feeble, almost perfunctory. After slaying those white Zetsu, Sai's quiet words with Shin dissolved his inner turmoil. The impure world reincarnation seals then dissolved of their own accord, while Kirigikuru's Kiri escaped amid the chaos of battle. Kankuro felt uneasy. Their adversaries were astonishingly weak, so frail, they bore no resemblance to the formidable figures he had witnessed during the 5 Kage summit in Iron Country. Could there be something far more insidious lurking behind this? Kankuro wondered inwardly. Sai stepped closer and murmured, something is deeply amiss here. We must advance with utmost caution. Kankuro immediately ordered, send urgent word to the main force. Warn them to proceed step by step, never underestimating the enemy. Continue forward, and raise your sensory awareness to its absolute peak. Understood. The vanguard reports initial contact with enemy forces, but resistance has been minimal. Mabui relayed the message to the command center addressing the 3 Kage present. Only the Hokage Tsukiji and Reikage remained at headquarters, and though they heard the report, not a muscle relaxed. Memories of their recent clash with Uchiha Obito warned them this battle would exact a terrible toll. How much longer until reinforcements arrive? They asked, turning towards Tsunade. She replied, Naruto, Sasuke, and the former Hokage are completing final preparations, but the squad targeting Kabuto has already departed. Tsunade paused, then added, I sense an ill omen. Indeed, intoned Inoki, rising slightly. Nearly all the shinobi legends we've catalogued remain conspicuously absent, and Kabuto, having suffered grievous losses at Iron Country, may yet summon far greater threats. Assuming Kabuto can be neutralized within 24 hours, the Alliance will still face both the impure world reincarnation and the White Zetsu Legion, while remaining vigilant against Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Tsunade analyzed calmly. Order all units to close formation. Maintain constant awareness of adjacent divisions and enemy movements. Detach mobile reserves for immediate tactical support. Recall the Mizukage to command headquarters. We stand ready to deploy at a moment's notice should the battlefield exceed our projections. They issued the command. Inoki slowly rose to his feet. I shall head to the strategic reserve unit. My presence there will accelerate response time. Agreed. Moments after the Vanguard's combat report, the 5 main allied divisions were simultaneously assaulted by coordinated waves of white Zetsu and impure world reincarnated shinobi. The 3rd division was first intercepted by the 7 swordsmen of the mist, a seamless fusion of precision teamwork, legendary blades, and the indestructible bodies and limitless chakra granted by the impure world reincarnation. Their ferocity surged beyond measure, while white Zetsu charged recklessly, halting the Alliance's advance in brutal close-quarters combat. Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy appeared before them. Watching the clash unfold, Kakashi turned to Guy, take a detachment and flank the white Zetsu. These reincarnated shinobi are mine to handle. Huh, Kakashi, let us wage a battle of youth. Guy boomed, then shouted, Lee cough. With that, he plunged into the forest with part of the force executing a swift encirclement maneuver against the white Zetsu. Kakashi formed hand seals and activated his Sharingan. 2 crimson eyes, each bearing 3 tomo, flared to life. Drawing his tanto, he lunged beneath the blade of Kisame Hashigaki Samahata, snatching a Kirigikure shinobi from certain death, and sent him crashing headfirst into a tree with a single kick. Through the forest, a silver bolt of lightning darted. Then 6 figures slammed violently into trunks like Kisame himself. Limbs, splayed, breath knocked clean away. The silver light halted before the 7 swordsmen. Cold, unwavering eyes swept across them, pausing briefly upon Zabuza Momochi, who stood gripping Kubikurabocho. A subtle nod acknowledged the fearsome swordsman. Kakashi, what is happening? I am dead, yet you stand before me. And why does your forehead protector bear that strange design, eh? Zabuza asked, voice thick with confusion. Someone has summoned you back from the Pure Land using your remains. We are now in war. The allied shinobi forces versus the Akatsuki. The allied shinobi forces. How curious. 5 great nations united. That is unprecedented. Shinji, wielder of the explosive blade, scoffed. We cannot control our bodies. Do not hold back when you fight us. Zabuza warned gravely. Boy, our blades do not strike nameless foes. Declare your name. Tessai, bearer of the blunt blade, spoke coldly. Kakashi lowered his tanto toward them, then vanished, leaving only his voice suspended in the air. Son of the White Fang of Konoha, copy ninja Kakashi Hatake. A jagged bolt of lightning tore through the air. Rin Yuri, wielding the lightning release blade, narrowed her pupils. Yellow lightning crackled along her blade just in time to parry the silver flash. So fast, the lightning on Kakashi's tanto abruptly transformed into a gale force wind. Hatake-style cloud-cutting sword technique, 6th form gale. His blade reversed mid-strike. What had seemed solid to Rin Yuri now flowed like wind, elusive and untouchable. She raised her sword too late, watching helplessly as the blinding white light closed in. The explosive blade struck the ground, blasting upward in a deafening detonation. But it was too slow. Kakashi drifted outward like a whisper of breeze from the epicenter, while the explosion severed only Rin Yuri's head. The long sword of piercing threads shot forth from the smoke. Kakashi sealed with one hand and slammed it into the earth. The earth flow wall erupted, carved with 3 snarling hound heads. The long sword pierced deep. Its tip halted mere millimeters from Kakashi's nose. A dull thud reverberated. The earth flow wall shattered instantly. The explosive blade struck the hilt of the long sword, propelling it forward with explosive force, while the cleaver blade, freed from the rubble, surged ahead with terrifying momentum. The combo unfolded flawlessly, leaving Kakashi reeling, bloodied and battered. Momochi, Zabuza, Mangetsu Hozuki, and the recovered Rin Yuri pressed the assault. 3 masters wielding ordinary blades, yet their mastery, enhanced by Hozuki's water-wielding arms and flawless swordsmanship, gleamed with lethal brilliance. Hisame Hashigaki leapt from behind, raising his massive sword high. Kirigakura's Kuzugari pulled taut, the wire threaded through Kakashi's body, yanking the long sword free. The other 3 attackers sprang backward, just as the colossal Kisame crashed down, cleaving Kakashi cleanly in two. Boy, you die by the hands of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist struck a pose, proudly introducing themselves before the bloody body of Hatake Kakashi, which had been split in 2. Then within the terrified allied shinobi forces they rampaged, fiercely slashing through their ranks 7 times. They even found their personal enemies among the alliance, transforming into gods of slaughter once more. After torturing those who had shattered their lives in the most brutal ways, they unleashed their wildest killing intent upon the foes before them. As the casualties of the 3rd Division became unbearably heavy, the high command of the allied shinobi forces turned their attention to this area. The Mizukage is coming soon, shouted a Sunagakure ninja toward the rear. Huh. Upon hearing the name Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu appeared before the Suna ninja, holding the twin swords of the mist Hiramakarei, which he had retrieved from somewhere. Crossing the blades at the ninja's neck, he asked coldly, "Which Mizukage did you just mention?" The Suna ninja's face lit up with fervor, the greatest and most powerful 4th Mizukage Yagura of the Bloody Mist. Hearing this, Mangetsu was deeply displeased. The fervent expression and worshipful tone instantly drove him mad. He decapitated the Suna ninja with a single slash and roared, "What do you know? He's nothing but a beast." Boom. A massive surge of chakra erupted behind him, and the shockwave hurled him far away. While flying backward, his other brothers caught him midair. Their faces grim, they stared at the figure draped in a crimson tailed beast cloak. The 4th Mizukage Yagura of the Bloody Mist had arrived. Mato Guy smashed the last white Zetsu's head with his nunchucks, while Hatake Kakashi just finished sealing the last impure world reincarnation ninja. Kakashi. Mato Guy's eyes streamed with tears. Ignoring the strange looks from those around him, he declared loudly, "What a youthful duel. This time we've tied again." The nearby ninjas felt rather uneasy, for this Konoha ninja, with the bowl cut, was extraordinarily powerful. Though his usual behavior was bizarre and absurd, he was utterly ruthless in battle. Hatake Kakashi held his forehead, ignoring the eccentric guy, then formed hand seals to deactivate his Sharingan. He had never intended to waste time with the 7 ninja swordsmen. He had cast a Jinjutsu with his Sharingan on them from the start, and the battle was essentially over before it began. However, to his surprise, just as he planned to organize an encirclement of the white Zetsu, a large number of impure world reincarnation ninjas emerged from underground. They were mostly of Chunin or Jonin level, numbering in the hundreds. These ninjas had no impact on the battle. Kakashi alone eliminated and sealed them all. But the sudden change worried Kakashi greatly. He quickly ordered the communications squad to report the situation to headquarters, and speculated that Kabuto might have already deployed the impure world reincarnation army as disposable troops. The 2nd Division encountered a massive charge of white Zetsu on the plains. Huangtu quickly organized the troops to engage the white Zetsu head-on. In an instant, ninjutsu of various colors and weapons of different styles appeared everywhere along the front line. Huangtu slammed his palm to the ground. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Countless thick, sharp earth spikes burst from the ground, impaling countless white Zetsu. But the wood release growing from the corpses of these white Zetsu greatly hindered the continuation of this technique. Seeing more and more white Zetsu emerging from the earth, Huangtu punched one flat and turned to his daughter. Kuratsuchi, together we'll blast them all out from underground. Understood. They both formed hand seals and struck the ground simultaneously. Earth Release, Open Earth Excavation. A crater-like mound appeared on the ground, then began to erupt. But what spewed out was not magma. It was a white waterfall of white zetsu. Thousands of white forms were vomited from the crater. The sight was enough to make even someone without trypophobia's skin crawl, for there were simply too many. Huangtu and Kuratsuchi were not flustered. Huangtu changed his hand seals, and Kuratsuchi leaped up. Huangtu struck the ground first, earth release, earth mound. The ground where the white zetsu had landed rapidly sank, and collapsed, forming a huge pit. Everyone from Iwagakure, let's bury these things underground together. Huangtu's command was highly effective. The Iwagakure ninjas formed hand seals, and shouted in unison, earth release clay rain. Massive amounts of clay fell pouring into the pit, and quickly filling it. As for the gaps, leave them to Kuratsuchi. Lava release quicklime congealing technique. A large amount of concrete was poured over the pit's mouth, seeping through the gaps in the clay, and firmly sealing the white zetsu inside. Afterward, Kuratsuchi raised her fist, and several rocks wrapped around her fair hand. She let out a sharp cry, using earth release super added weight rock technique to smash her fist onto the concrete. Bang! The pit exploded directly, the ferocious force pulverizing everything inside. Kuratsuchi stepped on the ground and said disdainfully, Baka. Gaara led his troops to repel yet another wave of attacks from the White Zetsu and Impure World Reincarnation Army. Being a long-range combat unit, the 4th Division had almost no casualties yet, but Gaara dared not relax. The more normal it seemed, the more abnormal it was. Gaara's expression turned stern. He sensed the presence of several people in the distance. Everyone on alert. The division halted immediately, all raising their weapons, staring tensely ahead. Gaara asked that Tsuchikage through the communications squad, Lord Tsuchikage, how much longer until you arrive? Anoki's voice came through, about an hour's journey. Is something wrong? A tough battle is coming. Just the two of us might not be enough. The Mizukage has already hidden the daimyo. I'll contact her as she can come directly. Give me 10 more minutes, and I'll be there immediately. Understood. Gaara manipulated his sand, the grains swirling around him like guards protecting their sovereign. Temari opened her giant fan, the triple section fan. She too saw them. Emerging from the yellow sand were figures who had once shaken the shinobi world. The Kages known and heard of by all present. The second Kazekage appeared first, followed by the third Mizukage, the second Reikage, and then the first-generation founders of the hidden villages from the Warring States period. 7 people stood opposite the allied forces like 7 insurmountable mountains. Oh, the first Reikage was the first to regain consciousness. What is happening? The first Mizukage Byakuren also stirred at that moment and asked, did we not already perish? The first Tsuchikage Ishikawa grew solemn. This is the jutsu of Konoha's second Hokage. Could it be him? The second Hokage. Who is he? Asked the first Kazekage Redo. Lord First, the second Hokage, was the younger brother of the first Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The second Kazekage shaman, spotting his own village's founder, hurried forward to explain. How many decades have passed? How is it that you two? Redo stared at shaman, whose condition mirrored his own, with evident astonishment. You two have returned. How much time has truly elapsed? Byakuren turned toward the third Mizukage, Minato Hui of the Mizukage Moon Clan. Minato Hui remained with eyes closed, speaking calmly. Lord First, I perished 30 years after your reign, but I cannot discern how much time has since flowed. Truly an unfathomable span of years, mused the second Reikage. A massive chakra signature approaches, murmured the first Kazekage, closing his eyes to sense it, then furrowing his brow. War again. Shaman paused, then paled. No, that leader ahead is a Sunagakure shinobi. Has Konoha launched an assault upon Suna? No, it is not so. Other villages, shinobi march within that force, many of them. All 5 great nations are represented, even Konoha itself. What in the world is transpiring? An invisible thunderclap seemed to shatter the air. The 7 Kage fell into absolute silence. Orochimaru's disciple Kabuto had sealed their higher consciousness, leaving only primal combat instinct intact. Slowly they emerged from the sea of golden sand, their forms sharpening from haze into stark, unmistakable clarity. At the sight of them, the allied shinobi forces erupted in stunned chaos, hardly able to fathom that their adversaries were none other than the legendary founders whose names lived only in textbooks and stone monuments, the progenitors of shinobi existence itself. Gaara's muscles tensed as he shouted, I am Gaara, the 5th Kazekage and commander-in-chief of the allied shinobi forces. Esteemed Kage-of-Yur, this is no civil war, but a united front of the 5 nations against a common enemy threatening all shinobi kind. You are being manipulated by a hidden hand. In reply came the first Kazekage's peerless wind release, a gust powerful enough to level a mountain. Gaara swept his arm wide, swirling sands coalesced into an impregnable wall before the alliance, while earth release specialists behind it erected a solid earthen rampart atop the shifting dunes. The gale slammed into the sandy bulwark. Defense crumbled instantly, yet the alliance's fire release unit had already completed its hand seals. Fire release great fireball technique. Earth release mountain god's iron body. From behind a colossal titan, its form echoing a living mountain, rose and hurled a devastating fist toward the alliance ranks. Gaara's pupils contracted, torrents of sand surged skyward in desperate attempt to intercept that meteoric blow. Water released, boundless ocean. A colossal wave erupted, transforming the desert into a churning sea in an instant. That tsunami crashed like a titan's fist upon Gaara's towering sand tree. The sand scattered violently, whereupon Earth Release shinobi slammed their palms onto the ground. Earth Release 10,000-ly Earth Wall. The tidal wave slammed into the stone barrier, nearly shattering it outright. Yet through elemental supremacy, Earth barely held firm against water's onslaught. Ice Release Frost Tides Surging Sea. A voice cool and precise cut through the chaos, freezing Gaara's moisture-laden sand solid. At that very instant, the stone giant's fist descended unimpeded. Lava Release Corrosive River Flow. A woman's voice, smooth as flowing water, rang out, and a torrent of caustic slurry surged upward like an inverted waterfall, striking the stone fist with searing fury. Mizukage-sama. Even Gaara's ever-unwavering tone wavered slightly. That meteoric fist dissolved completely, yet the other Kage pressed forward without pause. Kazekage-sama, we must divide the battlefield. Gaara raised another sand wall to deflect the second Raikage charge, while Temari unleashed her 3-star fan, weaving razor-sharp wind nets that disrupted the crackling lightning chakra around his body. Mizukage-sama, your techniques are ill-suited for direct engagement here. I'll cover your advance. The 2 ancient Mizukage shall be my burden. Understood. Hundreds of sand projectiles burst from Gaara's gourd, hurtling like cannon fire, only to meet identical volleys surging forth from the opposing side. Countless grains of sand bloomed midair like fireworks. Then, as if in furious contest, torrents of wind and earth techniques rained down upon them, while fresh sand rose ceaselessly from beneath their feet. The 7 leapt apart, only to realize the earthen ramparts and wind nets had converged, encircling the third Mizukage. Suddenly, Mei-Terumi burst from the airborne sand veil, plunging headlong into the tightening siege. As others rushed to intervene, Gaara commanded the sands to seal off the duel entirely, while the alliance swiftly encircled and isolated the remaining 6 Kage. Mei and Minato Hui clashed with relentless intensity, their supreme water release techniques colliding repeatedly in the suffocating dark, each impact echoing like thunder in the stillness. The third Mizukage deployed ice release to restrain Mei, but against lava release such cold held no dominion. The air grew thick, humid, and heavy. Frost spread silently, yet could never suppress the heat radiating from the acid corroding all around it. When the third Mizukage attempted to form seals anew, he recoiled in horror. His fingers had already dissolved away. The air had become saturated with boiling acid mist. Mei had used the chill of ice release to dull his sensory perception. Cursed. How does she wield 2 bloodline limits? Acid fog thickened relentlessly, its corrosive potency reducing the third Mizukage from within outward into viscous sludge until even the semblance of human form collapsed entirely. Mei sustained the acidic miasma within the earthen enclosure, then parted the wall, allowing the sealing squad outside to subdue the dissolving figure. Oh! Deep within a mountain cave, Kabuto's glasses gleamed with cold light as he murmured to himself, 1 piece eliminated. How then will the rest of your chessboard respond? He raised 2 fingers. Shink. For founding Kage, still evading the alliance, abruptly froze, then as if bound by ancient synchrony began forming hand seals. Though Gaara and Mei had nearly overwhelmed the second Raikage, a sudden chilling dread seized them both, more terrifying than confronting a tailed beast face to face. In unison they cried out, fall back, now. Fall back immediately. The Shinobi Alliance reacted with remarkable swiftness. Upon hearing the command from the 2, they retreated at full speed, without the slightest hesitation. Gaara and Mei-Terumi also abandoned the second Raikage, who was on the verge of being sealed, and quickly formed a defensive line. Unfortunately, their speed was still a step too slow. Explosion-style Mountain God Chain Burst. Sand-Sea Death God. Water-style Watatsumi. Calamity Thunder Doom from the heavens. In an instant the sky darkened visibly, heavy thunderclouds gathered above the Shinobi Alliance, and the voltage difference between heaven and earth surged rapidly. At the same time, 3 towering giants appeared over there. The one on the left was a statue with bulging muscles, its body made of gray-white explosive stone. The one in the middle was a sand figure with a jackal's head, holding a gleaming golden spear. The one on the right had no fixed form, as it was composed of water, only a humanoid shape discernible. Their heights only reached the waist of the complete Susanoo, and their aura could not match it, but they were already terrifying enough for the Shinobi Alliance. Boom! A terrifying thunderclap sounded, and then a nearly vertical pillar of light descended from the center of the inverted black cloud vortex in the sky, striking into the Alliance. Cries of agony rang out. This single strike nearly killed 10 Shinobi. Gaara had to hasten his defense construction, while Mei-Terumi organized the Alliance below to spread out and strengthen their self-protection. A tremendous roar erupted from the black clouds, and then like the wrath of gods, dense lightning fell like a forest. Meanwhile, dozens of water dragons flew out from the water giant on the opposite side. The earth flow wall the Alliance had built could resist most of them, but even a single one that slipped through would cause massive damage. Fortunately, Mei also used Water Dragon at the same time, canceling out those water dragons. The desert death god holding the spear finally reached the alliance. Amid the terrifying lightning, it slammed and swept its spear. Gaara had no choice but to abandon constructing a large-scale absolute defense, ordered the alliance to scatter immediately, and engage the sand giant in combat. Behind them, the explosion-style giant moved its heavy legs. Each step caused small earthquakes, and explosions erupted from any part of its body. The dull, thunderous sound struck like heavy hammers on everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, the second Reikage, his body enveloped in blue lightning, turned into a bolt of lightning and charged into the alliance. The second Kazekage Seimin manipulated his 10 bizarre-shaped puppets, continuously unleashing large-scale jutsu at the Shinobi Alliance. The 4th Division fell into chaos, with its shinobi doing everything possible to resist opponents far beyond their level. Don't panic. Don't fight alone. Form teams and fight together, Gaara shouted, seizing an opportunity to form hand signs. Desert Traitor Slave. A pair of giant hands emerged from beneath the desert death god's feet, grabbing its ankles. The jackal, unable to dodge, lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. Just as Gaara was about to seize the chance to attack, a lightning pillar struck down, forcing him to stop and dodge. The first Kazekage then manipulated the death god to rise and attack again. The explosion-style giant was getting closer, and the violent explosions were almost reaching the Shinobi Alliance. Meiterumi's clone used lava release to attack the giant, but the first Mizukage Byakuren seized the opportunity to manipulate the water giant and release even more water dragons. At the same time, an earth-style shinobi in front of her quickly raised an earth wall, slightly delaying the water dragons for a moment. Mei hurriedly jumped aside, and the acid went askew, only dissolving half of the stone giant's lower leg. The stone giant staggered, and the explosions subsided slightly. Several shinobi seized the chance to surround it for an attack. Boom. But at that moment, lightning fell, blasting the shinobi, who tried to break the giant's leg, into charred black. Water-style Watatsumi again launched a high-intensity attack on Meiterumi, and the two sides clashed once more. Meanwhile, the stone giant regrew its lower leg and advanced step by step, but Mei could no longer spare attention to stop it from entering the crowd. Damn it. Meiterumi cracked her water whip, splitting the water giant's fist in two, and looked wearily at the self-destructing giant. Dust released particle-style atomic dismantling jutsu. At that moment, the vigorous voice of the elderly Inoki rang out behind everyone. A slender white pillar of light extended infinitely into the distance, then swept horizontally. No physical substance could evade this technique. Even the stone giant was cleanly sliced in half by the light pillar. Lord Tsuchikage. The alliance below exclaimed in surprise. Shinobi, Lord Hokage, and Lord Reikage will be here soon. Inoki announced loudly to the alliance below while agilely dodging a lightning pillar. The 5 Kage will fight alongside you. This news instantly caused a stir among the crowd below. Morale soared, and the alliance reorganized into effective resistance. At the same time, a silver-white bolt of lightning charged into the alliance, colliding with the blue lightning that had been darting through them. A tremendous crash came from there, with sparks flying. The second Reikage, who had the alliance at a loss, was finally temporarily stopped. The crowd looked closely and saw it was Kakashi. It's Lord Kakashi, commander of the 3rd Division. Someone has come to support us. At that moment, Kakashi was also somewhat breathless. After learning of the 4th Division's situation, Tsunade had directly notified Kakashi and ordered him to support the 4th Division at maximum speed. Upon receiving the message, he immediately ordered his unit to move toward the 4th Division, handed command to Might Guy, and sprinted to the battlefield at top speed. He activated his Crimson 3-Tomo Sharingan, kicked the second Reikage flying, then launched a high-speed assault on the still-attacking second Kazekage Seimin, interrupting his attack and kicking him in the same direction as the second Reikage. Kakashi drew his short blade, silver-white lightning radiating around his body. The light shone on the white blade, reflecting his crimson eyes, which stared intently at the two Kage with no warmth at all. In the command center, the 4th Reikage A and the 5th Hokage Tsunade both stood and walked into the heaven-sending formation. Tsunade released her Ine seal. With Naruto's help, she was greatly strengthened compared to before. Both of you be extremely careful. Mabui gave her final warning and used the heaven-sending technique. Boom. On the battlefield, a deafening explosion-like sound suddenly occurred. As the dust cleared, 2 figures with slightly torn clothing stood upright on the ground, appearing before everyone's eyes. It's Lord Reikage. Lord Hokage is here. The battlefield erupted in cheers, with voices rising one after another. To boost morale, the other 3 Kage also disengaged from battle and stood at the forefront of the alliance with the Reikage and Hokage. The 5 Kage faced the black clouds and 3 giants before everyone like an unbreakable wall. Oh, Kabuto Yakushi observed the battlefield situation, somewhat surprised. The 5 Kages have gathered already. They are too impatient. He sighed lightly. Forget it. As a return gift, I have no choice but to raise the stakes. With the addition of the other 3 Kages, the tide of battle, which had been extremely unfavorable for the allied shinobi forces, turned. Tsunade slammed her fists into the ground, unleashing her monstrous strength into the earth, triggering one shockwave after another that shook the very ground, causing even the massive giants present to lose their balance. Yet these forces were not mere destruction. Under exquisite control, they tore the earth apart layer by layer, creating bottomless chasms that separated the battlefields of each Kage. Meitarumi and the first Mizukage Byakuren clashed with water release techniques. Two colossal torrents of water collided in midair, making the entire area uninhabitable as it turned into a vast ocean. Wave after wave surged upon the sea as if two giant fists were punching each other. Hundreds of water dragons emerged from beneath the surface, engaging in endless entanglement upon the water. On the other side, the desert death faced waves of sand and swirling whirlpools. It swung its giant spear against the shifting sands. Under Gaara's control, heavy sand-formed projectiles intermittently pounded the giant sand sculpture. Meanwhile, the first Kazekage's wind release was equally terrifying, its wind net, like a deadly shredder, preventing the projectiles from breaching the air wall. The fourth Reikage continuously attracted the attacks of the first Reikage. The terrifying lightning pillars were meaningless before the fourth Reikage, renowned for his speed. He constantly maneuvered, closing in on the first Reikage, while the first Reikage manipulated increasingly dense lightning storms in an attempt to capture the flickering bolt. The allied shinobi forces in the rear thus gained a chance to catch their breath. Kakashi Hatake firmly suppressed the second Reikage and second Kazekage. The cold light refracted from his white light chakra saber bathed the entire battlefield in white. The exquisite coordination of the five style blade techniques combined with body movements so fast that even afterimages were imperceptible, paired with the Sharingan's supreme dynamic vision and continuous Jinjutsu interference, proved particularly effective against a combination of a puppeteer Kazekage and a Reikage whose speed could not keep up with his high-speed combat style. Inoki relied on dust release to wear down every part of the stone giant that tried to touch the ground. He could not allow this explosive giant to have a single chance to detonate. Given the current situation, if it found an opportunity to explode, it would likely be a total detonation. Even though the allied forces had spread out, it would still cause massive casualties. He knew all too well the immense power of the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, the founding father. Moreover, he could sense that the opponent was also charging chakra for this full-scale explosion. When the time came, it could be triggered without direct contact. It seems I need to speed up a bit. Inoki thought to himself as a transparent cube appeared in his hand, dissolving the stone giant's right foot as it stepped on the ground. On the earth, countless impure world reincarnation minions and a large number of white Zetsu emerged, launching suicidal charges at the front lines. On the side of the allied shinobi forces, morale was fully boosted under the leadership of the five Kages, and they began their assault on these enemies. For a moment, earth-shattering battle cries and explosions filled the yellow sand and Gobi Desert. On the second division side, they also encountered the impure world reincarnation army. These undead randomly summoned by Kabuto Yakushi were not particularly strong, but were extremely troublesome. Even with the sealing squad working frantically, it was difficult to seal them all in a short time. After shattering the last impure world reincarnation ninja in front of him with a punch, Kitsuchi turned around to organize his troops for a brief rest. He approached Niji Hyuga, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed in meditation. He had just witnessed the young man's prowess. His taijutsu seemingly slow, but actually fast, both offensive and defensive, continuously wearing down enemies, while also supporting other ninja. Niji Hyuga sensed Kitsuchi's approach. He stood up, opened his eyes, and greeted him. After Kitsuchi responded with a cheerful smile, his expression turned serious as he asked, "Do you have any guesses about what these enemies truly intend?" A hint of gravity appeared in Niji's translucent Byakugan. He said, "The enemies the 4th Division is currently facing are beyond our imagination. I'm afraid we must also be prepared for such a scenario." "That's what I thought. The 3rd Division is already moving to support them. We must also speed up," Kitsuchi said, then turned to Niji and Hinata Hyuga, adding, "I'm counting on you to stay alert as well." The two replied in unison, "Understood." The 5th Division as a special operations force possessed diverse and versatile abilities, often unleashing unexpected combat power in battle. They directly faced the largest number of white Zetsu and impure world reincarnation minions on the battlefield. Mifune commanded a small unit to fight and retreat, luring the relentless enemies, while the main force formed a pocket in the valley ahead, waiting for the enemies to walk into the encirclement. "Princess Tsunade, it's about time." Inoki's Earth Release clone spoke to Tsunade, who then removed her hands that had been providing chakra to Inoki. "Go support the Kazekage first. After I seal the first Hokage, I'll assist the Mizukage." "Understood." Tsunade leaped into the air, charging toward the jackal sand sculpture, still battling the sea of sand. Inoki's form turned into mud and fell to the ground, while the large amount of chakra Tsunade had given him returned to his original body. Inoki, still locked in attrition with the explosive giant, felt a surge of energy. In his hand, he condensed a pure white, translucent cube. At that moment, the explosive giant's movements halted. Its body slowly turned from white to black, as if silent thunderbolts were racing through its form. The golden light in its eyes intensified abruptly, and a furious power was about to be unleashed. Dust release detachment of the primitive world technique. In the final second before the explosion, Inoki's dust release cube instantly enveloped the entire stone giant. The massive white light body shone brilliantly like a sun suddenly rising on the battlefield. Inoki manipulated the light body to split in two, revealing the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, who had lost 3/4 of his body. Sealing squad. Several bandages shot out wrapping around the first Tsuchikage. Sealing tags were applied to the bandages, and black runes slowly connected. But just then a voice that Inoki had not anticipated rang out. Huh. A deafening roar echoed, followed by a massive explosion resembling the blooming of a giant starfish rapidly expanding in scope. Daimu and the Earth-style ninja behind him jointly cast Earth-style earth flow wall, raising a thick earthen barrier to resist the earth-shattering strike. This is... A heavy sense of dread sank into Daimu's heart. The explosion impact caused the earthen wall to collapse swiftly, yet it also swallowed up the residual waves. This blast merely cleared the majority of the white Zetsu forces that had not yet charged forward, proving to be the allied shinobi forces' most devastating offensive. Damn it, you idiot. Akatsuki Robe Chibi, San no Sasori re-emerged from the ashes. TCH, I wonder what goes on in those art-obsessed minds of theirs. Gato also cursed furiously. It's not as reliable as money. Damn it, I can't bleed a single drop. Hashide kept stabbing himself with his scythe, saying as he did, how am I supposed to serve Lord Tsuchimikado then? Datara also recovered from the ashes at this moment, looking at his own body with some disdain. I actually can't die. This ninjutsu is so boring, it lacks the brief, brilliant beauty of an explosion. Swish. All four were handled simultaneously by Kabuto, using the same method, erasing their self-awareness and leaving only their combat instincts. The four Akatsuki members did not split up this time. Instead, they acted together, rushing toward the battlefield where the first Tsuchikage was nearly sealed. Daimu's pressure increased sharply. Looking at Datara, whose eyes had lost all luster, he felt a surge of anger rise within him. However, the 1 versus 5 battlefield situation did not allow him to lose his composure even for a moment. In an instant, 100 machines performance, the fire wind thunder combination ninjutsu, and terrifying explosions all attacked him, while behind him a blood-red scythe watched for his vulnerabilities like a venomous snake. Noticing this, the allied shinobi forces urgently shouted, immediately reinforced the Tsuchikage. Many ninja entered that terrifying battlefield at this moment. In an instant, colorful ninjutsu attacks collided with the enemy's assaults. Daimu stopped his backward flight, forcibly suppressing the blood rising in his throat, and threw himself back into the battle. Tsunade and Gaara were using their full strength at this time. The desert jackal death god could hardly withstand Tsunade's punches. After the force of her punches shattered its body, the impact did not dissipate. Instead, it remained continuously within the wounds, interfering with its recovery. Thus, its entire body was riddled with massive, unfillable voids. Gaara-san seized the opportunity to tightly bind this death god. By this point in the battle, even the first Kazekage would find it impossible to break free from such control. Hokage-sama, Gaara shouted. Tsunade also kicked off the ground, charging toward the face of this death god. With the Byakugan seal released, she delivered a powerful punch to its chin. Terrifying strength poured in. At the moment of impact, the head of the Sand Sea death god completely exploded, crushing the body of the first Kazekage Retsu within it into a flat layer before shattering entirely. Gaara manipulated his sand to fly into the sky surrounding the first Kazekage. Black sealing runes quickly connected to form a closed loop. Moi. Kabuto felt that a chess piece had been lost and furrowed his brows slightly. Quite capable. It seems I have no choice but to raise the stakes. After dealing with the first Kazekage, Tsunade quickly joined Kakashi's battlefield. Kakashi, who was already at an advantage, found things much easier. He cleanly severed the second Reikage, whose speed could not match his, and the sealing team immediately followed up to seal him. Tsunade dismantled 3 of the 10 puppet bodies of the second Kazekage Sabashimi at the fastest possible speed. At this moment, Kakashi, having dealt with the second Reikage, used lightning blade techniques to circle around and directly decapitate Sabashimi. You go help the Reikage, I'll go help the Tsuchikage, Tsunade said to Kakashi. Understood. Kakashi's figure transformed into lightning, once more charging into the Reikage's battle circle. Gaara was currently confronting the first Mizukage alongside Meiterumiai. Amidst the clash of waters, sand was added to the mix. The addition of heavy sand immediately threw the balance of power off. Meiterumiai no longer hesitated to spend her chakra. In an instant, her hand seal speed became too fast for the naked eye to track. 20 thick water dragons simultaneously emerged from the water spheres beneath their feet. These water dragons mixed with the dissolution release, turning the blue water dragons instantly pink. Super corrosive giant dragons flew out with waves rising from beneath the water spheres behind them. Watatsumi collided with these water dragons. The dissolution release acid mixed in, preventing it from maintaining its form. Covering the sky and earth, sand rolled back onto the water sphere, continuously devouring and absorbing the moisture. The water giant had already been shattered by Meiterumiai, exposing the White Lotus protected within. Meiterumiai apologized in her heart for the affront to the White Lotus, but her hand seal speed did not decrease in the slightest. Dissolution released dissolution monster jutsu. She spat out acid and yellow liquid fell coveringly. The first Mizukage, bound by quicksand and unable to dodge in time, could only allow the dissolution release to cover and envelop him. Hiss! A piercing sound of burning and corrosion rang out. The White Lotus instantly lost its ability to move, and even its human shape began to dissolve as the acid dripped away. Quicksand wrapped around him once more. Black runes grew on the talismans, and then ended on them. Gaara and Mei Terumii immediately rushed toward Daimu's battlefield at this moment. The two landed on the ground. Just then Tsunade also arrived. The three of them immediately scattered to divide the battlefield. The explosion-released stone golem had already begun a series of continuous explosions. With each step it took, a part of its body would explode. Ishikawa poured all his chakra into the stone golem, ensuring it could recover to full capacity after each explosion. The range of the explosions grew larger and larger. The impact of the residual waves had spread from a single area around Daimu to the entire 4th Division's battlefield. Even Datara was dumbfounded by these explosions. The stone golem stepped down again, but this time it sank into the sandy ground. A stream of ultra-high-pressure water erupted, washing away all attacks aimed at the Tsuchikage. Finally, you're here. Daimu spoke somewhat out of breath. Looking at the exploding stone golem before him, he poured massive amounts of chakra into the white cube in his hand. Gaara used sand mixed with water to slowly bind the stone golem. Mei Terumii and Tsunade faced the group of 4 Gato, Sasori, Hashide, and Datara. Gato's 3 hearts pumped simultaneously. Fire style, wind style, and lightning style cooperated in an extremely exquisite manner. Earth style, earth flow, death ray. A thick beam of chakra light shot out. Water style, water formation, pillar. The two collided. The water waterfall that could suppress Uchiha Madara now stood evenly matched against this light beam. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. While Chinsho Gangsho and Zhao Mei Ming were locked in combat, with the 4 Akatsuki members, Daimu's jutsu in the rear had finished charging. A white cube as tall as a mountain instantly formed, its dazzling white radiance representing absolute power of destruction and annihilation. Facing such a bloodline elimination like dust release, even the explosive giant of the first Tsuchikage Shurha had no room to escape. The brightness of the white light grew ever higher. The explosion of the self-destructing giant completely subsided, and the battlefield fell silent. Hum. A buzzing sound came as Daimu separated the dust release once more. Lord Kazakage. Sand coffin seal. Woluo raised his hand toward the first Tsuchikage. Layers of sand enveloped him, and several sealing talismans appeared to lock him within. Chimu Kakashi had now charged into the vortex of the 2 Reikage. The 4th Reikage AI, relying on his speed continuously, drew the lightning storms of the 1st Reikage. The 4th Reikage watched Kakashi approaching and nodded slightly, saying, "This technique is the first strongest blow. In the old days he used this lightning storm to quell the entire war of the Land of Lightning." Kakashi narrowly dodged a thunderbolt aimed at him, drew the short blade from his back, and asked, "How do we take him down?" In his current reanimated state, he can control only 100 lightning bolts. We'll keep moving and strike decisively when the moment comes. Hearing this, Kakashi had no choice but to search for an opening alongside AI. The pressure from the 2 opponents was indeed immense. Their encirclement of the 1st Reikage grew tighter and tighter, but correspondingly the density of the lightning increased as the space shrank. At the smallest point it seemed as if the sky and earth were split apart by a single straight pillar of lightning. Kakashi changed the blade's nature to wind release, attempting to exploit an elemental advantage, but the lightning's power was too overwhelming. Even the wind could not contend with it. Kakashi evaded another fierce lightning storm, his Crimson Sharingan dynamic vision pushed to its limit, frantically searching for any possible flaw. "Don't be impatient," AI shouted. "This dense lightning also affects him. We'll fight a war of attrition. As long as we keep this rhythm, he'll break first." Kakashi nodded slightly to AI and continued to weave through the lightning, seeking an opportunity to break through. Gangsho delivered a skyleg drop, smashing at least 5 of Scorpion's puppets with monstrous strength. She grabbed one puppet, pressed her hands together, merging 2 puppets into one physical mass, then hurled it like a shot put into the puppet swarm. Her 100 healing seal released, she ignored the puppet's attacks, and even Scorpion's poison could not affect her. The vitality and Ninetales' power strengthened her physique and chakra reserves to such an absurd degree. As a descendant of the Senju, and 100 healings user, her combat prowess had undergone a qualitative leap. The merged puppet shattered several more in the swarm, and Gangsho leaped high, catching up to a puppet that had no time to dodge, splitting it in 2 with a slight force. She threw one half to the ground and hurled the other toward Daidara, who was perched on his clay bird in the sky. Without looking, Gangsho twisted her body in midair, created a simple foothold with chakra under her foot, and lightly pushed off against it. Chiyo's grandson Scorpion looked incredulously at the ripples in the air beneath Gangsho's foot, then watched in astonishment as she shot toward him like a bolt of lightning. How can she do that? The speed was too fast. He had no time to erect a defense, and could only use his face to receive Gangsho's fist. Bang! A thunderous sound rang out, and every segment of Scorpion's body flew backward at different speeds. His feet still on the ground, while his calves, thighs, torso, and head tumbled backward in decreasing velocity, looking utterly comical. Gangsho landed and Daidara, unable to dodge the half-puppet in time, was knocked down onto the pile of puppet fragments that Gangsho had thrown to the ground. Water release water wall. Zhao Mei Ming created a wall of water to block Kakuzu's fire release, then leaped away to dodge an earth spike ambush. Earlier Zhao Mei Ming had encased Haiden with her lava release. The immortal body faced with a highly adhesive and constantly corrosive acid could only maintain its immortality, while movement became extremely difficult. But Kakuzu was indeed hard to deal with, a versatile fighter excelling in all 5 elemental releases, both long and close range with high defense. Though Zhao Mei Ming had destroyed one of his water release hearts during the fight, she could now only use water and boil releases to harass and contain him. After continuous battle, her chakra reserves were running low, while Kakuzu, reanimated with infinite chakra, was at the peak of his power. Seeing Zhao Mei Ming panting slightly, Kakuzu sneered, "Head the head of a village leader will fetch a hefty sum at the exchange." AI and Kakashi finally seized their chance. The dense lightning waterfall momentarily slackened, and both noticed the opening at the same instant. AI's speed surpassed even the lightning. He charged into the gap in the lightning, his lightning release armor blazing at maximum output, causing his hair to stand on end like steel needles. Lightning strike, fist of rage. A fearsome straight punch slammed into the already battered face of the first Raikage. The lightning storm momentarily halted as its caster was struck, but in that instant of impact a deep wound appeared on AI's shoulder, visible to the bone. Kakashi now. AI paid no attention to the scorched wound on his shoulder. Kakashi seized the precious opportunity AI created. The 3 Tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly around the pupil, and pale lightning flickered over both his short blade and his body. Hataki-style lightning blade technique, final form, Thunder God Flash. Kakashi's leg muscles exploded, his body becoming a straight bolt of lightning through space, instantly appearing before the first Raikage. The extreme speed gave the Raikage no time to react. Even his own lightning could not keep up with Kakashi. There were no flashy sword forms, only a smooth, utterly simple draw and horizontal slash. For a moment it seemed darkness fell before everyone's eyes, the world reduced to a single blindingly bright, white line. Only after the first Raikage's head flew off did his summoned lightning arrive late, striking toward Kakashi. The fourth Raikage's heart tightened at the sight. No. Fortunately things did not unfold as he feared. In midair an invisible blade aura seemed to appear. Crack. The lightning exploded with the greatest sound heard on the battlefield so far, and everyone turned at the noise. There Kakashi knelt on one knee, his short blade, sheathed silver hair, hanging over his eyes. Before him lay the first Raikage's decapitated body, and a thick bolt of lightning split cleanly in two. With the arrival of Kakashi Hatake and the fourth Raikage, the Akatsuki members found themselves unable to reverse the tides of war. Even when Sasori unleashed his third scroll, summoning a colossal 4-legged dragon with wings on its back, it was futile. The allies coordinated their efforts, splitting and annihilating the enemies one by one. As the enemy's high-level combatants were sealed one after another, the allied shinobi forces' victory on the fourth battlefield became inevitable. Meanwhile, on the first battlefield, after sealing several powerful shinobi resurrected by the impure world reincarnation and eliminating the White Zetsu army and lesser reanimated foes, the first heavyweight figure of this war emerged, Obito Uchiha, wearing a white mask. After relaying information to the command headquarters, Darui stood before Obito Uchiha, gripping his broadsword tightly, his eyes fixed on every move the masked man made. Yet Obito Uchiha paid him little heed, his mismatched eyes devoid of any luster. He cared not for the allied shinobi forces. His sole purpose for coming to the first battlefield was the former Eight-Tails Jinchuriki killer B, who had been sealed there. He took a step forward and the allied shinobi facing him recoiled slightly, but they raised their weapons and shouted at him, "Don't you dare move." "Stop right there." Darui then asked, "What do you want?" Obito Uchiha muttered to himself, "How noisy." As if in response to his words, countless blades materialized around him, floating in the air, their edges gleaming with a cold light. Swoosh! A golden flash of chakra appeared before the allied shinobi, and they realized that this power had blocked the blades from striking them. A golden glow materialized at the forefront of the crowd. The allied forces saw the 5 characters on the back of the man's cloak, fourth Hokage. So fast. Darui's pupils contracted. He was not only astonished by the appearance of Minato Namikaze, but also terrified by the speed of Obito's blades. The trajectory was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Had the fourth Hokage not blocked that attack, Darui would have met his end in an instant. "You've all worked hard. Leave this to me." His gentle voice like a spring breeze reached the ears of the allied shinobi. Darui wasted no time in ordering the troops to retreat, clearing the battlefield as quickly as possible. There was no other choice in a battle of this magnitude. Not getting in the way was the greatest help they could offer these powerhouses. But Obito Uchiha had no intention of letting them withdraw so easily. He instantly closed in, unleashing with style and blade simultaneously. Minato Namikaze charged forward to meet him, 9 golden chakra arms extending from his back, each palm holding a massive Rasengan. Shinra Tensei. A repulsive force far stronger than Pain's burst forth, colliding directly with the Rasengan. The Rasengan detonated the blue explosion, expanding, but unable to reach Obito. Instead, several wooden stakes pierced through the blast, driven by the repulsive force, embedding themselves into the chakra arms. The stakes instantly sprouted branches, sinking deep into the chakra arms. Moi. Minato noticed the wood absorbing his chakra, and the chakra arms dissipated like ice sculptures under intense heat. However, his next technique was already ready. He launched a miniature tailed beast ball toward Obito Uchiha, which struck the residual repulsive force. Boom. The tailed beast ball flared up, its violent explosion surging forward, shattering Obito's Shinra Tensei. As the explosion's aftermath cleared the flat ground before them, had been blasted into a cone-shaped crater by Minato's attack. Obito Uchiha descended from his illusory dreams into the real world. He gazed at Minato Namikaze and launched a psychological attack. Fourth Hokage, since you were so fast this time, why couldn't you be fast enough to save your beloved wife? Minato looked at the man before him, his expression filled with disappointment and regret. Still he spoke gently. There's no need to test me, Obito. Naruto has already told me everything. Obito fell silent, then spoke with a tone of resignation. That's right. It was me. The student you failed to save, just like you failed to save Rin. You're a failure. Not only did you fail to save your student, but you also failed to save your own wife. What good is being Hokage? In the end, you've accomplished nothing. Minato looked steadily at Obito, his expression unwavering despite the words. He knew Obito was trying to unsettle him, and that Obito's hatred went beyond this. It was a hatred for a world that allowed someone like Rin to die. Still, a trace of self-blame lingered, blame for not recognizing Obito back then, and for not being strong enough. In Naruto's memories, Minato had seen that last time he had indeed been affected by Obito's words, which had caused him to hesitate. Thus, this time he understood that dwelling on the past was meaningless. All he could do now was fight Obito without holding back and defeat him completely. Only by doing so could he bring him back to the right path. Minato formed a Rasengan in his hand, while a giant chakra arm behind him hurled flying thunder god Kunai to various locations. Ha ha ha. Obito, believing his psychological attack had succeeded, laughed. Sensei, you've lost your composure. Obito. Minato's voice, tinged with sorrow, interrupted his words. The next moment, Obito felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked dazedly at the dark golden Minato, the tip of the trident-shaped flying thunder god Kunai, still dripping with his blood. If you were still alive, I would have wanted you to become Hokage. Minato's voice, filled with regret, reached his ears. The flying thunder god mark. When? Where? Obito's mind was shaken. He activated Izanagi, resurrecting at a point further back. Upon his revival, he went all out. The Azura Path constructed a flawless defense around him, while he bombarded relentlessly, unleashing cannon fire without restraint. Minato Namikaze activated the Flying Thunder God technique at the very limit, narrowly evading a devastating laser blast from the Azura Path, then spun midair to dodge dozens of razor-sharp blades. In swift retaliation, he launched a Tailed Beast Ball, but its destructive force was largely nullified by the combined abilities of the Deva Path and Preta Path. Obito Uchiha formed hand seals and shouted forward. Would release Wood Dragon technique. 3 colossal wooden dragons erupted from the earth, roaring fiercely as they surged toward Minato. Minato, this technique drains our chakra. Evaded immediately. Kurama's voice echoed in Minato's ear. With a flash of the Flying Thunder God, he leapt clear of the 3 charging wood dragons. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha had already gathered immense chakra and unleashed the Flower Tree Bloom technique. A suffocating miasma blanketed the battlefield, staining the sky a sickly gray yellow. The Flower Tree Bloom's thorny vines shattered Minato's Flying Thunder God Kunai outright. Though they lunged to seize him next, his unmatched speed rendered such brute force tactics utterly futile. Minato Namikaze continued his intricate dance of evasion and counterattack against Obito Uchiha, who, wielding both Wood Release and the Sharingan, possessed an overwhelming tactical advantage over Kurama-enhanced Minato. Yet even so, the yellow flash remained untouchable. Unmatched in velocity, he could sustain prolonged attrition against any foe. Suddenly, behind the allied shinobi forces, a vast army of impure world reincarnation warriors emerged. Undying revenants charging headlong into the ranks with frenzied fury. As Obito drew ever closer to the allied forces, Minato faltered. Just for an instant, his composure breached. Obito seized the opening and struck him full force with Shinra Tensei. Minato drove Kurama's chakra-infused arms deep into the earth, bracing with every ounce of strength to resist the repulsive force, carving 2 deep parallel furrows across the battlefield. Then from behind, a firm hand shoved him forward, halting his backward slide. Fourth Hokage, your Flying Thunder God is far swifter than mine. The calm, steady voice of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, reached Minato's ears. So one who inherited my cells has mastered even the Wood Dragon technique. A note of quiet astonishment colored the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's voice from behind. Oh, has young Obito truly fallen to this state? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi's aged voice carried profound sorrow. Obito Uchiha gazed ahead at the 4 figures now arrayed before him, his expression sharpening into wary vigilance. Slowly, the 4 former Hokage advanced to the front line. arranged left to right Hiruzen Tsutobi Minato Namikaze Hashirama Senju, and Tobarama Senju. The legendary lineage stood united complete. Who was the fifths? From within the toxic haze Obito glimpsed only a blurred silhouette stepping between Minato and Hashirama. Gradually adjusting to the gray-yellow gloom, Obito finally discerned the figure's identity. Whatever he once was, he is now undeniably dangerous. That cold, detached voice pierced the yellow mist and struck Obito's ears. Such a man must not be allowed to live. At that moment, twin six-pointed star patterns blazed crimson within Obito's vision. The Mangekyo Sharingan of Sasuke Uchiha, its bloodlight piercing straight through the flower tree bloom. So you've grown bold enough to challenge me now, Sasuke. Sasuke ignored the barb entirely, answering only with a blazing meteoric fire release, great fireball technique. Still as impatient as ever, Obito Uchiha formed hand seals, air itself twisting into a violent vortex before him. Fire release storm dance of flames. Spiraling serpents of fire collided with the incandescent fireball, pressure detonating outward in blistering shockwaves, sending waves of searing heat rippling across the field. Water release, water severing wave. Earth release, earth dragon flame flow. Wind release, Rasengan. Three immensely powerful techniques launched in unison, converging upon Obito Uchiha in a coordinated assault. Obito's Rinnegan flared, its power surging violently. Once again, the Deva Path and Preta Path, activated in concert, Shinra Tensei erupted forth forcibly, dispersing the onslaught, while any residual energy was absorbed and sealed by the Preta Path's chakra absorption seal. Would release adamantine staff technique. Instantly, black lacquered wooden spears erupted from the ground, razor-sharp tips gleaming with dull obsidian sheen. I knew you'd try something like this. A spiraling spatial distortion bloomed beneath Obito's feet. He vanished, then reappeared behind the quartet. Laser blasts lanced toward them, while Sasuke Uchiha ignited dark purple chakra across his body. Boom! The light cannon struck with thunderous impact. Yet when the blinding glare faded, only a skeletal half-body of Susanoo stood intact, shielding Sasuke. Within its ribcage, the others had vanished without trace. Obito Uchiha twisted mid-air, knees drawn to evade Hiruzen Tsutobi's Monkey King staff, then slammed both palms onto the earth, summoning massive trees to entangle Sasuke's bow and arrow. Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju appeared simultaneously on either side of Obito, sword and chakra claws striking in perfect synchrony, only to be hurled away by a sudden, overwhelming Shinra Tensei. Seeing Shinra Tensei exhausted, Hashirama Senju, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hiruzen Sarutobi launched another barrage of long-range attacks, targeting Obito without pause. Faced with the combined assault of Wood Dragon's Susanoo's bow and lightning-infused Water Dragon's, Obito's gaze flickered, activating both the Hell Realm and Preta Path simultaneously. A colossal statue of the King of Hell opened its maw, a translucent pearlescent barrier shimmering within. All three attacks vanished into its throat, without ripple, echo, or resistance. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited, consuming the King of Hell statue mid-absorption, its form dissolving instantly under the Inferno's unbearable heat. Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju reappeared at Obito's flanks, each gripping a miniature tailed beast ball and explosive tags imbued with flying thunder god seals. Simultaneously, Sasuke Uchiha materialized within the black flames, Susanoo loosing a single precise Amaterasu-tipped arrow at point-blank range. A mayfly straining against a mountain. Obito Uchiha neither dodged nor flinched, instead condensing a pitch-black sphere in his palm, then allowing the converging assaults to engulf him whole. Chibaku Tensei. An all-consuming gravitational force descended, sending every combatant staggering off balance. Minato and Tobarama, positioned too near the epicenter, were utterly immobilized, even their chakra flow locked by gravity, rendering the flying thunder god impossible to activate. Sasuke Uchiha too was dragged across the earth by the cataclysmic pull. This technique dwarfs what Naruto faced against Pain. Kurama's voice resonated urgently in Minato's mind. Damn it, we must break free. Kurama, prepare a concentrated burst to shatter this hold. Minato commanded Kurama, already gathering chakra for the rupture. When the fox's voice returned, tinged with mild confusion, what are you gathering chakra for? What? Aren't we breaking through? Huh. Hashirama Senju may be dead, but he is no longer merely a corpse. Roar. A thunderous dragon cry shook the earth. Then a colossal wooden titan rose from below, fists clenched tight, too great, with dragons coiling around its massive frame. The wooden puppet crouched low, gathering force as two wooden dragons coiled around its right fist, each radiating a faint golden luminescence. Hashirama Senju roared, a thunderous cry, and the two golden-veined wooden dragons surged forward with deafening roars, slamming into the colossal Chibaku Tensei, suspended midair, its diameter now nearing 10 meters, carrying the monstrous brute strength of the wood release technique. A thunderous boom. The celestial sphere detonated in blinding white light, blazing forth like a newborn sun born upon the battlefield. The all-consuming gravitational pull vanished, instantly freed from its grip. Uchiha Sasuke Namikaze Minato and Tobirama Senju leapt without hesitation into the fierce duel between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Obito. Minato appeared before the third Hokage, his golden fox-head barrier intercepting a volley of flying blades, while simultaneously channeling Ninetales chakra to reinforce Hiruzen's body. Simultaneously, Hiruzen completed his hand seals. 5 elements great explosion technique. 5 blazing orbs of elemental energy shot forth toward Obito. Obito responded in kind, once again activating both the Preta path and the Hell Realm path. The fearsome king of Hell statue materialized anew, capable of absorbing ninjutsu. Yet this time Sasuke and Tobirama were prepared. Amaterasu. Shadow Clone. Flying Thunder God Slash. Black flames erupted across the king of Hell's surface while multiple shadow clones, wielding katana, teleported in unison and cleaved through it in a single devastating strike. Under searing heat and precise blade work, the statue dissolved into nothingness. Minato stepped forward to shield the 5 elements' great explosion, but Hiruzen, seeing this, instantly redirected the technique's blast center onto Minato himself. Obito faltered, bewildered. What was happening? Why had the enemy turn on each other first? Had his teacher suddenly grasped his truth? Even as that thought crossed his mind, Tobirama Senju appeared behind him. Flying Thunder God. Both Tobirama and Minato spoke in unison. Mutual instantaneous return technique. Obito had no time to comprehend. The 5 blinding orbs were already inches from his face. A cataclysmic boom. An apocalyptic explosion erupted out of thin air, unleashing a towering mushroom cloud that pierced the heavens. The blast radius swelled relentlessly, obliterating everything within, its destructive force rivaling that of a full-powered tailed beast ball. The detonation lasted half a minute. For that entire duration, Obito was dead, utterly annihilated. The First Division watched from afar, having witnessed firsthand the celestial asteroid, hanging in midair, the spiraling golden dragons, and now this earth-shattering detonation. Is this still human combat? A shinobi stammered, lips trembling. Darui stood stunned. Though he'd seen such power once before in the Land of Iron, each encounter left him awestruck anew. As that very shinobi had said, it was nearly impossible to believe such devastation could spring from mortal battle. Hyuga Hayashi, observing the battlefield with his Byakugan, recoiled in shock, then whirled and unleashed a gentle fist vacuum palm toward a sealed, reanimated corpse. He shouted aloud, "Watch that spot. Something just passed through." Shinobi nearest the seal instantly drew their weapons, eyes locked tight on the area. As the shockwave reached the sealed corpse, a tiny figure burst upward from the earth. A Sharingan eye sprouted with limbs, its pattern a triangular Mangekyo. A vortex of spatial distortion opened. The bound sealed body vanished instantly along with the eye, while Hayashi's vacuum palm struck bare earth, blasting up a plume of dust and sand. Darui arrived just then, staring at the empty space where the corpse had been, his expression grim. Whose body was that? It was the remains of the former Eight Tails Jinchuriki Bunshin-sama. Obito had just exhaled, relieved however briefly, from his exchanges with them, only for that fleeting opening to be seized by Tobirama, whose monstrous strength shattered Obito's skull with a single punch. Obito reappeared on the spot, Hiruzen's lightning water dragon bullet hurtling toward him, but as Obito raised his hand to absorb it with the Preta path, a sudden violent numbness surged through his limbs. The sharp cry of the Chidori split the air. Sasuke flashed past, wielding the Kusanagi sword, leaving only a streak of lightning and Obito's severed head suspended midair. The illusion shattered like mist. Obito found himself once more trapped within the dreamlike realm. Minato teleported in, slamming a Rasengan straight into his face, but Obito's instinctive would-release defense proved futile. Minato had fainted. A vertical pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, a bolt so swift even Obito could not evade it. Lightning release Kirin. As the lightning dissipated, Obito stood unscathed, save for a pallor creeping across his face. Had the battle truly been an illusion? Anyone would have believed so. Yet even these reanimated bodies now labored for breath. The relentless mental strain of prolonged high-intensity combat could not be sustained by infinite chakra alone. They had slain Obito dozens of times already. The battle had devolved into sheer attrition. Victory seemed increasingly improbable. They knew well that Obito still held hidden cards yet to be played. Still, Obito would not escape so easily. As long as they pinned him down, they could force his deeper secrets into the open, making every subsequent clash less perilous. Obito's thoughts sank into despair. His initial plan's success had brought fleeting elation, but now it was no longer about strategy. He was cornered, humiliated, and the fact that Hashirama Senju had yet to lift a finger only deepened the suffocating weight upon him. Damn it, when will Madara finally move? His mind screamed inwardly. He knew perfectly well Madara was exacting vengeance upon him, yet he was powerless. The key to breaking this stalemate lay solely in Madara's hands. All he could do now was clear the path ahead. Obito's assault intensified. Blades flew like bullets, wooden spears rained like ceaseless drizzle, and the Azura Path's cannons roared, without pause, unleashing barges so dense even Minato's golden fox-head barrier and Sasuke's second stage, Susanoo struggled to withstand them. The four shinobi spread wide, launching their own relentless counteroffensive. In an instant, ninjutsu erupted from every direction. Earth-shaking explosions rolled one after another, reducing the coastal cliffside almost to sea level. At a pivotal moment in their clash, a blinding white flash erupted from the epicenter, followed by a voice raw with fury echoing across the entire battlefield. Ultra, Shinra Tensei. Super sublime heavenly light. A radiant brilliance akin to the sun descended upon the battlefield, unleashing a cataclysmic force that bore down upon everyone simultaneously. Even Sasuke, having activated his Susanoo, could not fully withstand it. In the extreme moments before the eruption of this technique, the four Hokage resurrected by Edo Tensei leaped to their positions, and with even more perilous timing deployed the four Red Sun formation. The towering crimson barrier of light separated Obito from the allied shinobi forces, forcibly obstructing the world-shattering Shinra Tensei. Sasuke Uchiha, driving his Susanoo, drove the long blade deep into the earth, using this method to create a foothold against the terrifying repulsive force. Their chakra entered into an unparalleled frenzy of consumption. They both howled in fury, their cries fading with the white light. The temporary depletion of ocular power caused Obito's vision to darken slightly, yet in that instant a colossal purple sword, like divine punishment, drove from above his head into the ground, dragging him deeper into the earth. Obito activated Izanagi to escape this strike, but then discovered with horror that the ground was now covered in cracks like a spiderweb from which surged a dark purple radiance, as if bubbling up from the abyss of hell. The Susanoo is the symbol of absolute destruction. Sasuke's cold voice reached Obito's ears along with the terrifying power that erupted skyward. Another explosion lasting nearly half a minute. When Obito emerged from the illusion, his face was pale as paper. He still had many Sharingan on his body, but his chakra consumption was now extremely high. The four Hokage appeared beside Sasuke Uchiha, silently gazing at Obito. Obito, however, was not overwhelmed by such pressure. He maintained a composed demeanor, his eyes returning to them as they had been at the very beginning. Then the sound of clashing metal rang out once again, dense as falling raindrops. On the battlefield of the second division, a group of elite Kekkei Genkai shinobi resurrected by Edo Tensei suddenly appeared. They were few in number, but possessed bizarre abilities and high combat prowess. While the second division was rushing to reinforce the fourth division, they abruptly appeared amidst the ranks, disrupting the allied forces' formation with their surprise attack. However, under Kuratsuchi's command, they quickly organized an effective counterattack. Niji Hyuga was currently locked in battle with Troy, the magnet release shinobi from the Hidden Cloud Village. Troy's ability to manipulate magnetic weapons always found flaws in Niji's perfect Byakugan. Niji evaded wave after wave of attacks with the utmost elegance and ease, strolling casually right up to Troy. Hundreds of kunai and shuriken surrounded Niji in layers, attempting to compensate for any shortcomings with sheer numbers. Do you think that will work? A smile curled at the corner of Niji's mouth. Troy's mind moved, and the unavoidable dense attack fell. Kaiten. Niji spun his body, and a blue-white orb of light suddenly appeared within the encirclement. The low-pressure vortex generated by the high-speed rotation exerted a tremendous pull on both the weapons and Troy himself. The weapons broke free from Troy's control, drawn in by Niji's Kaiten, and were then shattered by the ultra-high-speed chakra. But Troy himself withstood the terrifying pull, planting his feet firmly on the ground. Oomph! With a single cold snort from Niji, the blue-white orb suddenly expanded, instantly engulfing Troy. Troy had no way to evade such an attack, and could only be gradually shredded. During his rotation, Niji caught sight of Hinata Hyuga being besieged by Chiyo and Kimimaro. A surge of fury blazed within him. Heavenly Blitz. Niji's body transitioned seamlessly from spinning into a charging state, like a streak of light hurled forward. This was Niji's modified application of the Kaiten, converting the high-speed rotary motion into linear motion, extremely fast and devastatingly powerful. Niji appeared behind Kimimaro, who was about to stab Hinata in the back, and struck out with all his might. Boom. The sudden disappearance of one person behind her startled Hinata, but she still unleashed the 64 palms of protection, constructing an absolute defense around herself to block Granny Chiyo's attack. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A voice burning with fury rang out beside her, followed by a fiercely powerful air cannon that blasted straight ahead. The speed of this technique was so fast that Chiyo couldn't raise a defense and had to take the palm strike directly to the face. Bang! A sound like a huge slap echoed. Chiyo's head was instantly flattened, and she was sent flying backward. The puppet's assault halted abruptly as its master was severely wounded. Hinata turned to look at Niji, asking dazedly, "Niji-Nizan." "Rest assured, Hinata-sama. I will never let them harm you." Niji's expression turned sharp as he glared at Chiyo and the empty air beside her. The earlier heavenly blitz had completely shattered Kimimaro, and Chiyo's head had been crushed flat. All that remained was to seal them. Niji's expression tightened. He stomped his right foot, and a massive rock rose up behind him and Hinata. Whooshed! Several ice needles pierced the boulder, sending up a cloud of dust. Niji's earlier performance had caught the attention of certain hidden figures, three people suddenly burst forth, defeated the allied ninjas in their way, and stepped out. Haku of the Ice Release, Yugo of the Lava Release, and Chuki of the Dark Release, along with the recovered Kimimaro and Chio, surrounded Niji and the others. Other ninjas who wanted to come to their aid faced even fiercer resistance. Damn it. Kuratsuchi was currently battling a giant combined white Zetsu and a horde of Edo Tensei foot soldiers unable to help the siblings. Her heart sank to the bottom. Yet Niji remained calm and composed. He said to Hinata, "Hinata-sama, remember to protect yourself. Leave this to me." Knowing that Niji had broken free from the caged bird curse, Hinata obediently nodded and said, "Niji-Nizan, please be careful." "Don't worry." Niji strode forward in front of Hinata, veins bulging around his eyes, granting him an unobstructed 360-degree field of vision. Instead of waiting passively, Niji chose to attack directly. Shadow Clone Gentle Fist. Four identical figures emerged from the smoke. 5 Niji each faced a single enemy. With blinding speed, they quickly locked the foes into close combat. Then the sound of clashes like muffled thunder grew denser and denser across the battlefield. On the battlefield of the 4th Division of the Allied Shinobi Forces, after the group defeated the 7 former Kage and the powerful members of the Akatsuki, no stronger enemies emerged. The 3rd Division eventually arrived, but White Zetsu and the reanimated pawns of the Impure World Reincarnation continued to assault them endlessly. The 5 Kage had established a temporary command headquarters behind the battlefield to prepare for the next battle, while the 2 divisions on the front were merged and placed under the temporary command of Kakashi. In the headquarters, the 5 Kage consolidated the current battle reports. "Uchiha Obito has already appeared," said the 4th Reikage, with his arms crossed. "The Hokage and Sasuke have now gone to face him," said Senju Tsunade. "I'm afraid it will be another tough battle," sighed Onoki, stroking his beard. He had just been slightly injured and appeared somewhat weary. "They still have 2 trump cards to play. Let's just hope things don't get too bad," said Terumi, Mei, sounding somewhat exhausted. The continuous, intense fighting had indeed taken a toll on her. "Hokage-sama, what about Yakushi Kabuto?" asked Gaara, turning to Tsunade. The immense mental pressure of battle had deepened his dark circles. "His location has been confirmed, and the special operations team targeting him has already set out," Tsunade said, leaning back in her chair, speaking calmly and unhurriedly. "Now we have to wait for the appearance of Uchiha Madara and that secret weapon. Let us wait here for now." Seated in the central position of the Supreme Commander of the Allied Shinobi Forces, spoke steadily. "We must also be on guard against that bastard Yakushi Kabuto summoning something even more terrifying. We must remain vigilant at all times." On the first battlefield, the once clear coastline had become as grim and desolate as if it had endured an apocalypse. Under the devastation of godlike power, the sea had advanced inland by at least a kilometer. The Allied forces and White Zetsu had now fought into a frenzy. The sea surface turned into a sea of blood. Coupled with the dim yellowish-gray environment, the sense of an apocalypse grew even heavier. On the core battlefield, Uchiha Obito and the 5 opponents had fallen into a prolonged stalemate, to the extent that Senju Hashirama himself joined the fight. Relying on his immortality and Rinnegan, Uchiha Obito fought 1 against 5. Although he was at a disadvantage and constantly suppressed, he never fell. Neither side could gain the upper hand in this battle. Uchiha Sasuke flipped sideways to avoid the flying blades, drawing the Kusanagi sword, which transformed into a transparent protective sword aura around his body. He appeared within a patch of black flames beside Obito. Minato Namikaze reacted with an instantaneous body flicker, throwing several flying Thunder God Kunai. Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Howl 3 style. His body turned into a golden light, continuously shuttling among the flying Thunder God Kunai until it transformed into a dazzling golden tornado. Uchiha Obito used Shinra Tensei to repel this technique, but during the continuous shuttling, the flying Thunder God exhibited aspects of Kamui, directly ignoring the omnidirectional repulsive force. The spatial storm engulfed Uchiha Obito without obstruction. In just 1 second, Obito suffered at least hundreds of strikes. Uchiha Sasuke quickly followed up his Chidori, now infused with Amaterasu. Mikazuchi Spear. With a piercing cry, Chidori and Amaterasu instantly extended and pierced Uchiha Obito's heart. Lightning and flames eradicated him in the blink of an eye. Minato Namikaze teleported to the second Hokage's side, waiting for Uchiha Obito's resurrection. On the second battlefield, Hyuga Niji's performance could only be described with one word: outstanding. With an absolutely unobstructed field of vision, and the qualitative change in his body triggered by the unsealing of the Byakugan, Niji's movements were incredibly agile. He was like a rubber band, tightly confining his opponents within his close combat range. Among those he was simultaneously fighting most were ninjutsu specialists with poor close combat skills. From the moment Niji stuck to them, they lost their chance. Combined with the gentle fist's point-striking technique that sealed and suppressed chakra, Nakiyoshi Haku and Kyusuk quickly lost their fighting ability. In contrast, Chio, a puppet master, and Kimimaro, a descendant of the Kagaya clan, withstood Niji's first fierce assault and became entangled with him. Boom. With 3 ninjas sealed, Niji dispelled 3 shadow clones, focusing his power more concentratedly to deal with the 2 opponents' attacks. Scorpion Water and Fire Double Cannon. A vigorous voice rang out, drawing Chio's attention. Niji's gaze observed that it was Kankuro of the Allied Shinobi Forces Surprise Attack Unit. We have received orders from the 5 Kage. The Surprise Attack Unit is joining forces with the follow-up unit. Super Beast Scroll a complete set. Another cool male voice sounded. It was Sai following up to attack Chio. Niji nodded, slightly dispelling the last shadow clone, and focused all his efforts on Kimimaro before him. Can you hear my voice? Niji spoke to him, but Kimimaro showed no reaction, his expression completely vacant. No self-awareness. Several bone spikes grew from Kimimaro's hand, spiraling into a spiral sword. He then charged forward fiercely. Niji struck with a single intercepting punch, pushing him aside. But sharp bone spikes suddenly grew from Kimimaro's shoulder and back. Niji performed a backflip to avoid the stab, simultaneously kicking him with his left foot to send him away. Both landed at the same time, then charged simultaneously. Niji faced the opponent's wildly growing bones and full-body spikes, without frowning. His fists, elbows, legs, and knees all became weapons. With skillful force, each strike shattered Kimimaro's bones. Combined with his incredibly agile and unpredictable movements, he took no damage at all. Those watching from the sidelines could not help at all. In their eyes, the two had become almost like afterimages, and only the sounds of strikes and clashes proved the ongoing confrontation. Niji's expression was sharp. With one palm, he shattered all 6 of Kimimaro's protruding ribs. At the same time, he pulled his left shoulder back to avoid Kimimaro's right fist, raised his leg to block the left fist sweep, grabbed Kimimaro's right arm with both hands, and dislocated his shoulder with a pull and push. Gentle fist, all-out strike. Niji lowered his body, dropping all defense. His entire body, like a sprinter, threw itself into a single strike, hitting Kimimaro square in the chest. The force of the fist poured into Kimimaro's body, shattering almost all his bones. However, thanks to the Kagaya clan's physical resilience, Kimimaro immediately forcibly healed several key points, enduring the severe pain to set up as much defense as possible before Niji's next attack. 8 trigrams Mountain Breaker Palm. Niji's next attack followed immediately. This technique was even more aggressive than the previous one. He shifted his entire center of gravity to his left thigh, and he lifted his right foot off the ground and struck Kimimaro horizontally with a palm. 8 trigrams Mountain Crushing Palm. Niji Hyuga struck a palm directly into Kimimaro's pectoral muscle. Its surging force, powerful enough to shatter mountains, instantly reduced him to scattered fragments. Before the onlookers' eyes, Kimimaro vanished in an instant. Tsuchi gazed at Niji Hyuga, his expression unmistakably stunned. In the preceding battle, he had sensed the exquisite chakra control of the gentle fist and its formidable physical power. Yet what truly unsettled him was Niji's recent use of the shadow clone technique. Indeed, the gentle fist demanded such extraordinary chakra precision that it inherently discouraged the Hyuga clan from employing shadow clones in combat. Moreover, the clone's diminished agility compared to the original body made Niji's simultaneous engagement of 5 opponents all the more terrifying. What a fearsome young man. Tsuchi shattered a white Zetsu's skull with a single punch and spoke, genuinely awestruck. After eliminating the obstructing white Zetsu, the 5th Division swiftly merged into the 4th Division, and from this direction they would now serve as the main vanguard, confronting the Akatsuki head-on. All along their advance, neither the white Zetsu nor the impure world reincarnation legions could halt their relentless march. Any force standing before the shinobi world would be mercilessly crushed beneath the allied shinobi forces. Thus, advancing triumphantly and unimpeded, another heavyweight opponent emerged. Kakashi Hitaki's gaze hardened with grave intensity. Gripping his short blade, he stood locked in silent confrontation with the figure across from him, wielding an identical weapon. To avoid needless casualties, he ordered all units to engage the endless waves of white Zetsu, reserving open space solely for this singular duel. His adversary was none other than the original owner of Kakashi's current pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. The legendary prodigy of the 3rd shinobi world wore the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, famed as the Yellow Flash Uchiha Shursui, known far and wide as Shursui of the Body Flicker. Shursui's eyes too held no trace of clarity, only primal instinct and murderous intent. His clouded gaze met Kakashi's, and in resonance both pairs of Sharingan simultaneously awakened into the Mangekyo form. Combat erupted instantly. Uchiha Shursui vanished from sight, then reappeared beside Kakashi in the blink of an eye, his short blade wreathed in searing crimson flame. Kakashi reacted with equal swiftness, slicing horizontally with his blade, leaving behind air thickened with moisture. Hataki-style waterfall blade technique. Second form, still ripple wave. Water and fire intertwined upon the blade's collision. The flames burned fiercely, but lacked the enduring regenerative power of water. Ultimately, Kakashi's superior strength and chakra overwhelmed Shursui, sending him hurtling backward. Shursui landed in a backward somersault, instantly splitting into 2 figures. Kakashi's blade erupted with lightning, and his body ignited with lightning release chakra mode. Augmented by the Sharingan's terrifying dynamic vision, he shot forward like a bolt. Yet Shursui refused to stand idle, conjuring 6 identical forms within less than a third of a second. Kakashi darted ceaselessly among the afterimages of Shursui's body flicker, while each duplicate unleashed fire release techniques to disrupt Kakashi's targeting. In moments, 6 ferocious fire techniques engulfed the entire battlefield. The blaze expanded rapidly, growing denser and more suffocating until the impenetrable inferno forced Kakashi out from within the flames. Then all 6 Shizuis surged toward Kakashi, while Kakashi undaunted closed in for close-quarters combat. Kakashi could not land a single blow yet remained hyper-vigilant, parrying every one of Shirsui's assaults with flawless defense. Conversely, Kakashi's guard remained utterly impregnable as Shirsui inflicted not a single wound. They clashed relentlessly. Kakashi ducked low beneath Shirsui's aerial strike and seamlessly transitioned into wind-release blade art. Hataki-style cloud blade technique. 4th form Whirlwind Dragon. His short blade shimmered with elusive grace. Then as he spun, the blade became a seamless vortex of wind, forcing Shirsui's body flicker technique backward. Seizing that infinitesimal opening, Kakashi shifted fluidly into lightning release. Hataki-style Thunder Blade technique. 1st form Thunderbolt Flash. Thus Kakashi burst through Shirsui's encirclement. His Mangekyo Sharingan whirled, feverishly scanning relentlessly for the faintest flaw. Shirsui lowered his center of gravity and charged again, his phantoms multiplying until 24 identical figures stood motionless poised. Kakashi retreated, his short blade blazing with roaring fire, while his lightning-release chakra mode surged to its absolute maximum output. Hataki-style Flame Blade technique. Final form Infernal Hellfire. The brightness and heat of his flames intensified exponentially, scorching the battlefield into unbearable arid desolation. The blade in Kakashi's grip swelled dramatically, transforming from a short sword into an immense, grotesquely oversized greatsword, its surface consumed by white-hot fire, so blinding it resembled a miniature sun. Kakashi exhaled sharply, his thigh muscles coiling tight, electrical stimulation unleashing every ounce of raw power. With the colossal blade raised high, he circled Shirsui like a vortex of lightning. Simultaneously, searing flame erupted at the vortex's center, expanding outward until halted precisely at the boundary of the blue-white lightning ring. Boom! The inferno erupted like a volcanic cataclysm, towering flames scorching everything in their path with apocalyptic heat. Kakashi strode calmly to the periphery of the conflagration, watching the blaze consume itself in solemn silence. Yet the fire did not linger. It dissipated with astonishing speed. As the last serpentine wisp of flame was severed, Kakashi finally beheld the towering half-formed warrior standing unshaken within the ashes. The 3rd form of Susanoo. Observing his opponent's overwhelming might, Kakashi did not immediately counter with equal power. Instead, he formed 4 shadow clones. Each clone pressed its short blade flat against its palm. Now 5 Kakashis stood unified in lightning release chakra mode, and upon each blade a distinct elemental chakra manifested. This is the ultimate synthesis of the Hataki clan's blade arts, the second trump card I possess aside from Susanoo itself. Shirsui-san, I sincerely apologize. Flame Blade Infernal Hellfire. Earth Blade Mountain Shattering Collapse. Thunder Blade Divine Thunderstorm. Cloud Blade Sky Tearing Hurricane. Waterfall Blade Roaring Deluge. The final forms of the 5-element blade arts converged before Shirsui's Susanoo. Sensing the technique's peerless might, Shirsui raised his drill-like greatsword and drove it straight toward the 5 Kakashis. Yet all 5 Kakashis lunged forward simultaneously, the 5-element blade arts striking first, cleaving deep into the Emerald Warrior's form. Evil-destroying dance. Boom! Their clash detonated in a blinding, incandescent white light. A deafening explosion tore across the battlefield. Within its shockwave, thousands of razor-sharp blade edges seemed to slash through everything. Earth itself dissolved under the storm of steel and chakra. As a mushroom cloud resembling a nuclear explosion rose, the all-consuming blast gradually subsided. Kakashi Hataki dispelled the protection of the rock sword technique and looked towards Shirsui Uchiha at the center of the explosion. The 3rd stage Susanoo in the form of a crow tengu had been shattered into pieces, leaving only half a ribcage still guarding the battered Shirsui within. Shirsui Uchiha, or rather Yakushi Kabuto, had never imagined the technique's power would reach such a level. Believing that the absolute defense of Susanoo made further precautions unnecessary, the result was that if not for his Edo Tensei body, this attack would have inflicted severe damage. Huff huff. Shirsui Uchiha gasped heavily, withdrawing the half-ribcage defense outside his body. If Susanoo is forcibly destroyed by external force, unless one possesses unimaginably powerful ocular power, it requires a period of recovery after being completely deactivated before it can be used again. The Crow Tengu form was almost completely ruined, and now the ribcage defense was barely better than nothing. Forcibly maintaining it would only delay recovery time. More importantly, Kakashi was now at the end of his strength. He knelt on the ground, unable even to maintain his Sharingan. Shirsui formed hand seals his chest, heaving as scorching chakra gathered in his throat. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. Kakashi, to be able to destroy Susanoo, you are quite a figure. Let this battle be the one where you meet your end. Watching the flames fly toward him, a faint smirk curled beneath Kakashi's mask. He calmly said, I'll return those words to you, Yakushi Kabuto. As his words fell, a high-pitched bizarre cry echoed. A green bowl-cut figure crashed down from the sky, two thick streams of tears flowing down his face. He exclaimed, "So youthful, Kakashi. Truly youthful. Next, let me draw a full, rounded, perfect period at the climax of this youthful symphony." Might Guy made a strange hand gesture, and an earth-shattering aura gathered around him. The air itself took on a tangible colored form under his power. As his power gradually solidified, one could see it was a roaring silver giant tiger. Daytime tiger. The giant tiger opened its maw and surged toward Shisui Uchiha, the air displaced by its terrifying pressure. Like a candy swallow, the tiger scattered Shisui's fire dragon, then engulfed him with lightning speed. Boom. Another cloud of dust rose. The ground was blasted into a large crater by the expanding force, and Shisui Uchiha's figure vanished completely in that strike. The two waited half a second. In the air, paper fragments appeared, the sign of an Edo Tensei being destroyed and regenerating. Confirming that the fragments were coalescing into Shisui, the sealing squad immediately sealed him. Might Guy released the seventh gate. Kakashi struggled to stand from the ground. The two supported each other, both now in a battle-worn state. On the first battlefield, Obito Uchiha's condition was already dire. His face was as pale as a corpse, and he couldn't even open his Rinnegan. He could only rely on space-time teleportation and Izanagi to keep fighting. On the opposing side, the four Hokage of Konoha and Sasuke Uchiha were in equally poor condition. Facing the full power of the Rinnegan and the immortality of Izanagi, Obito Uchiha was not a match for them, but he was extremely troublesome. Moreover, they had to remain highly vigilant as Obito possessed abilities that could deliver decisive blows against them. The high-intensity battle and extreme mental pressure left them in no better state. "You can't do anything to me," Obito Uchiha gasped, stubbornly refusing to yield. "But we won't let you leave satisfied." Hashirama Senju pressed his palms together, gathering the nearly exhausted sage chakra. Sasuke Uchiha forced himself to rally, squeezing out his ocular power to re-strengthen his Sharingan, which had degenerated to 3 tomo back into the 6-pointed Eternal Mangekyo. He said coldly, "Obito Uchiha, today you will not leave here." Those blood-colored eyes had been fully honed in this battle. He had a feeling that after recovery, they would become even more powerful under the empowerment of the Jingzhu Wangxing. Minato Namikaze, due to providing chakra to Sasuke, had left himself vulnerable. The Ninetales chakra mode now only had a small patch of dark golden flame on his shoulder. Sasuke Uchiha let out a low growl. Dark purple chakra once again enveloped his body, solidifying into the second stage of Susanoo. Sasuke manipulated Susanoo to draw a longbow and loosed an arrow at Obito. Seeing this, Obito used his Mangekyo power to teleport, evading the arrow. However, his current chakra was insufficient for a quick long-distance teleport, so he could only warp to the side, barely dodging the arrow. When the purple arrow struck the ground, it kicked up a cloud of dust. But what Obito Uchiha hadn't expected was that within that light arrow was a flying thunder god kunai. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, then teleported with Sasuke Uchiha to that kunai. Obito Uchiha was now within striking range of Sasuke's Susanoo. Then the Susanoo, having degraded to the first stage, held a formless light sword in its skeletal hand and swung it horizontally at Obito Uchiha. Boom! Another cloud of dust flew. This time Obito Uchiha's resurrection took a long time as he slowly descended from the bubble of reality into the real world. His face was now dark as thunder. He had nearly been trapped at the interface between reality and dreams, unable to escape. "Damn it, Madara Uchiha. Hurry up. Is your worthless pride really more important than the Moon's Eye plan itself?" Obito Uchiha cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Kakashi led the 3rd, 4th, and 5th divisions on their march, and they were joined by the 2nd division. All 4 divisions were now fully assembled. The 5 Kage had also realized that if the allied shinobi forces faced Madara Uchiha directly, it would likely give him an opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. But at the same time, combining their forces also meant they had enough leverage to lure Madara Uchiha into action. Their actions were akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. As the allied shinobi forces advanced, they suddenly encountered a sandstorm. The entire world became gray and indistinct, as if heaven and earth had returned to a primordial chaos. The temperature was terrifyingly low. The deeper they went, the weaker the wind became, as if the sand grains were suspended in midair due to reversed gravity. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. At that moment, the leaders and the 5 Kage understood. Madara Uchiha was waiting for them ahead. Dusky yellow. This was the only thought that now occupied the minds of the allied shinobi forces. As if the entire world had been swallowed by the overwhelming sandstorm, the light of day dimmed, as though even the sun had forsaken this realm, and the heavens and earth were filled with the howling wind like the weeping of the world itself. The curtain of sand here was so thick that it became a true darkness where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The allied forces marched shoulder to shoulder. If anyone fell behind here, they would surely be lost forever in this boundless yellow dust, drastically slowing their advance. The air itself was suffocatingly heavy, every breath required immense effort. Moreover, the deeper they ventured into the heart of the sandstorm, the lower the wind's speed became, yet the number of sand particles suspended in the air did not diminish in the slightest, as if the very laws of physics in this world had been forcibly overturned. The environment was unbearably oppressive and the silence around them was too profound. By now even the dullest shinobi could sense the anomaly. This enemy before them was likely far more terrifying than the 7 previous Kage. Everyone's heart was in their throat, gripping their weapons tightly, as if facing a great enemy. Obito Uchiha, confronting the 5 opponents, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He laughed more and more wildly, his entire demeanor like a mad demon, saying, "You still couldn't stop me." He casually wiped the smear of blood from his body, forcibly opened his Rinnegan, and his purple eyes unleashed the last of his chakra. Summoning technique. The black summoning runes expanded from beneath his hand, but with every inch the formation grew. Obito Uchiha's hair turned a shade whiter, as if it were drinking his blood. In the blink of an eye, Obito's hair had turned half white. Boom. Behind him, a massive white smoke cloud burst out of nowhere, accompanied by a crisp explosive sound. The demonic statue of the outer path appeared before them. However, this demonic statue was not exactly the same as the one they had seen before. While its structure was identical, its surface was covered in a layer of black and white paste. Hashirama Senju's expression drastically changed. He sensed that the paste contained almost all of his own and Madara's physical power. Be on guard. The Sage Mode face markings reappeared on his forehead, and vast chakra surged forth. Would release would golem technique. With the aid of Tobarama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, and Sasuke Uchiha also unleashed their full power once more. Kurama and the complete Susanoo stood on either side of the wood golem, confronting the colossal statue opposite. After a brief charge of pitch black tailed beast ball, 2 roaring golden wooden dragons, and a dark purple arrow wrapped in black flames, all shot simultaneously toward the black and white demonic statue of the outer path. Boom. Where the attack struck, a cataclysmic force erupted, its terrifying power surpassing even the almighty Shinra Tensei. The already battered and scarred coastline was utterly destroyed, this time the dreadful force capable of leveling mountains. The shockwave from the explosion hit the sea, causing a reverse tsunami, temporarily exposing the ruined ground. When the explosion subsided at the sight of the combined attack, the demonic statue of the outer path had vanished, and in its place stood a single half-black, half-white figure. But this figure was not a clear division of black Zetsu and white Zetsu. Instead, it was a mingled, intertwined black and white. They took a closer look and found that this figure had 2 faces on one head. Madara Uchiha's face on the left half, Hashirama Senju's on the right half, with 4 Sharingan eyes crammed into both faces. Even the 5 of them felt a certain physiological discomfort at the sight of this eerie and horrifying person, and Hashirama Senju's expression in particular became extremely grim. He said to Sasuke Uchiha, "From now on, Konoha village must definitely promote cremation." The others did not smile at this hellish joke of a suggestion. They were highly tense, for this enemy before them was even more terrifying than Obito Uchiha, and the oppressive aura was far stronger than that of the mere demonic statue of the outer path. As for Obito Uchiha, he had already teleported away the moment the demonic statue drew everyone's attention. "Fourth Hokage, how is Naruto?" Tobarama Senju asked, standing behind Minato. "He has already set off for the 4th battlefield where Madara is," Minato Namikaze replied. Tobarama nodded, and both he and Minato entered maximum alert, facing this enemy like a demonic god. "Let's go together." Hashirama Senju clasped his hands together and gave the order, and the 3 giants simultaneously charged toward the statue with long strides. Tap tap tap. A slow, crisp sound of footsteps suddenly emerged from within the yellow sand, reaching the ears of every shinobi present. In the deathly silence between heaven and earth, this sound suddenly appeared, imposing a heavy mountain-like psychological pressure on all the shinobi gathered there. 5 figures leaped over the allied forces, landing before everyone as the 5 Kage stood between Madara Uchiha and the shinobi alliance. Kakashi Hatake also stepped up beside the 5 Kage, facing this legendary figure together. Tap tap. The rhythm of the footsteps remained unhurried, growing closer and closer, then abruptly ceasing, as if Madara Uchiha had walked right up to each person. "So these are the 5 Kage of this generation. But there are 6 people." Madara Uchiha's voice descended from above. They looked up at the stone cliff standing on the Gobi Desert ahead, where a figure in a red Warring States-era armor, with long flowing hair, stood with arms crossed behind the thick curtain of sand. "Oh, there's also someone from the Uchiha clan. No, just someone with the eyes of the Uchiha clan," he muttered to himself in a low voice. "Never mind, after the infinite Tsukuyami, nothing will have meaning." After finishing his soliloquy, he raised his voice as if making a proclamation. 5 Kage, it is admirable that you dare to stand before me and challenge me. It just so happens that I want to see what the dance of this era looks like. "No, not necessary." A different young voice suddenly rang out across the empty battlefield. As the final syllable faded, a figure instantly appeared before the 5 Kage. Madara Uchiha narrowed his eyes as he looked at him, thinking to himself, "It's him." Naruto Uzumaki straightened up, his profound aura lightly pushing the surrounding sand grains away. He stood alone before everyone, raised his head to look at Madara Uchiha, his azure blue eyes fixed on Madara's crimson Sharingan, and said calmly and confidently, "As the Jinchuriki of Kurama, I must be more appealing to you, right? As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, I imagine I hold far greater appeal for you." The reflection of Uchiha Madara appeared in the deep blue eyes of Uzumaki Naruto. Madara, do you still remember me? Uchiha Madara looked down at Naruto. Of course, he remembered this Uzumaki Naruto. Back in the land of iron, his speed beyond common sense, and his flawless sage mode, had left an indelible impression on Uchiha Madara. Moreover, if this boy had not suddenly appeared, Madara would likely have already secured the 8 tails and 9 tails along with the outer path demonic statue, and the Eye of the Moon plan would have already succeeded. Hey Naruto, don't underestimate the enemy. Fourth Raikage AI noticed Naruto about to fight alone and quickly spoke up. That's right, never assume this opponent is like those you have faced before. Indeed, Mei Terumi also urged quickly. We know you are strong, but as your elder let me go first to test the waters. Inoki flew in front of Naruto looking up at Uchiha Madara and saying resolutely. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and walked to the front of everyone again, saying to Inoki, Sachikage, rest assured. I will not fall here. To me, no matter who the enemy in front of me is, nothing can stop my forward march. Uzumaki Naruto continued, Sachikage, Uchiha Madara certainly did not come alone. I can feel it. Behind him are 60,000 white Zetsu and 10,000 Edo Tensei. While I am engaged in battle with Madara, your front will also face a grueling campaign. So consider this my request, you must all return alive and witness victory with your own eyes. Tsunade stepped up to Uzumaki Naruto, patting his shoulder and saying, I believe in you. Kakashi Hatake also spoke from behind. Distinguished Kage, you should understand Naruto's combat capabilities. He will surely win. However, even so, if we allow even one enemy to break through, it will make Naruto's battle that much more difficult. Indeed, Gaara of the Sand also spoke up. I believe in Naruto. He will achieve victory here. We too have our own battlefield, and we must also secure victory. Thank you, Gaara. Naruto looked at Gaara and thanked him sincerely. Inoki fell silent for a moment, then quickly made up his mind. He patted Naruto's shoulder and said to him, Fight without holding back. Don't worry about our front. Rest assured. The light in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes grew even more intense, his tone filled with calmness and confidence. Victory will surely belong to us. The allied forces received the order from the 5 Kage. They immediately retreated to the rear, while maneuvering in this direction to counter the enemy's main force. Oh, Uchiha Madara looked at the scene before him with interest, muttering to himself, interesting. They want to flank me. He pushed off forcefully with his legs. The immense power acted upon the rock wall beneath his feet, and as the entire wall shattered, Uchiha Madara resembled a black and red streak of lightning through the air. However, before he could fly far, a faster figure collided with him from below. Bang! The sand particles suspended in the air were blown far away by the muffled sound of impact. Furthermore, the collision was so intense that the air at the impact site was blown away, creating a vacuum. Uchiha Madara's eyes had evolved into the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Within his crimson irises, the black Tomo spun rapidly. Uzumaki Naruto stared straight at him. Madara activated his dojutsu power, and the genjutsu of the Sharingan was triggered instantly. However, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes remained clear, showing not a trace of being controlled. His right arm suddenly exerted force, separating the two of them. Uzumaki Naruto performed several aerial flips to dissipate momentum, while Uchiha Madara simply kicked off his legs backward, using the ground to stop abruptly. The two charged at each other again, their forearms colliding and driving the sandstorm further away once more. Immediately after, their fists, elbows, knees, shoulders, legs, and even their entire bodies became weapons of attack. Every collision between the two emitted a muffled sound like the beating of war drums. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan power was top tier. Even the current Sasuke could not match it. His dynamic vision was powerful enough to read through Naruto's movements in this state, and his body could keep up to engage in dense hand-to-hand combat with Uzumaki Naruto. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto relied on his robust sage body and unorthodox taijutsu to hold his own against Uchiha Madara. The two parried each other's moves, the intensity of their exchange rising higher and higher, the power of their collisions growing greater and greater, until even the sandstorm was driven a mile away. Uchiha Madara and Uzumaki Naruto simultaneously extended their right fists to collide, then their left palms to push against each other. The 4 hands of the two men locked together, and they began to wrestle like gladiators. Suddenly a smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face as he said, "Let me borrow your hand." He manipulated Naruto's right hand to form 2 hand signs. Naruto turned his head to look at his right hand. Taking advantage of this moment, Madara kicked Naruto away with one leg, performed a relay backflip, and formed the Tiger Seal midair. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Madara spat out a blazing fireball, carrying heat capable of destroying everything flying toward Naruto. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. Simultaneously, Uzumaki Naruto spat out a fireball, contending with Madara on equal footing. Uchiha Madara had not expected Naruto to utilize the same hand sign simultaneously. He could not help but praise Naruto's formidable combat awareness. Boom. The 2 fireballs collided, and the heaven-swallowing heat surged upward simultaneously. The high temperature caused the air to expand rapidly, and dry hot wind blew fiercely in all directions. Within the flames, a figure approached at tremendous speed. Uchiha Madara looked at him, extended a black rod from his hand, dodged to the side to avoid Naruto's thrust, and simultaneously drove the rod into Naruto's back as he turned his body. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto disappeared into white smoke. Even Madara felt a hint of surprise at this moment, thinking to himself, his reflexes are sharp. Is this a shadow clone? Two more figures flew out from the unextinguished flames. The speed of the two Uzumaki Narutos was equally extreme, their angles tricky and coordinating with each other. However, Uchiha Madara would not fail to break the formation. Black rods instantly appeared in both of his hands. The tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, and his perceptiveness reached its peak. Uchiha Madara's two black rods flew out in a more tricky and swift manner, piercing through both Narutos simultaneously. Bang! A single dispersal sound eliminated both Narutos. However, a trident-shaped kunai in front of him did not disappear with the shadow clones. A violent storm suddenly swept across the battlefield, blowing the fierce flames away. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Madara, his Rasengan colliding with Madara's Susanoo. In the energy turbulence caused by the collision of their power, a pair of blue-green cross-shaped sage eyes faced directly against a pair of scarlet straight-pupiled eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo and Rasengan collided, the violent energy fluctuations stirring layers of sand to spread outward. Uchiha Madara stared at the cyan-blue cross-pupiled sage eyes, abruptly increasing his chakra output. Uzumaki Naruto sensed this, using the rebound force of the Rasengan to leap backward, evading the fierce assault of Susanoo's arm. At that moment, another Susanoo arm shot toward Naruto at extreme speed. Naruto performed a mid-air spin, his right fist seemingly encased in an invisible glove, and he struck out with explosive force, colliding with the Susanoo arm. A brief explosive sound rang out. Though the two sides did not make direct contact, Susanoo was still sent flying violently. Naruto stomped the ground to halt his body, rapidly formed 6 hand seals, and then slapped the ground. In an instant, 6 dragons of the fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, and wood attributes appeared behind him. He pressed his palms together, infusing Sage Chakra into the ninjutsu. Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. Uchiha Madara rushed forward, clad in a skeletal Susanoo, and witnessed the eyes of the 6 great dragons suddenly gaining life. What is this? Holding the summoned sickle, and Uchiha fan Madara's external Susanoo grew 2 arms to assist him in forming hand seals. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Madara exhaled a straight column of fire. It was not as broad as the Great Fire Destruction, but it was concentrated and faster. The water dragon coiled in the sky, roared, and dove down, colliding with the almost white-hot fire pillar. Sage Art, Life Transfer. Naruto raised his hand and made a grasping motion toward the water dragon, the life force within it growing more vivid. The dragon opened its enormous maw and swallowed the terrifying flames. The immense heat instantly vaporized a great amount of water, yet the water dragon could absorb chakra to replenish itself. The fire release waned, but the water dragon remained strong. As the former diminished, the latter devoured the flames, and as if enraged flew toward Uchiha Madara. At the same time, the other 5 dragons shot forth. Below Naruto formed the Sage Art Seal and spat out a crimson dragon shadow and a black sphere, both hurtling toward Madara. Sage Art White Light Fist Technique. Uchiha Madara did not retreat. He evolved Susanoo to its first stage, allowing it to substitute for him in forming fire release seals. A vast amount of chakra was poured into Susanoo, and the giant opened its mouth, unleashing a massive fire release. Fire release, Susanoo, Great Fire Destruction. Simultaneously, he raised the Uchiha fan and furiously fanned out waves of violent gales. The storm winds struck the flames, and the already fierce inferno swelled to a scale that could swallow heaven and earth. The blazing flames formed a scorching barrier that crashed into the 6 dragons. Explode. Naruto formed hand seals on the outer edge. The red dragon revolved around the black sphere within the flames. A blinding white light and piercing noise pierced the fire, directly affecting Uchiha Madara. The terrifying soundlight bomb was unstoppable. Even the reanimated body could not withstand this attack. Susanoo was unable to block sound and light, and Madara's movements were forcibly interrupted. Damn it! The air resonance from the noise shattered Uchiha Madara's reanimated body, leaving him like an ugly, grotesque rag doll. Uzumaki Naruto abruptly increased his chakra on the periphery of the flames. The power of the 6 dragons surged frantically, devouring the fire that scorched them. Silver light flickered on his body as he leaped over the erupting white light fist technique below. Sage Art Adamantine Body. Uzumaki Naruto's fist struck Susanoo. A surging wave of monstrous strength poured out, shattering the entire Susanoo into fragments. Uchiha Madara, still struggling against the final aftershocks of the white light fist technique, watched in astonishment as his half-body Susanoo was so easily broken. What is this power? But Naruto's fist did not stop, continuing forward to contact the defenseless Madara. In an instant, Madara's body vanished. Yes, vanished. The 6 dragons circled and flew back behind Uzumaki Naruto, glaring fiercely toward Madara's direction. Paper fragments appeared from the void, slowly reassembling into Uchiha Madara's body. Naruto waited quietly as he gradually recovered. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, standing in place. A hint of excitement flickered in his gaze. Then slowly he began to laugh. Naruto, you are worthy of knowing my name. Continue to show me your dance. Madara formed 4 hand seals, then clapped his hands. Would release tree world birth. Rolling tree roots surged like a torrential river sweeping across the ground toward Naruto. Fire release, great fire destruction. A sea of fire crashed down like a massive wave merging with the surging roots to form a blazing river. This apocalyptic scene did not cause Naruto's expression to change in the slightest. He took a deep breath and the power of his Sage Mode swelled. Uchiha Madara continued to form hand seals, keenly sensing certain changes in the air. He split off a wood clone, ordering it to wave the Uchiha fan. The violent gales fanned the fire, nearly melting the ground. Meanwhile, Madara's dual pupils focused on the wooden flow, pouring a vast amount of ocular power into it. Amaterasu. With wood as fuel, wind aiding the flames, and the eternally burning black flames of Amaterasu, Madara truly achieved the fusion of the Uchiha and Senju powers. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. Naruto, this power of all-encompassing truth. Let's see how you handle this move. After a brief charge, Uzumaki Naruto was finally ready. He looked at Madara, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Madara then watched closely how I handle it. Uzumaki Naruto pressed his palms together, releasing a massive amount of sage chakra, drawing on the natural energy of heaven and earth. Sage Art Assembly Sky Arrow. Uchiha Madara sensed it. He vaguely perceived hundreds of invisible figures suddenly appearing between heaven and earth, standing before the river of fire. Each raised a single hand, and hundreds of great ball Rasengan, made of pure natural energy, materialized. Those Rasengan were formless and intangible. Even the eternal Mangekyo could not see through them, only vaguely, sensed by Madara's sage body, derived from Hashirama's cells. Last time, Uzumaki Naruto had relied on Kurama's power to form a great ball Rasengan chain to counter Madara's tree world birth. This time he used the same method, but with a chain Rasengan composed purely of natural energy. Before the sea of flames, Naruto Uzumaki stood with his arms crossed, his expression utterly devoid of panic or tension. Before him, hundreds of shadow clones imbued with natural energy raised their right hands high, each holding a great ball Rasengan. The formless natural energy, under the influence of such a grand scale of sage art, twisted the light, outlining translucent lines in the air. The river of flames surged toward the clones, who each bearing their own great ball Rasengan charged fearlessly into the torrent of this apocalyptic jutsu. Sage art Great Ball Rasengan Barrage. The path of the advancing flames was abruptly severed, as if flowing into an abyss. Natural energy mercilessly tore through the wood release and the blazing inferno, as if a translucent, illusory, yet distorted wall had appeared before the sea of fire. A barrier at the very edge of reality, steadfastly holding back this overwhelming assault. 6 wood-release clones of Madara Uchiha, each manifesting a complete Susanoo, suddenly appeared beside Naruto and attacked simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderclaps seemed to echo across the battlefield, stirring up clouds of dust. When the view cleared, each Madara clone was firmly locked in place, frozen in mid-attack, as if they were marionettes. Madara Uchiha's original body released his hands from the seal, halting the spread of the wood release. In the desert, a neat borderline appeared between Naruto and Madara, sharply dividing the greenery of the trees from the yellow sand. As Madara lowered his hands from the seal, the wood release, clones simultaneously erupted with azure chakra flames, breaking free from Naruto's natural energy restraint. They manifested the second stage of Susanoo, the four-armed, two-faced giant, and then further evolved into the third stage, the full-body Susanoo. Shing. Each of the 4 arms of Susanoo grasped a blade of azure chakra light, striking at Naruto. Naruto raised his left hand, and behind him 6 dragons soared into the sky. Roar. The wind dragon engaged Susanoo, first the clash of the 2 colossal beasts, instantly unleashing tremendous noise and explosions. The cutting and penetrating power of wind release embodied in Naruto's wind dragon showed strength capable of withstanding the divine might of Susanoo. The other 5 dragons likewise began their own battles. The searing heat of fire released, the fluidity of water released, the defense of earth released, the sharpness of lightning release, and the regenerative power of wood release. All were pushed to their limits by Naruto. These dragons entangled Madara's clones, while Naruto himself, exerting force through his legs, leaped high and collided directly with Madara. Naruto twisted to avoid Madara's scythe, spun around, and struck Madara's war fan with a Rasengan, then sidestepped to evade the Uchiha's reflect. A translucent arm emerged from behind his body, grappling with Susanoo's arm. At point-blank range, they simultaneously unleashed water release and fire release, colliding against each other. A violent blast of steam erupted from between them, its extreme heat and pressure even melting Madara's Susanoo. At this moment, Naruto activated his adamantine body, his fist gleaming with a brilliant silver light. Ignoring the terrifying steam shockwave, he punched through the impenetrable dense fog and struck Madara's Susanoo. But Madara had anticipated this. In addition to Susanoo, he raised the Uchiha War Fan to shield himself. Naruto's monstrous strength punched straight through Susanoo, without hindrance, crashing directly against the War Fan. The ground around them shattered and erupted in layers due to the explosive force. At the same time, Madara's war fan suddenly blazed with a radiance as dazzling as the sun. Madara was shocked. His punch is even stronger than a tailed beast ball. And what's happening? It feels like he's getting stronger and stronger. The Uchiha war fan proved reliable after all. It completely absorbed this single-point power surpassing a tailed beast ball. Uchiha reflect. Madara pushed the fan forward, and the light on its surface was reflected back. A white-hot beam like a terrifying solar storm instantly engulfed Naruto's figure. My. Madara frowned slightly slowly, turning to look at the unharmed figure standing behind him. So he dodged it. His speed has reached such a level. On the other side, the 6 dragons had now entangled the 6 Susanoo. The Madara clones trapped inside could not even deactivate Susanoo, resignedly feeling their chakra being slowly drained away. Madara's original body watched Naruto once again leap into the air, simultaneously releasing an even more powerful surge of chakra. He quickly entered the Tengu armor form of Susanoo, and with his hands in a seal, the half-body, Susanoo, now 80 meters tall, clasped its hands together to form a massive azure greatsword. Naruto gazed at the exorbitantly shaped greatsword, faintly making out the characters Shindo engraved on the blade. So it's the legendary Shindo sword said to have fallen from the heavens and become a mountain. Oh, Madara was a little surprised that Naruto recognized this sword, but he didn't dwell on it. He spoke, "Indeed, my sword has not been drawn since the Warring States period. The last time it faced Hashirama's wood golem. This time let your blood be the sacrificial offering for its blade. This time let your blood be the sacrificial offering for its blade." The greatsword swung horizontally, sending an invisible, yet heavy blade aura expanding in all directions. Naruto retreated at extreme speed, the attack always a step behind him, but the dragons that had been set up since the battle began were instantly sliced in half. Seeing this, Naruto used Flying Thunder God to teleport back into the attack range, channeling the remaining power of the dragons to quickly fly toward Madara. Madara manipulated Susanoo to brace the great sword against the attack. Sage Art 6 releases Great Combination Blast. For an instant the world seemed to go silent, leaving only a mushroom cloud rising from the cataclysmic explosion. Naruto used natural energy to resist the shockwave that could reshape the terrain. The explosion gradually subsided, revealing the Susanoo within. The greatsword remained intact, but the chakra in the unprotected areas could no longer hold its form. Madara gazed at the battered chakra, releasing even more powerful dojutsu that smoothed over the wounds on Susanoo. At the same time, he formed a more complex wood-release seal inside the Susanoo. Wood-release flower tree world. Wood roots burst forth from the ground. This time the tips of the branches bore grotesque, twisted, and ugly flowers. These flowers bloomed at a visible rate, then released a cloud of deadly pollen. Naruto frowned, pinched his nose, and leaped to avoid the root tendrils. Madara raised his greatsword with both hands, pouring wave after wave of immense chakra into it. The greatsword erupted with azure rampaging chakra flames, driving the poisonous pollen to swirl wildly in all directions. Naruto evaded these obstacles using Flying Thunder God to teleport to a distant location. Then he formed a cross seal with his hands, and 2 shadow clones appeared beside him. Naruto Uzumaki stood before the vast blossoming floral realm confidently, adjusting his forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for shinobi. Simultaneously 2 shadow clones materialized behind him, surging with immense sage chakra. Meanwhile, Madara Uchiha stood within the colossal Susanoo of the Crow Tengu, the radiant azure blade of the Sharnado sword blazing with roaring flames. His face contorted in fury as he roared, "Naruto, let me see how you withstand this technique." Naruto's charging had already concluded. The 3 Narutos formed 3 distinct hand seals. Sage Art Gajima. The Naruto on the left drew a deep breath, then exhaled a scorching gale, fierce and swift, sweeping across the battlefield with overwhelming force. At the same moment, the Naruto on the right unleashed his assault. He opened his mouth and expelled searing fire, igniting the surrounding air into a sea of inferno. Naruto's original body poured forth an oceanic torrent of toad oil, vast and furious, as if summoned from the wrathful depths of the sea. The oil rapidly spread, merging seamlessly with the gale and the flames. The confluence of wind and fire instantly intensified the heat to staggering levels, more incandescent, more savage. The blinding white flames seared the viscous toad oil, triggering violent crackling detonations across its surface. Madara plunged the great sword deep into the earth. Explosive chakra surged underground, illuminating the subterranean strata of the floral realm with eerie blue light, spreading like a web along fissures across the cracked ground, heralding a cataclysmic detonation. Yet the oil sea engulfed the entire floral realm in an instant, its terrifying heat suppressing the Sharnado sword's eruption through sheer thermal counterforce. Scalding oil splashed onto the Susanoo, and the Crow Tengu's armor sizzled and crumbled like ice meeting boiling water. Simultaneously, that extreme heat catalyzed the toxic pollen drifting through the sky, triggering an unknown reaction as the virulent spores descended upon the already ablaze forest below. Boom! A thunderous chemical explosion erupted, a colossal obsidian mushroom cloud soaring into the heavens, hurling Madara Uchiha backward with seismic force. This devastating blow shattered half of Madara's body. Seeing this, Naruto immediately ceased the Gojuman technique and shot forward toward the grievously wounded Madara. Yet Madara reacted with astonishing speed. His eyes flared wide and a torrent of even more ferocious chakra erupted from his body, instantly coalescing into the Crow Tengu form. The giant extended its right hand to seize Naruto, but Naruto teleported via Flying Thunder God technique, landing safely on the ground to evade the grasp. He could have methodically eroded that Susanoo, yet Madara would never allow such a victory. He would inevitably escalate further. As Naruto anticipated, Madara clenched his right fist midair, colossal tailed beast level chakra flooded outward unchecked. In an instant, the Crow Tengu's armor expanded several-fold, while the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power stabilized that explosive chakra. With a deafening roar, the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, revealing against the night sky a towering, awe-inspiring azure chakra, giant wings outstretched to eclipse the moon. He descended like a god of death and annihilation, gazing down upon the earth. The complete body Susanoo slowly drew a long blade from its back, the blade wreathed in seething black flames. Madara fused the two blades into one massive broadsword, the Sharnado sword. The Susanoo plummeted from the heavens like a colossal demon god, the titanic wings scraping violently against the air, igniting crimson trails of fire. Clutching the impossibly heavy sword with both hands, he aimed its tip downward at the earth, where a blinding azure-white radiance erupted, illuminating the entire battlefield like a bolt of celestial lightning. That white brilliance intertwined with the inky black Amaterasu, forging a surreal, breathtaking spectacle, an orb of black and white devastation hurtling from the heavens, bearing infinite destructive force to reduce all to dust. Though Naruto perceived this technique as world-shattering, no fear crossed his features. He pressed his palms together. An immense natural energy from heaven and earth rushed into his body. Wild sage chakra stirred the ambient nature energy around him, coiling invisibly into a silent, imperceptible vortex. Sage Art Fudo Mayu, Naruto bellowed. A translucent six-armed wrathful giant rose from the earth, each arm wielding a distinct weapon: sword, spear, halberd, axe, mace, and glaive. Golden sigils shimmered faintly along the edges of those translucent weapons, then in an instant transformed into gleaming bronze-gold light, radiating divine power to subdue demons and banish evil, so brilliant it blinded the eye. All six weapons pointed directly at the Susanoo, clashing head-on with the descending greatsword. Susanoo Starfall. Fudo Mayu Wayguard Stance. At the desert's heart, a colossal source of light ignited, its raw power instantly leveling every ridge and dune, affecting even the allied shinobi forces locked in battle against Kabuto's forces at the storm's periphery. The five Kage had been monitoring the clash closely. The moment the two titans emerged, they began erecting defensive barriers, but to their shock, the shockwave shattered their hastily constructed shields. Had they stood any closer, they would have fallen where they stood. Are they even shinobi anymore? Mei Terumi stared dumbfounded at the apocalyptic scene, her whip lashing out to shatter a white Zetsu's skull. Don't overthink it. Tsunade lifted a shinobi recently stunned by the blast wave. Anoki dispersed several elite warriors hidden among the Edo Tensei army with dust released, declaring, "We have our own battle to win, and we will prevail." Gaara's sand crushed dozens of white Zetsu caught in its grip. "We must not betray Naruto's trust. Not a single enemy shall slip past us." A stormed through enemy ranks like lightning, slaying foes, rescuing allies, barking orders to the alliance, "Follow me." The battlefield between Naruto and Madara had been reduced to a vast basin, its fractures so deep they ruptured the earth's crust, unleashing rivers of molten magma. The Sharnado sword lay embedded far away, dislodged and inverted. The complete body Susanoo itself had disintegrated under the colossal impact, collapsing into scattered azure flames upon the ground. The Fudo Mayu had lost all six arms, its armor shattered layer upon layer, leaving it kneeling, its legs buried deep into the earth. Within the Fudo Mayu's protection, Naruto remained composed, his azure blue flames extinguished, yet his sage eyes retained their distinctive cross-shaped pupils. The azure flames on the ground abruptly turned pitch black, heat intensifying exponentially, transforming into countless obsidian arrows that streaked toward Naruto with lethal velocity. Naruto instead dispelled the Fudo Mayu and employed the Chodo Jutsu, darting through the upper atmosphere to steadily deplete the Amaterasu arrows. On the ground, Madara, who had somehow recovered, stood amid the ruins, eyes tightly shut. Yet the frequency of the Amaterasu barrage only increased, growing sharper, fiercer, more relentless. Naruto dispersed the Amaterasu arrows with a palm strike infused with natural energy, and keenly sensed the subtle shift in ocular power within that attack. Though the distance between them had grown immense, Naruto still perceived with startling clarity the godlike power pulsing within Madara's eyes. Indeed, while his sensory acuity was formidable, perceiving ocular chakra, a uniquely internal force, had been impossible until he exchanged chakra with Sasuke. The Rinnegan is finally manifesting. A flicker of excitement stirred within Naruto. "Kurama, how goes it?" he urged inwardly, urgently. "Almost there, just hold on. This natural energy is pooled from all 9 of us. You'll feel it soon enough." Kurama's faintly exasperated voice echoed in his mind. Now empowered by all 9 tailed beasts, not just Kurama, Naruto's natural energy accumulation had accelerated dramatically in both volume and purity. His Sage Mode's combat prowess and growth rate had soared accordingly. Coupled with his enhanced spiritual and physical resilience from fusing chakra with Sasuke, Naruto's Sage Mode now brushed the threshold of 6 paths power. Moreover, the Tailed Beast chakra coursing through him surpassed even his previous peak. Evolving Kurama Mode itself, its former gold-orange hue now gleamed with regal white-gold radiance, drawing ever closer to the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki form of his prior life. Yet wielding such immense power proved extraordinarily demanding. Activating this form alone posed no issue, but layering it atop Sage Mode required not only the 9 beasts' collective aid, but also the stabilizing chakra of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Black flames now rained down upon Naruto like a merciless storm, but he moved through them with uncanny grace, twisting, swaying, evading every ember, even sensing attacks behind him as if sighted by instinct alone. This mastery stemmed directly from his fusion with Sasuke. Perception and intuition now guided his body flawlessly, requiring no conscious command as reflex, and will merged into one. Seemingly recognizing the futility of this assault, the Amaterasu rain gradually ceased, and Naruto straightened, locking eyes with Madara. Chink! A strange resonance pierced the air, and Madara's eyes snapped open. Within their sockets the Rinnegan blazed with supreme violet light, its concentric ripple-like pupils radiating divine authority. An overwhelming surge of ocular chakra erupted. Naruto's eyes briefly mirrored the Rinnegan's pattern before reverting, but that fleeting instant was all Madara needed. Flames tenfold hotter than before erupted, accompanied by razor-sharp wooden spears that struck Naruto's chest in an instant. Naruto activated Flying Thunder God at the last moment, teleporting to Madara's right flank, but a smoking wound now marred his chest edges charred black. Immediately another onslaught followed, and once again Naruto displayed breathtaking speed. Madara watched golden afterimages flicker around him, and silently mused, truly swift, and uncannily reminiscent of Hashirama. How peculiar. Naruto swept aside obstacles with Frog Kata, and the wound on his chest had already nearly healed. His regeneration rivals Hashirama's, yet his speed far exceeds it. That familiarity grows stronger. And why does it feel as though my own chakra stirs within him? In that brief lull Naruto remained vigilant, while Madara slowly raised his left hand toward him. Bansho Tenin. A gravitational pull vastly surpassing Nagato's or Obito's emanated from his palm, so potent even Naruto could not resist. Forced to act, Naruto hurled a vanishing lightning release Rasengan, but the Rinnegan discerned its chakra fluctuations, transforming gravity into repulsion. Shinra Tensei. A tidal wave of raw force crashed into Naruto, feral unrelenting slamming into his frame like a rampaging beast. Naruto felt ribs snap like overstretched strings, then spat a crimson arc across the air vivid against the twilight. The lightning-charged Rasengan shattered mid-air, its energy diffused into glittering fragments before vanishing. Madara noted Naruto's injury with cold, calculating eyes, glinting with ruthless intent. Without hesitation, he reversed repulsion into crushing gravity, a seismic shift that threatened to tear Naruto's organs from their moorings. Yet Naruto endured, jaw-clenched, teeth grinding, his hand already forming another Rasengan. The sphere blazed with radiant blue light, charged with indomitable will and unyielding life force. At the critical moment, Kurama's voice rang out, "Naruto, it's ready." Finally. Naruto's body erupted with solar brilliance. Madara's pupils contracted sharply at the overwhelming surge, and a translucent pale aura shimmered around him, the Preta Path activated. Naruto charged headlong, striking Madara before the Preta Path could fully engage, shattering half his body outright. Madara instinctively triggered Shinra Tensei with his remaining half, but the repulsive force failed to budge Naruto even a fraction, instead hurling Madara backward in recoil. Naruto stood motionless, his form radiating a sun-like luminescence, pure and searing. Naruto Uzumaki stood motionless, his entire body radiating a resplendent white golden light. The chakra of the tailed beast coalesced into a white mantle billowing behind him. 6-pointed Tomo symbols, emblems of the 6 paths, adorned both the collar and the back of his cloak. A shimmering white gold chakra shroud enveloped his form, lending his skin a faint luminous pallor. His hair blazed upward like ascending flames, white at the roots, gradually deepening to azure at the tips. Beneath that white mantle lay a full-body suit, black as midnight, subtly accented with sapphire and gold. Naruto opened his eyes, the irises now split between sapphire and gold, while his Sage Mode cross-shaped pupils remained calm and still, emanating an ancient, profound serenity from within. He stood in silence, his presence unfathomably deep, still as a bottomless lake, yet charged with transcendent authority and overwhelming pressure, a hierarchical suppression of life itself. Even Madara Uchiha, gazing upon him, felt a profound, instinctive wariness. Strangely, upon entering this state, Madara sensed a resonance between his Rinnegan and Naruto, as though Naruto bore a fragment of his own power. How peculiar. What is happening? Even Madara Uchiha found this phenomenon baffling, yet he wasted no time pondering it. A man of action, he preferred direct confrontation over cautious observation. With the Rinnegan activated, immense chakra surged through Madara's body, dramatically amplifying his physical prowess. Even his body flicker technique accelerated to unprecedented speed. In an instant, Madara appeared behind Naruto and delivered a devastating punch, only for Naruto to tilt his head slightly, evading the blow with effortless grace. Simultaneously, his left hand rose, not swiftly yet impossibly precise, to seize Madara's wrist. As Madara launched a crushing kick toward Naruto's back, his foot passed cleanly through empty air, only a fading afterimage remained. Madara recoiled in shock. His speed had even surpassed the perception of the Rinnegan. What a colossal force erupted against his back, hurling him forward uncontrollably. Naruto, ready. The voice of Matatabi the Five Tails echoed beside him. Naruto's inner voice brimmed with exhilaration. I've been waiting to unleash this technique. Raise your chakra to its boiling point. Boil, release unrivaled might. A colossal fist materialized in Naruto's hands, forged from both Tailed Beast Chakra and Sage Chakra, while waves of scorching steam erupted from his body. The white gold fist descended with crushing planetary weight. That comet-like strike slammed into Madara's second stage Susanoo, its terrifying force flattening both Madara and his divine warrior into a single compressed plane. The sheer impact detonated a secondary shockwave, igniting a cataclysmic explosion that hurled Madara violently into the earth, burying him deep beneath the surface. On the battlefield, brilliant cerulean light erupted beneath Naruto's feet, this time without buildup, erupting instantly. A volcanic surge of energy swallowed Naruto whole, yet a wall of sand rose beneath him, sealing the blast entirely within its confines. A long sword slashed across the sand barrier, its razor-sharp edge and destructive force tearing through the defense almost instantly. The blade's momentum carried onward, until Naruto raised his right forearm. Clang! The sword struck his forearm, igniting silver sparks and unleashing a deafening metallic shriek, the sound of titanic forces colliding. In Madara's stunned gaze, Naruto shook out his arm and lunged downward, straight toward the fully manifested Susanoo. Son, lend me your strength. Understood. A thick layer of stone encased Naruto's right fist, swelling it to monstrous size, glowing crimson hot. Lava release, seabed needle. With that roar, Naruto's fist transformed into molten magma, propelled by his own unparalleled might and sun's volcanic chakra, and crashed into the crossed blades of the complete Susanoo. Its searing heat could melt chakra itself. Madara's twin colossal swords, legendary weapons of absolute defense, shattered in less than a heartbeat. Yet Naruto did not pause. With a light leap, graceful as a soaring bird, he kicked off the air itself, harnessing recoil to accelerate like a falling star, aiming straight for the crystalline core embedded in the Susanoo's forehead. Time itself seemed to freeze. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief, locked onto the unfolding devastation. He never imagined his most cherished weapon could be shattered so effortlessly. Before such incandescent fury, even the Susanoo's mythic invincibility crumbled, shattered not by subtlety or strategy, but by raw, unrelenting elemental force. Above, countless azure shards, like fallen stars, rained down from the disintegrating Susanoo, exposing Madara's vulnerable form beneath the wreckage. Shock contorted his features, yet before he could react, Naruto's barrage, swift as monsoon winds, crashed into his skull. Shink! The world dimmed. Madara vanished before Naruto's eyes, reduced to a hazy, barely perceptible silhouette. Limbo Border Jail. Madara's true form materialized directly behind Naruto, his massive sickle slashing toward his neck. But at the blade's final millimeter, Naruto dissolved into nothingness. Only a translucent afterimage remained. Madara's expression tightened. Unbelievable speed. He'd believed himself swift, yet Naruto had already outpaced him. Naruto had anticipated the attack. Using his heightened mobility in this state, he evaded the fatal strike with flawless precision. A flicker of astonishment and vigilance crossed Madara's eyes as his brow furrowed. A wave of profound frustration washed over him. Naruto's velocity was beyond comprehension, allowing him to evade even mid-air assaults. Madara's gaze swept the battlefield. Komiichi, already prepared. Secret technique, scale powder concealment. Iridescent powder rained from the heavens, veiling the field. Yet Madara, ever cautious, swung his Uchiha war fan, unleashing a gale-force wind that scattered the mist and restored clarity. Suddenly danger flared within him. He raised his fan and summoned rib-like Susanoo bones around his body, then leapt backward. Yet the Susanoo ribs splintered instantly. Seizing that sliver of time, Madara unleashed Shinra Tensei. Omnidirectional repulsive force erupted, so violently it propelled Madara himself backward. The Predapath's ability formed a transparent film over Madara's skin, dissolving and absorbing the lingering scale powder. Once more Naruto appeared within Madara's Rinnegan vision, his fist nearly brushing Madara's nose. Limbo Border Jail had already claimed 2 decoys. This time Madara chose all or nothing. He and his dual-faced Susanoo formed 3 hand seals. heaven-crushing gravity star. Clouds shattered high above. Then a colossal meteor plummeted from the sky, bearing down with unstoppable force. To Naruto, below, the sky vanished, replaced only by the meteor's suffocating inky shadow. Naruto, let's see how you break free from this. Madara lowered his hands and laughed wildly. Run if you wish, but know that everyone over there will die with you. On the first battlefield, the 4 former Hokage and Sasuke Uchiha continued battling the Inyang being. Its abilities were simple, yet its power was extreme. Each gesture unleashed destruction, rivaling a tailed beast bomb it wielded would release, and could manifest a crude, imperfect Susanoo drawn from cloned inferior Mangekyo Sharingan eyes stolen from Uchiha Shin. In essence, it was a grotesque fusion of Hashirama and Madara. This abomination enraged Madara deeply. After Orochimaru resurrected him via Edo Tensei Kabuto, and Tobi sought further manipulation, using the highest concentration Hashirama cells cultivated from the demonic statue to reawaken cellular activity in Madara's corpse. Once Madara's cells regained vitality, they forcibly merged them with Hashirama's cells, birthing a half-black, half-white monstrosity, then transplanted Shin's Mangekyo Sharingan into its eyes and infused it with the chakra of 7 tailed beasts plus the severed arm of the 8 tails and the chakra of the previous 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Such desecration of his body ignited Madara's prideful fury. He saw it as a profound insult. He conveniently forgot that his own Rinnegan had been awakened only through Hashirama's cells, a grim irony perhaps of karmic retribution. Regardless, this clone possessed staggering combat power, surpassing even Tobi's current strength in astonishing feat. The battlefield lay in utter ruin, shattered earth, fractured skies, a landscape torn asunder. Casualties among the 1st Division had reached roughly 30%. Most fell fighting the White Zetsu army, while others perished from proximity to the main battle's collateral devastation. On the front line, both sides fought to exhaustion. Though formidable, the demonic statue was not the 10 tails, and against opposing would release eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and half of Kurama's chakra, it held no decisive advantage. Sasuke Uchiha sensed a new surging chakra flooding his eyes, refining them, awakening something far more terrifying within their depths. Even beyond that, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan exceeded expectations, its power evolving mid-battle steadily, enhancing his speed and strength. Were chakra and ocular stamina limitless, Sasuke believed he could ascend endlessly. Yet greater power remained dormant, awaiting recovery. Now all fighters labored for breath. Even when the Inyang being teleported away, none possessed the strength to intercept it. Still, Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju had planted over 100 flying thunder god marks upon its body, including several in absurdly remote locations. Unless they abandoned this prized asset outright, or killed it, they would never escape those marks. Like fireflies in darkness, they illuminated the demonic statue's location for Minato, Tobirama, and Naruto alike. Kabuto Yakushi froze, cold light glinting behind his lenses, before a sinister smile curled his lips. So, they finally tracked us down. The serpent coiled around his abdomen slowly lifted its head, its narrow eyes gleaming with reptilian malice. Kabuto contacted Madara on the battlefield. Lord Madara, silence answered him. But Kabuto knew the message had been received. Some questions troubling you. I believe I now hold the answers. The other end remained silent. Only ambient battlefield noise crackled in the background. Kabuto chuckled softly as if recalling a private jest. We never informed you. Earlier Naruto Uzumaki destroyed your other Rinnegan. I suspect it served as the sacrificial vessel for your Edo Tensei resurrection. The background noise ceased instantly, replaced by absolute chilling silence. Kabuto felt the cavern's temperature plummet 10 degrees, sending a primal shiver through his cold-blooded frame. He severed the connection unilaterally, then adjusted his glasses with his right hand, turning his gaze toward the unexpected guests arriving at his lair. His voice softened into warm, cultured amusement. Honored guests, your arrival graces my humble abode with extraordinary distinction. His courteous tone clashed starkly with the damp, frigid gloom of the cavern, yet the figures emerging from the shadows were no less formidable. They stood in perfect formation, left to right: Karen, Uzumaki, Suigetsu, Hozuki, Yugo, Orochimaru, Itachi, Uchiha, and Killer Bee. Kabuto, it's been quite some time. Orochimaru offered a smile softer than Kabuto's own, warm, practiced, and utterly disarming. Naruto Uzumaki lifted his gaze to the sky, watching the ever-growing meteor, while simultaneously sensing the frenzied, killing intent emanating from Madara Uchiha. Really, why is this guy suddenly so angry? Naruto muttered under his breath. Naruto, I've refined the chakra for you. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's ears. Ah, thanks, Kurama. Naruto's body erupted in a brilliant golden light. Beneath the meteor, a colossal, majestic golden fox materialized, its 9 tails fanning out like a peacock's plumage, each tail a different shade, symbolizing the 9-tailed beasts. Roar! Kurama bellowed at the meteor above, while a glass-like sage art armor encased his body. Sage art Fudo Mayu's armor. A fearsome demonic 6-armed armor slowly enveloped Kurama. The colossal golden fox stomped the ground, causing the leg armor and heavy battle skirt to emit a dull metallic clang. His body was fortified with heavy armor, and a translucent eerie fox mask appeared on his face. A mask with jagged fangs and expression that seemed both weeping and laughing, terrifying and grotesque, its mere appearance delivering a tremendous visual impact. To adapt to this six-armed heavy armor, Naruto simultaneously channeled Sage Chakra and Tailed Beast Chakra, transforming Kurama's form into a single-headed six-armed entity. Kurama thrust his 9 thick massive tails into the ground. With a roar, the earth beneath the meteor split open and 9 infinitely extending chakra pillars shot skyward. Those were Kurama's 9 tails. The 9 tails pierced straight into the meteor, drastically slowing its descent. Meanwhile, the immense pressure forced Kurama's legs deep into the ground. The very ground fractured from the contest of strength, causing the terrain to sink violently. No, I need to add more. Naruto took a deep breath. Faintly glowing golden chains emerged from behind him. 18 adamantine sealing chains shot out from Kurama's back, like iron cables plunging into the meteor. Through the chains, Naruto applied the lightweight rock technique to the tips of the chains. Earth release super added weight rock technique. The meteor's density plummeted, its weight dropping sharply, and the sinking of the ground beneath Kurama's feet slowed accordingly. Sage Art Heaven Strike. Naruto raised both hands. A massive amount of natural energy surged from the ground like a giant tree, supporting the meteor from below. With multiple measures working in concert, the meteor finally halted its descent. Madara Uchiha smirked, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Quite capable, aren't you? Then how will you handle the second one? Naruto flashed a smile even brighter than Madara's and said, I've been on guard for your second one all along. Kurama opened his massive maw, a pitch-black, tailed beast ball aimed at the meteor, continuously compressing. Above him, a shadow clone of Naruto appeared, raising his right hand to condense a super giant Rasenshuriken of the same magnitude as the tailed beast ball. The Rasenshuriken was enormous, with a terrifying diameter of 100 meters, even larger than the Chibaku Tensei Nagato had created in the past life. Together, Kurama. Right. Sage Art Super Tailed Beast Ball Pulsar Rasenshuriken. Naruto hurled his Rasenshuriken first. The terrifying roar of chakra spinning at hyperspeed sounded like a train hurtling toward the sky, its high-frequency vibrations transmitting resonance directly to the meteor. The giant rock suspended in the sky began to resonate at high frequency, with cracks spreading from the shattered points. As the outer edge of the Rasenshuriken struck the meteor's surface, Kurama fired the tailed beast ball, which had been compressed from about 100 meters to 10 meters. The ultra-high-pressure chakra, finding an outlet, transformed into a straight laser that crossed 1,000 meters in an instant, crashing into the Rasenshuriken. Boom! The Rasenshuriken was forcibly detonated by the tailed beast ball. The explosive force coalesced into a white sphere larger than the Chibaku Tensei, directly engulfing the first meteor. The tailed beast ball laser unimpeded pierced through the first meteor, then like skewering candied hawthorns instantly impaled the second meteor. The brilliant laser continued skyward, even penetrating Earth's atmosphere, launching the attack into outer space. The breach created by the tailed beast ball provided an opening for the Rasenshuriken's detonation. The violent wind release and Sage Chakra surged into the fissures, detonating and tearing from within. Under the combined assault, the first meteor was torn apart by the wind, leaving not even dust. The second meteor, descending simultaneously, fell into the annihilating white wind vortex and was consumed from top to bottom by that terrible power. Without hesitation, Naruto retracted Kurama into his body, then leaped and darted through the sky at maximum speed, evading the siege of foreshadows. Bastard! Madara cursed Naruto, manipulating the Deva Path's power to rush toward him at incredible speed. Naruto showed no fear. It seemed Kabuto Yakushi and Obito Uchiha hadn't told Madara about his Rinnegan, using him as a bomb. Naruto dodged another limbo attack, while simultaneously unleashing the power of Heaven Strike. Several natural energy clones struck at Madara with even greater speed and ferocity. But Madara neither dodged nor blocked. His Susanoo suffered a few bone fractures, which were instantly repaired by the terrifying power of the Rinnegan. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Naruto. For Limbo clones simultaneously used fire release, rapidly raising the ambient temperature. Madara activated the Azura Path's ability, transforming his right arm into a laser cannon with a 1-meter diameter and firing instantly. Naruto, I've sent you the chakra. The gentle voice of Matatabi the Two-Tails sounded in Naruto's ears. Ah, thanks, Matatabi. Convert all this power into kinetic energy for the body. Fire Orb Instant Replacement Technique. Naruto's body suddenly ignited with blue flames. The laser cannon and limbo flames engulfed him an instant later. Boom. The spot where Naruto had been exploded outward, blue flames expanding like a spherical almighty push. The temperature of these blue flames was even higher than Madara's fire release. Madara narrowly avoided being directly hit by the flames using the Predapath's ability. Though not ignited, the terrifying heat greatly affected him, even melting part of his Susanoo. It's not over yet. Naruto's left hand was coated in sand, his right hand in magma. He instantly pierced through Madara's Susanoo, grabbing his head to drag him out. But 2 Limbo clones immediately appeared to assassinate Naruto. Naruto was forced to release Madara and retreat to avoid the ambush. However, as he landed via Flying Thunder God, the other two Limbo clones appeared simultaneously. In the next moment, Naruto, as if predicting, turned his right hand into a giant claw and stabbed at one clone. Another clone of Naruto used Sage Art to construct a localized adamantine body and a Tailed Beast chakra cloak to withstand the damage. As expected, Madara's true body replaced the Limbo clone, appearing directly in front of Naruto's claw. Madara's face contorted in shock. How did he predict that? At this range, Madara, unlike Naruto, didn't even have time to raise his Uchiha fan. Helpless, he used another Limbo clone for a fierce attack, while taking Naruto's assault on his face. Bang! A sharp pain shot through his back, but it didn't break Naruto's bones. Naruto ignored the pain. His giant claw slashed down, cutting Madara's body into 4 pieces from left to right. As if a giant hand had suddenly appeared in space, it clenched the 4 parts of Madara tightly, as if afraid that the candy would melt in its grasp. Naruto was clearly not allied with that giant hand. He formed the tiger hand seal and took a deep breath. Sage Art Fire released Matatabi's Great Fire Annihilation. An extremely thin blue-white fire pillar shot from Naruto's mouth, striking Madara at point-blank range, then rapidly expanding into a vast sea of fire. The Limbo clone's attacks ceased instantly. The Rinnegan-enhanced Susanoo guarding Madara became meaningless before Naruto dripping as blue chakra liquid onto the ground beneath Madara's roasting feet. The flames burned for a full minute before Naruto stopped. He hurled the handful of slime to the ground, like trash waiting for Madara to revive. And Madara, true to his name, even before fully recovering, activated his perfect Susanoo. Empowered by the Rinnegan, this Susanoo was far more formidable than when he had the Eternal Mangekyo. The 4 Limbo clones also activated 4 perfect Susanoos in the other world. In Naruto's perception, 5 colossal Susanoos stood silently holding their double swords watching him. Naruto merely grinned and said, "Madara, even this won't help." Once again, Naruto's body erupted with terrifying chakra that overpowered Madara, the immense fluctuation triggering a violent earthquake. An ocean of sage chakra drove an enormous amount of natural energy swirling around Naruto, who manipulated it into a fearsome 6-armed translucent giant. Sage Art Fudo Mayu. It was Naruto's Fudo Mayu once more, but this time its height had doubled, reaching an astonishing 400 meters, so tall that even the perfect Susanoo only reached its waist. And this was only because Naruto wanted Fudo Mayu to be that tall. With the infinite growth and enhancement of the Sage Mode, given enough time, Naruto could make Fudo Mayu grow indefinitely. The reason he didn't release Kurama to fight together was that Naruto hadn't yet mastered Inyang release, so he couldn't create a body for Kurama that could match Fudo Mayu's current size. Besides, against the nerfed Limbo border jail, Fudo Mayu was more than enough. Whooshed. Spatial ripples appeared beside Madara, who looked coldly at them. A half-black, half-white figure emerged. A creature with 2 faces on one head, half black and half white. Seeing him, Madara's face showed a flicker of disgust. The figure paid no heed, his 4 eyes fixed on Naruto as he formed hand seals. Puff. A massive cloud of smoke erupted behind him, gradually engulfing the half-and-half figure. When the smoke cleared, the ghetto statue, about the same size as Fudo Mayu, stood before him. "Oh." Naruto cupped his chin, speaking with interest. "So this is your secret weapon, huh? How to describe it? You and Hashirama aren't bad looking, but how come 2 faces ended up on the same head?" "Shut up." Madara roared in fury. "You damn bastard." Hop. With his agonized scream, the 5 perfect Susanoos charged at Naruto simultaneously, 10 giant swords like 10 heavenly pillars attacking in Madara's hands. The dense slashes formed an impenetrable wall, slamming into Fudo Mayu like a meat grinder. Fudo Mayu took a step back from the violent assault, but then as Naruto used a great sword larger than the Susanoo to parry and block, the situation steadily turned in Naruto's favor. Suddenly, the ghetto statue condensed a powerful tailed beast ball to attack. Naruto merely formed hand seals to summon a shadow clone. The shadow clone instantly appeared in midair facing the ghetto statue and raised a hand to gather a tailed beast ball of the same scale as the statues. Both tailed beast balls were released simultaneously, colliding in the middle and exploding. A colossal explosion raged for 10 kilometers in all directions, the violent force once again flattening the terrain, plunging the world into silent stillness. Madara's Susanoo abandoned attack, stabbing its swords into the ground to resist the violent shockwave. Yet Naruto's Fudo Mayu withstood the explosion. The great swords in its 6 arms transformed into a cold, long spear. The runes on the spear's blade emitted a silvery white glow like the color of snow on the coldest winter day. Naruto Uzumaki formed hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations as immense chakra surged violently, igniting countless glowing runes across the sky. As he moved, the colossal and awe-inspiring figure of Fudo Mayu slowly materialized, towering like a mountain between heaven and earth. He gripped a long spear whose shaft was translucent, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. Its tip shimmered with blinding crystalline frostlight, exuding an icy chill so piercing it seemed capable of freezing all existence. When Fudo Mayu raised the spear high, the entire world trembled in reverence. Where the spear's tip pointed, an invisible pressure spread outward, suffocating, oppressive. This frigid force grew so intense that even Madara Uchiha's movements were severely impeded. His once fluid attacks slowed to clumsy, labored motions as though bound by unseen chains. Even his mighty Susanoo lost its former majesty. Its movements became agonizingly sluggish, each gesture demanding Herculean effort. Such impairment was extraordinarily rare for Madara Uchiha, who had always been famed for peerless speed and overwhelming power. Yet now this chilling force ensnared him, drastically diminishing his combat prowess. Sage Art Fudo Mayu, Sealing, Evil Technique. The spear descended like lightning, carrying bone-deep cold, the wrath of heaven itself, piercing straight through Madara's sapphire-hued Susanoo. An absolute freeze erupted with terrifying speed, sweeping across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Silver-white energy flooded into the earth, ravaging the already battered desert, its nth cataclysm of the day. This blast brought utter cryogenic annihilation, freezing everything instantly into flawless ice sculptures. Even the shattered fragments of Madara's pierced Susanoo were locked in place, suspended midair in frozen stasis. Those shards hung motionless, fixed precisely where they were at the moment of crystallization, unyielding, unchanging. Madara himself suffered catastrophic damage, half his body disintegrated into countless drifting particles. Yet even those motes froze solid in midair, unable to reassemble. Damn it! Madara was pinned immobile, his body locked rigid, as if encased in glacial ice. His consciousness too was arrested by that transcendent cold, as though time itself had ceased. His eyes widened in raw disbelief, pupils dilated with shock. He had never imagined any force potent enough to immobilize him utterly, robbing him of motion, agency, and will. That profound helplessness stirred within him an unprecedented dread. This technique possesses sealing properties, Naruto murmured, thoughtfully, chin resting on his palm. His gaze then shifted toward the enigmatic Yin-Yang being. In an instant he teleported via flying thunder god technique to his own shadow clone, confronting the entity, and upon nodding silently the clone dissolved into wisps of white smoke. Naruto studied the Yin-Yang being intently, his cerulean gold eyes narrowed with wary vigilance. A deep visceral unease rose within him, like an invisible hand clenching his heart. His sixth sense screamed warning. This anomaly unsettled him profoundly, as though harboring within its frame a power capable of unmaking reality itself. That sensation sent shivers down his spine, every pore flaring open, a nameless terror spreading like frost through his veins. What's going on? It's not such a big deal after all. Naruto squinted, his sharp eyes gleaming with focused intensity as waves of heightened perception washed over the mysterious being like relentless tides. He concentrated utterly, leaving no detail unexamined, searching desperately for even the faintest clue, the subtlest trace. Each scan was surgical, methodical, like radar sweeping every hidden crevice, probing for concealed truths. The being's four eyes all turned toward Naruto. Both mouths spoke simultaneously. You are unlike any other. His lips parted with difficulty, as if in used to speech, for a dry, rasping voice emerged. Yet two distinct tones overlapped, one deep and resonant, the other shrill and piercing, jarringly fused. Finally his jaws stretched wider still, releasing a piercing shriek, a cacophony of fractured harmonics agonizing to the ear. He seemed to expend every ounce of strength in that cry, then slowly closed his eyes, falling silent. A profound hush descended, absolute, suffocating. Errors that breach integrity must be erased. The being's voice remained devoid of emotion as he raised his black and white hand palm, aimed directly at Naruto. Terrifying chakra coalesced in his palm, roiling like a storm-tossed sea, threatening to tear the very air apart. At that moment the tailed beast's power reached its zenith. Yin and Yang chakra fused with exquisite precision, 8 parts Yin to 2 parts Yang, forging a force both devastating and arcane. As chakra compressed further, a colossal crimson-black, tailed beast ball erupted before Naruto, radiating palpable dread, brimming with apocalyptic annihilation. Naruto recoiled slightly. This orb's hue unmistakably signaled it was the Ten-Tails tailed beast ball. What's happening, Kurama? Naruto raised his right hand, summoning a miniature tailed beast ball in his palm. Indeed, this is unusual, but you can produce such a sphere now, since you've effectively become a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki in your own right. But how he wields it baffles me. Even granting the Outer Path demonic statue hasn't yet transformed into the Ten-Tails, absorbing the former Gold and Silver Horn brothers would trigger irreversible resurrection, drawing global attention. Nothing about this silence makes sense. The miniature orb and the dark red sphere launched simultaneously, vastly mismatched in scale, making the smaller seem absurdly futile, like a moth challenging the sun. Yet their collision defied all expectation. The miniature orb pierced the crimson sphere like a bullet, then struck the Yin-Yang being behind it with blinding speed. Impaled, the being contorted in agony, his body convulsing violently. Meanwhile the crimson sphere veered wildly, exploding midair in a violent burst of raw energy. Nearby shinobi stared in stunned disbelief. They'd expected the tiny orb to vanish instantly, yet reality mocked their assumptions. Boom, boom. 2 detonations tore through the heavens, almost simultaneously. Naruto, fortified by natural energy, endured the spherical light blast and its crushing shockwave. Once the initial onslaught subsided, he shot forward as a streak of gold, plunging straight into the heart of the inferno to locate the half-black, half-white anomaly. Unfazed by the devastation, the being repaired his seared flesh layer by layer, relying on monstrous regenerative power. Naruto lunged, delivering a thunderous punch, but the being matched his velocity perfectly. Though unable to counterattack or fully evade, he traded blows with Naruto in fleeting ferocious exchanges. The dull thuds of impact gradually drowned out the explosions of violent aftershocks, scattered residual chakra from the sky. As battle raged longer, Naruto realized the being's strength grew steadily, slower than his own Sage Mode evolution, yet astonishingly rare. Beyond prodigious physical might, he wielded formidable wood-release techniques. Moku Ryu no Jutsu, Shibuki no Jutsu, and Hyobin no Jutsu, all executed with mastery, rivaling Hashirama Senju's. No, I must end him here. Naruto's sense of peril intensified, sharpening into razor-edged clarity. He seized the being's attacking wrist, amplified his grip, and shattered the left wrist bones, then used the broken limb to form a seal. The agony disrupted the being's balance. Naruto held fast, sweeping his right leg to shatter the right knee, forcing him to one knee. Then planting his foot in the crook of that knee, Naruto spun left, driving his rising left heel like a hammer into the being's skull while wrenching his right arm free. This brutal combo staggered the being, but Naruto kept his left hand locked, guiding the limb into the next seal. The being lashed out, aiming for Naruto's groin, but Naruto intercepted the strike, crushed the right wrist instantly, then twisted the arms behind the being's back, locking them around his own throat. Finally, Naruto forced the being's hands into the final hand seal. Reiju now. Understood. Corrosion release bone eroding technique. Naruto inhaled deeply, then expelled a torrent of pink, highly corrosive fluid. The viscous substance clung to the being's skin, hissing as it devoured flesh. Heat flared, acrid fumes, and burnt meat stench flooding Naruto's lungs. Ahawk! Two voices shrieked in unison. Acid had seared his throat, twisting the cry into a grating, hair-raising screech. The sound of nails dragged across slate, making Naruto's scalp prickle. No, that's unbearable. Naruto's grip dissolved into a shadow clone, while his true self formed two Rasenshuriken at a safe distance. Matatabi, son, acknowledged. All together, the Rasenshuriken in his palms shifted hue, one blazing azure flame, the other molten crimson. Sage Art fire-infused lava release, twin great Rasenshuriken. The dual spirals launched, blue and red entwining as their heat spiraled ever higher, until their fusion reached peak incineration, colliding with the Six-Tails corroded being in cataclysmic detonation. A dusky fireball bloomed midair like a dying star, then vanished, leaving behind temperatures so extreme they vitrified sand across a 100-meter radius. Under this relentless assault, even a being whose regeneration surpassed Naruto's lost a full quarter of his body. Gyuki, we fight together. On it, let's finish him. Black chakra coated Naruto's frame, twin seals flared on his fists as he struck with blinding rhythm. Two afterimages flickered in the sky, one Naruto's moving faster than human sight could track. The second was the being himself, shattered into ghostly residue by Naruto's blows. Each touch transferred Naruto's black chakra, diminishing his own coating while layering it onto the being's pale flesh, until the entire white half shimmered with ink-dark resonance, triggering Gyuki's sealing art. Iken Tongshu Banryu knew. Having completed the seal, Naruto commanded vast natural energy from the heavens and earth, pinning the being motionless. 3 seconds later, the sealing concluded. Hashirama cells were fully suppressed. Only half of Madara's cells remained biologically active. For this being, the blow was nearly fatal. Chakra imbalance triggered rapid melanization, his body darkening entirely, while Madara Uchiha's visage erupted across every surface of his flesh. He opened a maw impossibly wide, releasing a silent, soul-rending scream. Naruto gathered a pitch-black, tailed beast ball Rasenshuriken, preparing the final strike. Then, abruptly, the impossible unfolded. The being, no longer Yin-Yang, but Yin alone, erupted with spatial distortion of staggering magnitude, surpassing even Obito's ambush on Naruto, threatening to engulf him whole. Startled, Naruto hurled the black Rasenshuriken. Boom! A world-shattering explosion roared forth, pure destruction swallowing the writhing, grotesque figure whole. The terrifying shockwave from the tailed beast ball Rasenshuriken, charged with Naruto Uzumaki's colossal chakra, obliterated everything within its radius, its destructive power even surpassing that of the dust release particle style. As the explosion gradually subsided, Naruto Uzumaki stared solemnly at the epicenter. The strange being was already gone, no doubt having used space-time teleportation to escape the instant before impact. And that wasn't all. Naruto turned to look behind him at the Susanoo still frozen in place. The once towering and majestic Azure Warrior now had its head shattered into several pieces, a massive cavity gouged through its upper body, and both shoulders torn asunder. The spot where Madara Uchiha had been sealed now lay empty. The yin-yang being had evidently transported himself away and simultaneously rescued Madara Uchiha. Naruto Uzumaki deactivated his combined Tailed Beast and Sage Mode, descending slowly to the ground. His expression was grim. That strange sensation and the lingering sense of crisis continued to nag at him from a distance. Damn it, Naruto cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha, recovering in the Akatsuki hideout, suddenly felt a terrifying aftershock ripple through the base. He shot to his feet, fearing the enemy had already breached their stronghold. But the explosion quickly subsided. Obito Uchiha, a black rod materializing in his hand, sensed the critically weakened yin-yang being and the sealed Madara Uchiha nearby. His expression darkening, he strode into the room they had been transported to. The clone of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju had now become something truly horrifying. His entire body had turned black and was covered in Madara's faces, maddening twisted visages adorning even his limbs. He lay on the ground screaming and writhing in agony. The gruesome sight made even the seasoned Obito Uchiha's skin crawl. Fighting back his visceral revulsion, Obito Uchiha seized the clone by the hair. The Rinnegan flickered, and the power of the human path activated instantly, ripping the clone's soul from its body. Obito delved into the clone's memories, desperate to understand what had transpired. The underground cavern where Kabuto Yakushi had hidden was now leveled to the ground. Though Kabuto's Sage Art White Rage technique was formidable, it inflicted little damage on Suigetsu Hozuki, who could simply liquefy his body to weather the assault. By transforming into water, he could easily evade or mitigate the technique's effects. Similarly, Konan's paper release allowed her to adapt with ease, as her body of paper could effortlessly slip through the sound waves, avoiding the brunt of the impact. The Sage Art inorganic reincarnation, however, required the target to be restrained to be most effective. Against Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, this technique proved utterly futile. Killer Bee's immense power allowed him to effortlessly break free of any binding and unleash his colossal chakra, decimating the surrounding environment. In the face of a tailed beast's absolute destructive force, all tactics became meaningless. Moreover, Orochimaru had prior contact with Kabuto and possessed intimate knowledge of his abilities. He provided the group with crucial intelligence, enabling them to systematically counter Kabuto's techniques. This rendered many of Kabuto's strategies and skills ineffective during the battle. Combined with Yugo's close-quarters combat pressure, Karen's medical support, and Itachi Uchiha's ultimate, Izanami, Kabuto ultimately could not withstand this formidable team. Despite his considerable strength, he was quickly overwhelmed and defeated under the combined assault of so many powerful opponents. During his second encounter with Kabuto, Itachi Uchiha made the decisive sacrifice of one Mangekyo Sharingan to cast Izanami upon him, trapping him in an infinite loop of illusion. Unless Kabuto accepted his own true self, he would be forever lost in Izanami's unending cycle, unable to break free. Using the Jinjutsu, Itachi Uchiha forced Kabuto to release the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu across the battlefield. At that moment, a brilliant flash of white light erupted among the enemies facing the first and other divisions. Seeing this, Kakashi Hatake instantly realized that the Impure World Reincarnation had been undone. Kabuto had been defeated. The five Kage breathed a collective sigh of relief. The fourth Raikage ascended to the highest point of the allied forces, his body crackling with fierce and intense lightning-release chakra. He rallied the shinobi with a roar. Everyone, our comrades have secured victory on another front. We must not let their efforts be in vain. We must firmly grasp our own triumph. Hearing the Raikage's words, the allied forces' morale soared. The already battle-hardened shinobi felt their blood surge, gripping their weapons tightly, vowing to slaughter every last white monstrosity before them. Charge! Kill! For the five Kage! Battle cries that nearly shook the heavens rose over the desert as the allied forces surged forward with renewed ferocity. Meanwhile, Tsunade had met her beloved Dankato in the spiritual plane and replenished her chakra, her exhaustion completely washed away. Like a fully powered locomotive, she charged into the enemy ranks alongside the allied forces. Obito Uchiha had now grasped the situation on the battlefield. Neither Madara Uchiha nor the Madara Hashirama clone could defeat Naruto Uzumaki. Instead, he had eliminated both with swift and decisive efficiency. A pair of useless fools. Obito Uchiha cursed furiously, completely forgetting how he himself had been driven to desperation on his own battlefield. Fortunately, the Preta path of the Rinnegan could slowly devour the sealing jutsu, as even it was composed of chakra. Thus it proved ineffective against the Rinnegan's power. However, this process would be time-consuming. In 12 hours, he might only be able to unseal Madara Uchiha, all the while needing to be wary of the Sage Chakra within, potentially causing him further harm. As for the strange being before him, Obito Uchiha couldn't simply kill him, lest he have to wait an eternity for the demonic statue of the outer path to regenerate. I'll just transplant more Hashirama cells into him. Obito Uchiha quickly devised a plan. He preserved the yin-yang being's soul with the Naraka path, then retrieved some high-concentration Hashirama cells kept from earlier cultivation and injected them into the body, waiting for it to recover on its own. Having done that, Obito Uchiha grabbed Madara Uchiha by the hair and cast him aside. Activating the Preta path of the Rinnegan, he began absorbing the chakra of the sealing jutsu that bound the infamous and arrogant Madara Uchiha. On the fourth battlefield, Naruto Uzumaki, the previous 4 Hokage, and Sasuke Uchiha arrived among the allied forces, elevating their morale to a new zenith. The allied forces swiftly and decisively mopped up the remaining white Zetsu with overwhelming speed. As night fell upon orders from the allied headquarters, the various divisions began to regroup, collect the wounded, and clear the battlefield for a brief respite. Within the allied headquarters, the core members of the allied forces had all gathered. After welcoming back the team that had engaged Kabuto, they began tallying results and exchanging intelligence. The 5 Kage, the commanders of the various divisions, the previous 4 Hokage Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, discussed the day's battles within the simple tent. As things stand, they should lay low for a while. Indeed, of their final 4 trump cards, Kabuto is captured, and the Impure World Reincarnation Army is gone. Madara Uchiha is sealed by Naruto. Obito Uchiha has exhausted 3/4 of his Sharingan, and that clone is virtually combat ineffective. The allied forces now only need to face the white Zetsu's attacks and ambushes. Naruto Uzumaki, however, remained pensive. He addressed the assembly. Everyone, my sensory abilities are now incredibly powerful, so much so that I can to a certain extent foresee some massive future threats. That's precisely why during my fight with that clone today, I could clearly sense the immense discomfort he caused me. Even now, that strange and menacing feeling constantly lingers in my heart. If any of you encounter him later, I hope we can all go together and corner him. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback. Strange. We didn't even sense such a threat when we fought with him today. Indeed, it seems things are far more complicated than we imagined. Hashirama Senju nodded, cupping his chin. Why has your sensory ability suddenly become so powerful? Sasuke Uchiha's attention was drawn to a different aspect. Naruto Uzumaki rested his chin on his hand, pondering. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's the enhancement of Yin release from merging our chakra and the strengthening of Yin nature chakra that brought about this change. After all, I don't have a Sharingan. Maybe my spiritual energy manifests in this way. Sasuke Uchiha nodded solemnly. That makes sense. I also feel my chakra reserves are vastly larger than before. My recovery speed is impossibly fast. My healing ability has been greatly enhanced, and even my speed and strength have undergone a qualitative leap. Not only that, within my Sharingan, I can distinctly sense a new powerful ocular power quietly gestating. This power fills me with immense excitement. He clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Tobirama Senju smiled. This must surely be the power of the Rinnegan. Minato Namikaze, however, raised a question. But didn't Madara's Rinnegan only awaken in his twilight years? And based on Naruto's memories, even Sasuke in his past life awakened his Rinnegan only with the aid of the Sage of 6 Paths. Naruto Uzumaki considered the question before explaining. I suspect it's the degree of fusion that affects the speed of awakening. Madara only transplanted a small piece of the first Hokage's tissue, and that was under the disadvantage of having lost one Sharingan. He used that small piece of muscle for a superficial graft, then waited for those Hashirama cells to proliferate, gradually drawing his own body closer to the sage body. That process couldn't have been fast. Sasuke and I, on the other hand, underwent a mutual deeper fusion. You could even say that nearly half our cells were exchanged. This made the chakra fusion far more thorough than Madara's. Plus, the fusion medium contained the power of Madara's Rinnegan, which guided and enhanced the process. So Sasuke's power should manifest even sooner. Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but feel eager to discover what abilities his Rinnegan would grant him. He asked with barely contained excitement, Naruto, what ocular powers did I obtain last time? Oh, you only awakened one Rinnegan last time. But your single Rinnegan was a rank higher than Madara's. It was a 6-tomo Rinnegan with considerably stronger base attributes. As for your unique ocular power, it was called Amino Tajikara. Its effect is to forcibly exchange positions within a certain range. You can swap your own position with another target. With enough ocular power, you could even exchange with molecules, air, or space itself. You can also forcibly relocate others, or even swap the positions of 2 targets. It's an unpredictable, lightning-fast, unreactable, and extremely difficult to counter powerful dojutsu. There was also another ability, space-time travel. Your Rinnegan could open dimensional portals connecting to spaces you've marked. Those are both incredibly important and immensely powerful abilities. As for this time, I have a feeling you won't just have one Rinnegan, because in my past life you never had this ability to connect to distant stars. After hearing about Amino Tajikara, Sasuke's anticipation skyrocketed. He yearned desperately to awaken his Rinnegan sooner and experience this overwhelming power. Itachi Uchiha was equally thrilled. To him, nothing was more important than witnessing his younger brother grow stronger. But after a moment of excitement, Sasuke quickly turned to Naruto and asked, now that we've talked about me, what about you? How do you feel? Naruto couldn't help but crack a smile. Well, the most important thing for me right now is that I've gathered all 7 chakra natures. That's something even my past self never accomplished. That's also the reason why I didn't try to stop the 4th Great Ninja War from breaking out. This is also why I did not stop the outbreak of the 4th Great Ninja War. Naruto Uzumaki deliberately played coy, a hint of mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi Hatake was the first to rub his forehead, saying somewhat helplessly, "Oh Naruto, why don't you just tell us why you did that?" The words themselves were ordinary, but the tone carried a hint of sarcasm that Naruto could not miss. Naruto Uzumaki pursed his lips and said, "Actually, I still hope to meet the Sage of Six Paths through Uchiha Madara." "Are you trying to learn the Six Paths Sage art from him?" Hashirama Senju asked. "Not entirely." Naruto scratched his head and said, "Actually, I had mastered the Six Paths Sage art in my past life, but because I lacked release at that time, the power was like water without a source, only temporary and vanished after use. But this time I have made up for that deficiency, so I now possess the ability to fully master this sage art. Of course, aside from the Six Paths Sage art, I also need to systematically learn Yin-Yang release, as well as the Yin power and Yang power from the Sage of Six Paths. Kagaya Otsutsuki is the most powerful Otsutsuki I have ever encountered except for the last one Shirbai Otsutsuki. And the power of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, who inherited her strength and whose talent surpasses even hers, is something we must inherit." Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze nodded and said, "Then it seems we also need to push things forward." Originally there was no problem, but unexpectedly a clone of unknown strength, that hermaphrodite, appeared, which made me feel very uneasy. "Don't worry too much. We'll deal with them as they come," Sasuke Uchiha comforted him. Naruto Uzumaki nodded at Sasuke Uchiha and continued, "For now that's the only way. To ensure our eventual victory, since their combat power has increased, we must balance it out from other aspects. Now the combat strength of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito can never return to their peak. In that case, the only thing we can get our hands on is the Ten Tails itself. I discussed this with the Tailed Beast a few days ago. The Tailed Beast chakra is both the key to awakening the Ten Tails and its very power. During battle, I can resonate with the Tailed Beast again to seize more chakra from the Ten Tails, thereby weakening its power. This would also balance our respective combat strengths." Tobarama Senju nodded. "This strategy is generally feasible. Let's discuss the specifics." Uchiha Obito used the power of the Hungry Ghost Path of the Rinnegan to slowly absorb the sealing technique that Naruto Uzumaki had applied to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was now covered in cracks like a doll about to shatter. His body was riddled with fissures, making him look grotesque and eerie. He lay stiffly on the ground, his body like a block of ice, radiating extreme cold from the inside out. Even Uchiha Obito, while removing the sealing technique and devouring the chakra within, was shocked by the chilling cold contained in the chakra, to the point that his movements were hindered by the bone-penetrating frost. This adverse effect greatly slowed the progress of the seal removal. Uchiha Obito estimated that he would not be able to complete the task within the projected 12 hours. Just as Uchiha Obito's progress was as slow as a snail, Black Zetsu slowly oozed out from the ground, appearing silently within Uchiha Obito's perception. Seeing Black Zetsu, a look of wariness appeared in Uchiha Obito's expression. Although Black Zetsu was strange, it had never before exhibited such power that could even block Obito's perception. "What's going on?" Uchiha Obito asked calmly, looking at Black Zetsu. "Obito, I have come to help you free Madara-sama." Black Zetsu grinned slyly. "Oh, you have such ability." Uchiha Obito's gaze deepened as he questioned. "Ha ha ha." Black Zetsu's grin widened. "As Madara-sama's, will my power increases with his. Unlike you, who orchestrated this war and nearly lost the demonic statue of the Outer Path." A flicker of anger appeared in Uchiha Obito's expression, but then he quickly calmed down and said, "Since you have the ability, come and help me break the seal on Madara." Black Zetsu walked over to Uchiha Madara, glanced at Uchiha Obito, its simplistic facial features shifting, and thought to itself, "Both are useless." Its black hand reached toward Uchiha Madara's body, and a liquid like petroleum dripped onto him. Yin-Yang release Black Spore technique. The moment the strange viscous liquid touched Uchiha Madara, it spread rapidly, covering his entire body. Uchiha Madara turned into a completely black figure. At the same time, in Uchiha Obito's perception, the sealing formula that bound Madara was being erased in large swaths. In just 10 minutes, a tenth of the complex and mind-boggling sealing technique had been removed. "Obito, are you just going to watch?" Black Zetsu's mouth curled into an exaggerated arc. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito placed his hand on Uchiha Madara's face, activating the power of the Hungry Ghost Path simultaneously to help Black Zetsu erase the ice. Sasuke Uchiha sat quietly, his eyes closed, his body relaxed against the chair, entering a state of deep meditation. At this moment he was taking a brief rest, but the profound ocular power within his eyes did not stop growing, instead it increased at an astonishing rate. As time passed, the growth rate of this ocular power accelerated as if there were no limits. It surged like a mighty tide, continuously pouring out from Sasuke Uchiha's body, full of boundless power and mysterious aura. This growth of ocular power seemed to transcend ordinary understanding, leaving one in awe of its potential. Moreover, during the high-intensity battle today, as he pushed his Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power to its limits, Sasuke felt as if it had unconsciously stimulated his potential. In the midst of combat, Sasuke discovered that his Mangekyo Sharingan could recover its ocular power so rapidly that he was extremely surprised. He realized that this ability might not be mere recovery, but a potential evolution or enhancement. With time, not only did his ocular power recover quickly, but it also seemed to have a tendency to grow infinitely, filling him with anticipation for the future. Simultaneously, Sasuke noticed some changes in his body. He felt a powerful life force surging within him, making him more resilient in battle and better able to withstand enemy attacks. Moreover, his chakra reserves had become exceptionally vast, allowing him to unleash even more powerful jutsu and techniques. These changes made Sasuke realize that his strength had greatly improved. Compared to the moment he had just transplanted and awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his power was now definitely more than 10 times greater. He began to reevaluate his abilities and consider how to best utilize these newfound powers. Beyond these, the enhancement of Sasuke Uchiha's basic attributes by the ocular power of Kagetsuchi had become deeply ingrained in his body. In other words, Kagetsuchi not only provided a boost during battle, but also permanently increased his base stats. Now Sasuke Uchiha's speed, strength, and endurance had all improved significantly. I really wonder where my limits are. Sasuke Uchiha took a light breath, and then continued to let the ocular power now, like a runaway horse, grow freely during his rest. Naruto Uzumaki closed his eyes, sensing the active in-natured chakra within his body. Although he had experienced this power which focuses on the spiritual realm during his six-path sage mode, it was still quite unfamiliar to him. With the help of his parents and the tailed beasts, he carefully perceived the surging power within him, finding it fascinating. Now that I have in-nature chakra, I should be able to use Genjutsu as well. Naruto Uzumaki thought to himself, recalling various forbidden techniques he had learned from the Scroll of Seals in his past life. Suddenly Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes. In the mirror before him, his azure eyes were now veiled with a shadow. Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique. It seemed as if a pitch-black curtain had covered his vision. All sources of light were gone, his sight was completely deprived, and the environment turned cold and dead. He could only hear his own heartbeat and breathing. Naruto suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body, and then the dark curtain was torn to shreds. The Genjutsu lasted only an instant. This result obviously caught Naruto Uzumaki by surprise. What was going on? His operation should have been correct. Was his Genjutsu talent really that low? Naruto, have you forgotten that a perfect Jinchuriki is immune to Genjutsu? Kurama's voice suddenly sounded in Naruto Uzumaki's ear. This made Naruto Uzumaki suddenly realize, and he said, I see. No wonder the Genjutsu seemed so imposing but only lasted for an instant. And Naruto, there are 9 of us inside you plus your parents. With such a configuration, what Genjutsu aside from infinite Tsukuyomi could control 12 targets at once? Exactly. And you yourself have a sage body. With the power of the sage body, even ocular power at the level of the Rinnegan cannot affect you in the slightest. All the tailed beasts started chattering in Naruto Uzumaki's mind. Stop, stop, stop. Naruto Uzumaki hastily interrupted. In the past, whenever this happened, the conversation would get more and more heated, and eventually Kurama and Shikaku would start arguing, then they would fight and Naruto would have to mediate. You can go chat in my mental space for a while, but before that I have a question for all of you. What is it? Just ask Naruto. Matatabi the Two-Tails was as gentle and polite as ever. It's not a big deal. I want to know if any of the previous Ashuras have ever awakened the Rinnegan. Naruto Uzumaki's words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shocking all 9 tailed beasts and his parents. What do you mean, Naruto? Are you planning to take Madara's eyes, or are you going to make a move on Sasuke? No, don't misunderstand. Naruto Uzumaki quickly interrupted Kurama's dangerous thoughts and explained, a while ago, I underwent a deep cell fusion with Sasuke. In my perception, Sasuke now should also possess a sage body of the same level as mine. The only difference is that Sasuke cannot use sage techniques, yet while my sage arts are more advanced, so my development level is slightly higher than his. But at the same time, after the deep fusion with Sasuke, I sense that within my eyes there is also an extremely powerful chakra of an incredibly high level. It feels just like what I felt when facing Uchiha Madara. Based on the fate of Ashura and Indra, I suspect that since Sasuke now possesses a complete sage body, I should also have the qualification to awaken the complete sage eye. This gave Kurama pause. He asked with some doubt, then can you currently use the chakra swirling in your eyes? That's the problem. I can feel these powers like wheat stored in a warehouse. Vast and extremely powerful, but I don't have a key to open that warehouse. I suspect that key is the Rinnegan. Minato Namikaze upon hearing this said uncertainly, then why don't you try to take Obito's Rinnegan? No, Dad. I can also sense that it's unlikely. I can feel that each different eye is a different shape of key. If it's not my own eye, the warehouse probably cannot be opened. Although the Rinnegan itself possesses extraordinary power, it is precisely because of this that Nagato and Obito suffered severe backlash when they transplanted the Rinnegan. Only Uchiha Madara can unleash its true power. If that's the case, it's a dead end. Your eyes aren't even Sharingan to begin with. How can you awaken the Rinnegan? Actually, Naruto, Kurama interjected. I think that if this situation arises, the six-path sage will surely know how to break through. Actually, Naruto, Kurama said, in this situation the six paths old man will surely have a solution. Naruto Uzumaki nodded and said, I think so too. We just need to wait for tomorrow's battle. Well, let's rest for now. Tomorrow is bound to be one fierce battle after another. Kurama said, half closing his eyes as if dozing off. The eastern sky began to pale with the first light of dawn. The allied shinobi forces had spent their first night under relentless harassment from the white Zetsu. Though every nerve was stretched taut, the enemy's heavy hitters had yet to make their move. On the Akatsuki side, Madara Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, the yin-yang figure, and Black Zetsu stood together, their morale far from high. Madara Uchiha had been severely wounded by Naruto Uzumaki the previous day. The cracks from the impure world reincarnation still covered his body densely, as if a single touch could shatter him. Obito Uchiha had used the Preta path of the Rinnegan throughout the night. The supreme purple glow in his eyes had faded, now appearing somewhat dim. Moreover, he had been worn down by the 4 previous Hokage and Sasuke Uchiha, leaving him with only 10 Sharingan left across his entire body. The yin-yang figure now appeared even more twisted and dreadful. His form was a forced amalgamation of black, white, and gray. On his black body grew Madara's face, its mouth wide open in a roaring scream. On his white parts grew the agonized, contorted face of Hashirama Senju, and the gray sections were the cells of Hashirama that Naruto had sealed away, now rendered useless. Black Zetsu still played the sycophantic attendant to Madara, behaving like a loyal lackey. As for the other schemer, Kabuto Yakushi, he was still in his chosen hideout, lost in some unknown cycle of dreams. Let's release the 10 tails directly. Obito Uchiha spoke weakly. Madara's gaze was icy. He neither objected nor agreed. You don't seriously think we can still seize the 8 tails and 9 tails on our own, do you? Leaving aside the living or dead Kage and that Sasuke Uchiha, even if we just talk about Naruto Uzumaki himself, even if the 3 of us join forces, can you guarantee you can take down that kid 100%? Didn't you see yesterday's battle clearly? He handled it far too easily. No matter what ability you used, he always found a way to counter. Even attacks that should have been inescapable, he broke through with your favorite method, the aesthetic of violence you pride yourself on. Obito grew more agitated as he spoke. He had heard about their battle from Black Zetsu yesterday. He hadn't believed it at first, but after seeing the devastation of that battlefield, he realized the true extent of Naruto's power. It was utterly appalling. The entire desert had been blasted into a basin, and in some places underground water had been struck, creating a vast lake on the sand. The terrifying heat lingered for hours after the battle, even altering the weather itself. At the very center of the battlefield lay a shattered forest, frozen in an instant. In the middle of the ruined grove stood a colossal headless blue eye sculpture 250 meters tall, the pierced Susanoo of Madara Uchiha. As if the hottest summer had instantly plunged into the coldest winter night, a chill seeped into Obito's body, and even his chakra seemed to stagnate. And besides, you can't even use your Susanoo anymore, can you? Do you think that shadow within your Rinnegan can simultaneously handle Hashirama Senju, Naruto, Uzumaki, Minato Namikaze, and Sasuke Uchiha? Don't forget 3 of them can sense your ability, and the other one can actually see it directly. Enough. Madara Uchiha barked, glaring coldly at Obito. What? Did those few scare the courage out of you? Hearing this, Obito smirked, and said, let me tell you as well. No matter how fierce your words are now, no matter how hard your mouth is, it's meaningless if you can't beat them. Obito, do you think you've grown mature? Are you thinking of attacking me? The Moon Eye plan has already met such obstruction, and you still want to fight among ourselves, all for your own negligible pride. Suddenly, transparent flames erupted from Madara's body. The explosive aura cracked the ground beneath him, and a terrifying force pressed down on Obito's shoulders, driving his calves deep into the earth. Obito struggled to lift his head. The monstrous pressure nearly crushed his organs and bones. Just as he felt he was on the verge of being completely destroyed, the terrifying force abruptly vanished. Cough, cough. Obito clenched his mouth shut but coughed uncontrollably. He tasted rust in his throat, then spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. I'm just teaching you a lesson in respecting your elders. The fury in Obito's eyes nearly became tangible, but Madara ignored his bulging eyes. The Rinnegan of the impure world reincarnation flickered, and the ability of the Hell Path activated. Boom. A king of hell appeared before them. Seeing Madara approach, it dutifully opened its enormous mouth. The Rinnegan rippled again. Within the purple glare, the Hell Path shifted to the human path. Madara plunged his left hand into the king of hell's throat and pulled out 2 translucent blue souls. These 2 souls belonged to the gold and silver brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, whom Madara had harvested during the 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. Madara raised his hand toward the pile of white Zetsu, activating the Deva path. Almighty push. The attractive force yanked 2 shrieking white Zetsu to his feet. He then tossed the 2 souls, which flew onto the heads of the white Zetsu. Immediately after, Madara formed 4 hand seals. As the final seal was completed, he dropped to one knee and slammed his right palm onto the ground. Impure world reincarnation. Amid the screams of the 2 white Zetsu, a storm of paper scraps enveloped them. The paper peeled away like shed skin, revealing 2 fierce burly brothers, 1 gold, 1 silver, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. They opened their eyes blankly. Madara's face reflected in their gaze. Their expressions twisted in shock, but before they could shout, Madara seized control of their consciousness, turning them into puppets. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha also teleported in the sealed Barubi and a severed octopus leg that Sasuke Uchiha had sliced off. Naruto suddenly felt the massive agitation of the tailed beasts and came to a halt. Sasuke Uchiha Hashirama Senju Minato Namikaze Tobirama Senju Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 5 Kage, and Itachi Uchiha all noticed Naruto's abnormality and turned toward him. In his sensory perception, Naruto detected a colossal, extremely ominous, and bloodthirsty chakra surging from that direction. The violent fluctuation was as shocking as a sudden hydrogen bomb detonating on flat ground. Even Naruto, who had seen the Ten Tails several times in his previous life, paused momentarily. Naruto, they've directly awakened the Ten Tails. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's ear, laden with vigilance and gravity. Simultaneously, the nine-tailed beast's defensive reaction reflected onto Naruto. His heartbeat quickened, his breathing deepened, and waves of power surged into his muscles, all signs of an adrenaline spike. The second to react was Minato Namikaze. As a perfect Jinchuriki himself, he also sensed the sky-high malice and terror. His expression hardened as he turned to look behind them. Then Hashirama Senju Killer B Tobirama Senju Sasuke Uchiha and Hiruzen Sarutobi each felt the insane killing intent in turn. All of them slowly turned toward that direction, their faces growing solemn. It seems they've lost their patience. Minato clenched his fist, speaking gravely. This power is utterly terrifying. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but marvel. This power had far exceeded the limits of his understanding. Sigh. Hashirama let out a long breath and lamented. I fear this will be another war more brutal than anyone can imagine. Brother, at this point dwelling on it is pointless. Tobirama Senju tightened the ninja forehead protector on his brow and declared resolutely, let these bastards witness the burning will of fire within our hearts. Sasuke Uchiha said nothing, merely glancing at Itachi and Naruto, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Naruto stepped forward in front of the group and said, we'll head straight there now. The main force will follow behind. We must maintain mobility. This is the final stage of the fourth great ninja war. Madara Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, and Black Zetsu stood on the ground, watching the demonic statue of the outer path, clutching its head and roaring blood weeping from its 10 eyes, slowly ascend into the sky. The colossal object blotted out the full moon behind it. The entire ground shattered layer by layer, fragments floating into the air like debris merging with the heavens. The physical laws of this world seemed to fail before this evolved monster. Even gravity itself was affected. The world-shattering sight did not thrill Madara, instead it puzzled him. He thought, how strange. Why does the Ten Tails seem to be awakening so slowly? Black Zetsu harbored the same doubt, but overall he was extremely pleased. The plan he had labored over for millennia had finally made major progress, boosting his confidence. All he needed was to instigate Madara to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and then ambush him and his mother, long dreamed of for eons, would be revived. Obito Uchiha also had his own agenda. This world that had killed Rin. He must be the one to pass judgment upon it. The crucial key to Madara's revival still lay in his hands. Once the Ten Tails fully awakened and he used a jutsu to break the curse seal on his heart, he could become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki himself. As for that Inyang figure, it had been absorbed by the demonic statue as nourishment, becoming the catalyst for the Ten Tails revival. Standing at the center, Madara Uchiha crossed his arms. His swirling Rinnegan glanced backward, then he slowly turned around and said, it seems some appetizers are on their way. Obito turned with him, his mismatched eyes full of coldness. Swoosh! Naruto Uzumaki appeared first before them. White, orange, and blue flames burned on his body like a sun descending to the earth. The mere instant of his arrival shattered the already scarred ground, even collapsing the ring of mountains surrounding the area. Vast natural energy was drawn into him, like a whale swallowing water. Immediately after, Minato Namikaze, wrapped in dark gold Nine-Tails chakra, extended 9 chakra arms, bringing Sasuke Uchiha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 5 Kage Kakashi Hitaki, and Might Guy to appear behind Naruto. Then Tobirama Senju arrived with Killer Bee and Hashirama Senju. The group wasted no time. The Ten Tails had already awakened, crouching on the ground with 10 dark yellow tails writhing. A monstrous creature. They locked onto their target and charged straight at it. Roar! The Ten Tails let out a sharp, piercing shriek. Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha also launched themselves into the air, using the Deva Path's power to soar high. Super Almighty Push. 2 Super Almighty Pushes barreled toward the group like colliding tops, while the 2 casters blazed with the brilliance of twin stars. Hashirama Senju, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha slammed their hands on the ground simultaneously, while golden chakra blazed around both Naruto and Minato. Sage Art would release 3-layered Rashomon. The overwhelming repulsive force flipped heaven and earth, pushing even the Ten Tails far into the distance. The 3 layers of wooden demon-faced shields struggled desperately against the devastating pressure. Only when the final layer of the Rashomon's absolute defense shattered, revealing the enormous fox head clad in purple armor beneath it, did the shockwave gradually subside. The group, having evaded the devastating blow, caught no breath. Together with Naruto and Minato, they instantly condensed an impossibly huge tailed beast ball. Sasuke's eyes flickered again. The tailed beast ball donned a purple Susanoo blade while the power of the Jinka star was applied to the sphere, further enhancing this terrifying attack alongside a massive sage art. Madara and Obito hadn't even landed yet when they saw the celestial body-like projectile shoot toward them. Sage art majestic destroyer. Immortal art beast's ordeal. Facing this attack that fused the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts with a torrent of sage arts, Madara Uchiha, stripped of his Susanoo, and Obito Uchiha, his ocular power temporarily depleted, showed no panic, for the Ten Tails would meet this overwhelming strike. The Ten Tails opened its twisted and grotesque maw, condensing its dark crimson, tailed beast chakra into a teardrop-shaped tailed beast ball, then spat it forth. The two tailed beast balls collided directly, unleashing a force akin to a nuclear explosion within. A terrifying radiance followed, along with a devastating shockwave that spread outward. A true apocalyptic scene unfolded before everyone. Madara Uchiha endured the shockwave with his reanimated body, while Obito Uchiha activated Izanagi once more. As the explosion subsided, the Ten Tails lay sprawled on its side, looking utterly battered. Clearly it had been severely damaged by the blast as well. On the other side, the moment the two tailed beast balls collided, they had already vanished to who knows where. Now that the power had subsided, they reappeared before the Ten Tails completely unharmed. Madara Uchiha's feet touched the ground, and his upper body was formed from a flurry of paper scraps. Obito Uchiha materialized from the void. They were about to leap onto the Ten Tails' head to control it in battle, but at that moment the others made their move. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze faced Madara Uchiha. The five Kage, Kakashi Hitaki, and Might Guy intercepted Obito Uchiha. Boruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha flew behind the duo, directly confronting the rampant Ten Tails. Fudo Mayu Kurama. Kagetsuchi Susanoo. The six-armed Kurama, clad in a transparent armor of natural energy, and the Susanoo wreathed in black-purple flames, took flight together. Sage art tailed beast balls and Amaterasu arrows were unleashed in rapid succession, their terrifying explosions and searing heat slamming into the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails retaliated with would-release tailed beast balls and catastrophic natural forces. The clash of these dreadful powers shook the very earth. The four Hokage engaged Madara Uchiha. The limbo border jail of his Rinnegan remained an insurmountable enigma, but with four previous Hokage, including the super combatants, would release Hashirama and Nine-Tails Minato, the two sides were evenly matched. Tobirama Senju's C-release and mutual explosion tags, combined with Hiruzen Sarutobi's five elements great combo technique, created an opening. Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze simultaneously erupted with chakra, launching tailed beast balls and deep forest emergence to pursue Madara's main body, triggering an earth-shattering explosion with the mutual explosion tags and five elements great combo. Then three towering figures appeared on this battlefield: the Emerald Wood Golem, the Azure Complete Body Susanoo, and the Dark Golden In Kurama. For a time, wood dragon assaults, Susanoo blade flashes, dense explosions, elemental jutsu bombardments, and tailed beast power ravaged the battlefield. Meanwhile, the battle between Obito Uchiha and the five Kage was equally formidable. The five Kage's coordination was impeccable, their various ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques pushed to their limits in a synchronized dance. Might Guy had already opened the seventh gate of wonder, his every movement causing intense tremors, his fists emitting steam from the high-frequency swinging. As for Kakashi Hitaki, both of his Sharingan eyes had entered the three-tomo state, granting him speed with lightning-released chakra that surpassed even Guy's seventh gate. Obito Uchiha was not easily defeated either. Relying on the terrifying effects of Izanagi, he neither dodged nor avoided their attacks, counterattacking with wild, reckless abandon. His head was once again severed by the raikage, but in the next instant he resurrected beside the raikage, surrounding them both in an airtight dome of hundreds of shuriken and explosive tags. The Rinnegan and Sharingan glinted with killing intent, and a fatal blow was about to fall, but a voice from above made Obito shudder slightly. Hitaki-style rock sword technique, second form meteor fall. The short blade emitted a yellow glow like the earth itself, descending with the weight of a meteor. It crushed Obito's unprepared left half along with the weapon he was using against the raikage. Thanks, Kakashi. You're welcome, Raikage-sama. After a brief exchange, the two retreated swiftly. Then Tsunade punched with the force of a collapsing heavenly pillar, turning the ground 100 meters ahead into a bottomless abyss, crushing Obito's remnant into a piece of paper. Water-style hidden mist jutsu. Mei Terumi parted her red lips, and thick, white mist spread across the battlefield, so dense it could even obstruct the Rinnegan's vision. Kakashi landed on Gaara's sand cloud, his eyes closed, channeling chakra into both eyeballs. Inoki landed on the ground, placing both hands on it, his body emitting a faint yellow glow appearing to merge with the earth itself. Then he opened his eyes and shouted, "Everyone 200 meters to my northeast." With that, several giant stone pillars erupted from that spot, and upon receiving the signal, everyone attacked simultaneously. Storm release, water dragon bullet. Sandfall sea current. Daytime tiger. Heaven-shattering fist. In an instant, the four Kage and Might Guy unleashed their full power, ravaging that area mercilessly. But Obito Uchiha used the power of the Deva Path to summon a protective barrier, barely withstanding the terrifying combined assault. However, their true killing move was yet to come. When Obito Uchiha saw Kakashi Hatake flying towards him, he instantly realized what was happening. He tried to spring away, but it was too late. He saw the three-pronged windmill shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye, and the four-pronged shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye. Kamui. When Obito Uchiha came to his senses again, his surroundings had become the Kamui dimension. Kakashi stood there holding a short blade augmented by his powerful lightning-release chakra, his two Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming like crimson stars in the darkness. After a brief exchange they clashed. Kakashi could now freely control his Mangekyo Sharingan to manifest Susanoo. With the support of the third stage Karasu Tengu Susanoo, Kakashi gained the upper hand. They pierced each other's chests once more, just as they had in a previous life. Kakashi deliberately pierced Obito's heart as well, then used Kamui to release him. Uchiha Obito, released from his confinement, was now at death's door. A fatal wound piercing his heart. Even Hashirama's cells could not heal it, merely preserving the last breath of life to keep him from perishing on the spot. The colossal battle between Uchiha Madara Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato had now reached a fever pitch. Madara's limbo border jail was a degraded version. The shadows from the other world could not simultaneously wield Susanoo. Though still formidable, they proved inadequate against the two monstrously resilient and restorative fighters, Hashirama and Minato. Namikaze Minato danced with the 9 dark golden tails of Kurama, using the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport the massive golden fox across the battlefield, occasionally unleashing a devastating tailed beast ball. Senju Hashirama's wood golem lacked such mobility, so he manipulated the furious deity and the Oni warrior beneath his feet to engage in close-quarters combat. Every collision of their physical attacks was a catastrophe for the region. Coupled with the relentless harassment of tailed beast balls and the second and third Hokage simultaneously engaging 2 limbo clones, Madara was inevitably pushed onto the defensive. Senju Hashirama urged the wood golem's right hand to seize Susanoo's giant blade, while its left fist clashed against Susanoo's right. The violent gale swept Hashirama's long hair back. Ignoring the storm, he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Minato!" "Yeah." Namikaze Minato's voice reached Hashirama's ear amidst the surrounding storm, and Kurama instantly appeared beside the wood golem, its massive jaws already open, the nuclear-like tailed beast ball having been charged for some time. The arrow had to be released. The pitch-black tailed beast ball transformed in an instant into an unbearable blazing white. Terrifying light and heat erupted from Susanoo's giant wings, which were in a desperate defense. Minato's true body appeared beside Hashirama. The complete body Susanoo had already released the wood golem due to the force of the explosion, but Madara stood stubbornly rooted to the spot, knowing that he must not be sent flying backward, or he would only invite even more devastating attacks. "Let's go together." Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together, and the wood golem's right hand, somewhat shattered by the long sword, instantly restored itself. 6 wood dragons coiled behind the golem. Namikaze Minato crouched down, placing his hands on the wood golem's head. 6 wood dragons each condensed a tailed beast ball in their mouths, while at the golem's hands 2 massive azure high-speed rotating and compressed ultra-big ball Rasengans emitted a piercing roar. Hashirama infused both the Rasengan and the tailed beast balls with Shikatsu and Sage Chakra. Together they pushed forward this combined attack, bearing the characteristics of Hashirama Minato, and Kurama striking the crossed blocking wings of Madara Susanoo. Boom! A nearly earth-shattering roar erupted, and both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara let out cries. Then a cataclysmic explosion occurred. Under the violent chakra shockwave, everything was annihilated, even the ground reduced to particles dancing in the air. Sage Art Wood Style Super Wood Dragon 6-star Tailed Beast Super Dreadnought Double Rasengan Ultimate Annihilation Blitz. Amid the roars of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Namikaze Minato simultaneously thought up the name for their combined technique. The combat power of the 6-armed Kurama and the Amaterasu-clad Susanoo was off the charts. The combined strength of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke even overwhelmed the current Ten Tails. Naruto infused Sasuke's attacks with his own power, granting Sasuke's already terrifying physical strikes the nature of Sage Art. Naruto, even more ferocious, arbitrarily combined and unleashed the powers he possessed, fully displaying the Tailed Beast Sage Art and his own strength. Below the Ten Tails was now covered in wounds, its body riddled with black flame-burning cuts and pockmarked with craters from explosions. Yet despite this, its combat power remained undiminished, embodying the essence of a stat monster. Another tailed beast ball from the Ten Tails was easily dodged by Naruto and Sasuke, and the Ten Tails directly unleashed its AoE attack, Heaven and Earth Transformation. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were simultaneously pushed back by the scattered gale and thunderstorm. The earth began to collapse, and terrifying magma was ejected high into the sky by the power within the planet's core. Uzumaki Naruto urged Kurama to open its vast mouth. A massive amount of Sage Chakra and the chakra of the 9 tailed beasts were blended together into the tailed beast ball. Meanwhile, the second arm on Kurama's left side grasped empty air, and a transparent spear instantly solidified, with extreme cold emanating from the runes on its tip. Uzumaki Naruto merged the spear with the tailed beast ball, forming another kind of beastly difficulty. Sage Art Tailed Beast Sealing Evil Style. The tailed beast ball propelled the spear toward the ten tails. The glaring edge severed wind, rain, lightning, and shot toward the roaring ten tails like a beam of sunlight. Sasuke dodged a jet of magma aimed at him. He saw Naruto's stunning strike and decided to add his own weight to it. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power was pushed to its limit in an instant. He found that nearly imperceptible strike, and the black-purple Susanoo drew its longbow to full. An arrow of compressed fire and lightning was launched with the bowstring's immense force appearing to teleport in midair as it merged with the tailed beast ball. The double-accelerated tailed beast ball directly struck the ten tails' body and detonated. Tailed beast chakra erupted and natural energy, lightning, and black flames spread out, engulfing half of the ten tails' massive form. The sealing evil cold spear under the triple acceleration of the explosion pierced into the ten tails' body, leaving a clean, penetrating wound. It's not over yet, Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto withdrew the immovable Wisdom King and Kurama into his body, sparing no pity for the ten tails screaming below. He shouted to Uchiha Sasuke, clasped his hands together, and the nearly inexhaustible sage art within him was released like a flood. Uchiha Sasuke simultaneously dismissed his complete body Susanoo. His left eye focused, and a black spark appeared beside Naruto. Then his right eye activated Kagetsuchi. The spark tore and expanded, and Sasuke emerged from it. Sage art with style true, several thousand hands. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes snapped open. In the next instant, a wooden Buddha rising over 1,000 meters tall bearing a 1,000-handed disc erupted from the ground, standing in opposition to the ten tails. Sasuke. Yeah. The two of them exerted their power simultaneously. Purple gold chakra ignited between them, then tightly fused. On top of the 1,000-handed wooden Buddha, a six-armed fox appeared clad in a complex heavy armor interwoven with black, dark purple, and translucent hues. The 1,000 hands in the wooden disc behind the Buddha lifted upward at the same time. On the forearms of the 1,000 wooden hands coiled dragons, each formed from the 6 nature chakras of fire, wood, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Then ultra-big ball Rasengans and tailed beast balls appeared in alternating rows on the wooden hands. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened, pouring out a torrent of ocular power. On every Rasengan and tailed beast ball, a Susanoo blade appeared wreathed in terrifying black flames. Then he activated Izanagi no Okami, and in the next instant Naruto felt the power in the wooden hands become several times heavier. He exchanged a glance with Sasuke, then took a deep breath. This technique, Naruto believed, actually surpassed the current ten tails and should be the strongest strike since Indra's and Azura's time. Let's go. Tens of thousands of wooden hands along with countless Susanoo-clad Rasengans, beastly difficulties, and dragons slammed heavily onto the roaring ten tails. This strike completely overshadowed the other two battlefields. Those on those fields only felt intense tremors and a blinding light that nearly seared their eyes, followed by the eardrums of the living shattering in an instant. Truly a world-shattering, earth-destroying blow. Obito, expelled by the divine might, without having activated Izanagi, retained the fatal wound to his heart. Uchiha Obito immediately formed hand seals, becoming the Jinchuriki of the ten tails. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke stood together against their foe. The three combatants clashed with such ferocity that the heavens seemed to darken. Minato Namake's Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha fought to a stalemate. Eventually Minato unleashed the Rasengan sharp iron multi-round barrage, creating an opening for Hashirama, who then sealed Madara beneath a crushing release of the mythical divine sealing gate. On the battlefield against Obito, Naruto displayed all the strength he had gathered since his rebirth, while Sasuke could only strive to maintain his Susanoo and Kagetsuchi to bolster Naruto's power. Kurama and the God Tree engaged in brutal combat. Natural energy weapons and Susanoo carved deep gashes into the God Tree, whose defense was so formidable that it withstood direct hits from the ten tails tailed beast bomb. Thus, under Naruto's overwhelming power, Uchiha Obito once again found himself exploited by the combined efforts of Naruto and Sasuke, just as in his past life. This time Naruto won the struggle through sheer power, and once again won over Obito with the strength of his words. Awakened to his desolation and his own absurdity, Obito sought to use the Samsara rebirth technique to resurrect the dead present and those who had perished because of him. Don't forget to bring my mother back too, Naruto told Obito. Obito nodded, but just before he activated the technique, Black Zetsu parasitized him, forcibly altering the resurrection's target. Yet beneath Obito's powerful will, he refused to abandon his original goal. Consequently, all the dead, including Uchiha Madara, were resurrected. The tailed beasts bestowed all their power upon Naruto, who then gifted a trace of chakra to the outer path, a secret Madara failed to notice. After a brief struggle, Naruto cleverly placed the Rinnegan into Madara's hands. Madara erupted in laughter. Madara became the Jinchuriki of the ten tails. Then Naruto killed Sasuke. Overcome with grief, Naruto awakened the Rinnegan and then took his own life. Naruto and Sasuke encountered the Sage of Six Paths in the spiritual realm. Naruto expressed his desire to systematically master Yin-Yang, released the Six Paths Sage Mode, and the symbols of the sun and moon. The Sage of Six Paths agreed and imparted all this knowledge to Naruto and Sasuke. Since Sasuke could not utilize Sage Mode, he was forced to memorize the Six Paths techniques through rote learning. Naruto, however, integrated these teachings seamlessly. Thus the two were resurrected. Having achieved his purpose, Naruto swiftly defeated the incomplete Madara Uchiha. After defeating Madara, he swiftly eliminated Black Zetsu. The defeated Black Zetsu then rushed to the moon and destroyed Jigen Otsutsuki. After defeating Jigen, Naruto returned to Earth, absorbed the final remnants of Tailed Beast chakra from Madara's body, took his eyes, and sealed him within a newly created moon while he was still alive. Naruto's Rinnegan with 6 Tomo abilities: Amaterasu, the Heavenly Realm. It allows spatial jumping, teleportation between dimensions, and instantaneous movement anywhere within a single space. Amanamanaka, the Heavenly Pillar. It grants control over time, allowing time reversal, acceleration, deceleration, and a 10-second time stop. Sasuke's Rinnegan abilities: Ameno Jikara, the Exchange. Makatsu, the Formless Realm, which can enhance, modify, expand, or contract concepts. For instance, he can apply it to Ameno Jikara, evolving the concept of exchange to encompass anything, status, fate, mindset, or strength. Applied to Kagutsuchi, it expands from controlling only fire to manipulating all elements. Later, Naruto sealed half of the 9 tails from Minato's body into his own and used Young Release to revive Minato. With Kushina rescued by Obito, the family was finally complete. He then used In Release to complete Kakashi's dual Kimui and crafted him a new body that would never lose its sight no matter how much he used it. He further used Sage Mode to grant Hinata and Neji the Sage Body, helping them awaken the Tenseigan. 13 years later, Naruto was 30 years old. He had combined the Toad Sage Mode with the Six Paths Sage Mode to create his own Nirvana Sage Mode, and through the fusion of Dragon Vein Chakra, he revived the Rikudo Mode. Then, bolstered by the scientific research of Tobarama Senju and Orochimaru, he awakened his dormant Otsutsuki bloodline, obtaining a divine technique known as the End. The End allows him to manipulate the 6 fundamental forces of the universe: time, space, reality, mind, soul, and power, thereby granting him mastery over causality. Relying on this power, he slaughtered Code Shinju, Hamura, Jigen Kagaya, Urashiki, Ishiki, and the remnants of the Kara organization. And so the world of Naruto came to a close.